Chapter 10:10. At the same time that the old man roared, the black mist around his body began to churn and boil like boiling water. For a time, the airflow in the surrounding air was completely compressed together, setting off a series of thunderous air explosions. Not only that, but at the same time as the explosion, waves of invisible air waves swept out, turning into a vast gale that blew in all directions. At once, with the old man as the center, the vegetation in the nearby mountain forest began to sway. The birds that were originally resting on the trees were startled and flew up into the sky before disappearing. Whoosh! Without anyone noticing, a black figure appeared in the sky above the mountain range. This semi-finished product seems to be not bad. However, he has an obsession with hatred in his heart. It's still not enough to completely control him, the black figure muttered to himself. The owner of the black figure muttered in a low voice, seemingly dissatisfied. Now, I can only let him take his revenge. As long as he takes his revenge, his obsession will naturally disappear. At that time, I'll be able to completely suppress his will and turn him into a real walking corpse. Then I'll be able to completely control him. However, with his current state, he'll be awake from time to time. I'm afraid it'll take some time to find his enemy. Whoosh! The black figure appeared out of thin air and disappeared into thin air as though he had never appeared before. At the same time, in the mountain range below, the old man, Zhao Ming, who was standing in the air, was completely stunned. At this moment, he raised his head and looked at the sky above him. His face was filled with shock, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. How's this possible? In the sky, after the heaven and earth energy stirred, it gathered into the heaven and earth phenomenon. Silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared one after another. They descended majestically and appeared in front of Zhao Ming's eyes. It was a great shock to Zhao Ming. At a glance, the heaven and earth phenomenon in front of him had at least 7,000 to 8,000 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons. The strength of 7,000 to 8,000 ancient horned dragons. Is this my strength? At this moment, Zhao Ming felt the majestic strength in his body. His eyes were filled with shock, and at the same time, he could not help but be pleasantly surprised. The strength he possessed now was a few hundred times stronger than before. No, my strength doesn't seem to be origin energy anymore. Moreover, I seem to be unable to communicate with the concept. What the hell is going on? Very quickly, as Zhao Ming raised his hand, a wave of energy that was as black as ink appeared in his hand. The black energy continuously surged, and strands of black aura flickered in the surroundings. This power isn't origin energy or concept, but it seems to be even stronger than origin energy and concept combined. What kind of power is that? As Zhao Ming muttered to himself, he casually raised his hand and struck out with his palm. Suddenly, the ink-black power in his hand turned into a huge palm that was surrounded by black fog. It whizzed out and disappeared in front of his eyes. Boom! A loud bang was heard, and crushed stones flew everywhere. Zhao Ming's palm had blasted a bottomless pit in the nearby mountain wall. Even Zhao Ming was shocked by the power of his palm. He stared at his palm in a daze for a long time. This is my power? Is this still me? Zhao Ming was stunned. He was completely stunned. No, I remember that I seemed to have been crippled by that Duan Lingtian. My 4 limbs were also crippled by him. What the hell is going on? Zhao Ming's eyes were filled with confusion. He kept shaking his head. He could not figure it out. Could it be that all this is just a dream? If it's a dream, why is it so real? Moreover, why am I here? Why do I have such a strange power? Zhao Ming was puzzled. At the same time, he began to recall. Very quickly, perhaps it was because he was recalling. A piercing pain came from the depths of Zhao Ming's mind, causing him to scream hysterically again. After a while, the scream stopped. Zhao Ming's scarlet eyes dimmed completely at this moment, as if they had lost their luster. At this moment, Zhao Ming seemed to have changed into another person. His entire body was emitting an extremely cold aura, and his eyes were lifeless. He was like a walking corpse. Whoosh! Zhao Ming's figure flashed and flew out of the remote mountain range. He wandered without any direction. At the same time, it seemed like he did not have a destination. Outside the Darkhan dynasty's capital, 3 figures flew through the air and stopped in the sky. Brother Ling Tian, Miss Tian Wu, are you really not going to return to the Zhang clan's estate with me? Zhang Shouyong looked at the purple-clad young man and red-clad lady before him and asked. The latter was Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu, who returned to the Darkhan dynasty with Zhang Shouyong. Even if they had to take Zhang Shouyong's speed into consideration, Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu still did not spend too much time to return to the Darkhan dynasty. Big brother Zhang, go back and accompany sister-in-law first. As for the 2 of us, you don't have to worry about us. Don't tell me you're worried that we'll encounter danger in the Darkhan dynasty? Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. That's not it. I just feel that Cheong Erzdantian was repaired with your help. No matter what, the 2 of us have to thank you properly. Zhang Shouyong said seriously. Big brother Zhang, you don't have to be so courteous with me. We'll take our leave first. The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, he had already made his move and left. The red figure that was like a fire elf followed Duan Lingtian like a shadow and disappeared before Zhang Shouyong's eyes together. Zhang Shouyong could not help but shake his head and smile wryly. Brother Ling Tian and Miss Tian Wu are a perfect match. They're both so energetic. Zhang Shouyong shook his head and smiled before he turned around and flew towards the sky above the capital. He only descended when he arrived above a spacious estate. His movements were as smooth as flowing water. Zhang clan's estate. Cheong. After Zhang Shouyong landed, he ignored the shocked gazes of the surrounding servant girls and charged into a large courtyard with an excited expression on his face. This was the place where he and his wife Wang Qiong used to live. On the other side, elder brother Duan, are you going to look for Xiong Quan? Feng Tianwu followed by Duan Lingtian's side and asked curiously. There's no rush for Xiong Quan. Let's go according to the principle of nearest. We'll make a trip to Clarity City first. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed as he spoke. Clarity City? Feng Tianwu nodded. Although she did not know why Duan Lingtian was going there, she was sensible enough to not ask, because she knew that Duan Lingtian surely had a reason for going there. Just as Feng Tianwu thought, Duan Lingtian did indeed have a reason for going there. He went to Clarity City only to look for one person. Hu Li. Hu Li, this name was slightly distant even to the current Duan Lingtian. But he would never be able to forget this name. He still remembered that not long after he entered the 7-Star Sword Sect, he entered the primeval forest behind the 7-Star Sword Sect to test his Quake energy, and he just happened to encounter a small team formed by 7-Star Sword Sect disciples. The small team had a total of 3 people. Hu Li, Shilan, and Xiao Fei. Xiao Fei was a vicious person. He tried to harm him many times in the primeval forest, but he did not succeed. In the end, he was heavily injured and almost killed by him. However, due to Hu Li and Shilan's pleading, Xiao Fei was spared. However, all of that was only the beginning of a disaster. After that, Xiao Fei asked his brother to help him take revenge. He forced Shilan to fall off the cliff and crippled Hu Li's leg. After that, although he killed Xiao Fei and his brother to take revenge for Shilan and Hu Li, it was impossible to save Shilan's life. It was the same for Hu Li's leg. However, now that he had obtained the immortal spirit herb, he could heal Hu Li's leg. He still remembered that after Hu Li left, he had asked someone to tell him that his family was at the Hu clan in Clarity City. Clarity City was a city that was neither big nor small. After asking for directions, Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu arrived at this unfamiliar city. To the 2 of them who had left the Darkhan dynasty and gone to the foreign lands to see the world, Clarity City could only be considered as a small city that could not be any smaller. After arriving at Clarity City, Duan Lingtian asked for the location of the Hu clan and brought Feng Tianwu along. Hu Li, you're talking about young Master Li, right? What a coincidence. A few months ago, after young Master Li found out that the 7-Star Sword Sect had been rebuilt, he returned to the 7-Star Sword Sect and said he wanted to do something for the 7-Star Sword Sect. At the entrance of the Hu clan estate, Duan Lingtian found out about Hu Li's whereabouts from a Hu clan disciple. He did not expect Hu Li to return to the Seven-Star Sword sect. Since the two of you know young Master Li, could it be that you're his friends? The Hu clan disciple asked. Exactly. Duan Lingtian nodded. Since the two of you are young Master Li's friends, you can rest in our Hu clan estate for a few days. Once I report to the Patriarch will definitely send someone to the Seven-Star Sword sect to inform young Master Li. The Hu clan disciple said again. There's no need. We'll go to the Seven-Star Sword sect to look for him ourselves. Duan Lingtian shook his head and left Clarity City with Feng Tianwu to the Seven-Star Sword sect. When he arrived at the Seven-Star Sword sect, everything before his eyes surprised Duan Lingtian. Compared to when he left the last time, the Seven-Star Sword sect had undergone tremendous changes. Everything seemed to have returned to its former prosperity. That kid, Mou, did really well. Duan Lingtian could not help but praise in his heart when he saw the scene before his eyes. This time, Duan Lingtian did not disturb the others when he returned. After bidding farewell to Feng Tianwu, he changed into the inner court disciple's uniform that he wore in the Seven-Star Sword sect before entering the main peak of the Seven-Star Sword sect, Dubhe Peak. Senior brother. Do you know where senior brother power of Hu is? After entering Dubhe Peak, Duan Lingtian asked an inner court disciple around the age of 30. You just entered our Seven-Star Sword sect, right? Chapter 10-11. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded his head when faced with the question of the Seven-Star Sword sect inner court disciple before him. No wonder. Senior brother Hu Li is usually in Fecta Hall, and he's now the substitute peak master of our Seven-Star Sword sect's Fecta Peak. The inner court disciple said. Fecta Peak? Substitute peak master? Duan Lingtian couldn't help but be stunned. This was something that he'd never imagined. To be able to become the substitute peak master of Fecta Peak. Hu Li's current strength is probably at the void initiation stage or above, right? Duan Lingtian was secretly shocked in his heart and felt that it was slightly unbelievable. He knew of Hu Li's natural talent. Although it wasn't bad, it was still quite difficult for him to break through to the void initiation stage in these few years. Perhaps, Hu Li has experienced some fortuitous encounters in these few years. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Filled with curiosity, Duan Lingtian arrived near Fecta Hall, and he could vaguely see many Seven-Star Sword sect inner court disciples standing there and looking towards Fecta Hall from afar. Whoosh! 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 When Duan Lingtian approached Fecta Peak, he could vaguely hear a wave of ear-piercing howls of the wind, and it was a swift figure that was constantly changing its figure. Senior brother Hu Li is really formidable. Nonsense. If he wasn't formidable, how could he be the substitute peak master of our Seven-Star Sword sect's Fecta Peak? I heard that senior brother Hu Li's leg was crippled by someone in our Seven-Star Sword sect. There's such a thing? Yep. That year, senior brother Hu Li's leg was crippled by someone in our Seven-Star Sword sect, and it was senior brother Duan Lingtian who personally took revenge for him. I found out about this from some senior brothers and senior sisters. What? Senior brother Duan Lingtian? The figure in the rumors of our Seven-Star Sword sect. He's not even 30 years old, but is already the #1 expert in our Seven-Star Sword sect. The group of Seven-Star Sword sect inner court disciples that stood near Fecta Hall discussed animatedly. Initially, the topic of their discussion was power of Hu, but in the end, it shifted to Duan Lingtian. Their words were filled with admiration for Duan Lingtian. If they knew that the person they were talking about was not far away from them, who knew what they would think? Duan Lingtian naturally paid no attention to the discussion of these Seven-Star Sword sect inner court disciples. His gaze landed on the swift figure outside Fecta Hall. This figure gave him a familiar feeling, as if he had met him before. It was a young man in his early 30s with a determined face. Although many years had passed, Duan Lingtian could still see a familiar outline in his face. With just a glance, he recognized the young man. Power of Hu. Although one of Power of Hu's legs was crippled, his speed was not slower than a healthy person when he used his other leg to move. In fact, it was even faster than a healthy person. Suddenly, in Duan Lingtian's field of vision, power of Hu accelerated abruptly, as if he had transformed into a bolt of lightning. Whoosh! Power of Hu's entire body tilted as his remaining leg fell down. Just as he was about to fall to the ground, he moved. Bang! Bang! Power of Hu's arms that contained skyrocketing origin energy and strands of green energy slammed onto the ground violently, causing two ear-piercing loud bangs. In the next moment, power of Hu borrowed the force of the impact and shot out like an arrow that was shot out from a bow toward the mountain wall at the side. Bang! A loud bang reverberated in the air. It was power of Hu's remaining leg that was shot out like a cannonball. The origin energy that was entwined with purple energy slammed onto the mountain wall violently. For a time, densely packed cracks appeared with the place where his leg landed as the center. The cracks spread in all directions like a giant spider web. In the sky, the surging heaven and earth energy finally converged into the heaven and earth phenomenon. 10 lifelike ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared and wriggled down. 4th level void initiation stage? 4th level elementary wind concept? Duan Lingtian was greatly surprised when he saw this scene. Although he had guessed that power of Hu's cultivation might have broken through to the void initiation stage on the way here, he was still surprised. When he really witnessed power of Hu's cultivation, he still could not help but be surprised. Whoosh! Soon after, power of Hu returned to Fekta Hall. Although his slightly robust body was only supported by a single leg, it seemed as steady as Mount Tai. Duan Lingtian raised his brows and walked towards power of Hu with large strides. For a time, the surrounding 7-star sword sect inner court disciples were dumbstruck as they stared blankly at Duan Lingtian's figure that was disappearing into the distance. What's this fellow trying to do? Could it be that this fellow doesn't know that senior brother power of Hu hates it when people disturb him when he's cultivating? Many 7-star sword sect inner court disciples looked at each other. They thought that Duan Lingtian was just a hothead who wanted to seek advice from power of Hu. A mocking expression appeared on their faces at the same time. It was as if they could already see the scene of him being reprimanded by power of Hu. However, the mocking expression on their faces quickly vanished and was replaced by disbelief. They saw it clearly. When power of Hu in the distance saw this inner court disciple, he actually had an excited expression. Soon after, power of Hu nodded without any reason. After glancing at the direction they were at, he walked into Fekta Hall with the inner court disciple and disappeared before their eyes. Who's that person? I wonder. There's such a person among our 7-star sword sect's inner court disciples? Senior brother power of Hu seemed to be very excited when he saw him. Could it be that he's some relative of senior brother power of Hu? It's possible. The group of 7-star sword sect inner court disciples could not help but guess. 2 figures had just entered Fekta Hall. Haha! Duan Lingtian, long time no see. Power of Hu immediately gave Duan Lingtian a bear hug. His face was filled with excitement. Duan Lingtian returned the bear hug with a bright smile on his face. Yes. We haven't seen each other for many years. Although we haven't seen each other for many years, your name has already spread throughout the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. No, it should be said that it has spread throughout the entire Darkhan dynasty. Power of Hu said with a smile. It was obvious that he knew that Duan Lingtian had won first place in the Darkhan dynasty's martial competition and became the strongest person among the younger generation of the Darkhan dynasty. You're quite well informed. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. I originally thought that I'd be able to catch up to you after cultivating wholeheartedly at home all these years. In the end, I realized that I can't compare to you at all. Everything you do can be said to be earth-shattering. Power of Hu sighed. In the past, he'd always taken Duan Lingtian as his goal, and he'd cultivated bitterly to obtain his current accomplishments. But who would have thought that when he thought he could catch up to Duan Lingtian? Shocking news had spread to Clarity City, spread to the Hu clan, and spread to his ears. Duan Lingtian had used his own strength to suppress the higher-ups of the Azure Forest Trisect and take revenge for the 7-star sword sect. After that, he'd even assisted the new sect leader of the 7-star sword sect, MOU, to rebuild the Seven-Star Sword Sect. All those years ago, when I found out about the news of the Seven-Star Sword Sect being annihilated, I'd inquired about you many times, but I didn't find anything. But I never imagined that you'd give me such a great surprise without anyone noticing. Power of Who side with emotion. After I found out that you'd annihilated the Azure Forest Trisect and rebuilt the Seven-Star Sword Sect, I returned to the sect with the hope that I could do something for the sect within my ability, but unfortunately you'd already left when I returned. As he finished speaking, Power of Who laughed heartily. But it's not too late for you to return now. Today, I'll have to get drunk with you. There's no hurry. Duan Lingtian shook his head, and then he said, I returned to the Seven-Star Sword Sect mainly to look for you. As Duan Lingtian spoke, he looked at Power of Who's severed leg. To look for me? Power of Who was stunned. How did you know I was here? Could it be that you went to Clarity City? Exactly. Duan Lingtian nodded. I went to your Hu clan and found out that you'd returned to the Seven-Star Sword Sect, so I directly rushed over. This time, I only came to look for you, and I didn't intend to alarm anyone else. No wonder you didn't allow me to call out your name in public earlier. Power of Who came to a sudden understanding. Power of Who, take this. With a raise of his hand, a medicinal herb that flickered with a green light appeared in Duan Lingtian's hand, and he casually plucked a piece and passed it to Power of Who. It was Power of Who's first time seeing a green herb that glowed. He could not help but stare at it in shock. Although he did not recognize what it was, his intuition told him that it was not an ordinary herb. This is a medicinal herb that can regrow your severed leg. Duan Lingtian smiled. Duan Lingtian spoke casually, but when his words entered Power of Who's ears, it was like a clap of thunder. He would not rest until he was shocked to death. This blade of grass can help me regrow my legs? Power of Who's face was filled with shock. Although he did not doubt Duan Lingtian's words, he still felt that it was a little unbelievable. Give it a try. First, remove the scar on your leg and consume this immortal spirit herb. Then you'll know that I'm not lying. Duan Lingtian, naturally, saw the disbelief on Power of Who's face, so he continued to speak. Power of Who took a deep breath and suppressed his inexplicable excitement. With a raise of his hand, the origin energy that was intertwined with green energy transformed into a saber and directly cut off the scar on his severed leg. Humph! At the same time that fresh blood spurted out, Power of Who was sweating profusely on his forehead, groaned in pain. Then he stuffed the herb that flickered with a green light into his mouth, chewed a few times and swallowed it. A moment later, wisps of green light appeared on Power of Who's body for no reason. The green light twined around his body as if it had a life of its own. Immediately after, the green light on his body began to converge on his severed leg, completely condensing at the wound on his severed leg. How does it feel? Seeing this, Duan Lingtian asked. It's a little itchy. As the green light converged at the wound on his severed leg, Power of Who felt the pain gradually disappear. However, he felt waves of numbness and itchiness coming from the wound on his leg. Chapter 10-12. Although Duan Lingtian knew about the heaven-defying effects of the immortal spirit herb, he only knew about it from the memories of the reincarnation Emperor Wu. Even the reincarnation Emperor Wu had never seen the real immortal spirit herb, let alone its heaven-defying effects. His knowledge was limited to the legends. Chi, chi, chi. Suddenly, a crisp sound entered Duan Lingtian's ears and attracted Duan Lingtian's attention. At the same time, Duan Lingtian was shocked to discover that at the spot where the green light gathered on Power of Who's broken leg, bones, flesh, and skin were rapidly growing. Under the green light, the bones, flesh, and skin that appeared out of thin air were no different from Power of Who's original body. This Power of Who was stunned, completely stunned. Heavens! His leg was actually growing. His legs were not saplings or saplings. They were the flesh, bones, and skin of a living person, and they were growing rapidly before his eyes. First, his thigh grew out, then his knee. Behind his knee was his calf. After his calf had completely grown out, the green light dimmed slightly, and the speed of his foot's growth slowed down. Power of Who could not help but hold his breath when he saw this. He was really worried that the green light would disappear. At this moment, he could vaguely sense that the green light that gathered on his broken leg was the immortal spirit herb's effect. Once it disappeared, his broken leg would stop growing. This is amazing. In less than half an hour, Duan Lingtian witnessed a miracle with his own eyes. A miracle of regrowing a broken leg. Duan Lingtian's breathing quickened when he saw Power of Who's foot growing out. According to the memories of the reincarnation Emperor Wu, even the royal grade resurrection pill that he refined when he was still in his prime has limitations, even though it's said to be able to revive the dead and regrow flesh and bones. First of all, the royal grade resurrection pill is for those who are pretending to be dead. It's impossible for the royal grade resurrection pill to revive a person who has no vitality at all. Secondly, the regrow flesh and bones is for those who are missing a piece of flesh or skin due to an injury. If it's a broken leg like Power of Who's, it's difficult to regrow it. Although the royal grade resurrection pill was the best healing pill on Cloud Continent in the memories of the reincarnation Emperor Wu, it did not have the effect of regrowing a broken bone. However, the immortal spirit pill could regrow a broken bone. At this moment, Duan Lingtian witnessed all of this with his own eyes. Reincarnation Emperor Wu had many regrets after experiencing 2 reincarnations. Not being able to see the legendary immortal spirit herb was one of his regrets. Not being able to experience the effects of the legendary immortal spirit grass is one of his biggest regrets. Duan Lingtian's heart jolted. Since he had merged with the memories of the reincarnation Emperor Wu, he knew the reincarnation Emperor Wu's regrets like the back of his hand. Chi, chi, chi. Wherever the green light passed, the broken bone would regrow, flesh and skin. Soon after, Power of Who's foot had completely regrown. At the same time, the crisp sound stopped abruptly, and the green light disappeared as well. Power of Who's new leg was perfectly symmetrical with his other leg. There was no disharmony at all. Naturally, the only flaw was that Power of Who's new leg was too fair. Instead of saying it was fair, it was more appropriate to say it was delicate. The skin on the outside was as fair and smooth as a baby's skin. Haha, Power of Who, the skin on your leg is even fairer than those little girls' legs. Duan Lingtian laughed and teased. Power of Who's face turned red when he heard this, but his eyes were filled with excitement. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Power of Who stomped on the ground and flew across the Tianji Palace at lightning speed. Sometimes he would turn left, sometimes he would turn right. His speed was as fast as lightning. After experimenting for a while, Power of Who discovered something. Compared to the leg that he usually trained, his new leg was even better in terms of strength and explosive power. Ha 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 ha. I Power of Who am no longer a cripple. I Power of Who am no longer a cripple. Power of Who laughed heartily after he came to a sudden stop. As he laughed, his eyes were filled with tears of joy. All these years, he had been living with determination. In order to surpass Duan Lingtian, he had set an extremely harsh goal for himself. On the surface, he didn't seem to care much about the fact that he had lost a leg. However, how could he not care about it in his heart? If he could, who would be willing to be a crippled person who had lost a leg? Power of Who's frustration over the years had accumulated to its limit. Now that he had vented it out, it could not be contained. Took him a long time to calm down. Seeing Power of Who's new leg, a smile appeared on Duan Lingtian's face. He was happy for Power of Who. Finally, after laughing for a while, Power of Who suppressed the excitement in his heart. Duan Lingtian, thank you. At the same time, he looked at Duan Lingtian and thanked him earnestly. His tone was filled with sincerity. If it were not for Duan Lingtian, he would have been a cripple for the rest of his life. However, Duan Lingtian had turned him back into a normal person. This made him feel emotional from the bottom of his heart. From today onward, he would no longer have to face the strange gazes of others. He, Power of Who, had stood up with dignity. There's no need for thanks between us. Duan Lingtian shook his head. Then, he seemed to have recalled something and could not help but sigh. It's a pity for Shirlan. Although the immortal spirit herb in my hand is magical, it can't save Shirlan's life. That year, it's my fault for cooperating with Shirlan to plead mercy for Xiao Fei. Otherwise, Shirlan wouldn't have died. When he heard Duan Lingtian's words, a beautiful figure appeared in power of whose mind. Unknowingly, tears welled up in his eyes. He was slightly moved. If he had supported Duan Lingtian to kill Xiao Fei back then, the things that happened later might not have happened. Shirlan would not have died, and his leg would not have been crippled. All these years, every time he looked at his broken leg, he only had one thought. He had only himself to blame for this. It's all in the past. You don't have to blame yourself. Moreover, who would have thought that Xiao Fei would be so ungrateful and harm both of you who saved his life? Duan Lingtian comforted him. Power of Who nodded. After a while, his emotions gradually stabilized. Duan Lingtian, you're really not going to see the sect leader? The sect leader has always talked about you. After Power of Who's emotions calmed down, he couldn't help but ask Duan Lingtian. The sect leader he spoke of was the current sect leader of the Seven-Star Sword sect, MOU. The outer court disciple who acted as a coachman and had a low status in the Seven-Star Sword sect had unknowingly risen to become the new sect leader of the Seven-Star Sword sect. There's no need. I'll come back if I have time in the future. Duan Lingtian shook his head and left Fekta Hall after bidding farewell to Power of Who. He came in a hurry and left in a hurry. Power of Who followed Duan Lingtian out of Fekta Hall, couldn't help but be shocked when he saw Duan Lingtian's figure vanish into thin air before his eyes. Exactly how strong is Duan Lingtian's current strength? Power of Who gasped, and his eyes were filled with astonishment. Being able to meet a monstrous martial artist like Duan Lingtian in this lifetime of mine, it can be said that my life wasn't in vain? Unknowingly, the astonishment and power of Whose eyes faded away and was replaced by a flickering bright light. A faint smile faintly appeared on his face. After leaving Fekta Hall, Duan Lingtian wasn't in a hurry to go look for Feng Tianwu. Since I'm already here, I'll go look for Peak Master Qinxiang and ask her which power Kerr and Little Fei are in the foreign lands. Two beautiful figures appeared in Duan Lingtian's mind. They were his two fiancées, Kerr and Li Fei. That year, Kerr and Li Fei followed Qinxiang and headed to the power in the foreign lands that Qinxiang's sister was in to celebrate her birthday. Since then, Kerr and Li Fei had stayed in the power in the foreign lands and hadn't returned until now. It was naturally impossible for him to not miss those two little girls. Peak Master Qinxiang. Duan Lingtian didn't hesitate in the slightest to directly head to Alcade Hall and look for Qinxiang. Qinxiang just happened to be drinking tea before the pavilion in Alcade Hall, and she couldn't help but be shocked when she saw the unexpected guest before her. Yet she heaved a sigh of relief when she saw the appearance of the person that had arrived clearly. But her eyes were filled with slight astonishment. Looks like your strength has improved greatly during this trip to the foreign lands to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. Qinxiang looked seriously at Duan Lingtian as she sighed with emotion. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded, and then he went straight to the point. Peak Master Qinxiang, I know what you want to ask. Qinxiang said frankly, you want to ask me which power in the foreign lands Kerr and Li Fei are in, right? Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. I'm not afraid you'll laugh at me if I tell you, even though I've been to the power in the foreign lands that my sister is in, I don't know exactly what power it is. Qinxiang laughed bitterly. Needless to say, Duan Lingtian had never imagined that Qinxiang would answer him like this. He felt even more disbelief. Didn't Qinxiang go to that power in the foreign lands? How could she possibly not know exactly what power that power in the foreign lands was? I indeed don't know exactly what power that power is. The only thing I know is that power stands on a snow peak, and the snow peak is basically filled with white-clothed female disciples. Said Qinxiang. A female sect? Duan Lingtian's brows raised as he asked curiously. Not all of them. Apart from the snow-capped peak, there's also a towering volcano in that faction. When I went to celebrate my sister's birthday that day, people came from that volcano as well, and it was a group of male martial artists in fiery red robes. The volcano and Snow Peak seem to belong to the same power, said Qin Xiang. Snow Peak? Volcano? Duan Lingtian couldn't help but frown when he heard this, and at the same time, he searched through the memories of Emperor Wu. Yet he came up empty-handed in the end. Chapter 1013. The second lifetime of reincarnation Emperor Wu was already 10,000 years ago. According to the memories of reincarnation Emperor Wu, there seem to only be two great ancient clans on Cloud Continent that can be passed down for 10,000 years. At the same time that Duan Lingtian searched through the memories of reincarnation Emperor Wu's 2 lifetimes, he couldn't help but think in his heart. In the memories of reincarnation Emperor Wu, the gap between his first lifetime and second lifetime was similarly 10,000 years. The world had changed in 10,000 years. During his second lifetime, only the 2 great ancient clans remained from his first lifetime, which was 10,000 years ago, among the numerous forces on Cloud Continent that were passed down from his first lifetime. The other forces that he knew of during his first lifetime had practically been reduced to the dust of history during his second lifetime and ceased to exist. Even if they still existed, they had already completely declined and were struggling at death's door. So, the force that Kerr and Little Fei are in should be a force that appeared after reincarnation Emperor Wu reincarnated through the 3 lives rebirth technique in his second lifetime. This was something that Duan Lingtian could be 100% sure of now. Although Qin Xiang didn't know the exact name of the foreign lands force that Kerr and Li Fei were in, Duan Lingtian still obtained important clues from her. Snow peaks and volcanoes. There shouldn't be many forces in the foreign lands that coexisted with these 2 forces. In the future, when I go to the foreign lands again, I can use this clue to inquire about it properly. As long as that force isn't a mediocre force, I should be able to inquire about it. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. When he thought about how he would have the opportunity to see his fiancée Kerr and Little Fei again soon, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but reveal a brilliant smile on his face. After bidding farewell to Qin Xiang, Duan Lingtian left Arcade Hall hastily and went to meet up with Feng Tianwu. After meeting up with Feng Tianwu, he still had to find Xiong Quan and help him repair his dantian. Just as Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu were meeting up, a few uninvited guests had arrived at the 5-element sect's residence in the eastern region of the northern desert far away in the foreign lands. 5-element sect, hand over Duan Lingtian. A loud and clear voice, like a clap of thunder, shook the clouds in the sky and clearly transmitted into the 5 peaks of the 5-element sect's encampment. For a time, the upper echelons and disciples in the 5 peaks of the 5-element sect felt as though they were facing a great enemy. Who are you? He wants our 5-element sect to hand over senior brother Ling Tian. The person who came should be from the second-rate force, Izumo sect. Senior martial brother Duan Lingtian has killed 2 of the most outstanding youths in Izumo sect. Sure enough, Izumo sect can't hold back anymore and is coming to our 5-element sect for trouble. Soon, many of the 5-element sect's upper echelons and disciples guessed the identity of the person who had arrived. As it turned out, they were right. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Soon after, silhouettes shot up into the sky from the 5 peaks of the 5-element sect. They were the upper echelons of the 5-element sect led by 3 people. In just a blink of an eye, they arrived at the sky and confronted the person who had just arrived. There were a total of 4 people who had arrived. The person in the lead was a sturdy old man with an awe-inspiring aura. He merely stood there quietly. The profound aura that seemed to be able to merge with heaven and earth caused the 5-element sect's upper echelons to turn solemn. All they could feel was an invisible pressure that extended from the old man's body and shrouded their bodies. It was so oppressive that they could barely breathe. A martial monarch powerhouse? At this moment, the 5-element sect's upper echelons looked at the sturdy old man. They could not help but feel a jolt in their hearts. In their opinion, unless it was a powerhouse at the martial monarch stage or above, even a powerhouse at the peak of the void who had comprehended 3 or 4 9th-level void transformation concepts would not be able to give them such a feeling. Tong Shan. They immediately guessed the identity of the sturdy old man. He was the only martial monarch powerhouse in Izumo sect, Tong Shan. As the upper echelons of the 5-element sect, a third-rate force in the northern desert, They had a certain understanding of the three great second-rate forces in the northern desert, including Izumo sect and the martial monarch powerhouse in Izumo sect. Among the five-element sect's upper echelons, the three people in the lead were Cha Bai, the peak master of Fire Peak, Yufeng, the peak master of Water Peak, and Tiangu, the peak master of Earth Peak. "Are you Senior Tong Shan from Izumo sect?" Tiangu looked at the sturdy old man and bowed politely as he asked. "You're pretty good to be able to recognize my identity. However, you're not the sect leader of Five-Element sect, right?" Tong Shan asked as he glanced at Tiangu nonchalantly. "I'm Tiangu, the peak master of Earth Peak in Five-Element sect." Tiangu smiled in response. "Humph! In your Five-Element sect, other than your sect leader, nobody else is qualified to talk to me. Ask your sect leader to come out and hand over Duan Lingtian. Otherwise, I'll kill everyone in your Five-Element sect today." Tong Shan snorted coldly. When he reached the end of his sentence, his tone was filled with coldness. He was not courteous at all. "Since all of you know who I am, it's only natural that you know how powerful I am. You should know that I have the ability to do so. Senior, you do indeed have the ability to do so." Faced with Tong Shan's threat, Tiangu nodded his head seriously. However, there was no trace of fear on his face at all. It seemed as though he was not afraid at all. "Since you know how powerful I am, why don't you go and ask your sect leader to come out?" Upon hearing Tiangu's words, Tong Shan thought that he had compromised. Disdain was written all over his face. "Senior Tong Shan, I'm really sorry. No matter if it's our sect leader or our peak master of Wood Peak, both of them are not in the Five-Element sect recently." Tiangu spoke at a speed that was neither fast nor slow. His words were filled with certainty. "Then hand over Duan Lingtian." Killing intent shot out of Tong Shan's eyes. When he mentioned Duan Lingtian, the aura of a martial monarch powerhouse from his body swept out again, causing the Five-Element sect's senior officials to have a change of expression. "I'll give all of you 30 breaths of time. After 30 breaths of time, if all of you don't hand over Duan Lingtian, the Five-Element sect will cease to exist." Tong Shan's voice was calm, but it was filled with a thick killing intent. At the same time, his eyes were filled with viciousness and ruthlessness. It was as though he was about to devour someone. "Senior Tong Shan, I'm afraid you still don't know, right? Back when we were still in Emperor Wu's secret treasure, Duan Lingtian had already announced that he was leaving our Five-Element sect. He's no longer a disciple of our Five-Element sect. Under such circumstances, you still want to target our Five-Element sect? Don't tell me that your Izumo sect is not afraid of becoming the laughingstock of the northern desert?" Tiangu said nonchalantly. When he reached the end of his sentence, a hint of ridicule and mockery could be heard in his tone. "You don't have to worry about that. I'll say it again. Either you hand over Duan Lingtian or the Five-Element sect will be annihilated." Tong Shan's voice turned colder when he reached the end of his sentence. "Senior Tong Shan, I've already said that Duan Lingtian has already left our Five-Element sect. He's no longer a disciple of our Five-Element sect. Even we don't know where he went." Tiangu said again. "Do you think I'll believe you?" Tong Shan sneered. "It doesn't matter if you believe it or not, Senior Tong Shan. That's the truth. Also, the reason our sect leader and Wood Peak's peak master aren't in the sect is because they're busy cultivating and making a breakthrough. However, before they left, they've already said that if anyone from Izumo sect dares to touch even a strand of hair from our Five-Element sect while they're away, they'll definitely pay a visit to Izumo sect after they've made a breakthrough to the martial monarch stage." Tiangu grinned and said unhurriedly, "The threat. A blatant threat." Currently, Tiangu was threatening Tong Shan. It caused Tong Shan's face to turn completely grave. Martial monarch stage. One had to admit that Tiangu's words had a certain deterrent effect. It was not just the people Tong Shan brought with him. Even Tong Shan himself could not help but have a change of expression when he heard Tiangu's threat. Martial monarch stage? Do you think it's so easy to make a breakthrough to the martial monarch stage? Tong Shan could not help but sneer when he heard Tiangu's words. Among the people present on the scene, only he had the right to speak about this. This was because he himself was a powerhouse who had made a breakthrough to the martial monarch stage. Our sect leader has already comprehended the 9th level advanced wind concept and 9th level advanced thunder concept. With the help of the wind profundity fragment and thunder profundity fragment, it's not difficult for him to make a breakthrough to the martial monarch stage. Tiangu did not care about Tong Shan's sneer. As for our peak master of Wood Peak, he has comprehended the 9th level advanced water concept and 9th level advanced water concept. Since he has comprehended 2 9th level void transformation concepts that are completely opposite to each other, it's only a matter of time before he makes a breakthrough to the martial monarch stage. It had to be said that Tiangu's words finally caused Tong Shan's expression to change. Even the 3 people behind Tong Shan had a change of expression on their faces as well. The 5-element sect had obtained 2 profundity fragments. Moreover, it seemed like the sect leader of the 5-element sect had taken them away to cultivate. It was obvious that he was hiding somewhere to comprehend the profundity so that he could make a breakthrough to the martial monarch stage in one fell swoop. Moreover, the peak master of Wood Peak of the 5-element sect had actually comprehended the 9th level void transformation concept of water and fire. It was not difficult for a powerhouse at the peak of the void to make a breakthrough to the martial monarch stage. It was only a matter of time. In other words, in the near future, the 5-element sect would have 2 more martial monarch powerhouses. At that time, even if the 2 of them were no match for Tong Shan, it would be as easy as cutting grass for them to kill the other people from Izumo sect. Tong Shan's face turned green and pale. Only other martial monarch powerhouses could make a martial monarch powerhouse like him react in such a manner. "Let's go!" Tong Shan called out to the 3 people behind him and turned around to leave. It had to be said that Tong Shan did not dare to do anything to the 5-element sect after he found out about their trump card. Unless he could find the sect leader of 5-element sect and the peak master of Wood Peak and kill them before they made a breakthrough to the martial monarch stage, he would be able to prevent future troubles. Otherwise, he did not dare to take the risk. "Senior Tong Shan, I know where Duan Lingtian is." Chapter 10:14. Tong Shan raised his eyebrows and turned his head around. His gaze swept across the 5-element sect's upper echelons one by one as though he was trying to find out who had warned him via voice transmission earlier. When they saw Tong Shan's sharp gaze sweeping towards them, the faces of the 5-element sect's upper echelons, including Tiangu and Yufeng, turned solemn. Only Cha Bai, the peak master of Fire Peak, remained calm. His eyes were filled with coldness. "Senior Tong Shan, after Duan Lingtian left the Emperor Wu's secret treasure, he didn't return to our 5-element sect. He must have returned to his hometown, the Darkhan dynasty." The one who sent the voice transmission to Tong Shan was none other than Cha Bai. At this moment, Cha Bai continued to speak to Tong Shan through voice transmission. "As for the location of the Darkhan dynasty, Senior, you can go to the Blade sect in the southern of the northern desert and ask around. I think Blade sect will give you a satisfactory answer." Cha Bai finished his sentence in one breath. Tong Shan gave Cha Bai a deep look that was hard to notice. "You're not bad at all. If the Duan Lingtian is killed in the future, I, Tong Shan, will owe you a favor." Upon hearing this, Cha Bai's eyes lit up immediately. Had a martial emperor promised him a favor? For a time, his heart was filled with excitement and joy, and the resentment he had towards Duan Lingtian from the death of his personal disciple seemed to have been completely thrown to the back of his mind at this moment. If he wasn't worried that the other higher-ups of the 5-element sect would notice the clues, he would have long since been unable to restrain himself from cheering excitedly. "Thank you, Senior." Cha Bai secretly took a deep breath. He tried his best to maintain a calm expression on his face as he sent a voice transmission to Tong Shan to express his gratitude. Tong Shan glanced at the 5-element sect's upper echelons coldly again before he left with the other 3 and disappeared before the 5-element sect's upper echelons. Whoosh! 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 When the 5-element sect's higher-ups saw that Tong Shan had left with his men, their tensed minds relaxed, and they couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. As expected of a martial emperor, just the aura that you're exuding is so oppressive that I can't breathe. Tiangu sighed. "That's right, Martial emperors are too powerful. I wonder if I'll have the chance to break through to the martial monarch stage in my lifetime. Yufeng muttered to herself with a face full of anticipation. I wonder if I'll be able to break through to the martial monarch stage in my lifetime. When the sect leader and peak master Qi Yu return, our 5-element sect will have 2 martial monarch powerhouses. At that time, our 5-element sect will become the 4th second-rate force in the northern desert. Nobody knew who said this, but it immediately lit up the eyes of all the senior officials of the 5-element sect other than Cha Bai. Their eyes were filled with anticipation. Duan Lingtian, this time you will die without a doubt. Cha Bai's eyes shone with a cold gleam. A sinister smile appeared on his face. It was as though he could already see Duan Lingtian being killed by Tongshan, the martial monarch powerhouse from Izumo sect. Duan Lingtian naturally did not know what had happened in the 5-element sect. He also did not know that under Cha Bai's guidance, Tongshan had already made his way to the Blade sect in the southern of the northern desert to inquire about the whereabouts of the Darkhan dynasty. At this moment, Duan Lingtian had just left the 7-star sword sect and met up with a fiery red silhouette that was hidden in the sky above the 7-star sword sect. Elder brother Duan, have you found him? The owner of the fiery red silhouette was a red-clad lady with a graceful figure and a face that could topple a nation. Every frown and smile of hers seemed to be able to turn the world upside down. Yes, Duan Lingtian nodded his head. At this moment, he was still thinking about the foreign lands force that his 2 fiancées were in. Snow Peak. Volcano. This was the only clue that he had at the moment. Tianwu, let's go. Let's go look for Xiongquan. After regaining his senses, Duan Lingtian called out to the lady and took the lead to fly out. Feng Tianwu's figure that was like a fire elf followed closely behind like a shadow. Duan Lingtian's figure flashed like lightning. However, before he could speed up, he could not help but frown. He looked at the sky behind the clouds in the distance as though he had noticed something. There's someone over there. Soon after, Feng Tianwu also heard the sound of wind whistling that was rapidly flying towards them. Someone was flying in the sky, and his target was the 7-star sword sect that was behind them. Whoosh! Soon after, the clouds in front of them dispersed, and a figure that was as fast as lightning appeared before Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu's eyes. The figure that was as fast as lightning suddenly came to a halt when he was not far away from Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu. Ah! When the person's gaze landed on Duan Lingtian, his scarlet eyes flashed. Subsequently, he stretched out his hands and hugged his head as he screamed in pain. How's this possible? When the figure before them stopped, Duan Lingtian stopped as well. His face was covered in disbelief as he looked at the figure that was completely enveloped in strands of black mist. No matter what, he never imagined that he would be able to see this person here. Elder brother Duan, you know him? At this moment, Feng Tianwu, who followed Duan Lingtian to stop, just happened to see the astonishment and disbelief on Duan Lingtian's face, and she could not help but ask curiously. However, Duan Lingtian did not answer her. His gaze stared straight at the figure that was enveloped in black mist. It was an old man with scarlet eyes. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's breathing could not help but become hurried. The scene before his eyes gave him too great of a shock. Shouldn't he be fending for himself in that inscription formation? Wasn't his dantian destroyed by me? And his 4 limbs, they should have been crippled by me as well. Correct. Numerous questions arose in Duan Lingtian's heart. The person that appeared before him was none other than Zhao Ming. Zhao Ming was one of the 2 guardian elders of the 7-star sword sect in the past, and he was called Elder Ming. All those years ago, when the 7-star sword sect was annihilated, he betrayed the 7-star sword sect and joined the Azure Forest Trisect to become a guardian elder of the Azure Forest Trisect. Later on, he wanted to kill Duan Lingtian even more, yet he was instead tricked by Duan Lingtian into entering an inscription formation in the Darkstone Empire and was trapped within it. After the dynasty martial competition ended, Duan Lingtian's strength increased greatly and far surpassed Zhao Ming. After he entered the inscription formation once more and killed the other elder of the Azure Forest Trisect, He crippled Zhao Ming's dantian and crippled Zhao Ming's 4 limbs. At that time, when he left the inscription formation, he thought that Zhao Ming would spend the rest of his life in terror that was worse than death. But never had he imagined that he would encounter Zhao Ming here today. Moreover, the current Zhao Ming seemed to be completely different from before. Zhao Ming gave him an extremely dangerous feeling. Isn't this Zhao Ming supposed to be a cripple? How could he possibly appear here? Moreover, he seems to possess a formidable strength. Duan Lingtian's expression was slightly unsightly, and his spiritual force stretched out with the intention of detecting Zhao Ming's cultivation. However, he quickly noticed. When his spiritual force approached the black mist that suffused the surface of Zhao Ming's body, it seemed as if it had entered into a ball of cotton and completely vanished, and he was utterly unable to detect Zhao Ming's cultivation. With my current spiritual force, I'm even able to detect the cultivation of a 9th-level void transformation stage martial artist. However, I can't detect Zhao Ming's cultivation with my spiritual power. Duan Lingtian's expression became even more unsightly. At the same time, a bad premonition arose in his heart. Could it be that he isn't Zhao Ming? Instead, it's a person that looks exactly like Zhao Ming? In next to no time, a fluke thought suddenly arose in Duan Lingtian's heart. But this thought had only just arisen when it was mercilessly crushed by the old man that stood nearby. Duan Lingtian. I remember now. You're Duan Lingtian. You're Duan Lingtian. The scarlet-red eyes of the old man in the distance that were originally dim instantly had a bit of brilliance, and it seemed as if it was filled with life. After that, he stared at Duan Lingtian and gnashed his teeth as he roared. It's really Zhao Ming. Duan Lingtian's heart jerked when he saw the savage and hatred revealed on the old man's face, and his expression completely sank. Ha 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 ha. Duan Lingtian, I've finally found you. Today, not only will I kill you, I'll even annihilate the 7-star sword sect that you rebuilt. Presently, Zhao Ming had recovered his senses from his initial daze, and he looked at Duan Lingtian as he laughed wildly, and his laughter was filled with ruthlessness and hatred. Zhao Ming, I never expected that you're still alive. Duan Lingtian's eyes flickered with cold lights as he spoke in a low voice. You naturally want me to die, but unfortunately, you weren't able to kill me. You didn't kill me that day, but I'll kill you today. Remember this properly on the road to hell. If you don't pull out the roots, it'll grow again when the spring breeze blows. As Zhao Ming finished speaking, he actually started to educate Duan Lingtian. I was able to cripple you that day, and I can kill you today as well. Duan Lingtian spoke coldly. He was extremely confident towards his current strength. Although he was unable to see through how strong Zhao Ming's current cultivation was, as far as he was concerned, it ought to be impossible for Zhao Ming to defeat him. After all, when Zhao Ming's dantian and limbs were crippled by him, Zhao Ming was only a void initiation stage martial artist. Now, only a little over a year had passed since he crippled Zhao Ming that day, as far as he was concerned. In merely a little over a year, even if Zhao Ming had a fortuitous encounter, it was still impossible for Zhao Ming to defeat him. Is that so? Zhao Ming laughed when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. His laughter was filled with arrogance. Duan Lingtian, I won't be in a hurry to kill you today. I'll let you have a good taste of despair just like what you did to me last time. Amidst his laughter, the black fog around Zhao Ming's body fluctuated, emitting waves of terrifying aura. Boom, 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 boom. Subsequently, when the black fog around Zhao Ming's body fluctuated, the airflow in the air was compressed, setting off waves of thunderous air explosions that shook the hearts of people. What a powerful strength! Duan Lingtian's expression changed. Feng Tianwu's beautiful face, who stood by his side, also changed slightly. Whoosh! At the same time, the heaven and earth energy above Zhao Ming's head stirred and finally gathered into the heaven and earth phenomenon. Silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared before Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu's eyes one after another, and the number continued to increase. 100, 200, 300, 1,000. It was still increasing. The strength of 3,000 ancient horned dragons. Chapter 10:15. Duan Lingtian could not help but be horrified when he saw the scene before his eyes. Even with the help of the quasi-royal grade spirit sword and his full strength, his strength was only equivalent to the strength of 3,000 ancient horned dragons. However, Zhao Ming had not even used his spirit weapon yet, and he had already displayed such a powerful strength. His strength is still increasing? Soon after, Duan Lingtian's eyes could not help but narrow. Heavens! What did he just see? The heaven and earth phenomenon above Zhao Ming's head, the number of ancient horned dragon silhouettes, was still increasing. It was as though there was no end to it. 4,000 heads, 5,000, 6,000 heads. In the end, Duan Lingtian was so shocked that he was numb. He was dumbstruck as he stared at the over 7,000 ancient horned dragon silhouettes that were no longer increasing. Feng Tianwu, who was standing next to Duan Lingtian, had a completely different expression on her face. A martial monarch powerhouse? In Feng Tianwu's opinion, a person who could mobilize the heaven and earth energy and gather such a heaven and earth phenomenon could only be a powerhouse at the martial monarch stage or above. Even a peak void powerhouse who had comprehended 5 types of 9th-level void transformation concepts would not be able to trigger such an exaggerated heaven and earth phenomenon without using his spirit weapon. Those who could be called a peak void powerhouse were all 9th-level void transformation martial artists who had comprehended more than 2 types of 9th-level void transformation concepts. A 9th-level void transformation martial artist's full strength was equivalent to the strength of 1,200 ancient horned dragons. A 9th-level void transformation concept was equivalent to the strength of 1,000 ancient horned dragons. Therefore, a peak void powerhouse who had comprehended 5 types of 9th-level void transformation concepts would only have the strength of 6,200 ancient horned dragon silhouettes when he unleashed his full strength without using his spirit weapon. Such strength was not even worth mentioning when compared to the old man before him. This Zhao Ming, what did he go through? How could he possess such a powerful strength? After being extremely shocked, Duan Lingtian completely regained his senses. His eyes were filled with shock when he looked at Zhao Ming again. He did not expect Zhao Ming's current strength to be so powerful. After a year, the strength that Zhao Ming possessed was already comparable to a martial monarch powerhouse. It was far from what he could compare to now. The strength of over 7,000 ancient horned dragons. What did that mean? Even if he used the quasi-royal grade spirit sword and unleashed his full strength, his strength would not even be half of Zhao Ming's strength. Zhao Ming could kill him with just a wave of his hand. Duan Lingtian, didn't you say that since you were able to cripple me back then, you can still kill me today? I'd like to see how you're going to kill me. The change in Duan Lingtian's expression had been observed by Zhao Ming from beginning to end. When he saw the ugly expression on Duan Lingtian's face, a sinister and complacent smile appeared on his face. Zhao Ming, it looks like you've had quite a fortuitous encounter. In just a short span of a year or so, you actually possess such formidable strength. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and said to Zhao Ming with a solemn expression, "What? Are you afraid?" Zhao Ming smiled, a sinister smile. This feeling of having everything in his hands made him feel as if the blood in his body was boiling. Scared? You? Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes as a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. You're still so stubborn even when you're at death's door. Today I will return everything that you gave me last time to you in full detail. However, after I cripple your dantian and limbs, I will personally watch you struggle on your deathbed for 3 days and 3 nights before I kill you. Zhao Ming snorted coldly. His face was filled with coldness, and his eyes gleamed with a vicious gleam. If you cut the weeds without removing the roots, they'll grow again when the spring breeze blows. The fact that Duan Lingtian did not take his life back then and allowed him to recover and possess such a powerful strength was undoubtedly a living example of this. Therefore, he would not repeat Duan Lingtian's mistake. However, until now, he still could not recall what he had experienced. In his memory, after Duan Lingtian crippled his dantian and limbs and left, he fainted. When he regained consciousness again, he found himself in a mountain range. Moreover, he possessed a strength that was equivalent to the strength of over 7,000 ancient horned dragons. His new strength was a few hundred times stronger than his previous strength. My current strength is comparable to a martial monarch stage powerhouse. Although Zhao Ming was only a member of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, he still had a certain level of understanding towards martial monarch stage powerhouses. It was precisely because of this that he knew his current strength was comparable to a martial monarch stage powerhouse. After crippling my dantian and limbs, you'll personally watch me struggle for 3 days and 3 nights before killing me? Needless to say, Zhao Ming's extremely vicious words caused coldness to arise from the bottom of Duan Lingtian's heart. At this moment, it was just as Zhao Ming had said. He regretted not removing the roots that day. At that time, because he hated Zhao Ming to the extreme, he joined forces with the members of the Azure Forest Trisect to kill the 7-star sword sect's elder Xian and the former sect leader, Linghu Jinhong, after Zhao Ming betrayed the 7-star sword sect. Therefore, he did not directly kill Zhao Ming. He wanted Zhao Ming to live a life worse than death for the rest of his life so as to eliminate the hatred in his heart. Never had he imagined that after a year, not only had Zhao Ming's crippled dantian and limbs recovered, he even possessed such formidable strength. Could it be that there's still something that I haven't noticed within the inscription formation in the Darkstone Empire? Now, Duan Lingtian only thought that Zhao Ming's fortuitous encounter was within the inscription formation. Otherwise, he couldn't think of what fortuitous encounter Zhao Ming could have. With Zhao Ming's state at that time, it was impossible for his fortuitous encounter to be outside the inscription formation, unless someone entered the inscription formation to save him and gave him such a fortuitous encounter. But if one wanted to help him repair his dantian, one would either need an immortal spirit herb or a healing medicinal pill at the level of the quasi-royal grade resurrection pill. Duan Lingtian felt that all of this was unrealistic. 10,000 years ago, even though the Samsara Emperor Wu leaked out some quasi-royal grade resurrection pills and royal grade resurrection pills, but they all flowed into the hands of a few formidable powers on Cloud Continent. After 10,000 years, I'm afraid they've been used up long ago. Even if they haven't been used up, it's impossible for them to appear in the Darkhan dynasty, let alone the Darkstone Empire. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Moreover, even if someone really saved Zhao Ming, it's impossible for that person to bestow him with such terrifying strength. In just over a year's time, Zhao Ming transformed from a void initiation stage martial artist whose strength was only comparable to a dozen ancient horn dragons to a powerhouse who possessed the strength of over 7,000 ancient horn dragons and was comparable to a martial monarch. Even Emperor Wu might not have such a method. One had to admit that Zhao Ming's improvement had shocked Duan Lingtian. No matter how he searched through the Samsara Emperor Wu's memories, he couldn't find any method that could allow a person to possess such powerful strength in such a short period of time. Moreover, Zhao Ming's strength was very strange. The black energy surrounding Zhao Ming's body doesn't seem to be origin energy nor concept. What energy is that? Duan Lingtian frowned as he looked at Zhao Ming. Soon after, Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed as though he recalled something. The energy surrounding Zhao Ming's body seems to be similar to the energy that appeared on the Devil Seal tablet. At that time, before he was devilified by the Devil Seal tablet and killed the 6 elders of the Skywolf Fort in one fell swoop, the black energy that wasn't origin energy or concept had appeared on the Devil Seal tablet. That black energy fused into his body and soul, causing him to lose consciousness, but at the same time, it also gave him extremely powerful strength. At that time, he was only a void interpretation stage martial artist. However, after he was devilified by the Devil Seal tablet, he managed to kill 6 void transformation stage elders of the Skywolf Fort. Could it be that Zhao Ming was devilified as well? Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed again as he guessed inwardly. However, since he was devilified, why didn't he lose his mind? Duan Lingtian could not figure this out no matter how hard he thought about it. Boom! At this moment, a wave of scorching aura surged towards him, causing Duan Lingtian's expression to change instantly. When he turned his head around, he immediately saw a vast flame rising from Feng Tianwu's body. It soared into the sky and emitted a scorching aura that covered the entire sky. Whoosh! Above Feng Tianwu's head, 1,000 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons first appeared before it turned into 2,000 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons. Tianwu. Duan Lingtian's expression changed dramatically. He did not expect Feng Tianwu to communicate and cast the first-level monarch stage fire profundity all of a sudden. At this moment, he could clearly feel it. The fire spirit body's energy in Tianwu's body was about to explode. It was as though it was going to explode from Feng Tianwu's body. Whoosh! After the 2,000 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared, the heaven and earth phenomenon was still changing. Soon after, another 1,000 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared. The strength of 3,000 ancient horned dragons. Second-level monarch stage fire profundity? Upon seeing this, Duan Lingtian's expression changed again. At this moment, he could feel the fire spirit body's energy in Feng Tianwu's body becoming even more restless. He did not have time to think. He hurriedly used his voice transmission to pierce into Feng Tianwu's ears. Tianwu, quickly retract your fire profundity. I have a way to deal with this Zhao Ming. Really, I have a way. Duan Lingtian's voice was filled with panic. In the past, he only knew that Feng Tianwu could cast the first-level monarch stage fire profundity. He did not know that Feng Tianwu could cast the second-level monarch stage fire profundity. Moreover, he had a feeling that if Tianwu continued, she might be able to cast the third, fourth, fifth, or sixth-level monarch stage fire profundity. However, if Tianwu did that, she would definitely die. In fact, before she could even unleash the monarch stage fire profundity, the energy that originated from the fire spirit body in her body would have already caused her to explode. After Feng Tianwu witnessed the strength that Zhao Ming had displayed and heard the irreconcilable hatred between Zhao Ming and Duan Lingtian from their conversation, she had a plan in her heart. Even if she had to risk her life, she would still kill Zhao Ming and save her elder brother Duan from danger. She would do anything, including her life, for her elder brother Duan. Really? Chapter 10:16. She thought Duan Lingtian only said that to comfort her. It's true. Duan Lingtian nodded immediately. He did not dare to hesitate. He knew, as long as he denied it, this silly girl would definitely disregard her own life and raise the level of the fire profundity she cast to fight Zhao Ming with all her might. After taking a serious look at Duan Lingtian, she could tell the Duan Lingtian did not seem to be lying to her. The flames that rose from Feng Tianwu's body gradually disappeared into the air. At the same time, Feng Tianwu's beautiful face turned pale. Barf! Subsequently, the energy that originated from the fire spirit body in her body began to stir, causing her internal organs to tremble. She felt a sweetness in her throat, and she immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. Silly girl! Upon seeing this, Duan Lingtian's heart ached for no reason, and his eyes were filled with tenderness. Hermf! I thought you had some tricks up your sleeve. I didn't expect you to turn pale and spit out blood after merely casting the strength of 3,000 ancient horned dragons. Zhao Ming, who had a solemn expression when he saw Feng Tianwu drawing the heaven and earth energy to form the heaven and earth phenomenon, could not help but snort coldly when he saw this scene. A mocking smile crept up on his face. He could see it. The reason Feng Tianwu was able to cast such a powerful force must be because she had cast a secret technique that risked her life. Otherwise, she would not have been injured by his own strength. Since you're willing to risk your life for this Duan Lingtian, I presume you must be in love with him. Since that's the case, I'll fulfill your wish today and let you and him be a pair of dying ducks. Zhao Ming spoke slowly. His words were filled with cold killing intent. As soon as his words left his mouth, the wisps of black mist around his body began to move abruptly, emitting a terrifying aura. Boom! 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 The movement of the black mist caused the airflow in the air to be compressed, setting off a series of thunderous air explosions. At the same time, a gust of black energy appeared out of thin air in Zhao Ming's hand. It completely condensed together and emitted a terrifying aura as though it could destroy everything. Then, he looked at Feng Tianwu, his eyes filled with killing intent. As soon as Zhao Ming's voice fell, Duan Lingtian's face had already turned grave. A talisman silently appeared in his hand. It was one of the 3 talismans that cheapskate father of his had left him. He'd used one of the 3 talismans when he killed the number 1 expert of the Dark Han dynasty's imperial family, Bai Nanxiang, and he still had 2 left. Bai Nanxiang was a first-level void transformation stage martial artist, and after he utilized the talisman, killing him would only take an instant. I wonder if this talisman can kill Zhao Ming. After all, Zhao Ming's current strength is comparable to a martial monarch powerhouse. If the talisman doesn't work, I'll have to use the Devil Seal tablet to devilize it. Duan Lingtian secretly sucked in a breath of cold air and had a plan in mind. However, the current him seemed to have forgotten one thing, which was also the most important thing. At that time, the reason he was devilized by the Devil Seal tablet was because the Devil Seal tablet took the initiative to contact him. If the Devil Seal tablet didn't take the initiative to contact him, he would be utterly unable to make the Devil Seal tablet devilize him. Instantly, Duan Lingtian's gaze locked firmly onto Zhao Ming. Right when Zhao Ming's clothes fluttered and he was about to make a move to kill Feng Tianwu, Duan Lingtian suddenly shouted out explosively, and it shocked Zhao Ming to the point his figure that was just about to flash out stopped. "Appear!" Duan Lingtian's shout shocked Zhao Ming. At the instant Zhao Ming reacted, he looked at Duan Lingtian and just happened to see a piece of paper floating lightly towards him, and it emitted a terrifying force that caused his heart to palpitate. "Stop!" At practically the instant Duan Lingtian threw out the talisman in his hand and shouted out, "Appear!" An explosive shout like a thunderclap descended from the sky. Accompanying this explosive shout was a figure that was like a ghost that appeared out of thin air by Zhao Ming's side. Unfortunately, he was too late. When he appeared, there was already a hideous bloody hole in between Zhao Ming's brows. An arrow of blood spurted out from the bloody hole, causing Zhao Ming's gaze to become unfocused, and he fell to the ground. At the instant Zhao Ming reacted, he did not even have time to think before he was killed by the condensed energy that shot out from the talisman that had already turned into powder. Zhao Ming's body fell from the sky and disappeared before Duan Lingtian's eyes in just a blink of an eye. That's... Feng Tianwu's beautiful face was filled with shock, and her pair of beautiful eyes shone with an incredulous gleam. The scene she saw earlier was definitely the most unbelievable scene she had ever seen in her life. She saw it. Her elder brother Duan had only thrown out a piece of paper that was filled with scribbles and shouted "Appear." In the next moment, the piece of paper shattered strangely and turned into powder that filled the sky. At the same time, Zhao Ming, who could unleash the strength of over 7,000 ancient horned dragons without using any spirit weapon, and whose strength was comparable to a martial monarch powerhouse, had a bloody hole in between his brows. He was killed in just a blink of an eye. As for how Zhao Ming died, although she did not see it clearly, she knew it had something to do with the piece of paper that had turned into powder that filled the sky with scribbles. "What's that?" Feng Tianwu was shocked. She had no idea what the piece of paper that Duan Lingtian had thrown out was. It actually possessed such a powerful energy. Soon after, Feng Tianwu's attention shifted to the black figure that appeared out of thin air. The thunderous roar just now was made by this person. Whoosh! When Duan Lingtian saw that the talisman left behind by his cheapskate father had killed Zhao Ming in just a second, he heaved a sigh of relief as though a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. However, his face quickly turned solemn again. Another talisman appeared in his hand. At the same time, he stared intently at the black-clad middle-aged man who had appeared out of thin air before him. Earlier, when he threw the talisman at Zhao Ming and shouted, "Activate!" the other party had stopped him and descended from the sky. It was clear that he did not come with good intentions. Moreover, the other party might even know Zhao Ming. Coupled with the other party's elusive speed, he realized that the other party's strength was not any weaker than Zhao Ming. Therefore, he hurriedly took out the remaining talisman. Duan Lingtian noticed that when the talisman appeared in his hand again, the black-clad middle-aged man who was staring at him coldly suddenly tensed up. When Duan Lingtian saw this, he could not help but heave a sigh of relief again. He could see that the black-clad middle-aged man was afraid of the talisman in his hand. It made sense when he thought about it. The scene of him throwing out the talisman and killing Zhao Ming in just a blink of an eye was witnessed by the other party. It would be strange if the other party was not afraid after seeing the talisman in his hand. Dao talisman, you're just a mortal stage martial cultivator from a remote continent. Where did you get a Dao talisman from? The black-clad, middle-aged man with an ordinary appearance looked at Duan Lingtian and asked in a low voice. A remote continent? A mortal stage martial cultivator? Duan Lingtian couldn't help but be stunned when he heard the black-clothed, middle-aged man's words. Even Feng Tianwu, who stood by his side, had a face that could be said to be devastatingly beautiful as well. Since when did the Cloud Continent become a remote continent? Based on the black-clad, middle-aged man's tone, he seemed to not be from Cloud Continent. Besides that, what was a mortal stage martial cultivator? You're not from Cloud Continent? Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed as he asked with a serious expression. After fusing with the memories of reincarnation Emperor Wu, he knew very well that outside Cloud Continent, in the depths of the sea, there was a group of powerful demons. There were even demon emperors that reincarnation Emperor Wu could not match when he was at his prime. According to reincarnation Emperor Wu's guess, besides many powerful demon emperors, there might even be some Emperor Wu with shocking strength in the depths of the sea. Unfortunately, even with reincarnation Emperor Wu's strength that could be said to be #1 on Cloud Continent all those years ago, he had to take every step carefully in the depths of the sea, and it was difficult for him to explore the secrets in the depths of the sea. In reincarnation Emperor Wu's memories, he even heard that many Emperor Wu experts of the older generation on Cloud Continent had once entered the depths of the sea to explore the secrets in the depths of the sea. However, after those Emperor Wu experts of the older generation left, none of them returned. According to the guesses of the people on Cloud Continent, it's very likely that those Emperor Wu experts of the older generation were lost in the depths of the sea and were unable to find their way back. According to reincarnation Emperor Wu's guesses, those Emperor Wu experts of the older generation either died in the hands of those powerful demon emperors in the depths of the sea, or they settled down in the depths of the sea or even overseas. According to reincarnation Emperor Wu's guesses, in this world, besides Cloud Continent, it's very likely that there are other continents. The other continents should be at the other end of the depths of the sea. Duan Lingtian easily found out about this when he searched through reincarnation Emperor Wu's memories. Reincarnation Emperor Wu had once seen a paragraph of text records in an ancient ruin. It was a record left behind by an ancient martial artist. The text clearly stated that he'd once encountered a powerhouse that came from outside Cloud Continent. That powerhouse only used a single move to defeat him, whereas the martial artist that left behind that paragraph of text called himself an existence at the 6th level of the Emperor Wu stage. Even when reincarnation Emperor Wu was at his prime, he was only at the 4th level of the Emperor Wu stage. Besides that, during the era of reincarnation Emperor Wu, he was the only Emperor Wu on Cloud Continent that was at the 4th level of the Emperor Wu stage or above. So, he was the well-deserved #1 Emperor Wu on Cloud Continent at that time. Duan Lingtian was able to find out all of this from reincarnation Emperor Wu's memories. Defeated an expert at the 6th level of the Emperor Wu stage with a single move? An expert at the 6th level of the Emperor Wu stage, even if reincarnation Emperor Wu was at his prime, he would still be defeated with a single move. An existence that's able to defeat an expert at the 6th level of the Emperor Wu stage with a single move, how terrifying would that be? When he thought up to here, Duan Lingtian felt a wave of fear. Humph, I'm naturally not from this remote continent of yours. The black-clothed middle-aged man couldn't help but snort coldly when he heard Duan Lingtian's question. Chapter 10:17. Then, where are you from? Duan Lingtian asked again. The black-clad, middle-aged man's fearful gaze when he looked at the talisman in his hand was caught by Duan Lingtian. The talisman in his hand was given to him by his cheapskate father. However, he did not expect that even this powerhouse who was suspected to be from outside the Cloud Continent would be fearful of the talisman in his hand. Where am I from? The black-clad, middle-aged man took a deep breath and looked at Duan Lingtian angrily. Are you kidding me? Since you have the Tao talisman drawn by a Saint Rudiment stage Tao cultivator, how can you not know where I'm from? This time, I won't pursue the matter of you destroying my human puppet for the sake of the Saint Rudiment stage Tao cultivator behind you. Otherwise, even if you have the Tao talisman he left for you, I'll still kill you even if I'm severely injured. The black-clad, middle-aged man shouted coldly. Based on his words, he was saying that the talisman in Duan Lingtian's hand could severely injure him. The moment the black-clad, middle-aged man's words left his mouth, he disappeared before Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu's eyes. It was as though he was never there. Duan Lingtian could not help but smile wryly when he saw the black-clad, middle-aged man coming and going without a trace. I still have many things to ask him. Why did he leave so quickly? Whether it was the mortal stage martial cultivator or the Saint Rudiment stage Tao cultivator mentioned by the black-clad middle-aged man, they were extremely unfamiliar to Duan Lingtian. Even if he searched the reincarnation Emperor Wu's memories of his 2 lifetimes, he could not find any related records. Mortal stage martial cultivator, Saint Rudiment stage Tao cultivator, even the reincarnation Emperor Wu has never heard of it in his 2 lifetimes. It was precisely because of this that Duan Lingtian was surprised. Could it be that the mortal stage martial cultivator and Saint Rudiment stage Tao cultivator are cultivation realms from the depths of the ocean or even another continent overseas? Just like our cloud continent's void stage, martial monarch stage, and Emperor Wu stage? Soon, Duan Lingtian, who had regained his senses, couldn't help but guess. The more he thought about it, the more certain he became. Besides that, the black-clothed middle-aged man even said that the talisman in my hand was a Tao talisman. Moreover, it's a Tao talisman drawn by a Saint Rudiment stage cultivator. Thinking of this, Duan Lingtian could not help but ponder. The talisman in his hand, or more accurately, the Tao talisman, was given to him by his cheapskate father, Duan Rufeng, before he left. Father, why would you have a Tao talisman? Could it be that he... For a moment, a crazy idea appeared in Duan Lingtian's mind. That cheapskate father of his had most likely not been on Cloud Continent during the 20 years he had been away. Otherwise, where would he get the Tao talisman from? A Tao talisman was obviously not something from Cloud Continent. Could it be that father brought mother, Jingru, and the others away from Cloud Continent and brought them to another continent overseas? The moment he thought of this, the corner of Duan Lingtian's mouth could not help but twitch violently. No wonder there's no record of this talisman even in the memories of the reincarnation Emperor Wu's 2 lifetimes. As it turns out, this is not something from Cloud Continent at all. Unknowingly, Duan Lingtian's gaze landed on the Tao talisman in his hand, and a faint wry smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. In the past, in his opinion, as long as he stood at the peak of Cloud Continent, he would be able to look down on the world and look down on the common people. However, it seemed like even if he really stood at the peak of Cloud Continent like the reincarnation Emperor Wu did in the past, there were still many people who were more powerful than him in the depths of the sea or even the other continent overseas. Looks like the older generation of Emperor Wu powerhouses on Cloud Continent might really have gone to the other continent overseas just as the reincarnation Emperor Wu had guessed. That place has mortal stage martial cultivators, Saint Rudiment stage Tao cultivators, and even Tao talismans. Duan Lingtian thought to himself, if father really brought mother, Jingru, and the others away from Cloud Continent and went to the other continent overseas, his current strength is far from what an ordinary Emperor Wu can compare to. After taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian muttered to himself with a solemn expression. Now, I'm almost certain, when Peak Master Qinxiang and I faced Zhao Ming and the other Azure Forest Trisex Guardian Elders in the sky above the Crimson Sky Kingdom's Imperial City, I'm almost certain that the voice that was deliberately lowered and hoarse was Father's voice. Father is that mysterious powerhouse hidden in the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Although Duan Lingtian had guessed this in the past, he did not dare to be 100% certain. Now, he could be 100% certain. That mysterious powerhouse was his deadbeat father, an existence that could easily suppress the 3 6th-level Void Initiation Stage martial artists in the sky above the Crimson Sky Kingdom's Imperial City. Even the current him was unable to do such a thing. Father's strength might be even stronger than the reincarnation Emperor Wu when he was at his prime, I really don't know what exactly he experienced during the 20 years he left to actually allow him to possess such a terrifying strength. Compared to Father, the fortuitous encounters I encountered all along the way, like fusing with the memories of 2 lifetimes of the reincarnation Emperor Wu, and the various fortuitous encounters after that, are not worth mentioning. When he thought up to here, Duan Lingtian laughed in self-ridicule. However, if Father is really an expert from the other continent overseas, why didn't he bring me along when he left with Mother, Jingru, Bai Yao, and Xiaolan? Duan Lingtian was puzzled by this. No matter what, he was the son of his deadbeat father. Logically speaking, his deadbeat father should not have allowed him to stay on Cloud Continent and fend for himself like this. Perhaps there's another reason why Father didn't bring me along. Now, Duan Lingtian could only think in this way. After all, there was no parent that did not wish for their children to stay by their side. At the same time, Duan Lingtian's thoughts flashed as he seemed to have thought of something. With a raise of his hand, he withdrew a jade box, and it was precisely the exquisite jade box that his deadbeat father, Duan Rufeng, had left him. As he looked at the exquisite jade box in his hand, Duan Lingtian's mind once again resounded with the message his father had left him in the voice transmission jade slip. Besides those 3 talismans, I've left you an exquisite jade box. Once you have the ability to open it in the future, you'll know where your mother and I are. These were the original words of his deadbeat father, Duan Rufeng. Currently, even if I don't use the quasi-royal grade spirit sword, my strength is equivalent to the strength of over 2,000 ancient horned dragons. I should be able to open this exquisite jade box now, right? Duan Lingtian's heart jolted as he placed both of his hands on the jade box. Origin energy rose as the 4 types of concepts followed him like shadows. In the next moment, the heaven and earth energy above Duan Lingtian's head swirled and finally gathered into 2,200 lifelike ancient horned dragons, silhouettes that wriggled down. Originally, Feng Tianwu found it strange when she heard Duan Lingtian muttering words that she did not understand from time to time. However, although she found it strange, she was sensible enough not to disturb Duan Lingtian. Now, when she saw the heaven and earth phenomenon that appeared above Duan Lingtian's head, her beautiful face could not help but change slightly. She did not expect this at all. Her elder brother Duan actually possessed such a powerful strength today. Back then, in the Emperor Wu's secret treasure, outside Qingfeng Palace, elder brother Duan fought with Lei Zhong, the strongest person among the younger generation in Izumo sect. With the help of his spirit weapon, his strength was only equivalent to the strength of 1,600 ancient horned dragons when he unleashed his full strength. However, now, without the help of his spirit weapon, elder brother Duan only used his origin energy and concept to display a strength that's equivalent to the strength of 2,200 ancient horned dragons. Feng Tianwu secretly gasped. For a moment, she could not help but be shocked by the strength that Duan Lingtian displayed. Now she finally understood. Why did her elder brother Duan have the confidence to protect her and Zhang Shouyong during the journey back to the Darkhan dynasty from the northern desert? As it turned out, elder brother Duan already possessed such a powerful strength. It seems like elder brother Duan's fortuitous encounter in Qingfeng Palace is extraordinary. Feng Tianwu thought to herself. Ever since she left Emperor Wu's secret treasure, she had never left Duan Lingtian. Therefore, in her opinion, the reason why her elder brother Duan's strength had improved so much must be because he had encountered some enviable fortuitous encounter in Emperor Wu's secret treasure. I still can't open it. Soon after, Feng Tianwu heard Duan Lingtian's sigh. She realized that Duan Lingtian had used the strength of 2,200 ancient horned dragons just to open the exquisite jade box in his hand. However, based on her elder brother Duan's words, he still could not open the jade box even after using the strength of 2,200 ancient horned dragons? What jade box is that? Even the strength of 2,200 ancient horned dragons can't open it? For a moment, Feng Tianwu's beautiful face changed slightly. Before she could react, she noticed that a sword had appeared in Duan Lingtian's hand with a raise of his hand. It was a sword that emitted a terrifying aura. It was Duan Lingtian's quasi-royal grade spirit sword. As soon as the quasi-royal grade spirit sword appeared, another 800 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared in the sky again. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian's hand shook, and the sword that contained the strength of 3,000 ancient horned dragons pierced toward the crack on the exquisite jade box at lightning speed. He intended to pry it open by force. Clang! However, as a soft sound resonated, the exquisite jade box did not move at all. There wasn't even the slightest trace of a mark on the crack at the closing point. What's this exquisite jade box made of? It's actually so hard. In the end, Duan Lingtian could only give up. As he put away the quasi-royal grade spirit sword, he sighed again. He realized that it was still difficult for him to open the exquisite jade box with his current strength. Father is really getting more and more mysterious. After returning to his senses, Duan Lingtian could not help but smile wryly. At the same time, he put the exquisite jade box away. Elder brother Duan, what jade box is that? Not only did your sword that contained the strength of 3,000 ancient horned dragons not open it, it didn't even leave a single trace on it. Chapter 10:18. I don't know either. Duan Lingtian smiled wryly as he shook his head. Even though that exquisite jade box was left behind for him by that cheapskate father of his, he knew nothing about its background, let alone what was inside it. Of course, there was one thing he could confirm. His cheapskate father must have left behind a voice transmission jade slip inside, and the message inside should be able to tell him about the other continent outside the ocean. Of course, other than the voice transmission jade slip, there must be something else inside the exquisite jade box. Duan Lingtian had an extremely strong intuition about this. Perhaps, I'll have to wait until my cultivation base breaks through to the martial monarch stage before I can open it. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Tianwu, let's go. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian called out to Feng Tianwu and continued their journey to Xiongquan's hometown. He was prepared to look for Xiongquan and help him repair his dantian. Okay. Feng Tianwu nodded obediently and followed Duan Lingtian silently like a shadow. Duan Lingtian quickly found Xiongquan's hometown based on his memory of sending him back. It was a remote little village located in the mountains. Although the little village was remote, it was full of life. When Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu arrived here, they could vaguely see the scene of men plowing and women weaving in the village. There were also children playing happily in the village without any worries. If I can stay in a place like this with the person I like for the rest of my life would not be in vain. Feng Tianwu looked down at the scene in the village. Her autumn eyes that seemed to be able to melt everything were as gentle as water. Her red lips parted slightly as she muttered involuntarily. It's normal for you to think like this. However, if it were them, they would most likely wish to have a strong martial strength to explore the outside world and have a good look at the outside world. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly as he spoke. Naturally, one would have different thoughts when standing in a different position. For example, Feng Tianwu, who grew up with a golden spoon in her mouth, was a veritable, proud daughter of heaven. It was not strange for her to be moved by such a peaceful scene. However, if it were the villagers in the village, they would rather be like Feng Tianwu, who had extraordinary martial arts and could go outside to have a look. Because they were too weak and did not have the ability to protect themselves, they did not dare to leave the village easily. Hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Feng Tianwu realized that her muttering had been heard by Duan Lingtian. For a moment, her beautiful face couldn't help but blush, as if blood could drip out of it. Feng Tianwu's slightly bashful and lovely appearance caused Duan Lingtian, who happened to be looking at her, to become absent-minded. He couldn't help but have the desire to move forward and fiercely kiss the face of the beauty in front of him. You may leave. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and suppressed his somewhat restless emotions. After greeting Feng Tianwu, he took the lead to descend from the sky. Originally, Feng Tianwu was secretly delighted when she saw Duan Lingtian's fiery gaze. However, now that she saw Duan Lingtian descending to the village as if he was escaping, she could not help but sigh again. What a block of wood! Glancing at the tall purple figure with some anger, Feng Tianwu moved her body, and as if she had transformed into a fire elf, she followed him like a shadow. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian's body swept like the wind and descended from the sky like a goshawk. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at a low altitude of the village and appeared in front of the villagers in the village. Wow! He can actually fly. The first to notice Duan Lingtian was a 4 or 5-year-old boy. He looked at Duan Lingtian, who was standing in the air, and shouted excitedly. It was as if he'd discovered a new continent. I heard my father say that only an expert at the void-prying stage or above is able to fly and stand in the air. Looks like he's an expert at the void-prying stage or above. A young girl that looked to be 13 or 14 said, an expert at the void-prying stage or above. Then wouldn't he be as formidable as Uncle Xiong Quan? Another 7 or 8-year-old boy exclaimed in surprise. Unlike the naivety of the group of children, the expressions of the group of adult villagers that noticed Duan Lingtian had changed, and their eyes were filled with terror. They looked at Duan Lingtian with a gaze as if they'd seen a scourge or a ferocious beast. Their thoughts were very simple. Logically speaking, it was impossible for an expert like this to descend to their village. However, now that he'd descended to their village, it was most probably not a good thing. In next to no time, a villager's eyes flashed as he hastily turned around and left, as if he was going to send a message. After a short moment, the eyes of the remaining group of adult villagers flashed as they noticed that a red-clothed young woman had appeared out of thin air beside the violet-clothed young man that stood in the air. The red-clothed young woman had a graceful figure and a drop-dead gorgeous appearance, causing them to be dumbstruck for a moment. So beautiful! Is this Big Sister Fairy? Big Sister Fairy has descended to the mortal world. It wasn't only the group of adult villagers that were attracted by the red-clothed young woman. Even the children that were originally playing in the village had stopped what they were doing and stared fixedly at the red-clothed young woman in the air. The adult villagers were the same as well, and their gazes were completely attracted by the red-clothed young woman before them. They'd stayed in this remote little village all their lives and were self-sufficient, and they'd never gone outside. When had they ever seen such a beauty? Tian Wu, these children are calling you Big Sister Fairy. Duan Lingtian looked at the group of naive children before him and lightly smiled as he spoke to Feng Tianwu. The rosy color on Feng Tianwu's beautiful face deepened when she heard this. Who are you people? At this moment, a loud shout resonated from the back of the village. Accompanying this shout was an agile figure that was as agile as a cheetah. In just a blink of an eye, it swept into the village and stared at Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu covetously. The person that appeared in front of Duan Lingtian was a tall and sturdy young man who was about 20 years old. The young man had a pair of thick eyebrows. Although his eyes under his eyebrows were filled with dread when he looked at them, he still straightened his back and did not take a step back. At this moment, Duan Lingtian could not help but have a hint of admiration in his eyes. This young man seems a little familiar. Soon after, Duan Lingtian, who had carefully sized up the tall and sturdy young man for a while, suddenly realized that he seemed a little familiar as though he'd seen him somewhere before. This is Xiong Quan's hometown. I've only been here when I sent Xiong Quan back. This young man is about 20 years old now. He should have only been 12 or 13 years old back then. At this thought, Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up. He looked at the tall and sturdy young man and asked with some surprise, could it be that you're heir who? As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, not only was the tall and sturdy young man stunned, but the young man was also stunned. Even the group of adult villagers in the village was stunned. This brother who came with fairy sister seems to know brother heir who. Brother heir who is so amazing. Even this brother who can fly knows him. Brother heir who is indeed the only person in our village who left the village with Uncle Xiong Quan to explore the outside world. The group of children in the village had exaggerated expressions on their faces. You know me? The tall and sturdy young man, who was heir who, stared blankly at Duan Lingtian, his face full of confusion. What? Heir who, you've even forgotten me? Duan Lingtian smiled. I remember that when Xiong Quan and I came to the village that year, you were only 12 or 13 years old, At that time, you even invited me to your house for a meal. As soon as Duan Lingtian said this, heir whose pupils couldn't help but constrict. When he was 12 or 13 years old, he invited this person before him to his house for a meal. Your brother Ling Tian? Finally, heir who searched through the distant memories of his childhood and finally remembered Duan Ling Tian. His face couldn't help but reveal an excited and emotional expression. All these years, he had heard his uncle Xiong Quan mention the various deeds of this purple-clothed young man before him. The purple-clothed young man was already at the 8th level of the origin core stage when he was his current age. All this while, he had regarded Duan Ling Tian as his idol. Now that he saw his idol again, how could he not be excited? He's young Master Ling Tian? Meanwhile, many villagers couldn't help but recall the distinguished guest that came to their village all those years ago when they heard what heir who said. Even the #1 expert in their village, Xiong Quan, had to respectfully address that guest as young master. It's really young Master Ling Tian. After so many years, young Master Ling Tian hasn't changed in the slightest. Yeah, young Master Ling Tian is still so young. All the villagers looked at Duan Ling Tian, and the fear in their eyes had vanished and was replaced with respect. Where's Xiong Quan? Duan Ling Tian sighed with emotion as he looked at the robust young man before him. In the blink of an eye, the child from all those years ago had already grown up, and he even possessed a cultivation at the 4th level of the origin core stage. Although his cultivation wasn't comparable to his age from all those years ago, but in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, he could be considered to possess extraordinary natural talent. Uncle Xiong Quan, heir who was just about to speak when he was interrupted by a loud and clear voice. Who's there? You dare trespass into our Xiong village? The loud and clear voice was like a clap of thunder as it resonated from afar. The moment the voice left his mouth, a figure that seemed to have transformed into a gigantic sword shot into the village and appeared next to heir who. At the same time, 200 ancient horned dragon silhouettes came to a halt in the sky above the person who had a layer of solidified sword energy flashing on his body. They wriggled down in an imposing manner. First level advanced sword concept? Before the person transformed into a gigantic sword and shot into the village, Duan Ling Tian had already seen the 200 ancient horned dragon silhouettes that followed after him. His eyes narrowed uncontrollably. Now that the person had revealed himself, he couldn't help but exclaim in shock, Xiong Quan, when did you comprehend the first-level advanced sword concept? The person was a tall and robust middle-aged man. His face was covered in stubble, and he didn't care about his appearance. Was he not Xiong Quan who had always been by his side all those years ago? Young master! Chapter 1019. As the sword energy surrounding Xiong Quan's body disappeared, the 200 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons above his head disappeared as well. His pair of eyes that were as big as copper gongs were filled with inexplicable excitement and tears of joy. After so many years, Xiong Quan completely lost his composure when he saw Duan Ling Tian again. Haha! Xiong Quan! Long time no see. Duan Ling Tian flew down and landed in front of Xiong Quan. He looked at Xiong Quan from top to bottom and smiled. You're still the same as before. You haven't changed at all. Although Duan Ling Tian tried his best to remain calm, he could not help but feel excited. At this moment, he seemed to have completely forgotten that Xiong Quan had comprehended the first-level advanced sword concept. Young master! Seeing Duan Ling Tian was so close to him, Xiong Quan's body trembled even more intensely due to his excitement. He could no longer hold back the tears in his eyes as they flowed down. As the saying went, a man did not cry. Men don't cry easily, but that's only because they haven't been deeply hurt. When he was not happy, however, Xiong Quan was not sad. Instead, he was happy. He was so excited that tears of joy were flowing down his cheeks. Xiong Quan, sorry to keep you waiting. Duan Ling Tian took a deep breath and said, I told you that year. The next time I come to look for you, it'll be the time I repair your dantian. This was Duan Ling Tian's promise to Xiong Quan back then. Now, he was here to fulfill his promise. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Xiong Quan was stunned. He was completely stunned. Repair my Dantian? Young master, why you're telling the truth? Xiong Quan's emotions that had calmed down were stirred up again. His stubbled cheeks trembled violently due to his excitement. Although he had never shown the sadness of being unable to cultivate due to his Dantian being destroyed in front of others, he would always be in a daze in the middle of the night. He would be in a daze because of his destroyed Dantian. As for the promise Duan Lingtian made to him back then, he did not take it to heart. He only thought Duan Lingtian was just comforting him. This was because he had never heard of anyone being able to repair their Dantian after it was destroyed. But today, Duan Lingtian, whom he had not seen for many years, had appeared before him again, and even said that he could repair his Dantian. At this moment, he had no choice but to believe the promise Duan Lingtian had made to him back then. What? You still don't believe me? Duan Lingtian smiled. No, young master, I just feel that this is too inconceivable. Xiong Quan hurriedly shook his head and said, Big brother Lingtian, can you really help Uncle Xiong Quan repair his Dantian? Who was beside Xiong Quan, looked at Duan Lingtian excitedly. For a moment, the other villagers also looked at Duan Lingtian expectantly, as if they wanted to get a definite answer from Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian did not say anything. He knew that at this moment, no matter how much he said, it would be useless. He might as well let the facts prove everything. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian raised his hand and took out the immortal spirit herb from his storage ring. The last leaf of the immortal spirit herb that was shining with a green light appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Xiong Quan, eat this. After Duan Lingtian plucked the last leaf of the immortal spirit herb, the green light surrounding the immortal spirit herb completely disappeared and disappeared without a trace. However, the green light on the immortal spirit herb's leaf continued to shine. A grass that glows? What kind of grass is this? It's so magical. Immediately, the surrounding villagers of Xiong village were shocked. Even the children who had quietened down were stunned. When Xiong Quan saw the immortal spirit herb shining with a green light, he knew that this stalk of glowing grass was not simple. Now, when he heard that Duan Lingtian wanted him to eat the immortal spirit herb, his heart could not help but tremble. This was the herb that could help him repair his Dantian? If it was a normal herb, even if Duan Lingtian wanted him to eat it, he would more or less have some doubts in his heart even if he did not say anything on the surface. However, the herb that was shining with a green light in front of him made him realize that it was not an ordinary herb. What kind of joke was this? A normal herb that could shine? Thank you, young master. Xiong Quan excitedly took the immortal spirit herb from Duan Lingtian's hand and stuffed it into his mouth without any hesitation, swallowing it in 2 to 3 mouthfuls. Xiong Quan swallowed the herb. Not only the villagers of Xiong village, even Feng Tianwu, who had landed and was standing beside Duan Lingtian, looked at Xiong Quan with a curious expression. Although she knew about the medicinal power of the immortal spirit herb from Duan Lingtian, she had never seen the power of the immortal spirit herb with her own eyes. Now, she finally had the chance to see the immortal spirit herb display its medicinal power with her own eyes. She was looking forward to it. After Xiong Quan ate the immortal spirit herb, the villagers of Xiong village held their breaths and their gazes fell on Xiong Quan. Uncle Xiong Quan, who clenched his fists tightly and his body trembled slightly as he looked at Xiong Quan with eyes full of expectation. In the past, he was the closest to Xiong Quan in Xiong village. His skills were all taught to him by Xiong Quan. Because of this, he knew how much his uncle Xiong Quan cared about his destroyed Dantian. Because of this, he especially hoped that his uncle Xiong Quan's Dantian could be repaired. Wow! Uncle Xiong Quan's stomach is glowing, a little boy exclaimed. At the same time, everyone saw that in Xiong Quan's Dantian, there was now a dazzling green light that appeared through his robes. The green light became more and more intense. Half an hour later, the green light gradually became smaller and smaller until it was completely extinguished and disappeared. Uncle Xiong Quan, Hu took a deep breath and looked at Xiong Quan with a worried expression. Feng Tianwu and the villagers of the Xiong family village were all staring at Xiong Quan. Their eyes were filled with urgency. They wanted to know the result. As for Duan Lingtian, he had a calm expression from beginning to end. Even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of him, his expression would not change. It was as if he was not worried that Xiong Quan's dantian could not be repaired. Ha 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 ha. Under everyone's gaze, Xiong Quan was stunned for a moment. The moment he came back to his senses, a smile appeared on his stubbled face, and then he threw his head back and laughed heartily. His laughter was wanton, as if he wanted to completely disperse the sullenness of all these years. It's repaired. My dantian is repaired. Xiong Quan's laughter only stopped after a dozen breaths, but it seemed that he was still not happy enough. He roared to the sky to vent his excitement. Hot tears poured out of Xiong Quan's eyes uncontrollably. For a moment, the villagers of Xiong village, including Hu, laughed. They were all happy for Xiong Quan. Brother, Lingtian, thank you. Hu thanked Duan Lingtian in a trembling voice. He was so emotional that his voice trembled. Don't thank me. Speaking of which, I'm responsible for the destruction of Xiong Quan's dantian back then. Duan Lingtian shook his head. Unlike the villagers of Xiong village who were excited, when the green light that rose from Xiong Quan's dantian disappeared, he extended his spiritual energy to check that Xiong Quan's dantian had been repaired. Because of this, he was very calm. Moreover, he had seen the heaven-defying medicinal power of the immortal spirit herb. Power of who could regrow a broken leg after consuming the immortal spirit herb. That was much more difficult than repairing a dantian. Whether it was the royal grade resurrection pill or the quasi-royal grade resurrection pill, it could repair one's dantian. Whether it was the quasi-royal grade resurrection pill or the royal grade resurrection pill, it could not repair one's broken leg. Compared to regrowing a broken leg, repairing a dantian was child's play. Is really repaired? Although Feng Tianwu did not doubt Duan Lingtian's words, she was still shocked when she saw the faint origin energy surrounding Xiong Quan's body. The origin energy surrounding Xiong Quan's body was very weak. It was so weak that it could be ignored. However, such weak origin energy still required a complete dantian to extend from one's body. Thank you, young master. Before everyone, including Duan Lingtian, could react, Xiong Quan had already knelt down in front of Duan Lingtian with a thud and kowtowed to express his gratitude. Xiong Quan, what are you doing? Upon seeing this, Duan Lingtian's expression changed drastically. He hurriedly raised his hand and the gentle origin energy turned into an invisible force that extended and lifted Xiong Quan up. When Xiong Quan saw the anger on Duan Lingtian's face, he realized that Duan Lingtian was angry because of his actions earlier. He was at a loss for what to do. Suddenly, an idea flashed in his mind. Young master, follow me. Xiong Quan called out to Duan Lingtian and took the lead to fly out of the village. As soon as Xiong Quan's voice entered Duan Lingtian's ears, Duan Lingtian noticed that Xiong Quan had turned around and was walking out of the village. His anger instantly disappeared, and he did not know whether to laugh or cry. However, he still followed him. He wanted to see where Xiong Quan was leading him to. Naturally, Feng Tianwu followed closely behind. Whoosh! After Xiong Quan left the village, the sword energy on his body skyrocketed, causing him to look as though he had transformed into a gigantic sword as he flew into the distance. Since Xiong Quan's current origin energy could not allow him to fly, the gigantic sword that he transformed into brushed against the ground as he flew. However, Duan Lingtian's eyes were still filled with shock. Xiong Quan, how did you comprehend the first-level advanced sword concept? Duan Lingtian could not help but ask curiously when he saw the 200 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons above Xiong Quan's head. Even Feng Tianwu's beautiful face was filled with curiosity. She had heard Duan Lingtian mention some things about Xiong Quan before. For this reason, she knew that when Xiong Quan returned to the Xiong village that year, he had only comprehended sword force. He did not even comprehend the elementary sword concept. However, it had not even been 10 years. However, Xiongquan had comprehended sword force to the first-level advanced sword concept. In her opinion, it was simply unbelievable. Young master, you'll understand everything when you follow me to that place. Xiongquan, who was leading the way in front, told Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian nodded and did not say anything as he followed Xiongquan closely. He wanted to see where Xiongquan was leading him to. That place allowed Xiongquan to comprehend the void transformation concept in just a few years. Chapter 10:20. Xiongquan took the lead and led the way. Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu followed him like shadows. The terrain in the mountain range was steep. It was difficult for an ordinary person to walk. Coupled with the wild beasts that would jump out from the side, it was enough to be a nightmare for an ordinary person. Naturally, Duan Lingtian and the other two were not ordinary people. Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu flew in the air without any pressure at all. Although Xiongquan was flying on the ground, he seemed to be walking on flat ground as though he was taking a leisurely stroll. The sword energy that was emitting a sharp aura from his body caused the wild beasts to flee in all directions, let alone pounce on him to attack. Finally, Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu followed Xiongquan to a canyon in the depths of the mountain range. The entrance of the canyon was the one-line sky. It was covered by a lush forest outside. If it was not for Xiongquan leading the way, Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu would definitely not have discovered this hidden canyon. Young master, young lady Tianwu, is inside. Xiongquan's breathing quickened as he stood in front of the canyon's entrance. It was as though there was something inside that made him inexplicably excited. On the way here, Duan Lingtian had already introduced Feng Tianwu to Xiongquan. Xiongquan was a shrewd person. It was easy for him to see that Feng Tianwu was interested in his young master. After seeing his young master's attitude, he knew that young lady Tianwu would very likely become the third young mistress in the future. Therefore, when he faced Feng Tianwu, he was very respectful and did not dare to neglect her. Yes, Duan Lingtian nodded. He had also noticed Xiongquan's excitement. This made him even more curious. What was inside the canyon could make Xiongquan lose his composure. In his memory, Xiongquan was a steady person. Let's go. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, he took the lead and flew through the one-line sky and entered the canyon. Feng Tianwu and Xiongquan followed closely behind him. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. As soon as he entered the canyon, Duan Lingtian heard the sound of rushing water coming from inside, which attracted him to look into the distance. With just a glance, he saw a huge waterfall in the depths of the canyon. The waterfall was like the Milky Way hanging down from the horizon. Looking from afar, it gave people a kind of visual shock. Young master, this is the place. Now, Xiongquan's agitated emotions had finally calmed down a little. He once again took the lead and was the first to arrive at the opposite side of the waterfall. He stared straight at the mountain wall beside the waterfall. It was as if there was something on the mountain wall that attracted him. At the same time, the sword energy on Xiongquan's body skyrocketed, as his attention was completely attracted by the mountain wall. It was filled with waves of fierce aura as it emitted an extremely sharp aura. Xiongquan's strange movements immediately attracted the attention of Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu. At this time, Duan Lingtian had also come to Xiongquan's side. Out of curiosity, they immediately followed Xiongquan's gaze and looked at the mountain wall beside the waterfall in the distance. With just a glance, the two of them were completely attracted. Sword. On the mountain wall, a huge word, sword, appeared clearly before Duan Lingtian's eyes. At first glance, he did not feel anything. However, when he looked at it carefully, Duan Lingtian discovered that his mind was completely blank. The word, sword, on the mountain wall was obviously carved by someone using a sword ray. The strokes of the word were smooth, and it emitted waves of fierce sword intent. Soon, the only thing left in Duan Lingtian's blank mind was the word, sword, before his eyes. The strokes that were filled with fierce sword intent caused Duan Lingtian to feel as if he was possessed. Whoosh! Unknowingly, a sword energy rose around Duan Lingtian's body. It was the 9th-level intermediate sword concept that he had comprehended. Almost at the same time when the sword concept appeared, the heaven and earth energy above Duan Lingtian's head stirred, and finally gathered into 100 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons. In the canyon, it was dead silent. It was not only Duan Lingtian and Xiongquan who were staring blankly at the word, sword, on the mountain wall. Even Feng Tianwu's eyes were attracted by the word, sword, on the mountain wall. Originally, she only thought that the word sword was beautiful. However, after she took a closer look at it, she discovered that the word sword seemed to have some kind of magical power that caused her to be unable to move her eyes away. It was as though she was completely immersed in it. Unknowingly, she felt that she seemed to have touched a type of force and had successfully comprehended it. The characteristics of this force were obvious. It was fierce and sharp. Sword force. Feng Tianwu's heart skipped a beat, and her beautiful face changed slightly. She did not expect that the word sword on the mountain wall before her would allow her to comprehend a sword force that she had never come into contact with before. Although she was deeply shocked, her eyes were still fixed on the word sword on the mountain wall. The word sword seemed to have an endless magical power that caused her to be unwilling to move her eyes away. Whoosh! Next to her, the sword energy on Duan Lingtian's body skyrocketed. It emitted an even fiercer aura that shot into the sky. At the same time, the heaven and earth phenomenon above Duan Lingtian's head changed as well. In just a blink of an eye, it changed from 100 silhouettes of horned dragons to 200 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons. First-level advanced sword concept. Perhaps, even Duan Lingtian, who was completely immersed in comprehending the word sword on the mountain wall, did not realize that his sword concept had broken through. He had broken through to the void transformation concept in one go. Sword, the king of all weapons. Sword, you can save people and you can also kill people. Sword, uphold justice in the world, and cut off all injustice in the world. Unknowingly, a calm voice entered Duan Lingtian's ears while his mind was completely immersed in the word sword on the mountain wall. The voice did not contain any emotions. When the voice entered Duan Lingtian's ears word by word, it gave him a whole new understanding of the word sword. The person who left the voice behind had a comprehension of the word sword that made him feel embarrassed. For a moment, he felt that his attainment in the sword was like the difference between a firefly and the sun and moon when compared to the person. At the same time, Duan Lingtian realized that he seemed to have fallen into a strange state. In this state, his mind was completely clear. The word sword that came from the mountain wall and filled his mind began to undergo a myriad of changes. In the end, the word sword turned into a black shadow that appeared out of thin air with a sword in hand. Duan Lingtian could not see what the black shadow looked like at all. However, he could clearly sense the fierce sword intent that was emitted from the black shadow. It was a sword intent that seemed to be able to tear everything apart. The sword intent was so oppressive that it made it difficult for him to breathe. In front of the invisible sword intent that's being emitted from this black shadow, I'm afraid even the Emperor Stage Sword Profundity can't compete with it. For some reason, this thought appeared in Duan Lingtian's mind. As soon as the thought appeared, it was difficult to suppress it. Soon after, the strange black shadow that appeared in his mind began to move. Duan Lingtian's mind was in turmoil all of a sudden. Heavens! How was this possible? He realized the black shadow's movements were as smooth as flowing water. It had actually performed a sword skill. It would be fine if it was some other sword skill. However, it was the 9 Dragons Radiant Flash that he had performed. The 9 Dragons Radiant Flash was a heaven-rank advanced sword skill that came with the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique. Logically speaking, other than him and the Reincarnation Emperor Wu, whose soul was destroyed, there should not be a third person in the world who knew how to perform this sword skill. Duan Lingtian did not have time to think. His mind was in turmoil again. He realized that when the mysterious black shadow in his mind performed the 9 Dragons Radiant Flash, all 9 dragons had appeared, and its aura was like a rainbow. The 9 pairs of eyes of the 9 divine dragons flashed and shot out 18 ultimate beams of light. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. 18 ultimate beams of light shot out in an unstoppable manner. It was as though they could pierce through everything. The perfection stage 9 dragons radiant flash. Duan Lingtian was stunned. Subsequently, he saw the mysterious black shadow perform the 9 dragons' radiant flash again and again as though it did not know the meaning of exhaustion. At this moment, it was as though it had transformed into a tireless teacher. Duan Lingtian went from being shocked at the beginning to calmness at the end. Now, as he watched the mysterious black shadow perform the 9 dragons' radiant flash without blinking, he learned many things from it. Time passed by quietly. Duan Lingtian did not know how much time had passed. Just as he realized that he had a brand new and ultimate understanding of the 9 dragons' radiant flash, he realized that the mysterious black shadow had stopped moving. Just as he was about to come back to his senses and perform the 9 dragons' radiant flash to test the results of his understanding, whoosh, the mysterious black shadow moved again and performed another set of sword skills. This set of sword skills surprised Duan Lingtian again. 9 Tribulations Sword Control Technique. The mysterious black shadow stood in the air and 9 swords appeared around its body. The 9 swords floated around its body and moved continuously. All of a sudden, whoosh, 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 as the mysterious black shadow moved, the 9 swords shot out together with a murderous aura. However, this was not the only thing that surprised Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian was shocked to see that 9 divine dragons emerged from the 9 swords. A total of 81 divine dragons appeared and their eyes flashed at the same time. In the next moment, 162 ultimate beams of light shot out and enveloped the entire area. It was extremely domineering. This works too. Just as Duan Lingtian was in a daze, the mysterious black shadow disappeared, causing him to come back to his senses. Only then did he realize that he was still standing on the opposite side of the canyon's waterfall. Tianwu. After he came back to his senses, Duan Lingtian noticed that Feng Tianwu was also staring at the word, sword, on the mountain wall. He could not help but gasp. Who left that word sword behind? Just as Duan Lingtian was wondering about it, he seemed to have sensed something and suddenly lifted his head to look at the sky above his head. There, the heaven and earth phenomenon showed signs of dispersing when he was about to withdraw the sword concept that had risen from his body. This Chapter 1021. Duan Lingtian saw it. At this moment, there were 600 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons above his head. Just the sword concept alone is able to mobilize the heaven and earth energy and gather 600 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons. 5th level advanced sword concept. In the beginning, Duan Lingtian was mumbling to himself. However, in the end, his eyes narrowed uncontrollably as he exclaimed in shock. Duan Lingtian did not expect this at all. He had only taken a glance at the word sword on the mountain wall earlier, and it had already caused such a huge change in his body. Not only did he have a new understanding of the 2 sets of heaven rank advanced sword skills, but even the 9th level intermediate sword concept that he had comprehended earlier had also transformed into the 5th level advanced sword concept. It had risen by 5 levels in one go. Even the profound assimilation formation is not as crazy as this, right? As Duan Lingtian mumbled to himself, the corner of his mouth twitched a little. His gaze instinctively landed on the word, sword, on the mountain wall again. With just one glance, Duan Lingtian felt his head sink, and his gaze became unfocused. Humph! Duan Lingtian, who was already prepared, pinched his thigh with his hand that was placed on it. The intense pain caused his gaze to focus immediately, and he was completely awakened. After he regained his senses, Duan Lingtian did not dare to look at the word sword anymore. Who's the person who carved this word? Even a powerhouse like Emperor Wu wouldn't have such a technique, right? Duan Lingtian gasped. He was a little frightened. He noticed that as long as he looked at the gigantic word sword on the mountain wall, his gaze would become unfocused. It was as though the word sword had some sort of special magical power. I've searched through Emperor Wu's 2 reincarnations memories. Not only has he never seen such a strange thing, he has never even heard of it before. Duan Lingtian muttered to himself with a gleam in his eyes. According to Reincarnation Emperor Wu's memories, in an era that was even older than his first reincarnation, there were many powerhouses who were at the 7th level Emperor Wu stage and above on the Cloud Continent. However, even among those powerhouses, he had never heard of anyone who had such a technique. Just by carving the word sword on the mountain wall, it allowed my 9th level intermediate sword concept to break through to the 5th level advanced sword concept in one shot. Not only that, but it can also guide me in my sword skill as well. Duan Ling Tian took a deep breath when he thought of this. At the same time, the word sword, the sword concept that was about to dissipate, condensed again, and merged with the origin energy that had just rose in his hand. The sword, the sword, the sword, to Lingtian's the sword, 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 Lingtian, the sword as well. At the same time, another 800 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared beside the 600 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons above Duan Lingtian's head. It was the heaven and earth phenomenon that was formed when Duan Lingtian, a 6th level void transformation martial artist, used his origin energy to draw upon the heaven and earth energy. 9 dragons' radiant flash. Duan Lingtian's gaze turned slightly cold. The 3-foot-long sword in his hand suddenly swept out like an extension of his arm. What a wonderful feeling! This sword strike flashed out, and it gave Duan Lingtian a feeling as if he had the help of the gods, as if he'd already studied the 9 dragons' radiant flash to the limit. Everything was so natural. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. As Duan Lingtian's sword swept out, the origin energy that pervaded the sword aura swelled up, instantly transforming into 9 divine dragons that bared their fangs and brandished their claws as they pounced towards the other side of the mountain wall not far away. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The eyes of the 9 divine dragons flashed, and 18 extreme flashes shot out. They easily penetrated the mountain wall and left 18 small holes that were so deep that the bottom could not be seen. Duan Lingtian, who saw this scene, was completely dumbfounded. He did not even seem to notice when the 3-foot-long sword in his hand that flickered with the sword aura disappeared. I've cultivated the 9 dragons' radiant flash to the perfection stage? After a while, Duan Lingtian reacted, and his breathing became extremely rapid. The 9 dragons' radiant flash was a heaven-rank advanced sword skill that came with the 7th form of the 9 dragons' war sovereign technique, the sword dragon form. It was divided into 4 stages: rudimentary stage, initial stage, mastery stage, and perfection stage. When cultivated to the perfection stage, 9 dragons would appear when the sword was swung out, and 18 flashes would be released simultaneously, easily piercing through everything. It's that sword word again? After a while, Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and tried hard to suppress his surging emotions. My 9 dragons' radiant flash was originally only cultivated to the initial stage. When the sword was swung out, only 3 dragons would appear. However, just now, when I was affected by the sword word, and the mysterious black shadow appeared in my mind to guide me on my sword skill, my 9 dragons' radiant flash has entered the perfection stage in one go. In Duan Lingtian's opinion, this was really inconceivable. If someone else told him this, he would not believe it even if he was beaten to death. However, now that he had personally experienced it, he had no choice but to believe it. There's also the 9 tribulations sword control technique. Soon after, Duan Lingtian could not help but recall the actions of the mysterious black shadow in his mind earlier. After the mysterious black shadow displayed the perfection stage 9 dragons' radiant flash, it continued to attack and skillfully merged the 9 dragons' radiant flash into the 9 tribulations sword control technique. When the 9 swords were swung out, 81 dragons appeared, and 162 extreme flashes swept out in all directions, making it impossible for one to dodge. Without any hesitation, Duan Lingtian raised his hand, and the quasi-royal grade spirit sword appeared. Subsequently, after he activated the split and combined formation, The sword was divided into 9 swords and controlled by his spiritual energy. They coiled around his body and spun continuously. All of a sudden, Duan Lingtian's eyes turned cold. 9 Tribulations Sword Control Technique. In an instant, Duan Lingtian tried his best to control the 9 swords, intending to make the 9 swords shoot out at the same time to display the greatest power of the 9 Tribulations Sword Control Technique. Whoosh! 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 However, dreams were beautiful, but reality was cruel. In the end, only 5 of the 9 quasi-royal grade spirit swords that spun around Duan Lingtian's body shot out. It was as though 5 Duan Lingtian had attacked at the same time, and it was extremely imposing. Although he was a little disappointed, Duan Lingtian's mood was not affected. Since he was already prepared, he controlled the 5 swords to perform the 9 dragons' radiant flash. Initially, he was still a little nervous. This was because he had only seen the mysterious black figure perform the 9 dragons' radiant flash with the 9 Tribulations sword control technique. It was his first time performing it. However, when he saw the 5 swords shot out with the 9 Tribulations sword control technique and 9 divine dragons respectively, a total of 45 divine dragons shot out at the same time, he could not help but be pleasantly surprised. Whoosh! 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 The 45 pairs of eyes of the 48 divine dragons flashed and condensed 90 extreme flashes that shot out like rain, leaving 90 densely packed small holes on one side of the mountain wall. Each of the small holes was bottomless, showing the power of the extreme flashes. Who's the person who left the word sword? Duan Lingtian, who had transformed the 9 quasi-royal grade spirit swords back into one, gasped again. At the same time, he instinctively looked at the word sword on the mountain wall. He, who had lost his vigilance, lost his focus and was attracted by the word sword on the mountain wall again. In his eyes, the word sword continued to enlarge. Subsequently, the voice that he heard before resonated in his ears again. The voice was indifferent as it entered his ears and explained the truth of the word sword to him. Of course, there were many things that he did not understand because they were too unfamiliar and difficult to understand. Unknowingly, Duan Lingtian regained his senses. There's no change. Looks like I won't be able to make a breakthrough every time I immerse myself in the word sword. After communicating and performing the sword concept again, Duan Lingtian shook his head when he saw that there was no change in the heaven and earth phenomenon in the sky above his head. He was not surprised. The sword concept was still the 5th level advanced sword concept. When he immersed himself in the word sword again, there was no obvious improvement. Ha! Suddenly, Duan Lingtian raised his eyebrows. His eyes immediately landed on Feng Tianwu, who was not far away. Boom! Vast flames raged on Feng Tianwu's body. The heaven and earth energy stirred in the sky above her head and soon gathered into the heaven and earth phenomenon. There was a total of 1,000 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons. 9th level advanced fire concept. Initially, Duan Lingtian was still a little anxious. He was really worried that Feng Tianwu, who was immersed in the word sword, would ignore the energy from the fire spirit body in her body and forcefully communicate and perform the fire profundity. However, when he noticed that the fire concept on Feng Tianwu's body had stabilized at the 9th level advanced fire concept, he could not help but feel relieved. Soon after, Duan Lingtian noticed that the flames on Feng Tianwu's body began to compress from top to bottom. In the end, it seemed to compress into the shape of a sword and transformed into a sword-shaped flame. At this moment, Feng Tianwu was completely shrouded in the sword-shaped flame. It was as though she had transformed into a fiery red gigantic sword. At the same time that it emitted a scorching aura, it also emitted a gradually growing fierce aura. Sword concept? Soon after, Duan Lingtian sensed a familiar aura from the sword-shaped flame around Feng Tianwu's body. It was the aura of sword concept. Although it was only the elementary sword concept, it still made Duan Lingtian feel extremely shocked. Tianwu didn't seem to have comprehended sword force before this, right? Duan Lingtian was shocked. He realized the changes on Feng Tianwu's body was due to the gigantic word sword on the mountain wall. This sword character Who exactly left it behind? Duan Ling Tian took a deep breath and shifted his gaze to the mountain wall again. However, he did not look at the word sword. Instead, he scanned the surroundings as though he was looking for something. Finally, he discovered some smaller words at the corner of the word sword. They were words that were also engraved on the mountain wall. Whirlwind. Without any hesitation, Duan Lingtian flew out and arrived in front of the small words on the mountain wall in just a moment. He studied them carefully. At first glance, Duan Lingtian instinctively looked at the signature at the bottom right corner. Chapter 1022. Sword Saint? Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes when he saw the inscription. This Feng Qingyang guy is really arrogant. He actually dares to call himself a sword saint. In Duan Lingtian's opinion, Duan Lingtian was a sword saint. Any existence that could be called a saint was definitely an extremely powerful existence. Sword saint. A person who dared to call himself a sword saint must have a high attainment in the sword Tao. If the word sword, that seems to be filled with magic, was really left behind by Feng Qingyang, then, even if he calls himself the sword saint, he doesn't have an undeserved reputation. Duan Ling Tian muttered to himself as he looked at the 5 words that were written before him. After all, the seemingly simple word sword had not only allowed him to comprehend the 5th-level advanced sword concept, but it had also helped him cultivate the heaven-rank advanced sword skill, the 9 Dragons Radiant Flash, to the perfection stage, and merged the 9 Dragons Radiant Flash with the 9 Tribulation Sword control technique. Naturally, he knew very well that even though the word sword looked simple, every stroke contained the truth of the sword Tao. Perhaps, only a sword cultivator powerhouse whose attainment in the sword Tao has reached a certain level would be able to inscribe the word sword. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Soon after, Duan Lingtian regained his senses. He looked up and began to read the densely packed words. The words were left behind by the inscription. Before I ascended, I left the Tao Martial Saint Land and traveled the 4 seas. I've been to continents ruled by mortal stage Tao cultivators and mortal continents ruled by both mortal stage Tao cultivators and mortal stage martial cultivators. In the end, I came to this mortal continent ruled by mortal stage martial cultivators, the Cloud Continent. In the 3 mortal continents, I've left behind my lifetime's comprehension of the sword Tao, waiting for the fated person to obtain it. If you can obtain half of my comprehension, you'll be able to move freely in the Tao Martial Saint Land and ascend. The line of words ended here. Below it was the inscription, Sword Saint, Feng Qingyang. The word sword was indeed left behind by him. Although he was mentally prepared, Duan Ling Tian still couldn't help but gasp, and he was completely shocked. That mysterious word, sword, actually contained the comprehension left behind by this so-called sword saint, Feng Qingyang. It was his lifetime comprehension of the sword Tao. No wonder it was able to help his sword concept rise by an entire 5 levels. Also, this Feng Qingyang called himself a saint and came from the Tao Martial Saint Land. On top of that, he said he's been to 3 mortal continents, and one of them is the Cloud Continent. The Cloud Continent is a mortal continent? Duan Lingtian frowned with a confused expression on his face. Based on what he said, he seems to have been to 2 other mortal continents similar to the Cloud Continent. It seems that this world is far bigger than I imagined. After taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian tried his best to suppress his surging emotions and calm himself down. According to the Reincarnation Emperor Wu's memory, the Cloud Continent is surrounded by a vast ocean that seems to have no end. Even he found it difficult to explore it. Coupled with the Sword Saint, Feng Qingyang's message, the Cloud Continent might only be the tip of the iceberg in this world. Duan Lingtian's breathing quickened when he thought of this. In other words, apart from the Tao Martial Saint Land and the Cloud Continent, there are 2 other mortal continents that are similar to the Cloud Continent in the boundless ocean. Mortal continents? Mortal stage martial cultivators? Mortal stage Tao cultivators? Duan Lingtian's face was filled with confusion when he thought of this. He could still understand martial cultivators since they were martial artists. Dao cultivators. He had heard about it from the black-clad middle-aged man who had transformed Zhao Ming into a human puppet. At that time, the black-clad middle-aged man had told him about the origin of the talismans in his hands. At that time, he found out that the 3 talismans his cheapskate father had given him were Dao talismans drawn by some Saint Rudiment stage Dao cultivator. That black-clad middle-aged man isn't from the Cloud Continent. Moreover, he also called me a mortal stage martial cultivator. Could it be that he's also from the Dao martial saint land like the sword saint Feng Qingyang? Duan Lingtian thought to himself as he continued to speculate. Mortal stage martial cultivators, mortal stage Dao cultivators, Saint Rudiment stage Dao cultivators, human puppet, and the mortal continent, Dao martial saint land. Ascension. It's a mess. It's too messy. Duan Lingtian felt a headache coming on as he continued to speculate. He realized that it was difficult for him to sort out this information. Forget it. I'm not going to think about it anymore. As long as I raise my strength, I'll naturally have the opportunity to come into contact with that level. At that time, everything will be clear. One had to admit that Duan Lingtian was very open-minded. Very soon, he tossed all the information that was troubling him to the back of his mind. However, there's one thing I'm certain of. The person who left behind these words and the gigantic word sword is very, very powerful. So powerful that it's beyond my imagination. Duan Lingtian did not doubt this at all. After letting out a sigh of relief, Duan Lingtian left the side of the mountain wall and returned to Feng Tianwu and Xiong Quan's side. His gaze immediately landed on Xiong Quan. Currently, the sword concept on Xiong Quan's body was emitting a fierce aura that shot up into the sky. However, the heaven and earth phenomenon that was formed by the heaven and earth energy above his head was still the 200 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons. There was no change at all. It seems like Xiong Quan's current situation is the same as when I was attracted by the word sword for the second time. The word sword did not help me break through again. It's only when I was attracted by the word sword for the first time that there was an obvious breakthrough. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Of course, this did not mean that it was useless to look at the word sword later on. It was just that the effect later on was not as exaggerated as the first time. Earlier, when Duan Lingtian looked at the word sword for the second time, although his sword concept did not break through again, the word sword still taught him many things. However, it was all information that was extremely obscure and difficult for him to understand at the moment. He could not comprehend it for the time being. He had an extremely strong intuition. If he could comprehend those obscure and difficult to understand information, his sword concept would be elevated to a higher level. Moreover, it would not be as simple as elevating by 1 or 2 levels. This word, sword, is even crazier than the sword concept fragment. No, even the sword profundity fragment might not be as helpful to a sword cultivator as this word. Such a thought appeared in Duan Lingtian's mind out of nowhere. This remote canyon, it's simply a heaven for a sword cultivator. As Duan Lingtian muttered to himself, he looked around the canyon. He noticed that the entire canyon was located deep in the mountains. Even the sky above the canyon only revealed small openings. These small openings were all small openings that were squeezed together at the intersection of branches and leaves that covered the entire mountain forest. The light in the entire canyon shone in from these small openings. If I were to fly above, I would definitely not be able to discover this canyon unless I use my spiritual energy to carry out a carpet search. Of course, if Duan Lingtian really passed by here without knowing, he would definitely not use his spiritual energy to carry out a carpet search. This place was only one of the countless remote mountains in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. It was very difficult to attract anyone's attention. If it was not for Xiong Quan's hometown here, Duan Lingtian would not have stayed here at all. Besides that, apart from the sky above this canyon, there's only the one-line sky entrance left. It's usually blocked by the forest. If it wasn't for Xiong Quan leading the way today, I'm afraid I wouldn't have known about this canyon even if I were to pass by outside. When Duan Lingtian thought about this, he could not help but feel a little relieved. He did not expect this at all. He did not expect to encounter such a fortuitous encounter when he came back to look for Xiongquan and help him repair his dantian. If I really want to calculate the value of the word sword on the mountain wall of this canyon, I'm afraid it's even more valuable than all the fortuitous encounters I've had in the past. Duan Lingtian did not doubt this at all. The reason he thought so was naturally because of the message left behind by Feng Qingyang, who called himself the Sword Saint. Although Feng Qingyang's message was not long, each and every word he left behind showed how powerful he was. If that Feng Qingyang wasn't bragging, he's most likely someone who once stood at the peak of the Tao Martial Saint Land. Otherwise, he wouldn't have said something like, "If I obtain half of the comprehension he left behind in the Sword Tao, I'll be able to roam freely in the Tao Martial Saint Land and ascend." Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Boom! Suddenly, a loud sound resonated in the air and completely disrupted Duan Lingtian's thoughts. It attracted Duan Lingtian's attention. Duan Lingtian looked in the direction of the sound. It was where Feng Tianwu was standing. At this moment, the sword-shaped flame on Feng Tianwu's body was rolling and burning continuously. The fierce aura on the flame continued to rise. This aura, with just a glance, Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed immediately. Heavens! What did he discover? At this moment, the spiritual energy that he extended out clearly sensed that the Sword Saint's aura had changed. The sword concept that emanated from the sword-shaped flame on Feng Tianwu's body had actually transformed from the elementary sword concept to the intermediate sword concept. Moreover, it was not just an ordinary intermediate sword concept. 7th level intermediate sword concept. At the same time, Duan Lingtian instinctively raised his head and looked at the heaven and earth phenomenon above Feng Tianwu's head. There were 80 ancient horned dragon silhouettes hovering beside the 1,000 ancient horned dragon silhouettes. They were lifelike and had a majestic aura. The sword concept was equivalent to the strength of 80 ancient horned dragons. Chapter 1023. Feng Tianwu, a person who did not even comprehend sword force in the past, had comprehended the 7th level intermediate sword concept just because of the word sword on the mountain wall. It was shocking. Duan Lingtian's eyes gleamed brightly. He was once again shocked by the Sword Saint, Feng Qingyang's technique. Just carving the word sword on the mountain wall had caused such a huge change to him and Tianwu. If he did not witness it with his own eyes, he would not have believed it. Ha! Soon after, Duan Lingtian seemed to have noticed something. His eyes widened, and shock filled his face. At this moment he was shocked to see something. The heaven and earth energy above Feng Tianwu's head stirred, and the heaven and earth phenomenon continued to change. At the same time, the aura emitted by the sword-shaped flame on Feng Tianwu's body became even more ferocious. As the flame soared into the sky, it seemed as though it could pierce through the sky. 8th level intermediate sword concept. 9th level intermediate sword concept. Duan Lingtian's eyes widened when he saw the changes in the heaven and earth phenomenon above Feng Tianwu's head. The shock on his face did not disappear at all. Apart from the heaven and earth phenomenon, his spiritual energy had also detected that the sword concept on Feng Tianwu's sword-shaped flame was getting stronger every second. 2nd level advanced sword concept. Duan Lingtian was completely shocked when he realized Feng Tianwu's sword concept had improved to such a level. How's this possible? Even Xiongquan, who had comprehended sword force earlier, only managed to comprehend the 1st level advanced sword concept after receiving the guidance from the word sword on the mountain wall. Tianwu didn't even comprehend sword force before. How's it possible that her improvement is greater than Xiongquan's? Duan Lingtian could not help but gasp. He remembered that Xiongquan had already comprehended the advanced sword force when his dantian was crippled. However, after going through the guidance of the word sword on the mountain wall, he only managed to comprehend the 1st level advanced sword concept. Could it be that, because everyone has a different level of comprehension, the sword character on the mountain wall is of different help to each person? For a moment, Duan Lingtian could only think this way. That seemed to be the only explanation for what was happening in front of him. Other than this, He really couldn't think of a second possibility. However, very soon, Duan Lingtian's thoughts were mercilessly crushed by reality, making him realize that the whole thing was not as simple as he thought. Third level advanced sword concept. Fourth level advanced sword concept. Fifth level advanced sword concept. Duan Lingtian used his spiritual energy to sense the changes in Feng Tianwu's sword concept as he watched the changes in the heaven and earth phenomenon above Feng Tianwu's head. He was completely numb. Finally, the aura of the sword concept stopped changing. Meanwhile, the heaven and earth energy above Feng Tianwu's head finally returned to normal, and the heaven and earth phenomenon completely froze there. The ancient horned dragon silhouettes that filled the sky wriggled down. They were lifelike, and it was a visual shock. There were a total of 2,000 ancient horned dragon silhouettes. This was the heaven and earth phenomenon that was created when Feng Tianwu used her fire concept and sword concept to mobilize the heaven and earth energy. When the two concepts were cast together, it was equivalent to the strength of 2,000 ancient horned dragons. The 9th level advanced fire concept was equivalent to the strength of 1,000 ancient horned dragons. Therefore, Feng Tianwu's sword concept was the 9th level advanced sword concept. Even if it's me, after receiving the guidance of that sword character, I can only improve my 9th level intermediate sword concept to the 5th level advanced sword concept. Tianwu transformed from a martial artist who did not comprehend sword force to a martial artist who comprehended the 9th level advanced sword concept in such a short time. Even if Tianwu's comprehension is stronger than mine, it shouldn't be so much stronger, right? This is too exaggerated. Duan Lingtian's emotions were extremely agitated, and he was unable to calm down for a long time. In the past, Feng Tianwu, who did not even come into contact with sword force, had comprehended the 9th level advanced sword concept under the guidance of the word sword on the mountain wall. What's going on? Duan Lingtian was puzzled no matter how hard he thought about it. Now he could practically confirm that it was definitely not a problem with his comprehension ability. At this moment, Feng Tianwu woke up. What a powerful strength. Is this the concept of sword? After Feng Tianwu woke up, she stretched out both of her arms, and the sword-shaped flame sword. It seemed to have transformed into two flaming greatswords, causing the air to emit a wave of scorching aura. Tianwu, how did you do it? Suddenly, Feng Tianwu heard her dreamy voice, and she could not help but return to her senses. After the sword-shaped flame on her body vanished, she smiled as she looked at the source of the voice. Feng Tianwu looked at Duan Lingtian and smiled faintly. It seemed to be able to captivate all living things, causing Duan Lingtian to be in a daze for a while. It was as though he had forgotten the important matter. Elder brother Duan, what did you ask me earlier? It was only when Feng Tianwu's gentle and pleasant voice entered his ears that Duan Lingtian shuddered and completely returned to his senses. He smiled wryly and said, I asked about your sword concept. Sword concept? A hint of confusion appeared on Feng Tianwu's beautiful face. Try to cast your sword concept and look at the heaven and earth phenomenon formed by the heaven and earth energy gathered by it. Perhaps even you don't know what level it's at now. Duan Lingtian said. Feng Tianwu nodded obediently. Subsequently, she intended to execute her sword concept according to what Duan Lingtian said. Suddenly, as if she'd noticed something, Feng Tianwu's beautiful brows frowned slightly. At the same time, Feng Tianwu's beautiful brows eased up. In the next moment, flames that covered the sky soared from her body and emitted waves of scorching aura. It emitted waves of heat that assaulted Duan Lingtian's face, and it caused him to be unable to help but narrow his eyes. He felt that it was slightly strange. Didn't he ask Tianwu to unleash her sword concept? Why did she execute her fire concept? At practically the same time that Duan Lingtian felt that it was strange, the flames that soared from Feng Tianwu's body gave birth to waves of fierce aura that caused the flames that covered the sky to transform into sword-shaped flames. Ninth level advanced sword concept? When Feng Tianwu saw the 2,000 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons that appeared in the sky above her, she was dumbstruck for a moment. She was unable to regain her senses for a long time. Although she could feel that the sword concept that she had comprehended was not simple, she did not expect it to be so powerful. 9th level advanced sword concept. It was on par with the 9th level advanced fire concept that she had comprehended. Tian Wu. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian seemed to have noticed something, and he looked at Feng Tianwu with a solemn expression. I noticed that you executed your fire concept before executing your sword concept. I wonder if it was intentional or you had no choice but to do so. After Duan Ling Tian asked this question, he stared fixedly at Feng Tianwu as if he was eager to know the answer. I don't know what's going on as well. However, if I didn't execute my fire concept first, I wouldn't be able to communicate with my sword concept. Feng Tianwu's beautiful brows knit together once more as she recalled the scene from before. The sword concept seems to have been born from the fire concept. As expected, after hearing Feng Tianwu's reply, Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed as he completely confirmed it. Earlier, the process of Feng Tianwu executing her sword concept made him feel a little familiar. This sort of feeling was similar to when he first utilized wind concept before he was able to utilize fire concept, and the latter was born within the wind concept. Elder brother Duan, do you know why? When Feng Tianwu saw the sudden realization in Duan Lingtian's eyes, she could not help but ask curiously. Tianwu, if I'm not mistaken, your sword concept is born from the fire concept. Not only that, as long as you execute your fire profundity, you'll also be able to create a sword profundity of the same level. Duan Lingtian said solemnly. When he reached the end of his sentence, a hint of envy could be seen in the depth of his eyes. Although he did not know why the sword concept could be born from the fire concept, all of this was ultimately because of the word sword on the mountain wall. That sword Saint Feng Qingyang. He's really not simple. He actually allowed Tian Wu to use her fire concept to create her sword concept. Duan Lingtian could not help but sigh inwardly. He knew very well in his heart. Tian Wu's sword concept that was born from the fire concept was a completely different concept from the sword concept that she comprehended on her own. For the former, as long as her fire concept improved, her sword concept would improve as well. There was no need for her to comprehend it. As for the latter, she would need to comprehend it herself. This was similar to the method he used to create his fire concept using his wind concept through the roaming dragon form, the 8th form of the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique. His fire concept did not require him to comprehend it as well. As long as his wind concept improved, his fire concept would improve as well. Once he comprehended the wind profundity in the future, his wind profundity would also create his fire profundity. Boom! At this moment, Duan Lingtian felt a wave of scorching aura charging at him. He noticed the flames on Feng Tianwu's body had soared. She had cast her fire profundity. First level monarch stage fire profundity. The heaven and earth energy in the air stirred. The 1,000 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons that were formed by the 9th level advanced fire concept soon turned into 2,000 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons. Tian Wu is trying to create her sword profundity? Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes. He could guess Feng Tianwu's plan. In the next moment, the flames on Feng Tianwu's body swayed and transformed into an even more vast sword-shaped flame that pointed at the entrance of the canyon. At the same time, the 1,000 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons above Feng Tianwu's head that were originally formed by the heaven and earth energy mobilized by her 9th level advanced sword concept had now become 2,000 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons. Chapter 1024. After casting the first-level Monarch Stage Fire Profundity, Feng Tianwu used it to generate the first-level Monarch Stage Sword Profundity as well. The strength of the 2 first-level Monarch Stage Profundities was equivalent to the strength of 4,000 ancient horned dragons when they were combined. Tian Wu. Duan Lingtian was shocked when he saw Feng Tianwu use the fire profundity to generate the sword profundity. He reminded her solemnly, "Don't communicate or cast the fire profundity again if it's not necessary." At this moment, Duan Lingtian could clearly feel the restlessness of the fire spirit body's energy in Feng Tianwu's body through his extended spiritual energy. It was as though it was going to explode from Feng Tianwu's body. For a moment, his heart was filled with concern and anxiety. He did not want Feng Tianwu to die. Okay. Feng Tianwu smiled happily when she heard Duan Lingtian's words and saw the anxiety on Duan Lingtian's face. She nodded obediently. At the same time, the fire profundity on her body faded away. So did the sword profundity. This is unbelievable. After dispersing the two profundities, Feng Tianwu's beautiful face was filled with astonishment. Who's the person who left the word sword behind? To think that a martial artist like me who didn't even comprehend sword force could comprehend the same level of sword concept that was generated from the fire concept in one fell swoop. Feng Tianwu was even more shocked by her experience this time. There's a passage of words over there. You'll know who left it when you take a look. Duan Lingtian glanced at the corner of the mountain wall where the word sword was carved and reminded Feng Tianwu. At the same time, his heart was filled with shock. I wonder how the word sword merged the sword concept into Tianwu's fire concept. Could it be because Tianwu has the fire spirit body? Duan Lingtian speculated inwardly. Otherwise, why didn't the word sword fuse the sword concept into my other concepts? Or perhaps it's because Tianwu didn't even come into contact with sword force before this. So the sword concept she comprehended automatically fused with her fire concept? Duan Lingtian guessed again that this might be the case. Hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Feng Tianwu's eyes suddenly lit up. She glanced at the side of the mountain wall not far away. Her gaze was quickly attracted by the words that she could not see clearly due to the distance. Whoosh! Feng Tianwu's figure moved and flew out. Like a fire spirit, she arrived in front of the mountain wall and carefully looked at the words on it. The words were left behind by the sword saint, Feng Qingyang. Similar to Duan Lingtian, Feng Tianwu was also shocked when she finished reading the words. Cloud Continent is only a mortal continent? A martial artist on Cloud Continent? A mortal realm martial artist? Dao Martial Saint Land? Ascended to the immortal realm? Feng Tianwu's beautiful face was filled with astonishment. Compared to Duan Lingtian, she was even more bewildered and completely unable to make sense of what was going on. After all, Duan Lingtian had come into contact with someone suspected to be from the Dao Martial Saint Land before. It was the black-clad middle-aged man who had transformed Zhao Ming into a human puppet. From the black-clad middle-aged man, Duan Lingtian learned about the origin of the 3 talismans his cheapskate father had left for him. At the same time, he also learned about the Dao Martial Saint Land. For example, the talismans were Dao talismans. Moreover, they were drawn by a Saint Rudiment stage Dao cultivator. Whoosh! At this moment, Xiong Quan, who was immersed in the word sword on the mountain wall, finally regained his senses. He heaved a sigh of relief as though a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. His face was filled with bewilderment. What did those words mean? Xiong Quan frowned and muttered to himself as though he was thinking about something. He had a feeling that as long as he understood the meaning of those words, his sword concept would definitely improve. Moreover, it would not be as simple as improving by just 1 or 2 levels. Xiong Quan. A voice resonated, causing Xiong Quan to jolt awake. At the same time, he instinctively looked at the source of the voice. There stood an extraordinarily handsome purple-clad young man with a graceful bearing. Young master. Facing this purple-clad young man, Xiong Quan did not dare to slack at all. He greeted him respectfully. Xiong Quan, how did you find this place? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. In his opinion, the fact that Xiong Quan was able to find this place was not only a great fortune for him, but it was also a great fortune for him and Feng Tianwu. In fact, as long as someone came here in the future, they would be able to obtain a great fortune as well. The gigantic word, sword, on the mountain wall in this canyon could be considered as a priceless treasure. To a certain extent, it could change a person's life. Putting other people aside, Xiong Quan. Logically speaking, with Xiong Quan's comprehension ability, it was almost impossible for him to comprehend the void transformation concept. However, because of the word sword on the mountain wall, Xiong Quan was able to comprehend the first-level advanced sword concept in one fell swoop. It even stimulated his potential in the sword Dao. In the future, Xiongquan might even be able to comprehend the sword profundity, let alone the higher-level sword concept. The word, sword, on the mountain wall helped Xiongquan complete a rebirth. According to the sword saint, Feng Qingyang, as long as we comprehend half of the sword Tao contained in the word sword that he left behind, we'll be able to rule the entire Tao martial saint land. Based on this, we can see that whether it's me, Tianwu, or Xiongquan, we've only comprehended the surface of the sword Tao contained in the word sword that he left behind. It was not difficult for Duan Lingtian to figure this out. Young master. Faced with Duan Lingtian's question, Xiongquan replied respectfully, I discovered this canyon when I was hunting in the mountain half a month ago. After I came in, I was attracted by the word sword on the mountain wall. When I woke up, I realized the 7th-level elementary sword concept that I originally comprehended had transformed into the 1st-level advanced sword concept in one fell swoop. Xiongquan could not help but be pleasantly surprised when he recalled the scene at that time. Duan Lingtian nodded. Then, he raised an eyebrow and said with a smile, Xiongquan, you've already comprehended the 7th-level elementary sword concept before you found this place? It seems like you haven't been slacking off all these years. I've always wanted to follow you around and solve your problems in the future. Due to this reason, I didn't dare to slack off, Xiongquan said earnestly. His words came from the bottom of his heart, causing Duan Lingtian's heart to tremble. It was filled with warmth. Now that your dantian has been repaired, your cultivation base will be restored soon. You can continue to follow me around in the future. Duan Lingtian smiled. Thank you, young master. Xiongquan's eyes lit up when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. He quickly thanked him. Initially, he thought that even if his dantian was repaired, his young master might not allow him to follow him around since his cultivation base had not improved. He did not expect his young master would take the initiative to ask him to follow him around. This caused him to be slightly overjoyed. Apart from you, is there anyone else who knows about this place? Duan Lingtian asked again. 10 days ago, I brought Eru here once. I originally wanted to let Eru comprehend the sword concept from the word sword, but I never expected that Eru would only take a glance at the word sword before fainting. He was unconscious for an entire 3 days and 3 nights before waking up. When Xiongquan spoke up to hear, an apologetic expression appeared on his face. He fainted. Duan Lingtian was slightly surprised. After pondering for a moment, he guessed the reason. It should be a problem with his spiritual energy. Whose spiritual energy is only at the origin core stage. It's difficult for him to withstand the sword Tao contained in the word sword. As for Xiongquan, although his dantian is crippled and he lost his cultivation base, his spiritual energy is not affected at all. It's still at the void prying stage. Duan Lingtian thought to himself, Elder brother Duan, do you think the message left behind by the sword saint, Feng Qingyang, can be trusted? In this world, there are actually 2 other mortal continents similar to the Cloud Continent and the Tao Martial Saint Land that we don't know about. At this moment, Feng Tianwu returned and looked at Duan Lingtian. Her beautiful face was filled with astonishment. Tianwu, it's up to you whether you can trust it or not. As for me, I don't dare to say that I can't trust anything before I've traveled to every corner of this world. Duan Lingtian said slowly. Feng Tianwu nodded in agreement with Duan Lingtian's words. This mountain wall with the word sword carved on it. Duan Lingtian's gaze landed on the nearby mountain wall. After a flash of light, a crazy idea rose in his heart before he flew out. Whoosh! A sword appeared out of thin air in his hand. It was the quasi-royal grade spirit sword. Whoosh! As Duan Lingtian's hand trembled, the sword ray on the quasi-royal grade spirit sword in his hand shot out toward the side of the mountain wall with the word sword carved on it. Elder brother Duan wants to separate that side of the mountain wall and bring it away? It was not difficult for Feng Tianwu to guess Duan Lingtian's thoughts when she saw Duan Lingtian's actions. She had to admit that this idea was crazy. However, she asked herself if it was her, she would have done the same as well. Based on the sword concept that she could use with the fire concept, the mountain wall with the word sword carved on it could be considered a priceless treasure. Unfortunately, although it was a good idea, it might not be realized. Clang. The sword ray that Duan Lingtian shot out landed on the mountain wall with the word sword carved on it. However, it seemed to have collided with something hard. It did not even leave a mark on it. Clang, 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 clang. Duan Lingtian, who did not believe in heresy, attacked with his sword from tricky angles. However, he realized that as long as it was on the mountain wall with the word sword carved on it, he could not damage it at all. Unless I move the entire mountain. However, even if I can move it, my spatial ring won't be big enough to store it. Duan Lingtian was slightly troubled by this. Chapter 1025. A spatial ring that was a royal-grade spirit weapon would not be able to contain the mountain in front of him. Even if it could, Duan Lingtian did not have a spatial ring that was a royal-grade spirit weapon at the moment. A spatial ring that was a royal-grade spirit weapon could only be refined by a royal-grade weapon craftsman. If Duan Lingtian wanted to become a royal-grade weapon craftsman, he would have to wait until his cultivation base had broken through to the Emperor Wu stage, and he would be able to condense the royal-grade pillfire with his origin energy. Of course, there are a few royal-grade spirit weapon spatial rings in the great treasure left behind by the reincarnation Emperor Wu. Duan Lingtian, who'd searched through all the memories of the rebirth martial emperor that were related to the great treasure, naturally knew this clearly. However, why is the half of the mountain with the word sword so much harder than the other half? I don't feel any inscription formation's aura or fluctuation on it. This is strange. Duan Lingtian casually swung his sword and left a bottomless crack on the other half of the mountain. It was as though he was cutting tofu. However, the half of the mountain with the word sword seemed to be enchanted. It was difficult to destroy it. At the very least, it was difficult for Duan Lingtian to destroy it at the moment. It seems like this has something to do with Feng Qingyang, who left the word sword behind. Duan Lingtian mumbled to himself. It was not difficult for him to figure out the reason. Forget it. I'll just leave it here for now. Duan Lingtian sighed helplessly. I'll come here to study the word sword when I need it in the future to comprehend the sword Tao contained in it. What a pity. At this moment, Feng Tianwu seemed to have realized something as well. She sighed softly. Unlike Feng Tianwu, Xiong Quan was stunned when he saw the heaven and earth phenomenon above Duan Lingtian's head. Why, young master? After a while, he lost his composure and called out to Duan Lingtian, but he didn't know what to say for a moment. The 3,500 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons above Duan Lingtian's head almost filled half of the sky above the canyon. When Xiong Quan saw it, he was so shocked that his pupils shrunk again. Xiong Quan had never expected this. In less than 10 years, that young man who hadn't even stepped into the nascent soul stage had already possessed such a terrifying cultivation that he could only look up to. Xiong Quan, no matter how strong I am now, I'm still your young master. This will never change. Duan Lingtian seemed to have seen the bitterness and inferiority in Xiong Quan's eyes. He smiled gently, as if he was bathing in the spring breeze. Young master. When Xiong Quan heard this, his eyes were filled with excitement, and his stubbled face flushed red. In addition, if you follow me out to explore in the future, you will sooner or later possess strength like mine. Even if you surpass me now, it will only be a matter of time. Duan Lingtian added. Young master, can I really do that? When he heard Duan Lingtian's words, Xiong Quan's breathing quickened, and he could not calm down for a long time. He asked with a face full of disbelief. Although his attainments in the sword concept had improved a lot through the mysterious word sword on the mountain wall, and he was even confident that he would be able to comprehend a higher level of sword concept in the near future, Duan Lingtian thought to himself. However, that was only limited to his comprehension ability. His innate talent that was not considered strong had unknowingly limited the improvement of his cultivation base. Xiong Quan, are you doubting my words? Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes and asked with a faint smile. Xiong Quan wouldn't dare. Xiong Quan hurriedly lowered his head, afraid that Duan Lingtian would be angered. All right, let's go back first. After Duan Lingtian looked at the word, sword, on the mountain wall with reluctance, he called out to Feng Tianwu and Xiong Quan before leaving the remote canyon. After leaving the one-line sky entrance of the canyon, Xiong Quan began to tidy up the forest outside so that it would perfectly block the entrance of the canyon. Apart from you, only heir who knows about this place? Duan Lingtian looked at Xiong Quan as though he wanted to confirm it further. Yes, Xiong Quan replied respectfully. Then he said, I've already told heir who that he's not allowed to tell anyone about this place. Therefore, even his parents don't know about this place. All right. Duan Lingtian nodded and could not help but feel relieved. It seemed like only he, Feng Tianwu, Xiong Quan, and heir who knew about this place. As long as they did not spread the news, there would not be a fifth person who knew about it. Let's go. Under Duan Lingtian's call, the three of them rushed back to Xiong village. Elder brother Duan. Along the way, Feng Tianwu could not help but ask Duan Lingtian through voice transmission. Earlier, you said Xiong Quan will possess a strength similar to yours or even surpass yours. Do you mean he'll have to wait until he comprehends the sword profundity? Of course not. Duan Lingtian shook his head and said through voice transmission with a serious expression on his face, I'll try my best to let him possess strength that's not inferior to mine before he comprehended the sword profundity. Is that possible? Feng Tianwu was taken aback by Duan Lingtian's words. Although Xiong Quan's attainment in the sword Dao won't be low with the guidance of the sword Dao contained in the word sword, but that can only mean that his comprehension ability in the sword concept and sword profundity is not low. His cultivation base, put aside the fact that his dantian has just been repaired, it'll still take some time for him to recover to his former level. Even if he recovers his former cultivation base, with his innate talent, I'm afraid it'll be difficult for him to achieve great things. Even if we use spirit fruits, the effect won't be obvious because his innate talent isn't strong enough. Feng Tianwu continued. She was not looking down on Xiong Quan when she said that. She was merely stating a fact and her personal opinion. Tianwu, do you know about meridian and marrow cleansing and rebirth? Although innate talent is innate, if there's a fortuitous encounter, it might not be impossible to reverse. Duan Lingtian smiled. Putting everything else aside, just his innate talent alone was not weak. But when he consumed sufficient 10,000-year stalactite milk in the stalactite cave at the side of the peak of the seven-star sword sex Migres Peak, his natural talent instead advanced a step further, and it advanced to the limit that a martial artist in Cloud Continent could attain. Putting the 10,000-year stalactite milk aside, just the young miss of the Ye family, Yi Xian, whom he met in the eastern district's Drift Cloud town in the northern desert. Yi Xian's innate talent was not high as well. However, after he merged his origin energy and spiritual energy into Yi Xian's body and executed an exclusive technique from the reincarnation Emperor Wu's memory, Yi Xian's innate talent underwent a tremendous change. Although the increase in innate talent of a person who underwent meridian and marrow cleansing using that method was not as great as a martial artist who consumed the 10,000-year stalactite milk and completed rebirth, it was not much different. Meridian and marrow cleansing? Rebirth? Feng Tianwu's beautiful eyes focused when she heard Duan Lingtian's words. She was not unfamiliar with these two words. However, it was extremely difficult to realize them. After all, items that could help a person undergo meridian and marrow cleansing and rebirth were all rare treasures on Cloud Continent. They could only be chanced upon by luck. Could it be that elder brother Duan has such a treasure on him? Feng Tianwu could not help but guess. The more she guessed, the more certain she was. Along the way, there were too many miracles that had happened to her elder brother Duan. It was so many that she was numb to it. However, she did not know that Duan Lingtian did not have any treasure on him. As long as I use the exclusive technique from the reincarnation Emperor Wu's memory to cleanse Xiong Quan's meridian and increase his innate talent, it won't take long for him to recover his peak cultivation base. In the future, I'll look for some spirit fruits for him. His cultivation base will catch up very quickly. On the way back to Xiong village, Duan Lingtian muttered to himself. Xiong Quan had already comprehended the void transformation concept. As long as his innate talent could keep up, coupled with the help of the spirit fruits, his cultivation base would be able to rise to the void transformation stage without any restrictions. When they returned to Xiong village again, Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu were treated as VIPs and received a warm reception. In the next few days, the two of them stayed in the village. Since Xiong Quan wanted to leave, he naturally had to inform the people in the village. Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu were waiting for him to finish before they left together. Uncle Xiong Quan, are you really leaving again? When Hu had already grown up, heard that Xiong Quan was leaving, his eyes turned red. This tall and sturdy young man displayed his true childish nature in front of Xiong Quan. Hu, after Uncle Xiong Quan leaves, I'll leave the heavy responsibility of protecting the village to you. Xiong Quan patted Hu's shoulder and said with a grin. Hu, Big Brother Ling Tian will leave behind a set of cultivation methods and a few sets of martial skills for you. No matter if it's the cultivation methods or martial skills, they're all sword cultivation methods and martial skills. Duan Lingtian looked at Hu and said with a smile, apart from that, I'll also leave you the medicinal pills you need for your cultivation. When you break through to the void prying stage, you can go to the canyon to look at the word sword and comprehend the truth and essence of the sword Dao from it. When he spoke up to this point, the smile on Duan Lingtian's face disappeared and was replaced by a solemn expression. However, you must remember, you can't tell anyone about that place. Otherwise, once someone finds out about that place, they might choose to kill you to prevent others from finding out. Duan Lingtian warned Hu again. Big Brother Lingtian, I'll definitely not tell anyone. Hu promised with a solemn expression. After leaving the cultivation methods, martial skills, medicinal pills, and a few spirit weapons that he casually refined to Hu, Duan Lingtian left with Feng Tianwu and Xiong Quan. They did not greet the other villagers and chose to leave quietly. After leaving the Xiong family village, they did not leave the surrounding mountains. Instead, they returned to the canyon again. We don't know when we'll be able to come back after leaving this time. The three of us should try our best to obtain more sword Dao comprehension from the word sword. Remember the sword Dao comprehension in our minds, and we'll slowly explore it after we leave. As long as we comprehend it, our strength will definitely rise to another level. Chapter 10:26. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, both Feng Tianwu and Xiong Quan nodded in agreement. They knew what Duan Lingtian meant. This time, after they left, they did not know when they would return to study the word sword on the mountain wall and comprehend the way of the sword contained within it. Now, they could study it for a long time and forcibly memorize the cryptic information that originated from the word sword in their minds so that they could slowly comprehend it when they returned. Once they comprehended the cryptic information, it was equivalent to further understanding the way of the sword contained within the word sword, and their strength would be greatly enhanced. Remember as much as you can. We'll do our best. Duan Lingtian said solemnly to Feng Tianwu and Xiong Quan before shifting his gaze to the mountain wall not far away. To be precise, he shifted his gaze to the word sword on the mountain wall. Since the word sword could not be separated from the mountain wall and taken away, he could only do this and try his best to comprehend the information transmitted from the word sword. The cryptic information would become a great asset to him in the days to come. Seeing Duan Lingtian staring at the word sword on the mountain wall as if he was possessed, Feng Tianwu did not hesitate and also looked at the word sword. As Feng Tianwu immersed herself in the word sword on the mountain wall and received the information transmitted to her heart's content, Xiong Quan also made his move. I won't be a burden to the young master. Xiong Quan took a deep breath and also looked at the word sword on the mountain wall. Ever since he witnessed Duan Lingtian's strength, he knew that even if he followed the young master in the future, he would only be able to do menial tasks. It would be impossible for him to protect the young master like he did before. Now, he only hoped that he would have enough strength to protect himself as soon as possible so that he would not be a burden to the young master. Time passed quietly. A month later, boom! A soft sound came from within the canyon. Xiong Quan's eyes, which were originally lifeless, suddenly lit up. His entire body trembled and fell to the ground. After falling to the ground, Xiong Quan was sweating profusely. His sweat dripped down like rain. He supported himself with both hands and panted heavily. After persevering for so long, I still couldn't persevere any further in the end. The amount of information transmitted from that sword character was too great. With my current spiritual power, it's difficult for me to receive more. After a while, Xiong Quan caught his breath and muttered to himself. At the same time, he looked at the purple-clad young man and red-clad young lady who were standing together and grinned. Young Master and Miss Tianwu really look like a golden couple. The purple-robed young man was handsome and elegant. The woman in red was so beautiful that she could topple a city. At first glance, they were simply a match made in heaven. Xiong Quan, who was the first to wake up, did not leave. He sat cross-legged on the ground to cultivate. At the same time, he vigilantly sensed his surroundings, especially the entrance of the canyon, the one-line sky, to guard against any wild beasts that accidentally entered. Time flew by and another month had passed. The woman in red finally made a move. Feng Tianwu's gaze flickered, and there was a hint of vitality in her eyes. She who staggered reacted in time to stabilize her body. At the same time, her beautiful face was faintly covered in sweat. Elder brother Duan is still comprehending? Feng Tianwu looked at Duan Lingtian, who was next to her. When she saw that Duan Lingtian showed no signs of waking up, her beautiful eyes flashed. That's true. Elder brother Duan's spiritual power is much stronger than mine. The amount of information transmitted from this sword character on the mountain wall that could be forcefully received depended on one's spiritual power. All these years, Xiong Quan's spiritual power had been maintained at the 7th level of the void-prying stage because he could not cultivate. Therefore, he was the first to be rejected by this sword character on the mountain wall. Now, even if he looked at the sword character again, he would not be immersed in it anymore because the burden on his spiritual power had reached its limit. Unless he could comprehend and digest the obscure information that he received, it was almost impossible for him to obtain any benefits from the sword character. Due to the fire spirit body, Feng Tianwu could no longer consume spirit fruits to cultivate after she had broken through to the void interpretation stage. Once she consumed spirit fruits, her fire spirit body would be forcefully activated and even erupt in advance. At that time, she would perish. It was precisely because of this that her cultivation base was only at the 4th level of the void interpretation stage, and her spiritual power was also only at the 4th level of the void interpretation stage. The 4th level of the void interpretation stage's spiritual power was much stronger than Xiong Quan's spiritual power. Therefore, compared to Xiong Quan, she received an extra month's worth of sword Dao comprehension from the sword character. As for Duan Lingtian, his cultivation base was at the 6th level of the void transformation stage, and his spiritual power was at the 7th level of the void transformation stage. With his spiritual power at the 7th level of the void transformation stage, he was destined to receive more sword Dao comprehension from the sword character. Xiong Quan, how long have I been looking at this sword character? Feng Tianwu asked curiously as she looked at Xiong Quan. Miss Tianwu, I'm not too sure about the exact time. However, you only woke up a month after I woke up. Xiong Quan replied honestly. Yes. He said this because he did not know how long he had been looking at the sword character. Feng Tianwu nodded. When her gaze landed on Duan Lingtian again, it was as gentle as water, as though it could melt everything. I think elder brother Duan should be able to hold on for another 1 or 2 months. Feng Tianwu speculated inwardly based on the comparison between her spiritual power and Xiong Quan's spiritual power. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was like a baby greedily sucking on breast milk, as he greedily received the obscure and incomprehensible information from the sword character on the mountain wall. He did not know how long had passed, and he did not care about how long had passed. At this moment, he only had one thought in his mind. Within the range of his spiritual power, He would try his best to receive the sword Dao comprehension contained in the sword character and store it in the depths of his mind. He would take the time to comprehend it in the future. Just as Feng Tianwu and Xiong Quan were silently waiting for Duan Lingtian to wake up, for uninvited guests arrived at the Darkhan dynasty. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. 4 figures flew across the sky and arrived at the Darkhan dynasty's capital in just a blink of an eye. Their speed was so fast that it was as though they had appeared out of thin air. Soon after, the 4 figures appeared above the most luxurious building in the Darkhan dynasty's capital. This was the imperial palace in the Darkhan dynasty's capital. At the same time, the imperial palace was where the Darkhan dynasty's imperial family that ruled the Darkhan dynasty resided. When the 4 figures appeared, one could vaguely see that the leader was a sturdy old man. One could not tell if the old man was happy or angry, but there was a hint of coldness in the depth of his eyes. Behind him, an old man and 2 middle-aged men followed him like shadows, respectfully and reverently. Darkhan dynasty's emperor, get out here. One of the middle-aged men opened his mouth and spoke. His voice that contained origin energy spread out like thunder in the sky and swept down, enveloping the entire imperial palace. Whoosh! As the voice spread out, the entire imperial palace was in an uproar. It was like a stone that caused 1,000 ripples. Who's that? Who's so bold? Who dares to challenge our Darkhan dynasty's imperial family's dignity? He's seeking death. In the imperial palace, many guards, eunuchs, and palace maids discussed among themselves. All of them felt that the owner of the voice was seeking death. In the Darkhan dynasty, the imperial family was the absolute ruler. In the Darkhan dynasty, nobody or any force dared to provoke the Darkhan dynasty's imperial family. However, today, not only did someone come to the Darkhan dynasty's imperial family to cause trouble, but he even openly asked the person in charge of the Darkhan dynasty's imperial family, the Supreme Emperor, to get out here. Those who trespass into the Darkhan dynasty's imperial family will be killed without mercy. Soon after, a thunderous voice spread out in the Darkhan dynasty's imperial palace. Immediately after, a middle-aged man in black armor led a group of people in black armor into the sky. Not long after, they were high up in the sky, staring at the 4 uninvited guests with covetous eyes. It's Commander Hong. Hermf! That person even summoned the strongest commander of the Darkhan dynasty's imperial family's black mysterious army. Looks like he's not far from death. As the commander of the black mysterious army, Commander Hong is a 9th-level void interpretation powerhouse. Waves of exclamations spread out in the imperial palace. More people stared at the sky. The sky was clear today, and they could vaguely see 2 groups of people standing in the sky. One of the groups only had 4 people. The other group had more than 10 people. Other than one of them who stood alone in front, the rest of them formed a circle and surrounded the 4 people in front. I'll give you one more chance. Ask your Darkhan dynasty's emperor to come out. When the middle-aged man who asked the Darkhan dynasty's emperor to come out saw that the Darkhan dynasty's emperor did not come out, his expression turned grave immediately. He looked at the sturdy middle-aged man in black armor with a gloomy expression. He was an elder from Izumo sect, a second-rate force in the northern desert. He was a 9th-level void transformation powerhouse. In his opinion, coming to a rural place like the Darkhan dynasty was enough for the master to personally come out to welcome him. However, the master did not come out even after he took the initiative to greet him. How could he not be angry? You've repeatedly humiliated His Majesty. You deserve death. Black mysterious army, listen up. Kill without mercy. When the sturdy middle-aged man in black armor heard the words of the Izumo sect's middle-aged man, his expression changed drastically. He shouted and gave the order immediately. Kill. As soon as he gave the order, the other dozen or so guards in black armor turned cold and rushed toward the Izumo sect elder one after another. Boom! 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 Almost at the same time, a series of explosions resonated in the sky and swept down. It entered the ears of many people who were watching the show in the imperial palace. How's this possible? Impossible. Impossible. I must be dreaming. I must be dreaming. Chapter 1027. In the Darkhan dynasty's imperial palace, horror dawned on the group of people who were looking up at the sky. Some of them were so frightened that their bodies began to tremble violently as though they had seen something terrifying. I'm not dreaming. How's this possible? Many of them even pinched their thighs instinctively. The pain that came from their thighs seemed to be telling them that everything was real. Everything in front of them was real. They were not dreaming. In the sky, more than 10 soldiers of the Black Dark Army, including the commander of the Black Dark Army, the sturdy middle-aged man in black armor, exploded at the same time as though they had discussed it beforehand. The rain of blood splattered in all directions like a dozen blooming fireworks. It was extremely beautiful. However, the group of people who were watching on the ground did not have the mood to enjoy this. Fear rose in their hearts as chills ran down their spines. This is too terrifying. Those 4 people didn't even move. But Commander Hong and more than 10 soldiers from the Black Armored Army are all dead. Commander Hong is a 9th-level void interpretation stage expert at any rate, yet he actually died so inexplicably. Who are they? No wonder they dared to come to the Darkhan dynasty's imperial palace in such a high-profile manner and asked His Majesty the Emperor to come out. As it turns out, they're such terrifying people. At this moment, the entire Darkhan dynasty's imperial palace was in chaos. Many people began to flee from the imperial palace. In their opinion, the 4 people from the Black Armored Army were hostile. The 4 people in the sky did not come with good intentions. Who knew if they would make a move and wipe out the entire royal family? At that moment, they would definitely die if they stayed in the imperial palace. Run! Run! If we don't run, we might die here. The imperial palace's guards, eunuchs, and palace maids fled out of the imperial palace in a panic as though the sky had collapsed. Many of them stood rooted to the ground. Their bodies were trembling, and their legs felt as though they were filled with lead. They wanted to flee, but they realized their legs were no longer under their control. Who are those 4 people? At this moment, a loud voice rang out. It rang through the entire imperial palace, causing many people who wanted to flee to calm down. It's His Majesty. His Majesty has come out. I heard His Majesty has broken through to the void transformation stage a few months ago. Coupled with the few old princes who have also broken through to the void transformation stage, he shouldn't be afraid of those 4 people. Amidst the waves of discussion, many people dispelled the thought of fleeing, and they all stopped moving and looked at the 5 figures that rose into the sky. A middle-aged man in a dragon robe took the lead, and behind him were 4 old men. As soon as they appeared, they attracted the attention of many people in the palace. They were none other than the Darkhan dynasty's emperor and the 4 old princes of the Darkhan dynasty. Since the end of the martial competition of the 10 dynasties, the Darkhan dynasty's emperor returned with a rewarding journey and brought back numerous concept fragments. In a short period of time, he created 5 void transformation stage powerhouses for the imperial family, including himself. Today, the 5 of them could no longer sit still after witnessing the soldiers of the Black Mysterious Army being turned into a bloody rain in the blink of an eye. Soon after, the Darkhan dynasty's emperor brought the 4 old princes to the sky and confronted the 4 people led by the sturdy old man. A hint of dread could be seen on his face. You're the Darkhan dynasty's emperor? The middle-aged man behind the robust old man who had asked the Darkhan dynasty's emperor to come out twice looked at the Darkhan dynasty's emperor with an unfriendly expression. A cold gleam flickered in his eyes as if he was about to swallow the Darkhan dynasty's emperor whole. How dare you? At this moment, one of the old princes behind the Darkhan dynasty's emperor stepped forward and glared at the middle-aged man. He reprimanded, "Don't you know the rules? Your master hasn't even spoken. What right do you have to speak to our Darkhan dynasty's emperor like that? Right?" The middle-aged man was stunned when he heard this. However, he could not help but laugh. A hint of coldness could be seen on his face as he laughed. Subsequently, he slowly raised his hand and muttered, "I'm afraid you won't be able to see it when I prove that I have the right." As soon as the middle-aged man finished speaking, his hand shook, and he pointed his finger at lightning speed. Whoosh! An extremely fast finger force shot out from the tip of his finger, setting off a short-lived whistling sound. From the beginning until the end, the Darkhan dynasty's emperor and the other 4 people did not manage to react in time. When the 4 of them regained their senses, horror dawned on them. They noticed there was a bloody hole between the brows of the old prince who spoke earlier. Spurt! An arrow of blood spurted out from the bloody hole. With a pair of dim eyes, the old prince collapsed and fell to the ground. A first-level void transformation martial artist was dead. Boom! The old prince's body fell and landed on a spacious square in the imperial palace. It turned into a pile of minced meat. Blood stained the ground and gathered together to form a small stream. At this moment, the crowd in the imperial palace was dead silent. They were stunned for a moment before they ran out of the imperial palace like crazy. They did not dare to hesitate at all. Oh my God! His Majesty and the 4 old princes are all powerhouses at the first-level void transformation stage. However, in just a blink of an eye, one of the old princes died without even seeing how that person did it. How terrifying! Who are these people? Don't tell me they're powerhouses from the foreign lands? It's possible. The entire imperial palace was in chaos. Not only were the guards, eunuchs, and palace maids fleeing, but even the concubines, princes, and princesses in the harem were fleeing as well. The Darkhan dynasty's emperor was anxious when he saw the chaos. However, he was not in the mood to care about this. He knew if he did not handle this matter properly, it would be a disaster for the Darkhan dynasty's imperial family. Seniors, it's a blessing for the Darkhan dynasty that all of you are here. I'm the Darkhan dynasty's emperor. May I know why the 4 of you are looking for me? Although one of his imperial uncles was killed by the other party in just a blink of an eye, the Darkhan dynasty's emperor did not feel any resentment at all. This was because he knew it was useless even if he felt resentment. He would not be able to take revenge at all. In order to protect the Darkhan dynasty's imperial family, he had no choice but to grovel in front of these 4 suspected powerhouses from the foreign lands. From the beginning until the end, he did not dare to put on airs as the Darkhan dynasty's emperor. The person following behind is so terrifying. He killed 11th imperial uncle whose cultivation base had broken through to the first-level void transformation stage with just a finger. He was so fast that he didn't even use the heaven and earth energy, let alone the heaven and earth phenomenon. If he wants to annihilate the Darkhan dynasty's imperial family, he can do it alone. However, he's only following behind this old man. It's obvious his status is far inferior to this old man. How powerful is this old man? The Darkhan dynasty's emperor's heart jolted when he saw the sturdy old man leading the 4 men. He hurriedly looked away as his heart trembled. He did not have the courage to continue thinking about it. Humph! The middle-aged man who killed one of the Darkhan dynasty's old princes snorted coldly. Of course, there's a reason why we're here. I heard there's a person called Duan Lingtian among the group of young powerhouses who participated in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties at Skywolf Fort. Duan Lingtian. The Darkhan dynasty's emperor narrowed his eyes when he heard the middle-aged man's words. Naturally, he was familiar with this name. It was because of this person that he was able to obtain a large amount of rewards after the martial competition of the 10 dynasties ended. May I know why you're asking about Duan Lingtian, Senior? The Darkhan dynasty's emperor asked with a fearful expression. Slap! The middle-aged man did not seem to have made any move, but a crisp slap sound resonated in the air. A burning palm print appeared on the Darkhan dynasty's emperor's face. Should I be the one asking you the question, or should you be the one asking me the question? The middle-aged man's eyes were filled with killing intent as he spoke in a deep voice. It was obvious he had slapped the Darkhan dynasty's emperor at lightning speed. How fast? The 3 old princes who were lucky enough to survive behind the Darkhan dynasty's emperor had a change of expression. They were not prepared when the middle-aged man made his move earlier. Although they were prepared this time, they still could not catch any trace of the middle-aged man making his move. At this moment they realized it deeply. The middle-aged man was not someone they could compare to. The Dark Han dynasty's emperor took a deep breath. Although he felt his dignity was being trampled on, he did not dare to speak out. He was afraid he would follow in the footsteps of the old prince. Senior, I don't know much about Duan Lingtian. I only know he's a young powerhouse from the Darkstone Empire. Before he represented the Dark Han dynasty to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. He was a young powerhouse recommended by the Darkstone Empire to participate in the dynasty martial competition organized by the Dark Han dynasty. The Dark Han dynasty's emperor spoke slowly and pushed all the blame to the Darkstone Empire. Darkstone Empire. This time, the sturdy old man in the lead spoke before the middle-aged man could speak. His eyes flashed as he stared at the Dark Han dynasty's emperor. The deep gaze caused the Dark Han dynasty's emperor to feel a chill run down his spine, and his body was shocked to the point of trembling for no reason. Where is it? The sturdy old man paused for a moment before he asked. It's in the south, the Dark Han dynasty's emperor said in a panic. At the same time, he pointed in the direction of the Darkstone Empire. He did not dare to be negligent. Let's go. Almost as soon as the Dark Han dynasty's emperor finished speaking, the sturdy old man spat out a word and disappeared before the Dark Han dynasty's emperor and the 3 old princes who were lucky enough to survive. At this moment, the Dark Han dynasty's emperor and the other 3 old princes narrowed their eyes. Did he just disappear before their eyes? Just how powerful was this old man? However, their pupils quickly constricted again and again. The 3 people behind the sturdy old man, an old man and 2 middle-aged men, also disappeared before their eyes after the sturdy old man disappeared into thin air. Chapter 1028. Who are they? The Dark Han dynasty's emperor heaved a sigh of relief after the 4 of them left. However, his face was still filled with fear. It was fear that came from the bottom of his heart. There's no doubt they're powerhouses from the foreign lands. However, I wonder why they're looking for Duan Lingtian. The old prince who led the young powerhouses from the Dark Han dynasty to the Skywolf Fort to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties with the Dark Han dynasty's emperor was also Zishang's master. He was puzzled. It's definitely not something good. The other old prince's eyes gleamed brightly. Although the old man didn't say why he was looking for Duan Lingtian, I saw a hint of hatred in the depth of his eyes when he found out Duan Lingtian was from the Darkstone Empire. Then, if Duan Lingtian really returns to the Dark Han dynasty, he'll definitely die. The last old prince's eyes widened. Although they had never seen Duan Lingtian before, they knew Duan Lingtian had contributed a lot to their cultivation base being able to break through to the void transformation stage. Duan Lingtian had unknowingly done them a huge favor. For this reason, they could not help but break out in cold sweat for Duan Lingtian. At this moment, Duan Lingtian, the person in question, was still in a daze in the depths of a remote mountain valley in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Naturally, he was not really in a daze. Duan Lingtian stood there and stared at the word sword on the mountain wall in the distance as though he was possessed. Not far away, a red-clad woman sat cross-legged in the air as she cultivated quietly. A middle-aged man was practicing his sword near the entrance of the valley. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The sound of sword whistling rose and fell one after another. Every time he made a move, the sword in his hand would condense a solid sword aura. Then, it would fly out and penetrate into the mountain wall on one side of the mountain. The middle-aged man was sweating profusely, but he gritted his teeth and persevered. I can't be a burden to the young master. I can't be a burden to young master. The middle-aged man muttered something under his breath. Almost at the same time, his potential seemed to have been broken, and his speed increased even more. Duan Lingtian didn't know how much time had passed. He only knew that he was trying his best to absorb the Sword Dao insights contained in the word sword, and store them in his mind one by one through his spiritual power. As time passed, he gradually felt his mental strength becoming weaker and weaker. It was as if he had reached his limit. However, he still resisted with all his might. Persevere, persevere, persevere. After an unknown amount of time, Duan Lingtian was completely numb. At the same time that his spiritual power was dispersing, his entire body quivered as he came back to his senses. He staggered and barely managed to stabilize himself. Seems like a long time has passed. After taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian slightly caught his breath. Although he didn't know how long he had been staring at the word sword, he felt that it had been a long time since he had last seen it. "Elder brother Duan, you're awake?" A pleasantly surprised voice rang in Duan Lingtian's ears, causing him to snap back to his senses immediately. Without turning his head, he could tell whose voice it was. Tian Wu. After calling out to her, Duan Lingtian turned around and smiled at the lady who was sitting cross-legged not far away. She looked like a fire spirit. "Elder brother Duan, you woke up 2 months later than me." Feng Tianwu sighed faintly. Her breath smelled like orchids. 2 months later than you? Duan Lingtian was stunned at first. He could not help but ask, "How long did you continue looking at the word sword? With your spiritual power, you should be able to persevere for quite some time, right?" "I don't know exactly how long I persevered. I only know that I persevered for a month longer than Xiongquan." Feng Tianwu shook her head gently. Her beautiful face was filled with confusion. "Young master." At this moment, Xiongquan, who was practicing his sword near the entrance of the canyon, noticed that Duan Lingtian had woken up. A joyful expression appeared on his face that was drenched in sweat. "Yes." Duan Lingtian nodded. "Let's go. A few months have passed in just a blink of an eye. Let's look for an inn in the nearby city to rest for a few days before we depart to the foreign realm." Feng Tianwu and Xiongquan followed Duan Lingtian's lead. They did not have any objections. For a time, the three of them left the canyon and looked for an inn in a small city nearby. After washing up, Duan Lingtian slept all the way until noon on the third day. The spiritual power that he had exhausted in the past few months had finally recovered slightly. When he woke up in the afternoon on the third day, Duan Lingtian went to look for Xiongquan and went straight to the point. "Xiongquan, cooperate with me. Next, I'll use a special method to cleanse your meridians and marrow." While Xiongquan was still in shock and ecstasy, Duan Lingtian used his origin energy and spiritual power to completely cleanse Xiongquan's meridians and marrow. Xiongquan was too old. Compared to Yi Shen back then, the difficulty of cleansing his meridians and marrow was much higher. Compared to the time when he cleansed Yi Shen's meridians and marrow, Duan Lingtian's origin energy and spiritual power had improved a lot. Even so, Duan Lingtian still spent a day and a night to completely cleanse Xiongquan's meridians and marrow. Done. After everything was done, Duan Lingtian was already drenched in sweat. The spiritual power that he had just recovered a day ago was completely exhausted. A wave of exhaustion hit him, causing his body to sway slightly. "Young master, are you all right?" Xiongquan's face changed when he saw Duan Lingtian's current state. "I'm fine. I'll just rest for a while. If Tianwu comes looking for me, just tell her that I might need to rest for another 2 days." Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and barely managed to stabilize his body as he said to Xiongquan. Subsequently, he turned around and left Xiongquan's room without saying anything. After returning to his room, he fell into a deep sleep on his bed. He was really too tired. After Duan Lingtian left, Xiongquan sat cross-legged on his bed and muttered to himself in disbelief. "Young master was so busy for a day and a night. Can he really help me complete my meridians and marrow cleansing? My innate talent." After taking a deep breath, Xiongquan closed his eyes and began to cultivate. As a former 7th-level void-prying martial artist, Xiongquan's perception was not weak. He was very clear about his cultivation speed when he absorbed the heaven and earth origin energy. It was precisely because of this that Xiongquan, who had cultivated for more than half an hour, woke up completely with a shudder. His face was filled with disbelief. "My innate talent. has actually improved. Compared to before, it's improved by more than a few times. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Xiong Quan's eyes were wide open, and he did not regain his senses for a long time. When he regained his senses, guilt could not help but appear on his face. Young master was so tired because of me, but I still doubted him. I really shouldn't have. When Duan Lingtian said he was going to cleanse his meridians and marrow, although he did not say anything on the surface, he did not believe it in his heart. Because that was simply too inconceivable. He did not do anything but use his origin energy and spiritual energy to cleanse someone's meridians and marrow. In his opinion, this was something that was almost impossible. However, reality gave him a resounding slap in the face. His current innate talent was only improved after Duan Lingtian used his origin energy and spiritual energy to cleanse his meridians and marrow. Young master, Xiong Quan, if I dare to doubt you again in the future, I'm not worthy of being a human. Unknowingly, Xiong Quan's eyes were red as he muttered to himself with a serious expression. After muttering to himself for a while, he seemed to feel that this was not enough. He raised his hand and pricked his finger, causing a drop of blood to rise into the air. I, Xiong Quan, swear right now, if I doubt young master's words again in the future, I'll let the 99 heavenly tribulation kill me. Xiong Quan was very straightforward as he swore. Moreover, he swore using the tribulation oath that he could not go against. If he went against it, only death would await him. Boom, 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 boom. 9 consecutive claps of thunder sounded in the sky above the small city. Countless people in the small city could not help but look up in shock. 9 claps of thunder. Someone swore the tribulation oath. The tribulation oath is also known as the 99 heavenly tribulation. 9 claps of thunder represent that the oath has been notarized. If the oath is violated, the 99 heavenly tribulation will descend and kill the person who made the oath. It's said that when the lightning punishment descends, even the legendary powerhouses like Emperor Wu can't escape death. I wonder who set up the tribulation of oaths. The small city that was originally as quiet as stagnant water began to boil because of Xiong Quan's oath using the 99 heavenly tribulation. It was as though it had regained its vitality overnight. However, all of this did not affect Duan Lingtian at all. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was lying on the bed and sleeping soundly. No matter how the 9 claps of thunder struck him, he did not wake up at all. 3 days later, Duan Lingtian finally woke up. All he felt was that his head was a little dizzy. I've exhausted too much energy. I'll look for Tianwu and Xiong Quan for a meal before I leave and head to the foreign lands. Duan Lingtian made up his mind. As for the Crimson Sky Kingdom, he did not plan to return this time. After all, it had only been slightly more than a year since he left. Naturally, the most important reason was that his parents were not there. It was meaningless for him to return. It was better for him to make the best use of his time to look for the great treasure left behind by the reincarnation Emperor Wu. At the same time, I can also search for the foreign lands force that Kerr and Little Feier are in. Duan Lingtian muttered in his heart. After walking out of the room, Duan Lingtian looked for Feng Tianwu. As for Xiong Quan, he was still cultivating. You're actually at the critical juncture of a breakthrough. I won't disturb you for now. Duan Lingtian muttered to himself as he stood outside Xiong Quan's room. He extended his spiritual energy to investigate Xiong Quan's condition before he turned around and left. Tianwu, let's go and have a meal. Duan Lingtian called out to Feng Tianwu and left the inn. They found a restaurant nearby and sat down. On the way here, Feng Tianwu had already put on a veil to cover her peerless face. Therefore, she did not attract too much attention. Hey, did you hear? The Crimson Sky Kingdom is going to be destroyed. Chapter 1029. Crimson Sky Kingdom? About to be annihilated? Duan Lingtian instinctively frowned when he heard this. At the same time, he looked towards the source of the voice, and it was precisely a nearby table of customers that were talking. The customer that spoke was a young man with an evil appearance. Every single word he spoke revealed extreme femininity, and it was extremely like a woman. Using the words of Duan Lingtian from the earth of his previous life, he was a sissy. This was a sissy, a trap. Crimson Sky Kingdom? One of the numerous kingdoms under our Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom? The hometown of the 7-star sword sect's #1 expert, Duan Lingtian? There were 2 other young men at the same table as the evil-looking young man, and they were instantly surprised when they heard what the evil-looking young man said. Exactly, it's Duan Lingtian's hometown. The evil-looking young man nodded, and as he spoke, his voice became more feminine. All of you don't know, the reason the Crimson Sky Kingdom is facing a crisis this time is because of that Duan Lingtian. What? The Crimson Sky Kingdom's crisis this time is because of Duan Lingtian? The 2 of them were greatly shocked. The discussion of the 3 people at the table didn't intentionally lower their voices, and for a time it alarmed the other customers in the restaurant. Someone wants to go against the Crimson Sky Kingdom because of Duan Lingtian? It can't be, right? According to my knowledge, when Duan Lingtian annihilated the Azure Forest Trisect and rebuilt the 7-star sword sect, he was already in existence that was close to the void interpretation stage. Even our Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's imperial family is slightly afraid of him. Moreover, not only our Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, even in the Darkstone Empire, there's probably only a handful of people that can defeat him. However, Duan Lingtian's advantage is that he's young, so the experts of the Darkstone Empire ought to not shed all pretenses with Duan Lingtian. During the Darkhan Dynasty's martial competition, Duan Lingtian was ranked first. Since that time, he's been the publicly acknowledged #1 expert in the younger generation of our Darkhan dynasty. Unless such a genius figure can be killed in the cradle, otherwise, even the Darkhan dynasty's imperial family wouldn't easily fall out with him. For a moment, the entire restaurant was bustling with noise and excitement. The topic of the drinkers at every table shifted to Duan Lingtian. When Duan Lingtian was still a 7-star sword sect disciple in the past, he'd already become famous in the entire Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom because he'd suppressed the most outstanding 5 great young masters in the younger generation of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Of course, at that time, even though the members of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom had heard of such a figure, most of them didn't take him seriously. In the history of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, there were many monstrous geniuses with extraordinary natural talent. However, many of them either died prematurely or had their talents greatly reduced when they were older, becoming mediocre people. Many people did not think that Duan Lingtian could continue to be a monstrous genius. However, Duan Lingtian later gave these people a resounding slap in the face. Duan Lingtian had relied on his own strength to take revenge for the 7-star sword sect and annihilate the Azure Forest Trisect. When this news spread out, the entire Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom was stirred. The Azure Forest Trisect was a formidable sect formed from the merger of the demonic Lotus Blade sect, Origin Convergence sect, and Snow Moon sect of the 5 great sects of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. They first annihilated the Mountain Split sect, then annihilated the 7-star sword sect, and they were like the sun in the midday sky. Their strength could be said to be comparable to the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's imperial family. It was precisely such a sect that was annihilated by Duan Lingtian. Supposedly, the 3 great sect leaders of the Azure Forest Trisect had all died at the hands of Duan Lingtian alone. The monstrous martial artist that was praised for suppressing the 5 great young masters in the past had annihilated the Azure Forest Trisect after a few years, and it shook the entire Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. The heat of this matter hadn't subsided when another shocking news spread out and swept through the entire Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. At the same time, it pushed Duan Lingtian's reputation to an even higher height. Duan Lingtian had suppressed all the young experts of the Darkhan dynasty in the dynasty martial competition held by the Darkhan dynasty and obtained the honor of first place. Since then, Duan Lingtian was publicly acknowledged as the #1 expert in the younger generation of the Darkhan dynasty. When this news spread out, Everyone in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom felt proud of Duan Lingtian, because Duan Lingtian had walked out from their Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Humph! What do all of you know? Right when the crowd of customers were in an uproar and were doubting the words of the young man with an evil appearance and feminine voice, the young man grunted coldly. The people who are targeting Duan Lingtian aren't members of our Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, nor are they members of the Darkstone Empire, nor are they members of the Darkhan Dynasty. Everyone was stunned when they heard the young man. Could it be that it's a member of another dynasty? It's possible. Perhaps Duan Lingtian killed someone from a dynasty during the martial competition of the 10 dynasties, and the backer of that person killed by Duan Lingtian has come looking for him. Many people couldn't help but guess. A group of pig brains. The young man with an evil appearance and feminine voice couldn't help but laugh in ridicule when he heard these discussions. Right when he caused the crowd to be enraged, he continued, "Use your pig brains to think properly. Even if a member of another dynasty really wants to take revenge on Duan Lingtian, would he dare to make such a big deal out of it? If he dares to make a big deal out of it, then it won't just be a matter between him and Duan Lingtian. The two dynasties will shed all pretenses and become enemies." Needless to say, the young man's words were indeed very reasonable, and it calmed the rage of many people. If you know who's going against the Crimson Sky Kingdom, then quickly say it. Don't keep us in suspense. Some people spoke impatiently. Humph, I don't know exactly who it is as well. The young man grunted once more as he spoke slowly. But he hadn't finished speaking when he was interrupted by someone laughing in ridicule. "I was wondering how capable you were. So it turns out that you're a fellow with no background. You're the one with a pig brain? You're the one with a pig brain, right? What a waste of my expression." With someone taking the lead, the group of people who were mocked by the young man earlier mocked him back one by one. Their words were not polite at all. Although I don't know exactly who those people are, I'm sure they're from the foreign lands. Moreover, the reason they haven't made a move yet is because they want to threaten Duan Lingtian to return. They're not going against the Crimson Sky Kingdom, but Duan Lingtian. The Crimson Sky Kingdom is just a bait for Duan Lingtian to take the bait. They want to use the lives of Duan Lingtian's family and friends to force Duan Lingtian to deliver himself to their doorstep. The young man ignored the mockery of the group of people and continued to speak. People from the foreign lands? What did Duan Lingtian do? Don't tell me he slept with the daughter of the leader of the foreign lands, and they brought people here to settle the score? That's really possible. Instantly, the topic of the group of customers in the restaurant changed one by one. They were all guessing how Duan Lingtian provoked the powerhouses from the foreign lands. Some said Duan Lingtian stole someone's treasure. Some said Duan Lingtian killed the illegitimate son of a foreign lands force and was hunted down by the foreign lands force. There were even more ridiculous ones. Some said Duan Lingtian slept with the wife and daughter of a foreign lands force's leader and was hunted down by the foreign lands force's leader to the Darkhan Dynasty personally. They were discussing here, but they were completely unaware that the person they were talking about was sitting in the restaurant's lobby. Hearing the discussions in the restaurant, the corner of Duan Lingtian's mouth twitched again and again. It was as if he could not stop. However, there was a hint of worry in his eyes. Could elder brother Duan be from the second-rate force, Izumo sect? Feng Tianwu heard everything and could not help but look at Duan Lingtian and ask curiously. It's hard to say. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed with a piercingly cold light. It was not only the people from Izumo sect who wanted to deal with him, but there were also people from North Nether sect and Anika sect who would not let him go. Therefore, it was possible that the person who wanted to bait him with the safety of the Crimson Sky Kingdom was from any of the 3 second-rate forces. There's still 5 days. If Duan Lingtian doesn't show up in 5 days, those people who want to force him out will start a massacre. At that time, the Crimson Sky Kingdom will be bathed in blood. The young man with a sinister appearance and feminine voice continued to speak. When he reached the end of his sentence, he stuck out his tongue and licked his dry lips in a slightly intoxicated manner. It'll definitely be an exciting scene. 5 days? The moment the young man's words left his mouth, Duan Lingtian's expression changed drastically. Whoosh! In the next moment, Duan Lingtian disappeared on the spot. When he reappeared, he was already in front of the young man. His hand stretched out at lightning speed and grabbed the young man's neck, lifting him up forcefully. You, who are you? The young man's face turned green and white as he was lifted up by the neck. He looked at the purple-clad young man who had appeared before him like a ghost and restrained him with just a wave of his hand. At this moment, he had completely dispelled any thoughts of resistance. The fact that the other party could restrain him so easily and make him regain his senses after he was restrained showed that the other party's strength was far beyond his own. If he resisted stubbornly, he might even enrage the other party. If the other party killed him in a fit of rage, he would not be able to find a place to cry when he reached the Yellow Springs. The other two companions of the young man had grim expressions as well. They'd realized how terrifying Duan Lingtian was, and they retreated to the distance as they were deeply afraid Duan Lingtian would attack them. Who am I? Duan Lingtian sneered and looked around the restaurant. His gaze swept past the group of customers in the restaurant as he said word by word, I'm the person all of you were talking about earlier. Whoosh! The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, it was like a stone that caused 1,000 ripples. The entire restaurant was in an uproar. He's Duan Lingtian? I was wondering when such a terrifying young powerhouse appeared in our Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. I'm a first-level Void Initiation Stage martial artist at any rate, but I actually couldn't even catch his movements. The idiot that Duan Lingtian grabbed seemed to have said something about the Crimson Sky Kingdom being bathed in blood would be an exciting scene. Chapter 1030. Most of the customers in the restaurant looked at the young man who was lifted up by the neck by Duan Lingtian with a gloating expression on their faces. In their opinion, this androgynous young man dared to say that the Crimson Sky Kingdom would be filled with blood in front of Duan Lingtian. He was undoubtedly digging his own grave. What? The young man's expression had already changed when he heard Duan Lingtian revealing his identity. Now that the gloating voices around him entered his ears, he felt as though he was struck by lightning. He only regained his senses after a long time. He looked at the purple-clad young man who lifted him up by the neck with fear in his eyes. In the beginning, he could not figure out why the purple-clad young man would target him like this. Now he finally understood. All of this was because he had spoken rudely to the Crimson Sky Kingdom. However, the young man in front of him was from the Crimson Sky Kingdom. He was from the Crimson Sky Kingdom and had overcome all obstacles in his way. He was not even 30 years old, but he was already widely acknowledged as the strongest person among the younger generation in the Darkhan dynasty. Why you're Duan Lingtian? The young man's voice was still feminine. However, there was a hint of fear in his voice now. It was the fear he felt when he faced Duan Lingtian. You said that if I don't appear in front of those people in 5 days, they'll attack the Crimson Sky Kingdom? Duan Lingtian asked in a deep voice as he stared at the young man with a gaze as sharp as a knife. If Duan Lingtian's gaze could kill, the young man would have died at this moment. As Duan Lingtian spoke, everyone, including Feng Tianwu, shifted their gaze to the young man. They were curious about this as well. Why yes. The young man whose neck was being choked by Duan Lingtian was deeply afraid that Duan Lingtian would choke him to death due to his unstable emotions. Therefore, he did not dare to hesitate as he replied, Tell me everything you know. At some point, Duan Lingtian's expression had returned to normal as he spoke unhurriedly. However, Duan Lingtian's calm voice sounded like the calm before the storm when it entered the ears of the young man who was lifted up by the neck. At some point, his forehead was covered in cold sweat. His cheeks couldn't help but tremble, and his eyes were filled with extreme fear. Then, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the young man with a sinister appearance and a feminine voice began to speak of everything he knew without holding back, including why he knew these things. It turned out that he'd found out about all of this from a distant relative from the Darkstone Empire not long ago. 2 months ago, those people arrived at the Crimson Sky Kingdom, intending to use the Crimson Sky Kingdom's safety to force me out? The Darkstone Empire and Darkstone Empire have already spread the news that those people want to use the Crimson Sky Kingdom to force me out. 2 months ago, those people threatened that they would only give me 2 months' time. If I still didn't appear after 2 months, they would annihilate the Crimson Sky Kingdom? Duan Lingtian's expression became increasingly gloomy. He did not expect this at all. The existence that was suspected to be one of the 3 great second-rate forces in the northern desert had come to the Darkhan dynasty and the Crimson Sky Kingdom 2 months ago. A dignified second-rate force in the foreign lands is actually so despicable, using my hometown as a hostage to force me out. A cold gleam flickered in Duan Lingtian's eyes, and his body emitted waves of terrifying killing intent. At this moment, he seemed to have transformed into a bloodthirsty Azura that could reap the lives of others at any time. For a moment, the group of customers in the restaurant, other than Feng Tianwu and the young man who was being lifted up by the neck, retreated as they looked at Duan Lingtian from afar with panic in their eyes. They were really worried that Duan Lingtian would suddenly attack them. Perhaps Duan Lingtian was younger than them. However, Duan Lingtian's combat strength was far from what his age could compare to. It caused fear to rise from the bottom of their hearts. What a joke! 2 years ago, Duan Lingtian had killed the 3 great sect leaders of the Azure Forest Trisect by himself, causing the Azure Forest Trisect to become a part of history. Not to mention that 2 years had passed, and no one knew how much Duan Lingtian's strength had grown to. Even the Duan Lingtian from 2 years ago was far from what they could deal with. Duan Lingtian, I've already told you, don't kill me. Don't kill me. I beg you, I beg you. The young man who realized the danger and had an extremely pale expression held his breath as he begged Duan Lingtian for mercy. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian had finally recovered from his shock. At the same time, he looked at the young man who was being held by the neck and ceaselessly begging for mercy, and his gaze was extremely cold and indifferent. Some words, once spoken, you have to pay the price. Duan Lingtian spoke indifferently with a calm tone that seemed as if it did not contain any emotions. But the people present could still hear the rage in Duan Lingtian's words. No! Just as the young man's pupils shrank and his expression changed greatly, Duan Lingtian suddenly released the young man's hand that was choking him. Immediately after, he moved as fast as lightning. His palm swept out as if it had the help of the gods and imprinted on the young man's lower abdomen. Bang! The young man did not have time to stabilize his body before he was sent flying by Duan Lingtian's palm and violently slammed into one of the walls of the restaurant. Wah! The young man was covered in blood. As he slid down the wall, his face flushed red and he spat out a large mouthful of blood. My Yuanli, you're so ruthless, so ruthless. You actually destroyed my Dan Tian. The young man's expression was blank for a moment before he reacted. He looked at Duan Lingtian as if he was looking at a demon and let out a mournful roar. When the group of spectators heard this, their expressions changed and they looked at Duan Lingtian in horror. In this world where martial arts were respected and the strong were respected, crippling a person's cultivation was, to a certain extent, even more painful than killing them. This is the price you have to pay for speaking nonsense. Duan Lingtian's tone was cold. From the beginning until the end, he did not even look at the young man. Tianwu, let's go. Duan Lingtian did not even have time to eat before he called out to Feng Tianwu and disappeared into thin air before the group of spectators. Naturally, he did not really disappear into thin air. Instead, his speed was so fast that it was difficult for the group of spectators in the restaurant to catch him. At the same time, the group of spectators in the restaurant only saw a red light flash before their eyes. The red-clad masked woman who was sitting next to Duan Lingtian earlier also disappeared into thin air. How fast! Soon after, someone could not help but exclaim with a shocked expression on his face. It's been 2 years. I'm afraid Duan Lingtian's strength has already broken through to the void interpretation stage. It was unknown who said this, but someone guessed. His words obtained the agreement of most of the people. Unfortunately, Someone failed miserably. Not only did he speak ill of the Crimson Sky Kingdom, he actually dared to do it in front of Duan Lingtian. Exactly. Doesn't he know that the Crimson Sky Kingdom is Duan Lingtian's hometown? Haha. Perhaps he never dreamed that Duan Lingtian was right beside him when he spoke of the Crimson Sky Kingdom being bathed in blood. The group of spectators in the restaurant discussed with mockery and ridicule, and it entered the ears of the young man who had just been helped up by his two companions. Barf! For a moment, he was angered to the point he spat out another mouthful of blood. His vision turned black as he fainted. Duan Lingtian naturally did not know what happened in the restaurant. After he left the restaurant, he left the small city and headed towards the Crimson Sky Kingdom. A figure flashed through the sky like a flame and followed Duan Lingtian like a shadow. Soon, they were walking side by side with Duan Lingtian. Elder brother Duan, are you going back to the Crimson Sky Kingdom now? Feng Tianwu had once returned to the Crimson Sky Kingdom with Duan Lingtian, so it was easy to see that Duan Lingtian was heading in the direction of the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Yes. Duan Lingtian did not deny it, but there seemed to be some haze between his brows. Crimson Sky Kingdom. That was his hometown in this life, and its importance in his heart was not inferior to that of Earth in his previous life. Although his parents had already left the Crimson Sky Kingdom, there were still many things he cared about in the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Family and friends. In his previous life, he was unreachable. In this life, he could easily obtain them. No matter what, I will absolutely not let anything happen to them because of me. Otherwise, I will not be able to live in peace for the rest of my life. At this moment, numerous familiar figures appeared in Duan Lingtian's mind. Xiaoyu, Xiaosun, Tianhu, Li Xian. There was also a group of elders who had helped him a lot in the past. If the Crimson Sky Kingdom really flowed with blood because of him, he would regret it for the rest of his life. So, he made a decision without the slightest hesitation. A decision of knowing that there is a tiger in the mountain, but still heading towards the tiger's mountain. Duan Lingtian was temporarily unable to predict the outcome of this decision. But he knew that this decision would definitely be extremely dangerous. I only hope that the Devil Seal tablet will not drop the ball at the critical moment, Duan Lingtian silently said in his heart. He had already made a crazy decision. At the critical moment, he would not hesitate to use the Devil Seal tablet to annihilate the people from the second-rate forces. However, when this thought arose in his mind, he was slightly uncertain in his heart. He recalled everything that had happened before he was devilified by the Devil Seal tablet and killed the 6 great Void Transformation Stage elders of Skywolf Fort in one go. He remembered. At that time, Tamu had blocked the attack of one of the Skywolf Fort elders for him and died. He was completely enraged because of this. However, even though he was enraged with his strength at that time, not to mention taking revenge for Tamu, even protecting himself was a problem. At the critical moment, Duan Lingtian noticed the Devil Seal tablet in the spatial ring acting strangely. When his consciousness touched the Devil Seal tablet in the spatial ring, a voice sounded. A voice seemed to enter his ears. It was a voice filled with temptation, a voice that originated from the demon's sealing tombstone. Let me out. I can give you endless power. Duan Lingtian could still remember that voice clearly even now. It was precisely because of that voice that he took out the Devil Seal tablet, and an extremely strange black energy emerged from the Devil Seal tablet. When his hand touched the Devil Seal tablet, the black energy began to merge into his body and even into his soul. Chapter 1031. Due to this reason, he could be said to have been devilified passively. If he had taken the initiative, he was not sure if the Devil Seal tablet would have cooperated or not. It was not that he did not think of trying it in private. However, it would be fine if he failed. If he succeeded, he would have to endure the aftereffects of the Devil Seal tablet again. He might even fall into a coma for a while. He still remembered that after he was devilified by the Devil Seal tablet, not only did he run to the eastern district of the northern desert, but he was also unconscious for a long time. That time, he was lucky enough to meet Yi Xian. If it was someone else, they might have killed him out of greed for the spatial ring on his hand. The spatial ring would only recognize him as its owner if he was killed. If he tried to test the Devil Seal tablet in private and passed out, not to mention where he would run off to, the Crimson Sky Kingdom would be in big trouble by the time he woke up. It doesn't matter if the Devil Seal tablet devilifies me or not. I must return to the Crimson Sky Kingdom this time. I'm the one who caused this trouble, so I should bear the responsibility alone. Duan Lingtian's eyes shone brightly as he exuded the aura of an iron-blooded man. In the past, he had risked defending Izumo sect, a second-rate force in the northern desert, to kill Lei Zhong in front of everyone. He was already prepared to be hunted down by Izumo sect and had even thought of a way out. In order not to implicate the Five-Element sect, he even publicly announced that he was leaving the sect. As for his hometown, the Crimson Sky Kingdom, he had never thought about it at all. Perhaps he subconsciously thought that second-rate forces like Izumo sect, Anika sect, and North Nether sect would not bother with a small country like the Crimson Sky Kingdom that stood at the bottom of the food chain on Cloud Continent. However, it seemed like even second-rate forces in the foreign lands would do anything to achieve their goals. Now that it had happened, Duan Lingtian did not think about whether he regretted it or not. He only knew that what he had to do now was to get rid of this trouble. He would not hesitate even if he had to use his life in exchange for the safety of the Crimson Sky Kingdom. A man should be brave enough to bear his own responsibility. If you're a man, you should protect your home. As a man, he shouldn't let his friends and family get hurt. Duan Lingtian was a man, an upright man. Therefore, he returned to the Crimson Sky Kingdom. With his stubbornness and pride, he returned with a straight back. Crimson Sky Kingdom, Imperial City. Within the inner city, the place that occupied the most space was undoubtedly the Crimson Sky Kingdom's Imperial Palace. The current Imperial Palace was completely different from the Imperial Palace of the past. It was less lively and more dispirited. The guards standing everywhere were listless and dejected. Since the arrival of these 4 people 2 months ago, the Crimson Sky Kingdom's Imperial Palace had undergone earth-shattering changes. First, the Emperor was placed under house arrest. Then, the Divine Might Marquis was also captured and locked up together with the Emperor. Subsequently, the young experts of the Shao clan, Shao Yu and Shao Sun, were captured one by one. It was even to the extent that even the Li clan disciple Li Xian, who was in the faraway Aurora City, was captured. These people all had one thing in common. They had a close relationship with the commander of the Crimson Sky Kingdom's embroidered uniform guard, Duan Lingtian. In the current Crimson Sky Kingdom, it could be said that there was no one who did not know about Duan Lingtian. Ever since the news of Duan Lingtian participating in the dynasty martial competition held by the Dark Han dynasty and obtaining first place spread to the Crimson Sky Kingdom, the entire kingdom was in an uproar. The Crimson Sky Kingdom was only a small kingdom. The most powerful person that appeared in its history only held an official position in the Darkstone Empire. It was not even related to the Dark Han dynasty. However, now that someone from the Crimson Sky Kingdom had become the #1 person in the younger generation of the Dark Han dynasty and was publicly acknowledged by the entire Dark Han dynasty, how could they not be excited? For a time, in the entire Crimson Sky Kingdom, as long as they were parents, almost all of them would teach their children to be a powerhouse like Duan Lingtian in the future. As for the younger generation, each and every one of them took Duan Lingtian as their idol and took Duan Lingtian's current achievements as the goal they pursued in their lives. As for the middle-aged and elderly people, whenever Duan Lingtian was mentioned, they would give him a thumbs up and smile from ear to ear. Duan Lingtian had unknowingly become the spiritual pillar of the Crimson Sky Kingdom's citizens. However, just when Duan Lingtian's reputation was at its boiling point, for people from unknown origins came and asked Duan Lingtian to come out. Otherwise, they would start a massacre and annihilate the people of the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Most importantly, they had suppressed the Crimson Sky Kingdom's most powerful imperial family and the Divine Might Marquis estate. After the news spread, it caused the Crimson Sky Kingdom's citizens in the surrounding areas of the imperial city to be in a state of panic. It had only been close to 2 months. If it was half a year, The news would definitely spread throughout the Crimson Sky Kingdom and cause the citizens of the Crimson Sky Kingdom to be in a state of panic. Divine Might Marquis Estate in the audience hall. What should we do now? Those 4 powerhouses are really too terrifying. Revered Elder Shao was a first-level void-prying stage martial artist, but he was instantly killed by one of the middle-aged men. Most importantly, that person seemed to be the little follower of the sturdy old man in the lead. When a red-clad old man spoke up to this point, a heartfelt fear appeared on his face. Then, he looked at the old man who was sitting at the head of the table. Senior Marquis, what should we do now? Tomorrow, not only will His Majesty and the Divine Might Marquis be executed by them, I'm afraid even we won't be able to escape death. When the red-clad old man reached the end of his sentence, his face was filled with fear and anxiety. You saw that person make a move. Based on your estimation, what level is he at? The Senior Marquis, who was the previous Divine Might Marquis, Nyerong, asked solemnly. I'm ashamed to say this. When he made a move, I didn't even have time to react, let alone see his movements. In my eyes, it was more like Revered Elder Shao fell silently. The red-clad old man's mouth twitched. His face was filled with bitterness and helplessness. Even if it was an ordinary void initiation stage martial artist, you wouldn't be unable to react even if you couldn't see his movements. It seems like that person is at least at the void interpretation stage or above. Nyerong said solemnly. That's the only explanation. Moreover, since they're looking for trouble with Little Tian, I'm sure they know Little Tian very well. At this moment, the woman beside Nyerong said with a solemn expression, a few years ago, when the Darkhan dynasty held the martial competition, Little Tian won first place with his cultivation base at the 9th level void initiation stage. Now, Little Tian must have broken through to the void interpretation stage. They must know about all of this. Under such circumstances, they still dare to look for trouble with Little Tian. Their strength is most likely at the void interpretation stage or above. The woman was Meng Ping, the sect leader of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's Flying Rainbow sect. She who was originally in closed-door cultivation had just come out not long ago. When she found out that her son was imprisoned, she who was burning with anxiety immediately rushed back to the Crimson Sky Kingdom. She had just rushed back this morning. Void interpretation stage. Meng Ping's words were even more convincing. Not only did the red-clad old man's expression turn grim, even the expressions of the other middle-aged man and young man changed slightly. The middle-aged man was precisely the dean of Paladin Academy, Sima Chongfeng. He was also Duan Lingtian's teacher in Paladin Academy. The young man was precisely the Divine Might Marquis Estate's junior marquis, Nyefan. The current Nyefan was like his name, burning with anxiety. Grandmother, if they're really void interpretation stage experts, then wouldn't Father and His Majesty be finished? Nyefan said with an unsightly expression. As soon as Nyefan said this, the audience hall fell into deathly silence. Unknowingly, Nyerong and Meng Ping's eyes were filled with traces of mist. It was the mist that rose after their tears were evaporated by origin energy. The Divine Might Marquis Nyeyuan was their son. Their son was captured and was about to face a life and death crisis. As his parents, it was naturally impossible for them not to be anxious. Tomorrow is the day they make their move. The red-clad old man paced back and forth anxiously. Until now, we still haven't received any news related to Duan Lingtian. If Duan Lingtian doesn't return, then not only His Majesty and the Divine Might Marquis, but even we would be doomed. Little Tian might not be in the Darkhan dynasty now. Nyefan laughed bitterly. Even if he's in the Darkhan dynasty and knows of this matter, unless he has the confidence to deal with those 4 people, otherwise, I'm afraid he wouldn't dare to return. The red-clad old man laughed bitterly. Impossible. Little Tian isn't such a person. Nyefan spoke resolutely and decisively. From his words, he was extremely confident in Duan Lingtian's character. Noticing that the atmosphere had become slightly strange after he spoke, the old man recalled that besides him, everyone present had a deep relationship with Duan Lingtian. I didn't mean that. What I meant was that perhaps he felt that it was useless even if he returned, so he didn't return. But he surely has the intention of taking revenge for us. The red-clad old man corrected himself. However, he soon realized that the other 4 people did not pay any attention to him. It was as though they did not hear him at all. Of course, the 4 of them did not intentionally ignore him. Their gazes were fixed behind him. Their eyes shone brightly as though they had discovered a new continent. "Who's there?" Curious, the old man turned around. With just a glance, he saw 2 people standing at the entrance of the main hall. There was a purple-clad young man who looked to be around 25 years old. The other was a red-clad young woman whose face was covered by a veil. However, from her brows, one could see that she was around 20 years old. "Who are you?" The old man frowned and asked in a deep voice. However, the 2 people at the entrance ignored him and walked into the main hall. Just when the old man was about to fly into a rage, a voice entered his ears. At the same time, it dispelled his thoughts and caused him to feel a lingering fear. "Little Tian." Chapter 1032. Big Brother Nye. The people who walked into the audience hall of the Divine Might Marquis estate were the travel-worn Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu. Duan Lingtian looked at Nye Feng and lightly smiled as he greeted them. Nye Feng, the son of the Divine Might Marquis, Nye Yuan, had taken care of him when he was young. He had always been grateful to Nye Yuan. This point didn't change just because he possessed the strength to look down upon everyone in the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Grandpa Nye, Grandma Meng. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian looked at the old man sitting at the head seat and the woman beside the old man. "Little Tian, when did you return?" The old man was the Divine Might Marquis Estate's senior marquis, Nye Rong. Even though he was worried about his son's safety, he still had an incomparably brilliant smile on his face when he looked at the uninvited guest before him. Whoosh! Not only that, the senior marquis left his seat at the same time and warmly welcomed the guest. Meng Ping, who was originally standing beside him, followed up to welcome the guest, and she squeezed out a smile that contained a trace of bitterness. "Little Tian, are you confident?" Meng Ping went straight to the point. Seeing Duan Lingtian return in time, she could naturally guess that Duan Lingtian had come for the sake of those 4 experts. Those 4 experts were going to kill her son tomorrow and even annihilate the entire Crimson Sky Kingdom. It was no coincidence that Duan Lingtian returned in time at such a sensitive time. As soon as Meng Ping said this, Nye Rong, Nye Feng, Sima, and the red-clothed old man all looked at Duan Lingtian. "Teacher." After Duan Lingtian smiled apologetically to Meng Ping, he didn't answer her for the time being and instead looked at Sima as he greeted him. Meng Ping didn't mind when she saw this. Not only did she not mind, but her impression of Duan Lingtian increased greatly in her heart instead. With Duan Lingtian's current achievements and status, it was extremely rare for him to not forget his roots. Seeing Duan Lingtian take the initiative to greet him, Sima Chongfeng was somewhat flattered. Even though he and Duan Lingtian were master and disciple when they were still at Paladin Academy, they weren't actually master and disciple. Today, Duan Lingtian's strength and achievements had left him far behind, but he still hadn't forgotten the friendship between them, and it caused his heart to be filled with warmth. "Duan Lingtian, the thing I'm most proud of in my life isn't breaking through to the void-prying stage all those years ago, nor is it becoming the dean of Paladin Academy. Instead, it's forming a relationship of master and disciple with you." Sima Chongfeng took a deep breath and tried his best to suppress the excitement in his heart, as he said with a serious face. Sima Chongfeng's words came from the bottom of his heart, without a single word of falsehood. Although he was the dean of Paladin Academy, he had never exposed his identity in front of the students. Of course, this didn't mean that he didn't care about Paladin Academy. On the contrary, he did his duty to Paladin Academy. For this reason, he didn't even hesitate to appear in Paladin Academy with the identity of an ordinary teacher. In the academy, besides the vice dean, no one knew of his true identity. He still remembered that year, he became the teacher of the new students as usual. When school had just started, A student that stood out like a crane among chickens appeared in his field of vision. At that time, he realized that this student wasn't simple and that his future accomplishments would be great. But as time passed, he realized that he'd still underestimated that student. That seemingly meek student had caused one enormous trouble after another in Paladin Academy. If that student had died because of revenge, he wouldn't have found it strange. But the result had exceeded his expectations time and time again. Not only did that student live well, he lived a more comfortable life than anyone else. Later on, the battle strategy that student displayed caused him to be even more ashamed. He knew that even if it was him, it was absolutely impossible for him to lead the Crimson Sky Kingdom's army to occupy a border city guarded by the Southern Champion Kingdom's army without expending a single soldier. Master Xiong, hiding behind a curtain, strategizing, and annihilating the enemy with a casual chat. All of this was accomplished by that student. He originally thought that as the most outstanding student in Paladin Academy's Star Mastermind department, that student would stay in the Crimson Sky Kingdom in the future and expand the territory of the Crimson Sky Kingdom. But never had he imagined that. That student chose to leave the Crimson Sky Kingdom and go to the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, and even entered the #1 sect in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, the 7-Star Sword Sect. After that, shocking news entered the Crimson Sky Kingdom and entered his ears, causing him to be shocked repeatedly. Annihilating the Azure Forest Trisect and rebuilding the 7-Star Sword Sect with his own strength. Participating in the Darkhan Dynasty's martial competition and obtaining first place, becoming the publicly acknowledged #1 expert in the younger generation of the Darkhan Dynasty. Not yet 30 years old, but his cultivation had most likely broken through to the void interpretation stage. That student of his was precisely the violet-clothed young man that stood before him, Duan Lingtian. Teacher, you're too kind. As the saying goes, a teacher for a day is a father for life. No matter what my current cultivation is or where I am, Duan Lingtian, you're my teacher for life. Duan Lingtian spoke with a serious expression when he heard Sima Chongfeng's emotional words that came from the bottom of his heart. Commander Duan is at a high position, yet you're able to not forget your roots. It's truly rare. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, the red-clothed old man at the side had already finished speaking, and he flattered Duan Lingtian. When he saw Duan Lingtian look at him after hearing what he said, he instantly revealed a pleasantly surprised expression. This Commander Duan has finally noticed me? This Commander Duan was a great figure that had made a name for himself in the Darkhan Dynasty and had gone to the foreign lands to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. Commander Duan was delighted in his heart when he heard what the red-clothed old man said. Perhaps he would reward the red-clothed old man with 7 or 8 high-grade medicinal pills or even 1 or 2 high-grade spirit weapons. Commander Duan. When faced with Duan Lingtian, who looked over, the red-clothed old man had an indescribable feeling of excitement. It was as if he'd already seen the scene of Duan Lingtian rewarding him with medicinal pills and spirit weapons. But in next to no time, the smile on his face froze. Do I know you? Duan Lingtian glanced at the red-clothed old man nonchalantly and asked word by word. That one sentence alone caused the red-clothed old man's face to turn red. His gaping mouth could no longer make any sound. It was as though someone was strangling his throat tightly. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian looked at Meng Ping under the shocked gazes of the others. Grandma Meng, about that matter, I don't have any confidence. It was obvious that Duan Lingtian was answering Meng Ping's earlier question. Meng Ping had previously asked if he had any confidence in dealing with the person who wanted to kill her son and destroy the Crimson Sky Kingdom tomorrow. Duan Lingtian's words were the truth. If he could take the initiative to ask the Devil Seal Tablet to devilify him, he was 100% confident. However, if he could not, it would be the opposite. He had no confidence at all. When Duan Lingtian's words entered the ears of Meng Ping and the others, it caused their expressions to change. Even Feng Tianwu's expression changed slightly when she realized what she was worried about was about to happen. Her elder brother Duan was going to take the risk to deal with the powerhouse from Izumo sect. The reason Feng Tianwu thought Izumo sect was looking for trouble with Duan Ling Tian was because she knew Duan Ling Tian had offended Izumo sect. If she knew Duan Ling Tian had offended the second-rate force, North Nether sect, whose strength was not inferior to Izumo sect, at the same time Anika sect might even make a move on him because they coveted the Emperor Stage profundity fragment that might be in his possession. Perhaps she would not think that way. At this moment, even Duan Ling Tian himself did not know which of the three major second-rate forces in the northern desert was looking for trouble with him. You don't have confidence? Then why did you come back this time? Meng Ping asked after taking a deep breath. Under the watchful eyes of the others, Duan Ling Tian smiled faintly. Since they're looking for me, and I know about this matter, I can't possibly hide, right? If he hid, he would not be Duan Ling Tian. Fool! The moment Duan Ling Tian's words left his mouth, Nierong's expression changed immediately. For the first time, he shouted at Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian was stunned. He was completely shocked by Nierong's agitation. Little Tian, if you're not confident, then leave the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Meng Ping took a deep breath again. She seemed to have made up her mind as she told Duan Ling Tian. In fact, she knew very well in her heart. If Duan Ling Tian did not show up tomorrow, the four powerhouses with unknown origins would definitely kill her son. However, she could not exchange Duan Ling Tian's life for her son's life. If it was not for Duan Ling Tian, she might have been imprisoned, let alone take over the Flying Hong sect. That was what she owed Duan Ling Tian. Moreover, it wasn't only she who owed Duan Ling Tian a favor. Even her husband similarly owed Duan Ling Tian a life. If it wasn't for Duan Ling Tian removing the poison of the dark nether mink for her husband, it would be impossible for her husband to live until now. This won't do. If he leaves, then we'll all die. The red-clothed old man's face went grim as he spoke in panic. At this moment, he seemed to have completely forgotten how terrifying Duan Ling Tian was before the threat of death. But unfortunately, even if he was hysterical, he was still completely disregarded by the others. Little Tian, you leave? Nierong seemed to have instantly aged a few years as he sighed. As parents, how could they disregard the life and death of their children? But if it required Duan Ling Tian's life in exchange for his son's life, then he was really unable to do it. Yeah, little Tian, if my father was here, he would surely not allow you to take such a risk. Even though Nie Fan was worried about his father's safety, he understood his father's character even more. Once his father knew that something had happened to Duan Ling Tian because of him, his father would surely not be able to accept it. With his father's violent temper, even if he knew that he was no match for Duan Ling Tian, he would surely spare no expense to take revenge for him. At that time, his father would still be unable to escape death. Sima stood at the side and did not speak. With his position, it was indeed not good for him to say anything. Grandpa Nye, Grandma Meng, Big Brother Nye, don't worry, I know what to do. Hearing the words of the three Nye clan members, Duan Ling Tian's heart felt warm as he spoke with a light smile. After he finished speaking, before the three of them could react, Duan Ling Tian's figure flashed and disappeared before everyone's eyes. The three Nye clan members, Sima Changfeng, and the red-clothed old man did not have time to react before Feng Tianwu vanished into thin air as well. From beginning to end, the three of them did not have time to react. Chapter 1033. Nierong and Meng Ping looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. Only a martial artist at the void interpretation stage or above was capable of vanishing into thin air before their eyes, and it was impossible for them to capture the slightest trace of the martial artist. Moreover, the martial artist was not an ordinary void interpretation stage martial artist. Although they had guessed Duan Lingtian's cultivation base might have broken through to the void interpretation stage, they were still shocked when they saw it. When they saw it with their own eyes, they could not help but be shocked. Especially when they realized Duan Lingtian was not just a martial artist at the first, second, or third level of the void interpretation stage. Little Tian, He's at the 4th level of the void interpretation stage or above. Rong looked at his wife and asked through voice transmission. It was as though he wanted to prove his guess through his wife's mouth. He should be. Otherwise, it's impossible for him to come and go without a trace in front of me. Moreover, it's not just little Tian. Even the red-clad woman with a veil next to him should be at the 4th level of the void interpretation stage or above. Meng Ping nodded. Her tone was solemn when she finished speaking through voice transmission. In that case, little Tian came back prepared this time? But why did he say he wasn't confident? Regarding this point, Rong could not figure it out no matter how much he thought about it. Perhaps, little Tian knows about those 4 people and knows they're stronger than him. Meng Ping said, "Then what should we do now? If something happens to little Tian, I won't be able to live in peace for the rest of my life." Rong's expression was grave. "Now, we can't interfere anymore. Based on what little Tian said before he left, it's obvious he has a plan that we can't interfere with." A bitter smile appeared on Meng Ping's face. "Now, we can only hope he can deal with those 4 powerhouses who came from nowhere. Otherwise, not only our son, but even he would be doomed." Crimson Sky Kingdom's Imperial Palace. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 figures that were as fast as lightning dove into the Imperial Palace. Wherever they passed, they set off waves of evil wind and alerted many Imperial Palace guards. However, these Imperial Palace guards could only feel the wind. They could not see the 2 figures that were as fast as lightning. "Elder Brother Duan, do you know where they're imprisoned?" The 2 figures arrived at the depths of the Imperial Palace in just a blink of an eye. One of them could not help but ask the other in a soft and pleasant voice. It was a woman's voice. Just by the voice alone, one could tell it was a rare beauty. "I don't know, but someone must know." The other person's voice was calm but magnetic as he replied. Whoosh! Whoosh! Not long after the person's figure, the Imperial Palace lifted, a few guards in front of a few people, a few guards who was stunned. When the guard came back to his senses and saw the person who had knocked out his companions, his eyes lit up and his cheeks began to tremble. He asked excitedly, You're Commander Duan?" Duan, the person that attacked, was precisely Duan Ling Tian, who had snuck into the Imperial Palace after leaving the Divine Might Marquis estate. Duan Tian's expression when he's Duan's he's at Duan. "Commander Duan, perhaps you don't know me, but I know you." The guard had an excited expression as he said, "That year, I was a student of Paladin Academy's Star General Department that was a few years older than you, and I'd once witnessed with my own 2 eyes how Commander Duan commanded the army of our Crimson Sky Kingdom to capture a border city of the Southern Champion Kingdom without expending a single soldier. That battle has already been recorded in the history of our Crimson Sky Kingdom. It's all thanks to you that I was able to witness that part of history." The guard's voice started to tremble as he spoke. "Duan, Commander Duan, after that battle, I've taken you as my idol." "Idol?" The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth twitched. He did not expect that a guard he casually left behind would not only recognize him, but even take him as his idol. Whoosh! A fiery red figure silently descended before Duan Lingtian. Currently, Feng Tianwu had already removed the veil on her face. The appearance of her devastatingly beautiful face seemed to cause everything around her to pale in comparison. However, even so, the guard only casually glanced at Feng Tianwu before looking at Duan Lingtian again. The excitement in his heart was difficult to conceal. "I want to ask, do you know where the Divine Might Marquis and the others are being imprisoned?" Duan Lingtian looked at the guard and his expression became extremely serious. "Of course, it's fine if you don't know or don't want to tell me. However, I'll knock you out and ask someone else." I know. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, the guard nodded like a chick pecking at rice. He seemed to be afraid that Duan Lingtian would get impatient from waiting. "The Divine Might Marquis and His Majesty are being imprisoned in the Imperial Palace's dungeon." Dungeon? When Duan Lingtian heard this, he could not help but frown. He had been to the Crimson Sky Kingdom's Imperial Palace many times. However, every time he came, he would go straight to the throne room to see the emperor. Therefore, he did not know where the dungeon was. "Commander Duan, I'll bring you there." The guard seemed to have noticed Duan Lingtian's dilemma and quickly said, "I know where the dungeon is. You'll bring me there? Aren't you afraid of death?" Duan Lingtian was stunned. He did not expect the guard to be so bold. After all, the imperial palace was no longer under the control of the former emperor. Instead, it was under the control of one of the powerhouses from the three great second-rate forces in the northern desert. "Commander Duan, don't make fun of me." Actually, although the group of brothers in the imperial palace have surrendered, they're still on His Majesty's side in their hearts. Apart from being strong, those four people are a bunch of lunatics. They even said that if you don't show up tomorrow, not only will they kill His Majesty, the Divine Might Marquis, and the others, but they'll also kill us and everyone from the Crimson Sky Kingdom. The guard's face was filled with rage when he spoke up to this point. They're talking nonsense about annihilating a kingdom. They really think they're the judges who control life and death. Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes as a cold gleam flashed in his eyes. "Since that's the case, bring us there." Duan Lingtian did not say much and spoke bluntly. "All right." The guard hurriedly nodded and brought Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu to the west of the imperial palace. In the west, in a remote and dilapidated palace, there was a large number of soldiers guarding it. "That's the dungeon. There's a stone slab in the center of the encirclement they've formed. If you lift the stone slab, you'll see a stone staircase that leads underground. The dungeon is at the bottom of the staircase." The guard hid at the side as he explained to Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu. Duan Lingtian nodded and swept his cold gaze across the guards guarding the dungeon. A murderous intent appeared on his face. In his opinion, these guards were usually fed by the emperor, but they were unreliable at critical moments. They helped outsiders imprison the emperor who provided them with food and drink. They were truly ungrateful people. These people deserved to be killed. "Commander Duan, it's actually not easy for everyone. If they don't do as those four lunatics say, not only them, but even their entire families won't be able to escape death." The guard smiled wryly. "What?" The guard's words shocked Duan Lingtian so much that his eyes gleamed coldly. "Those people actually dared to threaten all of you like that?" At this moment, Duan Lingtian was completely enraged. He really wanted to know which of the three great second-rate forces in the northern desert was capable of doing such a thing. However, Duan Lingtian had an idea when he heard the guard's words. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian's figure flashed as he vanished from the spot. When he reappeared, he was already standing firmly on the stone slab that led to the dungeon. Boom! 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 At the same time, the sound of bodies falling to the ground reverberated in the air. It turned out that the 20-plus guards guarding the dungeon were all knocked out and defeated by Duan Lingtian. When the guard who was hiding at the side saw this, his eyes narrowed. In his eyes, Commander Duan, whom he admired the most, had disappeared before his eyes and reappeared at the entrance of the dungeon in just a blink of an eye. At the same time, the 20-plus guards had all fallen. What kind of technique was this? Among all the powerhouses I've seen in my life, apart from Commander Duan, I'm afraid only those four lunatics have such strength. Even a void-prying stage martial artist would find it difficult to do this. The guard muttered to himself solemnly. Soon after, his eyes narrowed again. This was because he noticed that the red-clothed girl who was originally standing beside him had disappeared before his eyes in the blink of an eye. At the same time, she appeared beside the purple figure in the distance. Subsequently, he saw the stone slab that blocked the entrance of the dungeon being lifted up. Both of them flew in together and disappeared before his eyes again. That girl, she actually has such terrifying strength. The guard's breathing could not help but quicken. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu had entered the dungeon as well. There were still some other guards in the dungeon. However, under their attacks, all of them were knocked out one by one without exception. In front of the two of them, these mere guards of the Crimson Sky Kingdom's imperial palace were nothing. Not long after, the two of them arrived in front of a huge dungeon. Inside, there were 5 people sitting cross-legged. 2 middle-aged men and 3 young men were cultivating wholeheartedly with their eyes closed. They were completely oblivious to everything that was happening around them. Are we in a dungeon? Duan Lingtian did not wake the 5 of them up for the time being. His eyes scanned the dungeon, and soon, he saw a plate filled with fine wine and delicacies that was not far away from the 5 of them. Even the prison cell that the 5 of them were in was shockingly clean. It could be described with the word, spotless. Looks like that guard was right. These guards are not sincerely working for those few people. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Li Xian. Soon after, Duan Lingtian's gaze landed on one of them. It was a fatty. Moreover, it was a fatty that he was very familiar with. That fat face and that figure were the same as before. Those fellows really put in a lot of effort. Even Li Xian, who was far away in Aurora City, was captured by them. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth twitched. Right at this moment, Li Xian's fat face trembled as if he had noticed something. He opened his small eyes. Chapter 1034. Boss! Li Xian's chubby face trembled when he saw Duan Lingtian in front of him. He flew out and directly gave Duan Lingtian a bear hug. I knew you would definitely come back to save me. Scram. Duan Lingtian felt as though he had fallen into a pile of fat when he was hugged by Li Xian. It was squeezing him to the point that he could not breathe. In a fit of anger, he raised his hand and slapped Li Xian's chubby body away. Boss, look at me. I've been captured from Aurora City and sent here to be imprisoned. I'm already so pitiful, yet you still have the heart to do this to me? Li Xian said to Duan Lingtian with a bitter expression after he was slapped away and stood in front of the inner wall of the prison cell. However, looking at his face, where was the slightest bit of pitifulness? Duan Lingtian had slapped Li Xian away skillfully. He steadily sent Li Xian far away without causing any harm to him. Li Xian was his brother. Naturally, he would not really attack him. You're pitiful? From what I see, you don't look like you're here to be imprisoned. Instead, you look like you're here to enjoy yourself. Duan Lingtian glanced at the fine wine and delicacies that the guards had prepared for Li Xian and said snappily. Li Xian's chubby face trembled when he was exposed by Duan Lingtian. Then he laughed slyly. Boss, this is all thanks to His Majesty the Emperor and Uncle Nye. Of course, your contribution is the greatest. Me? Duan Lingtian was stunned. Yes. Li Xian nodded like a chick pecking on rice. Boss, I'm afraid you don't know. Most of the people guarding us regard you as their idol. After knowing that I'm your brother, they'll do whatever I ask of them at the first possible moment. Duan Lingtian could not help but sigh inwardly when he heard this. Then, he turned around and looked at the guards that he and Tian Wu had knocked out lying on the ground. Did I hit them a little too hard? Duan Lingtian muttered to himself. At this moment, Li Xian also noticed the group of guards lying outside the cell. His small eyes flashed as he exclaimed, Boss, you didn't kill them, did you? In fact, they also had their own difficulties. Moreover, they have never mistreated us. We only knocked them out. Before Duan Lingtian could speak, Feng Tianwu said to Li Xian. When she had followed Duan Lingtian back to the Crimson Sky Kingdom, she had also followed him back to Aurora City and met Li Xian along the way. She knew that Li Xian and Duan Lingtian had a close relationship. That's good, that's good. Sister-in-law, why did you come back with my boss? My boss alone is enough to deal with those clowns. If you were to be injured because of me, then I, Li Xian, would have committed a great sin. Li Xian squinted his small eyes and forced a flattering smile on his chubby face as he spoke to Feng Tianwu. When she heard Li Xian call her sister-in-law again, Feng Tianwu's drop-dead gorgeous face flushed slightly, yet she didn't have the intention to deny it. Don't underestimate those people, they're extremely strong. When Feng Tianwu reached the end of her sentence, the blush on her face disappeared and was replaced by seriousness. How could a person from a second-rate force be an ordinary person? So what if they're strong? They're all useless in front of my boss. Li Xian said nonchalantly. In his eyes, his boss was invincible. No one could compare to him. Slap. However, as soon as he finished speaking, he was slapped on the back of his head. Who hit me? Li Xian shouted angrily. His chubby face seemed to be covered with a layer of frost. However, when he turned around and saw the person who had slapped him, he could not help but gulp. Fatty, you still want to be my boss? Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes and looked at Li Xian with a faint smile on his face. The frost on Li Xian's face disappeared when he saw that the person who had slapped him was Duan Lingtian. When he heard Duan Lingtian's words, he could not help but shiver. At the same time, he said with a flattering expression, "Boss, you must have heard wrongly. You must have heard wrongly." Heard wrongly? Are you sure? The smile on Duan Lingtian's face became even more sinister. Boss, I was wrong. I was wrong. When Li Xian saw this, he realized that this matter would not be so easily covered up. He immediately said with a sullen expression, "You're my boss. You're my boss. Okay? Tui, who wants to be your boss?" Duan Lingtian only wanted Li Xian to lower his head. He did not expect Li Xian to say such a thing. He was speechless. If the fifth elder hears about this, he'll definitely break your legs. Unexpectedly, Li Xian did not care when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. He'll have to be able to defeat me first. Duan Lingtian was speechless again. That was right. The current Li Xian was so strong that he had already surpassed his father, Li Ting, the fifth elder of the Fresh Breeze Town's Li family. Little Tian. Duan Lingtian. At this moment, a series of low voices sounded. The divine might Marquis Nye Yuan, the Crimson Sky Kingdom's emperor, Xiao Yu, and Xiao Sun woke up one by one. When they saw Duan Lingtian, they were instantly taken aback. "Uncle Nye, your majesty." After Duan Lingtian greeted Nye Yuan and the emperor, he looked at Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun. He smiled and nodded as a greeting. His friendship with Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun was built when they were young. A glance and a gesture were enough to explain everything. There was no need to make it too complicated. Little Tian, those four fellows seem to be very troublesome. How did you offend them? Nye Yuan asked. There was no blame in his words. He was just curious. When Nye Yuan finished speaking, everyone, except for Feng Tianwu, looked at Duan Lingtian without blinking. It was obvious they wanted to know the answer. I still don't know which force they're from, so I don't know how I offended them. Duan Lingtian said truthfully. Currently, there was no martial artist in the 10 great dynasties, including the Darkhan dynasty, who was a match for him. In the northern desert, he had offended some of the 3 major forces. However, those forces would not seek revenge with such fanfare, unless they wanted to offend the 5-element sect. The current 5-element sect was no longer the same as before. Not only did they obtain the profundity fragment, but they were also about to produce a martial monarch powerhouse. Even without the profundity fragment, Qi Yu, the peak master of Wood Peak, could also become a martial monarch powerhouse if he was given enough time. In the future, the 5-element sect would have 2 martial monarch powerhouses. Due to this reason, the current 5-element sect was far from what an ordinary third-rate force could compare to. The 5-element sect that was about to produce a martial monarch powerhouse could already be considered as a quasi-second-rate force. It was enough to deter third-rate forces. Therefore, only the 3 major second-rate forces in the northern desert were left. If the people from Izumo sect and North Nether sect came looking for trouble with him, it was undoubtedly to avenge their disciples. If the people from Anika sect came looking for trouble with him, it was undoubtedly to kill him and snatch his treasures. Duan Lingtian still did not know which force came looking for trouble with him with such fanfare. Therefore, he really did not know how he offended them. Duan Lingtian, you mean, you didn't just offend one force? The corner of Xiao Sun's mouth could not help but twitch. The others were also silent for a while. When they came back to their senses, they all smiled bitterly. Only now did they remember that Duan Lingtian was not a well-behaved person when he was in the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Now that he was outside, he was like a fish swimming in the vast sea and a bird flying in the vast sky. Naturally, it was impossible for him to lose his conscience. Let's go. Duan Lingtian changed the topic and called out to the 5 people who were imprisoned. He and Feng Tianwu led them out of the dungeon. They all stepped into the air and headed straight out of the palace. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian waved his hand, and vast and shapeless energy surged out to twine around Nie Yuan and the other 4, guiding them to transform into numerous bolts of lightning that flashed out of the palace in the blink of an eye. None of the guards in the palace could see their figures. So fast! Nie Yuan and the other 4 people, who were being led by Duan Lingtian, were all staring with eyes wide open. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. "Haha, boss, I knew you're the best." Li Xian laughed loudly. His laughter was filled with confidence towards Duan Lingtian. How many years has it been? Duan Lingtian has actually grown to such an extent. The Crimson Sky Kingdom's emperor's pupils constricted, and an expression of shock involuntarily appeared on his face. Duan Lingtian. Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun looked at each other and saw the helplessness in each other's eyes. Duan Lingtian had already made it difficult for them to have the heart to compare with him. But today, the strength that Duan Lingtian displayed made them realize that they were destined to only be able to look up to Duan Lingtian in this lifetime. "Little Tian, good job." Seeing that Duan Lingtian had such a formidable strength now, Nie Yuan was happy for him from the bottom of his heart. Whoosh! The woman, who was like a fire spirit, closely followed Duan Lingtian and the 5 people who were being led out of the palace by Duan Lingtian. Everywhere they passed, waves of scorching aura spread out and engulfed the earth. "Duan Lingtian, you've finally appeared." Almost at the same time, a voice that was as loud and clear as a large bell seemed to come from all directions. It came from afar and neared, and it clearly entered the ears of Duan Lingtian and the others. "Boss, it's this guy who captured me from Aurora City." Li Xian recognized the voice at the first moment, and he spoke while gnashing his teeth. However, Duan Lingtian didn't pay attention to him. Instead, he looked at Feng Tianwu with a serious expression and said via voice transmission, "Tianwu, take them away. That person's target is me. He won't chase after you." Elder brother Duan. Hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Feng Tianwu's beautiful face instantly changed, but when she saw Duan Lingtian's fierce gaze sweep over, her heart trembled for no reason. As far as she could remember, this was the first time her elder brother Duan had spoken to her in such a manner. Immediately, Feng Tianwu, who was deeply afraid that Duan Lingtian would be angry, clenched her jade teeth and didn't dare to hesitate. She took Nie Yuan and the others from Duan Lingtian's hands and led them out of the palace at lightning speed. Whoosh! At the same time, a swift whistling sound could be heard. 2 figures appeared in Duan Lingtian's line of sight at the same time. To be more precise, one of them brought the other person over. "Elder Zhong, if I didn't leak the information this time, Duan Lingtian might have escaped with Nie Yuan and the others." Chapter 1035. The person who spoke was an old man in red. His words were filled with the intention of taking credit. "Humph!" When the middle-aged man heard the old man's words, he snorted coldly and asked in disdain, "Why? Are you worried that our Izumo sect will mistreat you?" "No, of course not." The old man in red shook his head in fear. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead, although he had never heard of this Izumo sect before. However, in his opinion, since the Izumo sect was a sect that had 4 powerhouses at the void interpretation stage or above, it would not be a simple sect. If the Izumo sect's elder, the middle-aged man, knew what the old man in red was thinking, he would be so angry that he would slap him and send him flying. Void interpretation stage? Even the more outstanding young powerhouses in Izumo sect were already at the void transformation stage. A mere void interpretation stage martial artist was nothing in the Izumo sect. Izumo sect. When Duan Lingtian heard the middle-aged man's words, his eyes narrowed as a cold gleam flashed in them. Although he was mentally prepared, he knew that the person who came to find trouble with him was from one of the three great second-rate forces. However, when he confirmed that the other party was from Izumo sect, he could not help but feel a strong killing intent rising in his heart. When he killed the two most outstanding young people in Izumo sect, he was already prepared to offend Izumo sect and be hunted down by them. Otherwise, he would not have been so merciless when he faced Lei Zhong and Lei Jun. If Izumo sect only hunted him down, he would have accepted it wholeheartedly even if he was killed because he was no match for them. However, Izumo sect threatened him with the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Such behavior was despicable. At the same time, Duan Lingtian studied the red-clad old man next to the Izumo sect's elder seriously for the first time. It was the same red-clad old man he had seen in the Divine Might Marquis estate today, the revered elder of the Crimson Sky Kingdom's imperial family. At that time, he and Feng Tianwu had appeared in the Divine Might Marquis estate's main hall. They had hidden in the main hall to satisfy their craving. At that time, he had heard the red-clothed old man's words. When the red-clothed old man spoke, there was a trace of fear in his voice, and his attitude was wavering. Because of this, he didn't really like the red-clothed old man and didn't give him any face. Now, it seemed that what he had done was not wrong. The red-clad old man was not worthy of Xiao Chen's friendly treatment. He was just an opportunist. Whirlwind. Duan Lingtian's eyes suddenly turned cold without any reason. Then, his entire body seemed to have turned into a hurricane as he rushed towards Izumo sect's elder Zhong. His speed was even faster than lightning. Humph! A mantis trying to stop a chariot. Facing Duan Lingtian who was flying towards him, Izumo sect's elder Zhong coldly snorted. His eyes were filled with disdain when he looked at Duan Lingtian. He raised his hand and prepared to attack Duan Lingtian. However, what happened in the next moment caused his pupils to constrict. 9 dragons' radiant flash. Just as Duan Lingtian charged towards Izumo sect's elder Zhong and successfully attracted his attention, the quasi-royal grade spiritual sword appeared in his hand, and he immediately performed his sword skill. In an instant, 9 divine dragons flew out. However, their target was not Izumo sect's elder Zhong, but the red-clothed old man. Whoosh! 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 Rays of extreme radiant light shot out from the eyes of the 9 divine dragons. It was as though they had the help of the gods. In an instant, 18 bloody holes were left on the red-clothed old man's vital points. Blood continued to spurt out from the wounds, leaving behind a trail of blood that seemed to have formed a small stream on the ground. Boom! Before Izumo sect's elder Zhong could react, the red-clothed old man had fallen to the ground and died. From the beginning until the end, the red-clothed old man did not react in time. Duan Lingtian's speed was too fast. It was so fast that it was terrifying. Duan Lingtian, you! Seeing Duan Lingtian kill the red-clothed old man right under his nose, Izumo sect's elder Zhong still felt that his dignity was being challenged by Duan Lingtian even though he did not care about the red-clothed old man's life or death. All of a sudden, he could only feel the anger building up in his chest. It was about to burst out at any moment. At this moment, Duan Lingtian, who had killed the red-clothed old man, happened to look at Izumo sect's elder Zhong. He stared back at him fearlessly. Between the two of them, their gazes that were as sharp as sabers and swords continued to collide, causing intense sparks to fly. A great battle was about to break out. Whoosh! 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 Just as Izumo sect's elder Zhong was about to make his move on Duan Lingtian, 3 figures appeared next to and in front of him soundlessly. 2 of them, an old man and a middle-aged man, stood side by side with him. The appearance of the last person in front of him caused him to respectfully take a few steps back. This was a robust old man. His eyes seemed to be dim and lusterless, but they were actually filled with killing intent. The robe on his body fluttered without the presence of wind. It was as if he had merged with heaven and earth, giving off an extremely strong oppressive feeling. Divine Might Marquis Estate. Whoosh! 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 Numerous figures seemed to appear out of thin air in the Divine Might Marquis Estate's audience hall. Alarming Nye Rong, Meng Ping, and Nye Fun, who had been waiting inside since a long time ago. "Father, mother, this unfilial son has returned. I've made all of you worry." A loud and clear voice sounded, completely breaking the silent atmosphere in the hall. It was Divine Might Marquis Nye Yuan, who had just been sent back by Feng Tianwu. He knelt in front of Nye Rong and Meng Ping as he spoke emotionally. He originally thought that he would definitely die this time. However, who would have thought that an unforeseen event would suddenly occur the day before? Duan Lingtian would appear and rescue him. The contrast between life and death made him feel as though he had fallen from heaven to hell and then back to heaven from hell. It was so stimulating that he almost went crazy. "It's good that you're back. It's good that you're back." Meng Ping's face was filled with joy when she saw Nye Yuan's return. She did not even think about how Nye Yuan managed to escape this time. All she knew was that her son had survived, and she no longer had to suffer the pain of having to send off her son. "Your Majesty." Compared to Meng Ping, who was overwhelmed with joy, the Divine Might Marquis Estate's old Marquis, Nye Rong, was exceptionally calm. He looked at the Crimson Sky Kingdom's emperor, who appeared together with Nye Yuan, and greeted him. "Greetings, old Marquis." The emperor quickly returned the greeting, not daring to be negligent at all. In terms of seniority, he and the Divine Might Marquis Nye Yuan were of the same generation. The old Marquis Nye Rong was Nye Yuan's father. In front of the old Marquis, he was a junior. In terms of merit, in the past, when the old Marquis was expanding the Crimson Sky Kingdom's territory, he was still a young boy who idolized the old Marquis. In terms of personal relationship, the old Marquis had contributed a lot to him being able to successfully ascend the throne. If it was not for the old Marquis's help, perhaps he would have been killed by his half-brothers who shared the same father. For this reason, he still owed the old Marquis his life. Due to this reason, even though he was now an emperor, he did not dare to put on the airs of an emperor in front of the old Marquis. "How did all of you escape? Where's little Tian?" Nye Rong asked curiously. As soon as his words left his mouth, he looked at the red-clad lady standing at the side with a gloomy expression on her face. It was Feng Tianwu. Before the others could answer, Feng Tianwu, who had a trace of anxiousness between her brows, had already said, "Since I've sent all of you back, I can leave now that I've succeeded." As soon as her words left her mouth, Feng Tianwu said in her heart, "Elder brother Duan, wait for me." With just a thought, Feng Tianwu disappeared before everyone's eyes. In the sky above the imperial palace, Duan Lingtian looked up and down at the sturdy old man not far away. His expression was unprecedentedly solemn. The old man stood there, giving him a feeling that he could not see through him. Suddenly, he seemed to have recalled something, and his heart skipped a beat. A martial monarch powerhouse. As someone who had merged with the memories of the reincarnation Emperor Wu's 2 lifetimes, he still had the ability to discern. "You're Duan Lingtian?" As Duan Lingtian had guessed, the sturdy old man who was looking at Duan Lingtian was the martial monarch powerhouse from Izumo sect. He was also the only supreme elder of Izumo sect. In the northern desert, he was as famous as the martial monarch powerhouse from Anika sect and North Nether sect. When he looked at Duan Lingtian, there was a mixture of bloodthirst and bone-chilling hatred in the depths of his eyes. "Yes." Duan Lingtian nodded calmly. He was neither happy nor angry, neither servile nor overbearing. Now, he had also guessed the identity of the sturdy old man. There was only one martial monarch powerhouse in Izumo sect. "You're the one who killed my direct disciple, Lei Zhong?" The sturdy old man, Tong Shan, the supreme elder of Izumo sect, stared coldly at Duan Lingtian and questioned him personally. The moment his words left his mouth, a powerful aura extended from his body and shrouded Duan Lingtian mercilessly. It was as though he would not stop until he had suppressed Duan Lingtian. Unfortunately, although his aura was powerful, it did not affect Duan Lingtian at all. Duan Lingtian's spiritual energy had already reached the 7th level void transformation, so he was immune to the aura of a martial monarch powerhouse. Moreover, he had merged with the memories of the reincarnation Emperor Wu, so he knew a lot about martial monarchs. He was not afraid of the aura of a martial monarch powerhouse at all. That's right. Faced with Tong Shan's question, Duan Lingtian did not evade. Instead, he admitted frankly in a manner that was neither servile nor overbearing. The other 3 people from Izumo sect felt their scalps go numb when they saw Duan Lingtian admitting to killing Lei Zhong in front of their supreme elder without any hesitation. This Duan Lingtian is dead meat. I'm afraid the supreme elder won't be able to hold himself back any longer. When the 3 people from Izumo sect thought Duan Lingtian was doomed, Tong Shan finally regained his composure. Tong Shan, the supreme elder of Izumo sect, finally regained his senses and made his move. His robe billowed as he stared at Duan Lingtian with a pair of cold eyes. His eyes were dull, and one could not tell if he was happy or angry. It was as though he was looking at a dead man instead of a living person. Perhaps, in his eyes, Duan Lingtian would become a dead man soon. Boom! The origin energy on Tong Shan's body skyrocketed, as though it had transformed into a milky white flame that soared into the sky and enveloped his entire body. In the sky, the heaven and earth energy stirred and soon gathered to form the heaven and earth phenomenon. A total of 2,000 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared as though they were telling how terrifying the origin energy on Tong Shan's body was. His origin energy alone is equivalent to the strength of 2,000 ancient horned dragons. First level martial monarch stage. Chapter 1036. Although Duan Lingtian knew the sturdy old man before him was a martial monarch powerhouse, he was still taken aback when he saw the old man's origin energy at the martial monarch stage. Duan Lingtian, from the moment you killed Lei Zhong, your fate was already sealed. I'll send you to the netherworld and become Lei Zhong's slave. Tong Shan's thunderous voice swept through the Crimson Sky Kingdom's imperial palace in just a blink of an eye, shocking everyone in the imperial palace. Commander Duan is back? Everyone in the imperial palace who was shocked had a worried expression on their faces. They broke out in cold sweat for Duan Lingtian. Most of them had never met Duan Lingtian before. However, Duan Lingtian, who had skyrocketed in recent years, had become the representative of the Crimson Sky Kingdom. He had become the idol of the Crimson Sky Kingdom. When the people of the Crimson Sky Kingdom went out, even if they were facing the people of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom or the Darkstone Empire, all they had to do was say, Duan Lingtian is from our Crimson Sky Kingdom, and the other party would look at them with envy and jealousy. Every time that happened, they couldn't help but feel happy in their hearts. Unknowingly, Duan Lingtian had become the pillar of support for most people in the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Therefore, it was only natural that many people would be worried about Duan Lingtian when he was in danger. Soon after, Duan Lingtian frowned. This was because he saw it. The moment Tong Shan's words left his mouth, the milky white flame on his body turned into a fiery red color. The flame soared into the sky, making Tong Shan look like a gigantic flaming beast. The fiery red mane on the gigantic beast fluttered in the wind. Its mouth was wide open as if it would attack at any time. Whoosh! The heaven and earth energy stirred above Tong Shan's head. Another 2,000 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared beside the 2,000 ancient horned dragon silhouettes that were triggered by the first-level martial monarch stage's origin energy. First-level monarch stage fire profundity. All of a sudden, 4,000 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared above Tong Shan's head, wriggling as they descended. Their momentum was so great that it gave off an invisible pressure. However, all of this did not stop because of this. Bolts of lightning soon appeared around the flames on Tong Shan's body. Many solid saber auras followed him like shadows and connected with the flames in an ingenious manner. At once, another 2,000 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared beside the 4,000 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons in the sky. These 2,000 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared in 2 waves, 1,000 silhouettes each. 9th level Advanced Thunder Concept. 9th level Advanced Saber Concept. Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow when he saw the 6,000 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons above Tong Shan's head. However, he was not surprised. After all, if a powerhouse at the peak of the void had only comprehended 2 ninth-level void transformation concepts, it would be difficult for him to comprehend the monarch stage profundity that was unique to martial monarchs. Of course, there were exceptions. For example, Qi Yu, the peak master of the 5-element sects would peak, was a powerhouse at the peak of the void who had comprehended 2 ninth-level void transformation concepts at the same time. Water and fire restrained each other and would create a great resistance to each other. Under that resistance, one of them could easily be upgraded to the monarch stage profundity in one fell swoop. At that time, his cultivation base would break through to the martial monarch stage. For a martial artist at the peak of the void like Qi Yu, it was almost certain that he would break through to the martial monarch stage. It was only a matter of time. When the time was right, success would follow naturally. It was obvious that Tongshan was a powerhouse at the peak of the void who had comprehended 3 ninth-level void transformation concepts in the past. Under the pressure of the other 2 concepts, his fire concept was the first to complete its transformation. It transformed into the first-level monarch stage fire profundity. The strength of 6,000 ancient horned dragons was the strength that Tongshan demonstrated without using any spirit weapon. Once he used his spirit weapon, his strength would definitely be even more powerful. A martial monarch powerhouse like Tongshan might not have a grade 1 spirit weapon since he was from a third-rate force in the foreign lands. However, he still had a grade 2 spirit weapon. A grade 2 spirit weapon would usually provide a strength boost of 77% to 78%. With Tongshan's origin energy that was equivalent to the strength of 2,000 ancient horned dragons, the strength boost would be more than 1,500 ancient horned dragons. In other words, Tongshan's strength was equivalent to more than 7,500 ancient horned dragons when he used his grade 2 spirit weapon. What did it mean to have the strength of more than 7,500 ancient horned dragons? Even Duan Lingtian had comprehended the 5th-level advanced sword concept because of the word sword that the sword saint, Feng Qingyang, left on Cloud Continent. However, even if he used his quasi-royal grade spirit sword and used all his techniques, his strength was only equivalent to 3,500 ancient horned dragons. His 6th-level void transformation cultivation base was equivalent to the strength of 800 ancient horned dragons. The quasi-royal grade spirit sword provided a strength boost of 800 ancient horned dragons. The 1st-level advanced thunder concept was equivalent to the strength of 200 ancient horned dragons. The 3rd-level advanced wind concept and the 3rd-level advanced fire concept were equivalent to the strength of 400 ancient horned dragons respectively. After the fire concept was boosted by the wind concept, the fire concept would have an additional strength of 200 ancient horned dragons. In total, it would be the strength of 1,000 ancient horned dragons. The 9th-level intermediate earth concept was equivalent to the strength of 100 ancient horned dragons. The 5th-level advanced sword concept was equivalent to the strength of 600 ancient horned dragons. This was all the strength Duan Lingtian could muster at this moment. He did not hold back at all. The strength of 3,500 ancient horned dragons. Naturally, it was not accurate to say that he did not hold back at all. After all, the earth concept could communicate with the earth and borrow the earth energy. With the earth concept that Duan Lingtian had comprehended, the earth energy that he could borrow from the earth was equivalent to the strength of 50 ancient horned dragons. However, Duan Lingtian was currently high up in the sky, so he could not borrow the earth energy at all. Not only now. Even during normal times or in the future. Unless it was in an environment like the Qingfeng Emperor Wu's secret treasure left behind by Emperor Wu, nobody would easily fight with a martial artist who had comprehended the earth concept on the ground. Looks like you're really not afraid of death. Tongshan, who had 6,000 ancient horned dragons silhouettes above his head, stared fixedly at Duan Lingtian as he said word by word. What's the use of being afraid of death? Duan Lingtian asked back. You're really stubborn. I've changed my mind. I still want to kill you, but before I do, I'll cripple your dantian and let you watch as I cut off your flesh piece by piece. I'll let you watch as your legs and hands turn into fleshless skeletons. As long as you pass out, I'll wake you up until you bleed out and die slowly. Tong Shan's eyes gleamed coldly as a wicked smirk appeared on the corner of his mouth as he said slowly. The moment Tong Shan's words left his mouth, the three Izumo sect's elders standing behind him could not help but shudder. Just the thought of the scene described by the Supreme Elder sent chills down their spines, let alone those who were going to experience it. For a moment, the three of them looked at Duan Lingtian with pity in their eyes. Looks like the Supreme Elder is really angry this time. I can't believe the Supreme Elder has such a bloody and brutal side to him. I didn't see it in the past. The three Izumo sect's elders secretly communicated with each other through voice transmission. Their voices were filled with fear. As for Duan Lingtian, his expression could not help but change when he heard Tong Shan's words. Cripple his dantian and let him watch his flesh being cut off piece by piece? What? Are you scared? Do you regret it now? When Tong Shan noticed the change in Duan Lingtian's expression, he could not help but sneer. You should have expected this when you killed my direct disciple, Lei Zhong. Scared? Regret? Upon hearing Tong Shan's words, Duan Lingtian regained his senses. His expression quickly regained its calmness as he looked at Tong Shan coldly. Old man, is there something wrong with your head? Before I killed Lei Zhong, I already knew he was from Izumo sect. I even knew he was the direct disciple of a martial monarch powerhouse like you. Duan Lingtian said calmly. If I was scared and regretful, do you think I would have killed him? Idiot. When he reached the end of his sentence, Duan Lingtian quickly spat out two words while Tong Shan and the three Izumo sect's elders were stunned. At the same time, he glanced at Tong Shan in disdain. This Duan Lingtian called the Supreme Elder an idiot? I didn't hear wrongly, right? One of the Izumo sect's elders asked hesitantly through voice transmission as he looked at his two companions next to him. You didn't hear wrongly. The other Izumo sect's elder shook his head. At this moment, he could feel his scalp going numb. Could it be that Duan Lingtian doesn't want to die fast enough? Perhaps he's afraid that he won't die fast enough. After all, if he really does what the Supreme Elder said, Duan Lingtian will be sliced into 1,000 pieces. At that time, without his cultivation base, he'll be begging for death. The last Izumo sect's elder voiced his opinion. At once, the other two nodded their heads and felt that it made sense. Humph! At the same time, Tong Shan, who was originally enraged by Duan Lingtian to the point of wanting to kill Duan Lingtian, snorted coldly to vent his anger. Duan Lingtian, do you think I'll fall for your trick? Since you want a quick death, I won't let you have a quick death. Tong Shan looked at Duan Lingtian with a cold gleam in his eyes. Today, no matter how you enrage me, I won't change my mind. I'm going to cripple your cultivation and let you watch with your own eyes as the flesh on your body is cut off piece by piece. Upon hearing Tong Shan's words, Duan Lingtian was rendered speechless. Tong Shan, don't you think you're overestimating yourself? Do you really think that I called you an idiot because I wanted to enrage you and make you kill me? Duan Lingtian sneered with killing intent in his eyes. After he glanced at the three Izumo sect's elders who were looking at him, he finally looked at Tong Shan again. She had once witnessed her big brother Duan killing Zhao Ming, who was comparable to a martial monarch expert with a talisman in a single blow. Even someone as powerful as Zhao Ming was killed by a talisman in just one move. Due to this reason, she heaved a sigh of relief when she saw the talisman shot out from Duan Lingtian's hand. Lin! Soon after, Duan Lingtian's shout entered her ears. She did not need to look to know what was going to happen next. The outcome was just as Feng Tianwu had expected. As Duan Lingtian spat out the word Lin, the talisman that shot out from his hand turned into dust and flew with the wind. It disappeared before everyone's eyes in just a blink of an eye. Almost at the same time, Tong Shan, who was charging toward Duan Lingtian in a menacing manner, continued to charge toward Duan Lingtian. However, his speed had slowed down. Duan Lingtian moved his body and easily dodged Tong Shan, who was charging at him menacingly. At the same time, a strange scene unfolded. Duan Ling Tian dodged to the side, but Tong Shan did not slow down at all as he continued to charge forward. His head drooped, and blood spurted out from between his brows as though it was free. At the same time, the origin energy that had merged with one profundity and two concepts in Tong Shan's body dissipated completely. When Tong Shan's body fell, everyone could see it clearly. There was a bloody hole in between Tong Shan's brows. It was a hideous bloody hole. The bloody hole penetrated from between his brows all the way to the back of his head. Blood was spurting out from both sides. After a while, the blood seemed to have stopped spurting out. Whoosh! Tong Shan's body fell rapidly. Soon after, he landed on the ground of the imperial palace with a loud thud and turned into a pile of minced meat. He could not be any more dead. At this moment, the entire place was dead silent. The Grand Elder is dead? I'm not dreaming, am I? Duan Lingtian killed the Grand Elder? How did he do it? As the three Izumo sect elders muttered to themselves, they looked at each other and saw the fear in each other's eyes. The Grand Elder was a martial emperor and the most powerful person in Izumo sect. How could such a powerful person be killed in the blink of an eye? Just when the three Izumo sect's elders were so frightened that their bodies began to tremble, Duan Ling Tian flew out as though he had transformed into a purple lightning bolt. In the blink of an eye, he arrived beside Tong Shan's body and lifted his hand to take Tong Shan's spatial ring. No matter what, Tong Shan was a martial emperor. He must have kept a lot of good stuff in his spatial ring. Run! When Duan Ling Tian went to take Tong Shan's spatial ring, the three Izumo sect elders regained their senses. They looked at each other hastily and turned to flee. What a joke! Even someone as powerful as their Izumo sect's supreme elder, who was at the martial monarch stage, was killed by Duan Ling Tian. They had no idea how Duan Ling Tian did it. However, in their opinion, they would only die if they continued to stay. In the blink of an eye, the three Izumo sect elders disappeared into the horizon as though they had never appeared. For the sake of survival, they resolutely abandoned the supreme elder of their Izumo sect and left the supreme elder's corpse to fend for itself. Elder brother Duan. Duan Ling Tian had just glanced at the backs of the three Izumo sect elders when a familiar voice resonated in his ears. Duan Ling Tian didn't have to think to know whose voice it was. Tian Wu. Duan Ling Tian rose into the air and arrived next to Feng Tianwu in the blink of an eye. He asked with a puzzled expression, "Where's Uncle Nye and the others?" "I've sent them back to the Divine Might Marquis estate." Feng Tianwu replied. Duan Ling Tian nodded. At the same time, he glanced in the direction where the three Izumo sect elders left and secretly sighed in relief. Earlier, he had used the last talisman his cheapskate father gave him to kill Tong Shan, the only martial emperor powerhouse in Izumo sect. It was also his last life-saving talisman. After Tong Shan's death, if the other three Izumo sect elders were to seek revenge on him in a fit of rage, he would definitely die. Although his current strength was not bad, he did not dare to claim that he could defeat the three Izumo sect elders. Since the three of them were able to follow Tong Shan, there must be a powerhouse at the peak of the void among them. There might even be more than one. A powerhouse at the peak of the void could be considered as a rare existence among the third-rate forces in the foreign lands. However, it was only considered as ordinary among the second-rate forces. The reason why a second-rate force was called a second-rate force was because there was a martial emperor powerhouse in the force. It was the same vice versa. A second-rate force without a martial emperor powerhouse could not be considered a second-rate force no matter how many powerhouses at the peak of the void they had. At most, it could only be considered as a slightly stronger third-rate force. Just like the future Izumo sect. Now that Tong Shan, the only martial emperor powerhouse, had died, Izumo sect was destined to decline. Izumo sect would only be able to continue its glory if another martial emperor powerhouse was born. I guess I made the right bet this time. Duan Ling Tian could not help but take a deep breath as he muttered to himself with a wry smile on his face when he recalled the scene earlier. Elder brother Duan, what did you make the right bet? Feng Tianwu's hearing was extraordinary. It was easy for her to hear Duan Lingtian's words. She could not help but ask curiously. The talisman I used to kill Tong Shan earlier. Tian Wu, do you know that's the last talisman I have? Duan Lingtian sighed when he reached this part of the sentence. He did not hide anything from Feng Tianwu. What? Feng Tianwu was slightly taken aback when she heard Duan Lingtian's words. Elder brother Duan, why you purposely scared the 3 Izumo sect elders away earlier? Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded his head and did not deny it. Since the beginning, when he had rushed back from the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, he had thought of using the Devil Seal tablet many times. However, he did not have the confidence to do so. Moreover, the reason he thought of using the Devil Seal tablet was not because he wanted to deal with the martial emperor powerhouses from one of the 3 great second-rate forces, but because he wanted to deal with the group of powerhouses at the peak of the void from the second-rate forces. After all, he only had 1 talisman left in his possession. Originally, he had planned to use the talisman to kill Tong Shan before using the Devil Seal tablet to devilify himself and kill the remaining 3 Izumo sect elders. However, a flash of inspiration appeared in his mind, and he thought of another method. It was the method he had put into action earlier. He would create an atmosphere and kill Tong Shan with the talisman at the most appropriate time. At that time, the remaining 3 Izumo sect elders would definitely be scared out of their wits and run away. Duan Lingtian, the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. You must be familiar with this saying, right? Chapter 1038. The sudden voice caused Duan Lingtian's expression to change instantly. Even if it was Feng Tianwu, her extremely beautiful face that could be said to be capable of causing the downfall of nations, couldn't help but slightly change color at this moment. This voice sounds familiar. Who is it? Duan Lingtian shook his head and looked at the sky where the voice came from. His brows were tightly knitted together. He could not recall where he had heard this voice before. When Duan Lingtian saw 3 figures appearing out of thin air in the sky, his face turned completely grave when his eyes landed on one of the 2 people behind them. Zuoyu! At this moment, it seemed as though only the young man in the distance remained in the world in Duan Lingtian's eyes, the young man that had once fled under his nose. The strongest person among the young generation in Anika sect. Zuoyu, he still remembered. After entering the 4th level of Qingfeng Palace left behind by Emperor Wu's secret treasure, he, Zuoyu, and the strongest person among the young generation in North Nether sect, Su Qing, had successfully passed the test and entered the central area of the 4th level. In the beginning, Zuoyu and Su Qing had joined forces to kill him. When his life was in danger, he unintentionally activated the inscription formation on the 4th level. After successfully distracting the 2 of them, he was lucky enough to survive. After he survived, he consumed a spirit fruit that was a reward for passing the test on the 4th level before Zuoyu and Su Qing discovered him. His cultivation base successfully broke through. After his cultivation base broke through, he killed Su Qing, who wanted to kill him and steal the spirit fruit in just 1 blow. Just when he was about to continue to kill Zuoyu, the origin energy in his body was in a mess due to his cultivation base breaking through again. It caused him to suffer quite a lot of internal injuries, and he could not chase after Zuoyu at that moment. Zuoyu, who was supposed to die in his hands, managed to survive because of this. After Zuoyu escaped, Duan Lingtian knew that he would be a huge trouble. This was because not only would Zuoyu spread the news that he had killed Su Qing, but he would also spread the news that he was the only one who could ascend to the 5th level of Qingfeng Palace and obtain the profundity fragment in Martial Emperor Qingfeng's body. He's finally here. Therefore, Duan Lingtian knew that what he was worried about was happening when he saw Zuoyu following behind a mysterious old man. This old man's strength is probably not inferior to Tong Shan. Tong Shan was the one and only martial monarch powerhouse in Izumo sect whom he had just killed with the last talisman left behind by his cheapskate father. He should be the martial monarch powerhouse from Anika sect, Zuoyu's master. Duan Lingtian tried his best to maintain a calm expression, but he couldn't help but feel a wave of shock in his heart. In front of Tong Shan, he was able to remain calm because he knew what he was doing. He had the talisman left behind by his cheapskate father, so it was not difficult for him to kill Tong Shan. The difficult part was creating an atmosphere that could scare away the 3 Anika sect elders behind Tong Shan. Now that he had made up his mind, he was neither servile nor overbearing in front of a martial monarch powerhouse like Tong Shan. This was also the reason why he was able to remain calm on the outside and on the inside when he saw Tong Shan appear and guessed his identity. However, it was different now. I'm afraid they heard what I said to Tian Wu just now. Duan Ling Tian still remembered. After he told Feng Tianwu that he had used the last talisman in his possession to kill Tong Shan, Suiyu's voice resonated in the air. It was obvious that he had heard what Duan Ling Tian said. Duan Ling Tian's heart sank when he realized this. He was not afraid of a martial monarch powerhouse when he had the talisman in his possession. However, the problem was that he had used up all the talismans in his possession. He could no longer rely on talismans to fight a martial monarch powerhouse. He could only rely on his own strength. Although he was quite strong now, his strength was equivalent to the strength of 3,500 ancient horned dragons after he used the quasi-royal grade spirit sword and unleashed his full strength. His strength was nothing in front of a martial monarch powerhouse who could easily unleash the strength of 6,000 to 7,000 ancient horned dragons. Supreme Elder, he's Duan Ling Tian, the person who killed Lei Zhong and Su Qing. Zuiyu said respectfully to the old man in front of him. The old man was dressed in white. His face was cold, and there was no emotion in his eyes. A rare gleam flashed in the depth of his eyes when he heard Zuiyu's words. You're Duan Ling Tian? The lucky guy who obtained 3 profundity fragments from Emperor Wu's body in Emperor Wu's secret treasure? The old man asked calmly as he stared at Duan Ling Tian calmly. Yes, I'm Duan Ling Tian. However, it seems a little arbitrary to say that I obtained 3 profundity fragments from Emperor Wu's body in Emperor Wu's secret treasure. Duan Ling Tian looked at the old man fearlessly and calmly responded to the old man. Duan Ling Tian, stop playing dumb. Before the old man could speak, Suiyu said sarcastically, You, me, and Su Qing were the only 3 people who managed to reach the 4th level of Qing Feng Palace and pass the bumpy road. You killed Su Qing and I left first. You were the only one left in Qing Feng Palace's 4th level who had the chance to go to the 5th level. Who else could it be but you who obtained the 3 profundity fragments from Emperor Wu's body? Suiyu sneered. Left first? Duan Ling Tian's face turned a little strange when he heard Zuiyu's words. He still remembered. At that time, Zuiyu was obviously afraid of being killed by him. That was why he fled right under his nose. However, now that Zuiyu said it, he was the one who left first? Zuiyu, I know you're jealous that I'm more powerful than you after I killed Lei Zhong. Not only that, but you also want the profundity fragment that I obtained from the outer ring of Emperor Wu's secret treasure. Duan Ling Tian looked at Zuiyu calmly and said nonchalantly, However, don't you think it's a little too much for you to fabricate facts and slander me, just for your own selfish desires? Why you're saying that I'm slandering you? Duan Ling Tian's words angered Zuiyu so much that his face turned green and white. Took him a long time to calm down. Isn't that the case? Duan Ling Tian did not plan to let Zuiyu go when he saw his expression turning grave. He sneered and said, Did you see me reach the 5th level of Qing Feng Palace with your own eyes? Did you see me obtain the 3 profundity fragments from Emperor Wu's body with your own eyes? Duan Ling Tian's repeated questions made Zuiyu speechless. He did not know how to answer. What? Are you in the wrong? Duan Ling Tian said with a mocking smile when he saw Zuiyu opening his mouth but no words came out. Zuiyu, I must say that you're really capable. Because of the enmity between us, you didn't hesitate to slander me and even used your master, the martial monarch powerhouse from your Anika sect, as a tool to get back at me. Duan Ling Tian enunciated each and every word that came out of his mouth. Zuiyu was so angry that his face turned extremely grave. The moment Duan Ling Tian's words left his mouth, Not only the old man in front of Zuoyu, but also the middle-aged man next to him turned to look at Zuoyu instinctively. Master, don't listen to Duan Lingtian's nonsense. Zuoyu's expression changed dramatically when he saw the old man looking at him. He said in a panic, I'm telling the truth. At that time, he was indeed the only one who had the opportunity to go to the 5th floor and see the body of Qingfeng Emperor Wu and obtain the 3 profundity fragments in his body. Zuoyu was really afraid that his master would believe Duan Lingtian's words and misunderstand him. You've said so much, but it turns out that everything you said is just your personal guess. Duan Lingtian sneered. I admit that the rest is just my personal guess. However, you can't deny that I left Qingfeng Palace after you killed Su Qing and continued to stay on the 4th floor of Qingfeng Palace. When Zuoyu saw the old man, who was his master, nodding at him, the haze in his heart was swept away. He looked at Duan Lingtian fearlessly and said word by word in a deep voice, Why should I deny what I've done? Duan Lingtian said nonchalantly, As for why you said you left, it seems a little far-fetched, don't you think? Are you sure that you left because you gave up the opportunity to explore the 5th floor of Qingfeng Palace? When Zuoyu's face turned pale, Duan Lingtian did not plan to let him go. He completely tore off the last piece of cloth on him. Why do I remember that? Someone was fleeing in front of me at that time. Humph! Don't try to change the topic. The 3 profundity fragments in the martial emperor's body must have ended up in your hands in the end. Zuoyu took a deep breath and suppressed his restless emotions before he snorted coldly. Are you so sure? Duan Lingtian felt chills running down his spine when he saw the martial monarch powerhouse from Anika sect and another middle-aged man who seemed to be an elder from Anika sect looking at him together. However, he still tried to remain calm on the surface. Of course. Zuoyu replied without any hesitation. What if I swear by the 99 heavenly tribulation that I didn't obtain the 3 profundity fragments in Emperor Wu's body? Duan Lingtian asked back. Do you dare? Zuoyu said disdainfully with an arrogant look on his face. However, he was dumbfounded in the next moment. This was because he saw it. Duan Lingtian actually broke his finger and used his blood to communicate with the 99 heavenly tribulation to swear that he did not obtain the 3 profundity fragments in Emperor Wu's body. Boom! 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 9 deafening claps of thunder resonated one after another. It clearly entered the ears of Duan Lingtian, Feng Tianwu, the 3 people from Anika sect, and everyone in the imperial palace. After the 9 claps of thunder, everything returned to normal. The lightning punishment did not descend as expected. How's this possible? Chapter 1039. What's impossible about that? Duan Lingtian smirked when he heard Zuoyu's words. You said it yourself that it's just your guess. If you could guess everything correctly, you wouldn't be as useless as you are now. Useless. Duan Lingtian's words clearly entered Zuoyu's ears, causing his expression to turn grave. He did not know what to say at that moment. Although he was unwilling to admit it, he had to admit it. Compared to Duan Lingtian, he could indeed be considered as trash. A complacent smile appeared on the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth when he saw this. He swore on the 99 heavenly tribulation that he would be killed by the lightning punishment if he managed to obtain the 3 profundity fragments from Qingfeng Emperor Wu's body. The 99 heavenly tribulation let out 9 claps of thunder in response to his oath, but the lightning punishment did not descend. Therefore, from an outsider's perspective, he did not see Qingfeng Emperor Wu's body even if he managed to ascend to the 5th level of Qingfeng Palace. Otherwise, why would he dare to swear on the 99 heavenly tribulation? Why would he say he did not obtain the 3 profundity fragments from Qingfeng Emperor Wu's body? Nobody knew. The reason Duan Lingtian dared to swear on the 99 heavenly tribulation was not because he did not see Qingfeng Emperor Wu's body. It was the opposite. Not only did he see Qingfeng Emperor Wu's body, but he even obtained the Emperor Stage Profundity Fragment from Qingfeng Emperor Wu's body. The reason he dared to make that oath using the 99 heavenly tribulation and didn't trigger the lightning punishment or even get killed by the lightning punishment was because he didn't violate the oath. He swore that as long as he obtained the 3 profundity fragments from Martial Emperor Qingfeng's body, he would be willing to be killed by the thunder punishment. However, although he obtained the profundity fragments from Qingfeng Emperor Wu's body, he did not obtain the 3 profundity fragments. There was only 1 Emperor stage profundity fragment. As for the other 2 Monarch stage profundity fragments, even he did not know who had them. Because of this, he did not break his oath. He didn't get 3 profundity fragments. He only got 1. Just now, Duan Lingtian was playing a word game with the 3 from Anika sect. The 3 from Anika sect did not notice anything and believed Duan Lingtian's words. Even if that's the case, you should still have a profundity fragment with you. Zuiyu gritted his teeth as he looked at Duan Lingtian unwillingly. Idiot! Ignoring Zuiyu's increasingly ugly expression, Duan Lingtian spat out 2 words without hesitation. After Zuiyu was so angry that his body began to tremble violently, he continued to say, "Do you think that all the profundity fragments that I obtained after entering the Emperor Wu's secret treasure belong to me?" At this point, Duan Lingtian looked at the old man standing in front of Zuiyu. He was the supreme elder of Anika sect, Bai Yuhai. Just as he was about to say something, another voice descended from the sky, interrupting him just as he was about to speak. "Do you dare to swear that you didn't obtain the Emperor stage profundity fragment?" A loud and clear voice descended from the sky. 2 figures appeared almost at the same time and arrived near Duan Lingtian in just a short moment. The person following behind stared at Duan Lingtian like a tiger eyeing its prey. The voice just now was from his mouth. It was a middle-aged man in his 50s. His eyes were as sharp as an eagle's. However, his appearance did not attract Duan Lingtian's attention. Duan Lingtian's attention was completely focused on the old man standing in front of the middle-aged man. The old man was dressed in gray and exuded an extremely sharp aura from his body. The feeling he gave Duan Lingtian was exactly the same as the feeling Tongshan and Bai Yuhai gave him. He was not simple and gave him an invisible pressure. An ordinary martial artist would not be able to give him this kind of pressure. Martial monarch powerhouse. Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed and his heart skipped a beat. Could it be that person from North Nether sect? North Nether sect was a second-rate force in the northern desert like Izumo sect and Anika sect. There was also a martial monarch powerhouse in the sect. When Duan Lingtian left the 5-element sect and made his way to the Martial Emperor's secret treasure, he had heard about the martial monarch powerhouse from some of the 5-element sect's disciples. The strongest person in North Nether sect, the martial monarch powerhouse. Feng Tong. Feng Tong. As soon as the gray-clad old man appeared, Duan Lingtian heard Bai Yuhai, the martial monarch powerhouse from Anika sect, greeting the gray-clad old man in surprise. At once, Duan Lingtian realized he had guessed correctly. The person who appeared before him was none other than Feng Tong, the pillar and guardian of North Nether sect. 2 martial monarch powerhouses. Unknowingly, a wisp of indescribable bitterness appeared on the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth. Bai Yuhai, the martial monarch powerhouse from Anika sect, was already a headache for him. Now Feng Tong, who was even more difficult to deal with, had appeared. Bai Yuhai was still fine. He was instigated by his direct disciple, Zuiyu, to look for him for the profundity fragment that he obtained from Emperor Wu's body in Qingfeng. However, after he swore on the 99 heavenly tribulation, he noticed that Bai Yuhai's hostility toward him had lessened. Feng Tong, on the other hand, did not come for the 3 profundity fragments that might be in his possession. Instead, he came to kill him to avenge Su Qing. Su Qing was the strongest person among the younger generation in North Nether sect. He was also the direct disciple of the sect leader of North Nether sect. When they were on the 4th level of Qingfeng Palace in the Martial Emperor's secret treasure, Su Qing had attacked him mercilessly because of his greed to kill him and seize his treasures. In the end, he was killed by Su Qing after he had made a breakthrough. Only he and Zuiyu knew about Su Qing's death. If Zuiyu was dead, nobody would know that he was the one who killed Su Qing. However, Duan Lingtian had suffered internal injuries at the critical moment. This gave Zui Yu the opportunity to escape before he could recover. That was the root of the problem. Now, the root of the problem was exposed one by one. Duan Lingtian was exhausted from dealing with it. "You're Duan Lingtian?" Feng Tong's cloudy eyes suddenly turned piercing as he stared intently at Duan Lingtian. He enunciated each word clearly as he asked. At the same time, an aura as sharp as a sword swept out from his body toward Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian did not feel any pressure when he faced Tong Shan's aura earlier. But now, facing the aura from Feng Tong's body, he felt a trace of pressure. Naturally, Duan Lingtian knew this did not mean Feng Tong was stronger than Tong Shan. It was just that Feng Tong was better at this. Duan Lingtian did not reply to Feng Tong's question. He only looked at Feng Tong with a fearful expression on his face. He could clearly see the killing intent that flashed in the depth of Feng Tong's eyes. He knew Feng Tong wanted to kill him. He could not wait to kill him. For a moment, Duan Lingtian felt anxious and uneasy. "Duan Lingtian, make another oath. As long as you swear on the 99 heavenly tribulation that you didn't obtain the Emperor Stage Profundity Fragment, I'll kill you. If you don't die, I won't make things difficult for you anymore." Bai Yuhai glanced at Duan Lingtian indifferently and said slowly. He was inspired by the North Nether Sect's middle-aged elder to add such a sentence. He wanted to force Duan Lingtian into a corner, so Duan Lingtian had no other choice. Upon hearing this, Duan Lingtian's expression changed subtly. At this moment he realized something. Even if he did not admit that he had obtained the Emperor Stage Profundity Fragment, there was no turning back now. Bai Yuhai had come looking for him because he coveted the treasure in his possession. Feng Tong's main goal was to avenge Su Qing. Even if Bai Yuhai did not make a move, Feng Tong alone was enough to kill him. "That's right. I did obtain the Emperor Stage Profundity Fragment." Due to this reason, Duan Lingtian did not hesitate to admit it. As he admitted it, he immediately looked at Feng Tong. To be more precise, he looked at Feng Tong's eyes and carefully observed the changes in Feng Tong's gaze. When he saw the greedy gleam in the depth of Feng Tong's eyes, he could not help but sigh in relief. Perhaps this was a turning point for him. Based on the current situation, this was the only turning point. The Emperor Stage Profundity Fragment. The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, the eyes of the three people from Anika sect, led by Supreme Elder Bai Yuhai, lit up. When they looked at Duan Lingtian again, it was as though they had seen a rare treasure. "Humph! It seems like I was right. You really did obtain the Emperor Stage Profundity Fragment," Zui Yu said coldly. When he looked at Duan Lingtian, he had a "I've seen through you" expression on his face. Based on his words, it was as though he was bragging about his ability to predict the future. At the same time, two terrifying killing intents flashed and swept toward Duan Lingtian. They were filled with extreme coldness. When Duan Lingtian regained his senses, he realized the two terrifying killing intents came from the two martial monarch powerhouses, Bai Yuhai and Feng Tong. Both of them wanted to kill him, let alone two first-level martial monarch stage martial artists. Even a 9th-level martial monarch stage powerhouse would be interested in the Emperor Stage Profundity Fragment. However, at this moment, none of them made a move. They were in a stalemate for the time being. In their opinion, there was no doubt that the Emperor Stage Profundity Fragment in Duan Lingtian's hand was already theirs. What they had to consider now was how to suppress each other and obtain the Emperor Stage Profundity Fragment. They had been rivals for many years, and they knew each other very well. This was the reason why they hesitated for a long time without making a move. "Feng Tong, aren't you looking for him to avenge Su Qing? I can give you his life. As for the other things in his hand, I'll take them." Bai Yuhai's eyes gleamed as he said to Feng Tong, "Bai Yuhai, if you think his life is more valuable than the Emperor Stage Profundity Fragment, then I can give you his life and the Emperor Stage Profundity Fragment will belong to me." Feng Tong's words made his stance clear. Chapter 1040. At this moment, the two martial monarch powerhouses faced each other. They were ready to fight at any moment. At this moment, both of them wanted the Emperor Stage Profundity Fragment in Duan Lingtian's hand. Neither of them was willing to give in. Duan Lingtian watched coldly from the side. The scene before him was exactly what he had been waiting for. A dog biting another dog, a mouthful of fur. However, Duan Lingtian's expression changed quickly. This was because he noticed the two martial monarch powerhouses who were facing each other suddenly broke their fingers. 2 drops of blood shot up into the sky and disappeared into the clouds in just a blink of an eye. I, Baiyuhai, Anikasek's Supreme Elder, hereby swear by the 99 heavenly tribulation that I'll compete with Feng Tong for the ownership of the Emperor Stage Profundity Fragment after I obtain it. If I violate this oath, I'm willing to be struck to death by the lightning punishment. I, Feng Tong, North Nethersek's Supreme Elder, hereby swear by Yuhai and Feng Tong, the two martial monarch powerhouses, reached a consensus in just a blink of an eye. They would first obtain the Emperor Stage Profundity Fragment and then compete fairly with each other. Before that, they would work together to obtain the Emperor Stage Profundity Fragment. Boom! 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 18 deafening claps of thunder broke the silence above the Crimson Sky Kingdom's imperial palace. It was the 99 heavenly tribulation that the two martial monarchs swore on the 99 heavenly tribulation. The thunderous claps caused the people in the Crimson Sky Kingdom's imperial palace to panic. Many of them were so scared that they fell to the ground, unable to get up for a long time. Is that thunder? Seems like it. Could it be that Commander Duan is fighting with the 4 unknown powerhouses? That's possible. Everyone in the Imperial Palace was looking forward to Duan Lingtian's victory and his triumphant return. In their eyes, Duan Lingtian was not only recognized as the strongest powerhouse in the Crimson Sky Kingdom, but he was also the Crimson Sky Kingdom's guardian. Only Duan Lingtian had the ability to lead them out of the Sea of Fire. From this, it could be seen how lofty the Duan Lingtian was in their hearts. It had already risen to the level of faith, and it was even higher than the Crimson Sky Kingdom's emperor. Even the Crimson Sky Kingdom's emperor might not be as influential as Duan Lingtian in the Crimson Sky Kingdom. However, the people in the Imperial Palace did not know that their commander Duan was currently facing the biggest crisis in his life. He could lose his life at any moment. As a 6th-level Void Transformation martial artist, he was targeted by 2 martial monarch powerhouses at the same time. Among all the 6th-level Void Transformation stage martial artists in the world, he was probably the only one who received such treatment. Above the Imperial Palace, after Baiyuhai and Feng Tong reached a consensus, they stared at Duan Lingtian like tigers eyeing their prey. In the depths of their eyes, there was a hint of greed. Duan Lingtian, hand over the Emperor Stage Profundity Fragment, will leave your corpse intact, Feng Tong said calmly. As a martial monarch powerhouse, Baiyuhai could easily kill Duan Lingtian and snatch the spatial ring from Duan Lingtian. However, he did not dare to do so. After all, he was not sure if Duan Lingtian kept the Emperor Stage Profundity Fragment in the spatial ring that he carried with him. If Duan Lingtian did not carry the Emperor Stage Profundity Fragment with him and hid it in a place that only he knew about, Baiyuhai would definitely kill him. If he was killed, there would be no more clues about where the Emperor Stage Profundity Fragment was hidden. Baiyuhai did not want that to happen. At that time, he and the North Nether sect behind him would have a good relationship with an Emperor Wu powerhouse. They would be able to do whatever they wanted on Cloud Continent. Would any first-rate force or top force dare to offend an Emperor Wu powerhouse? Whoosh! Whoosh! In the next moment, Baiyuhai and Feng Tong disappeared from their spots. They wanted to stop Zuiyu. Unfortunately, they were still too late. Bang! A loud noise reverberated in the air, causing Baiyuhai and Feng Tong to come to a halt. They appeared in the air not far from where Duan Lingtian was standing. Feng Tong heaved a sigh of relief when he saw this. As for Baiyuhai, his face was extremely pale. Zuiyu? who was charging at Duan Lingtian aggressively with the intention of smashing Duan Lingtian's head with his palm, suddenly had his head explode like a watermelon. Blood splattered everywhere and scattered across the sky. It was like a blooming flower of blood-red fireworks. It was extremely beautiful. Whoosh! At the same time, Zhuiyu's headless body fell from the sky and crashed hard on the ground, turning into a pile of minced meat. Zhuiyu's body was less than 10 meters away from Izumo Sect's Supreme Elder Tong Shan's body. Both of them had died in the same way. Both of them had been smashed into minced meat. Duan Ling Tian. A low and oppressive voice came out of Bai Yuhai's mouth. His expression was ugly, and his eyes were red. The pauses between each word seemed to express the extreme anger in his heart. Boom! In an instant, the milky white origin energy on Bai Yuhai's body skyrocketed and transformed into a wave of aqua blue energy. It was surrounded by purple lightning and gusts of green wind. In the air, the heaven and earth energy stirred and finally gathered to form the heaven and earth phenomenon. A total of 6,000 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared out of thin air and descended in a zigzag manner. It was visually stunning. His strength is on par with Tong Shan. Duan Lingtian's heart jolted when he saw the scene before him. However, his face remained calm. He, who was fearless, sized up the 6,000 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons in the sky with great interest. Not only was he not frightened, but he also did not seem to take the scene before his eyes seriously. Even if I, Duan Lingtian, have to die in the hands of a martial monarch, Zhuiyu, he's not worthy, Duan Lingtian said calmly. He was not afraid of Bai Yuhai, who was glaring at him. There was a hint of coldness in his voice as he spoke. Zhuiyu had been defeated by him in the past. He could only run away when he faced him. Due to this reason, he had never taken Zhuiyu seriously. Today, Zhuiyu wanted to take advantage of him and take his life. He was seeking his own death. Bai Yuhai's expression changed drastically when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. The energy in his body began to fluctuate irregularly as though he was going to attack at any time. However, he did not attack in the end. Naturally, he was furious that his direct disciple was killed. After all, that was the direct disciple he had nurtured for more than 20 years. He had long regarded him as his own son. However, his son had been killed by someone else. If it was someone else, that person would have died in his hands. However, the person who killed his direct disciple was Duan Lingtian, a person who had obtained the Emperor Stage Profundity Fragment. Moreover, it was highly possible that he had hidden it. For this reason, he could only endure for the time being for the sake of the Emperor Stage Profundity Fragment. Zhuiyu, rest in peace. Wait for a moment on the road to hell. When Master finds out where the Emperor Stage Profundity Fragment is, he'll immediately kill Duan Lingtian and send him to accompany you. Bai Yuhai was as calm as still water as he swore in his heart. If only. Previously, he was only interested in the Emperor Stage Profundity Fragment. He did not care whether he killed Duan Lingtian or not. However, he was completely enraged by the death of his direct disciple, Zhuiyu. He could not wait to kill Duan Lingtian. Elder brother Duan. Chapter 1041. After Duan Lingtian killed Tong Shan with the talisman, Feng Tianwu's expression changed subtly when the three people from Anika sect appeared. In the beginning, she did not know that her elder brother Duan was being targeted by Anika sect. She thought Zhuiyu was dissatisfied with her elder brother Duan, so he asked the elders of the sect to teach her elder brother Duan a lesson. It was not until Duan Lingtian swore on the 99 heavenly tribulation that she realized the people from Anika sect did not come here just to seek revenge on her elder brother Duan. They had a bigger goal in mind. The 3 profundity fragments in Emperor Wu's secret treasure from Emperor Wu's body in Qingfeng. She was familiar with the 3 profundity fragments. When she saw her big brother Duan really swear an oath and the 99 heavenly tribulation responded, she couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief, as she thought her big brother Duan would be able to avoid this calamity. Who knew someone else would appear at the critical moment? North Nether Sect, Feng Tong. She had heard this name when the old man from Anika Sect greeted the old man from North Nether Sect. It was not unfamiliar to her. When she was in Blade Sect, she had heard people discussing the three major second-rate forces in the northern desert. The supreme elders of the three major forces were also mentioned, the three martial monarch powerhouses. Izumo Sect, Tong Shan, North Nether Sect, Feng Tong, Anika Sect, Baiyu Hai. Tong Shan was killed by her elder brother Duan's talisman. From the way the old man from Anika Sect spoke to Feng Tong casually, Feng Tianwu could vaguely guess his identity. The supreme elder of Anika Sect, the martial monarch powerhouse, Baiyu Hai. At that moment, even she was shocked to the point of being dumbfounded. The martial monarch powerhouses from the three major second-rate forces were gathered in this little kingdom in the mountains? Unbelievable! As time went by, she finally understood the ins and outs of the matter. Baiyu Hai had come for the profundity fragment that her elder brother Duan had obtained from Emperor Wu of Qingfeng. Feng Tong was here to avenge Su Qing, the strongest person among the younger generation in North Nether Sect. Following that, the situation changed so many times that she couldn't help but feel anxious. When she saw that her elder brother Duan was being stared at by two martial emperors, she could not help but feel a bone-chilling chill in her heart. Soon, Feng Tianwu realized that Duan Lingtian had turned his head to look at her after hearing her call. At this moment, she could clearly see the seriousness in the depths of her elder brother Duan's eyes. Looks like elder brother Duan isn't as casual as he seems on the surface. The pressure from the two martial emperors is too great, Feng Tianwu thought. At the same time, Feng Tianwu's thoughts were running wild. If I want to kill these two martial emperors, it'll be very difficult. If I want to kill them, I'll have to raise my monarch stage fire profundity to the 3rd level at least. Feng Tianwu shifted her gaze from Duan Lingtian to the two old figures in the distance. A hint of dread appeared on her beautiful face. In my current situation, if I forcefully communicate and unleash the 3rd level monarch stage fire profundity to give birth to the 3rd level monarch stage sword profundity, and unleash the strength of 8,000 ancient horned dragons, even if I can kill one of them, the energy from the fire spirit body in my body will explode in an instant. Feng Tianwu was more familiar with her own situation than anyone else. Tianwu, no matter what happens, you can't forcefully communicate with the high-level fire profundity to attack them. At the same time, a voice that Feng Tianwu could not be more familiar with entered her ears. It made her heart tremble and filled with warmth. A faint smile appeared on her beautiful face. Her elder brother Duan was still considerate of her even in the face of danger. I'll think of a way to deal with this. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and added to Feng Tianwu through voice transmission. He knew Tianwu very well. Therefore, he warned Tianwu in advance. He was afraid she would do something stupid. He had once probed Feng Tianwu's body with his mind energy, so his understanding of Feng Tianwu's body wasn't much worse than Feng Tianwu's. If Tianwu forcefully communicates and unleashes the high-level fire concept, the energy from the fire spirit body in her body will explode, even if she can kill either Feng Tong or Baiyu Hai. They won't be able to hold on until she attacks the second person. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Duan Lingtian, where's the Emperor Stage Profundity Fragment? At this moment, Feng Tong asked in a deep voice as he stared coldly at Duan Lingtian. I've said it before. I don't have the Emperor Stage Profundity Fragment, but I'll give you my life. Duan Lingtian replied shamelessly. Naturally, he did not really want to die. He was certain Feng Tong would not dare to make a move on him. What he had to do now was to rack his brain to find a way to deal with the current crisis. Humph! Before Feng Tong could open his mouth, Baiyu Hai, who was standing nearby, snorted coldly. His voice was very loud, and it was filled with origin energy. It swept through the entire Crimson Sky Kingdom like a thunderclap. Ah! It hurts. At the same time, everyone in the Crimson Sky Kingdom's imperial palace cried out in agony as their eardrums burst. There were even some who were knocked unconscious or killed by the shockwaves. When a martial monarch was enraged, he could kill someone from 1,000 meters away with just a snort. Naturally, he could only kill people who did not have a high cultivation base. Duan Lingtian, don't think we can't do anything to you. We don't dare to kill you. But it's a piece of cake for us to kill the people around you. Due to we use death, Bai Yu Hai seemed to have transformed into a different person. His crimson eyes were filled with killing intent as though he was about to devour someone. His words seemed to have come from an ice cave. It was bone-chilling. If you tell me where the Emperor Stage Profundity Fragment is, you'll die. I won't touch your friends and family. However, if you don't tell me where the Emperor Stage Profundity Fragment is, I'll kill a person who's related to you every hour. If you insist on not telling me, I'll watch the people around you die one by one. Bai Yu Hai threatened Duan Lingtian with his words. Feng Tong's eyes lit up when he heard Bai Yu Hai's words. He agreed with Bai Yu Hai's words from the bottom of his heart. He wanted the Emperor Stage Profundity Fragment. He wanted Duan Lingtian's life as well. Bai Yu Hai's words were the exact words in his heart. Despicable. After hearing Bai Yu Hai's words, Feng Tianwu's devastatingly beautiful face was covered in frost as she rebuked him angrily. A dignified martial emperor actually dares to threaten a void transformation stage martial artist like this. Aren't you afraid of embarrassing yourself if news of this spreads? As for Duan Lingtian, the moment Bai Yu Hai's words left his mouth, the expression on his face that he had tried his best to remain calm had completely changed. If he did not tell them where the profundity fragment was, every hour he would kill a person who was related to him every hour. In other words, he would have to kill 24 people who were related to him every day. Despicable. Bai Yu Hai looked at Feng Tianwu when he was reprimanded by Feng Tianwu. He sneered, "As long as I kill all of you, why should I worry about people spreading the news about my actions today? Moreover, so what if they spread the news? Do you think Bai Yu Hai, will lose a single strand of hair because of this?" Bai Yu Hai's eyes that were looking at Feng Tianwu suddenly gleamed when he reached the end of his sentence. Oh no! At the same time, Feng Tianwu saw the gleam in Bai Yu Hai's eyes. Her expression changed drastically when she vaguely guessed what was going on. Unfortunately, as soon as she realized what was going on, she realized an extremely powerful force that she could not resist was pulling her away from her original spot. Tian Wu. At this moment, Duan Lingtian also realized what was going on. His expression changed drastically. However, when he realized what was going on, he realized that Feng Tianwu was already next to Bai Yu Hai. She was being forcefully pulled away by Bai Yu Hai. At this moment, the flames on Feng Tianwu's body flickered as she tried to resist. However, every time the flames on her body rose to a certain height, they would be suppressed by an invisible force. They would be crushed and disappear without a trace. What are you trying to do? Duan Lingtian's face darkened when he saw this. Killing intent shot out from his eyes as he glared at Bai Yu Hai. What am I trying to do? Bai Yu Hai smiled nonchalantly. However, there was no change in the way he looked at Duan Lingtian. His eyes were still gleaming coldly as he said, "I've said that if you don't tell me the location of the Emperor Stage Profundity Fragment, I'll kill one person who's related to you every hour. I've already chosen the first person. It's her." When Bai Yu Hai reached the end of his sentence, he pointed at Feng Tianwu who was next to him with a smirk on his face. "Now, you have an hour. If you don't tell me after an hour, she'll definitely die." Bai Yu Hai's tone was so cold that it sent chills down one's spine. An hour. Duan Lingtian's face darkened. "All right, I promise you." Duan Lingtian looked at Bai Yu Hai and said in a deep voice after he glanced at Feng Tianwu, "A wise man submits to circumstances." Feng Tong laughed before Bai Yu Hai could say anything. "Tell me, where's the Emperor Stage Profundity Fragment? Even if I tell you, you won't know where it is. I can bring you there." Even at this moment, Duan Lingtian was reluctant to hand the Emperor Stage Profundity Fragment over to Bai Yu Hai and Feng Tong. However, he had no other choice but to stall for time. Perhaps, he would be able to come up with a good idea while he was bringing them away. The most important thing now was to get Tian Wu out of Bai Yu Hai's evil clutches. If Tian Wu was hurt because of this, he would never forgive himself for the rest of his life. Lead the way, Bai Yuhai said calmly as he looked at Duan Lingtian after he sent Feng Tianwu flying with a wave of his hand. No. After Feng Tianwu was sent flying by Bai Yuhai, her beautiful face was completely pale. She reacted immediately, and her beautiful face changed. Her autumn eyes were suffused with scarlet red as she screamed in her heart. Elder brother Duan was going to bring them to retrieve the Emperor Stage Profundity Fragment for her? She knew very well what the Emperor Stage Profundity Fragment meant. No, I can't let them have their way. Kill them. Kill them. Chapter 1042. Boom! In an instant, Feng Tianwu's autumn eyes were dyed red. The flames on her body rose and emitted a scorching aura that swept out in all directions. The scorching aura swept out, causing the airflow in the air to become turbulent. It set off a series of slight air explosions and scorching wind. Whoosh! At the same time, the turbulent heaven and earth energy above Feng Tianwu's head finally gathered to form the heaven and earth phenomenon. There was a total of 1,000 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons. What a powerful comprehension ability! Feng Tianwu's actions immediately attracted Bai Yuhai and Feng Tong's attention. Both of them could not help but reveal a shocked expression. As martial monarch powerhouses, they could see that Feng Tianwu had only cast the fire concept. She did not even use a trace of origin energy. She had only used the fire concept to mobilize the heaven and earth energy to gather 1,000 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons. 9th level advanced fire concept. If it was any other time, when they saw a genius in the martial Tao that possessed such monstrous comprehension ability at such a young age like Feng Tianwu, they would surely fight to the death to take Feng Tianwu as their personal disciple. However, at this moment, their thoughts weren't on Feng Tianwu at all. To them, the Emperor Stage Profundity Fragment was more important. Tianwu. Unlike Bai Yuhai and Feng Tong's calmness, horror dawned on Duan Lingtian's face when he saw Feng Tianwu had mobilized and cast the 9th level advanced fire concept. Bai Yuhai and Feng Tong were stunned when they heard Duan Lingtian's words. Soon after, a mocking smile appeared on their faces. Duan Lingtian, you can rest assured, as long as you lead us to the Emperor Stage Profundity Fragment, we won't make things difficult for this little girl even if she attacks us, Feng Tong Yuhai said indifferently. Feng Tong said indifferently. His tone was filled with condescension. He looked down on Feng Tianwu from the bottom of his heart. He did not think that Feng Tianwu had the strength to threaten him. In his opinion, even if Feng Tianwu had a good comprehension ability and had comprehended the 9th level advanced concept at such a young age. But so what? Could it be that he could threaten a martial monarch expert like him? Although Bai Yuhai did not say anything, it was clear from the contempt in his eyes that he shared the same thoughts as Feng Tong. He was full of disdain for Feng Tianwu's strength and looked down on Feng Tianwu from the bottom of his heart. Obviously, as far as they were concerned, the reason Duan Lingtian's expression had changed drastically earlier and even cried out in shock was because he wanted to stop Feng Tianwu from making a move against them. He didn't want Feng Tianwu to end up being killed by them instead. However, was that really the case? As soon as Duan Lingtian's voice fell, he saw the flames on Feng Tianwu's body rise again. They expanded and emitted an even more scorching aura, as if they could burn everything. Whoosh! At the same time, 1,000 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared out of thin air above Feng Tianwu's head and pierced into Duan Lingtian's eyes, causing Duan Lingtian's expression to change again. Tianwu, stop! Upon seeing this, Duan Lingtian panicked. He hurriedly flew out in an attempt to stop Feng Tianwu. However, at this moment, Feng Tianwu seemed as if she didn't hear what he said at all. The flames on her body continued to rise, and she was like a reborn flaming phoenix that was gradually awakening. Whoosh! At this moment, the heaven and earth phenomenon formed by the heaven and earth energy above Feng Tianwu's head had also increased to 3,000 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons. all of this did not stop because of this. Boom! The flames on Feng Tianwu's body rose again. At this moment, he could clearly sense that the fire spirit body's energy in Tianwu's body was showing signs of going berserk. Chapter 1043. Whoosh! Feng Tianwu charged towards Bai Yuhai and Feng Tong with the 5-foot-long flexible sword in her hand, as though she had transformed into a flaming phoenix. The flames on her body stirred and formed a brand new energy. To be more precise, it was another monarch stage profundity. The flames on Feng Tianwu's body suddenly surged and transformed into a sword-shaped flame. She no longer looked like a flaming phoenix, but a gigantic sword that was burning with blazing flames. Whoosh! The gigantic sword soared across the sky with an aura that seemed to be able to destroy everything. Wherever it passed, the airflow would be compressed to the extreme and a series of thunderous explosions would be heard. As the explosions sounded, waves of airwaves swept out and transformed into gusts of violent wind that spread in all directions. It swept across the entire Crimson Sky Kingdom's imperial palace. For a time, many doors and windows in the imperial palace were blown open as though they were forcefully pushed open by someone. Many people with low cultivation bases who did not stay in the palace were blown into the air by the strong wind. They were addicted to flying in the air. Flying was the privilege of martial artists who had stepped into the void-prying stage and above. Ordinary martial artists could not do it. In the Crimson Sky Kingdom's imperial palace, there were only a handful of people who had stepped into the void-prying stage. High up in the sky, Bai Yuhai and Feng Tong, who were originally disdainful of Feng Tianwu, inadvertently saw it. After the flames on Feng Tianwu's body transformed into a sword-shaped flame, the heaven and earth phenomenon above her head underwent a drastic change. 8,000 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons were charging towards them with Feng Tianwu. The speed was so fast that it caused their expressions to change. Whoosh! Whoosh! They did not even have time to think as they hurriedly urged their strength to fly away in an attempt to dodge Feng Tianwu's attack that contained the strength of 8,000 ancient horned dragons. As the two of them dodged, 6,000 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared above their heads respectively. They urged their strength to dodge Feng Tianwu's attack. Their faces were filled with anxiety as they dodged. Once Feng Tianwu attacked them, a single strike that contained the strength of 8,000 ancient horned dragons would be enough to kill any one of them. In fact, even if they used their spirit weapons, the strongest strength they could exert was not even comparable to the strength of 8,000 ancient horned dragons. In addition, Feng Tianwu was the one who struck first to gain the initiative. Once they dared to resist, they were destined to suffer. Therefore, they did not choose to face Feng Tianwu head-on. They only thought about how to avoid Feng Tianwu's menacing sword. The 5-foot-long red soft sword was as thin as a cicada's wing, but it was now perfectly straight. It let out an ear-piercing sword hum as it charged towards Bai Yuhai and Feng Tong. Whoosh! As soon as Bai Yuhai and Feng Tong, the two first-level martial monarch stage powerhouses, dodged, the 5-foot-long sword in Feng Tianwu's hand arrived. Just as Bai Yuhai gathered all of his strength and prepared to flee, Feng Tianwu shook the 5-foot-long sword in his hand. It didn't contain any sword skill. Whoosh! Even so, it still pierced through Bai Yuhai's throat easily. Ever since Bai Yuhai saw the heaven and earth phenomenon formed by Feng Tianwu gathering the heaven and earth energy, he no longer had any intention to fight with Feng Tianwu. All he could do was flee. In such a hurry, even if Bai Yuhai wanted to block Feng Tianwu's sword, it was destined that it would be too late. Poof! A bloody hole appeared on Bai Yuhai's throat. Blood gushed out like a blooming red rose. His eyes dimmed in an instant. After a few moments, he was completely motionless. Dead. After Bai Yuhai died, his body flew out due to inertia. After flying for several hundred meters, he finally fell from the sky and crashed heavily on the roof of a luxurious palace at the rear of the imperial palace. A loud thud resounded as his body turned into a pile of minced meat. The strongest powerhouse in Anika sect, a first-level martial monarch stage powerhouse, died just like that. He died in Feng Tianwu's hands. Perhaps, even Bai Yuhai himself did not expect that he would die in the hands of a young woman in her 20s after living for so long. Moreover, he was killed in just one blow. Naturally, Feng Tianwu was able to kill Bai Yuhai in just one blow because Bai Yuhai did not have any intention to fight at all when she unleashed the strength of 8,000 ancient horned dragons and took the initiative to attack. If Bai Yuhai had gone all out, even if he would still die, he would not have died in such a straightforward and cowardly manner. Although Bai Yuhai was dead, the few people in the sky, including the Anika sect's elder, did not pay any attention to him. Everyone's eyes uniformly landed on the red figure standing in the air, causing the red figure to become the absolute focal point of the scene at this moment. At this moment, the sword-shaped flame on the red figure was trembling as though it would collapse at any time. Tian Wu. Duan Lingtian's expression changed drastically when he saw this. The red figure was none other than Feng Tianwu, who had used the third-level Monarch Stage Fire Profundity to create the third-level Monarch Stage Sword Profundity, and unleashed the strength of 8,000 ancient horn dragons to kill Bai Yuhai in just one blow. However, Feng Tianwu's current situation was extremely bad. At the very least, Duan Lingtian could sense with his spiritual energy that the fire spirit body's energy in Feng Tianwu's body had completely collapsed and was running amok in her body. Feng Tianwu tried to suppress it, but she did not have the strength to do so, since she was fully immersed in her body and forcefully suppressed the fire spirit body's energy that was running all over her body. Her life was not in danger for the time being. However, she could not suppress it for long. Judging from the current situation, she could only hold on for 30 breaths at most. After 30 breaths, she would not be able to suppress the fire spirit body's energy anymore. Due to this reason, she did not dare to be distracted at all. Once she was distracted, the fire spirit body's energy in her body would completely lose control and explode in her body, blowing her into pieces. All of this was because Feng Tianwu had killed Bai Yuhai earlier. As soon as she made her move, the fire spirit body's energy in her body completely exploded and was difficult to suppress. Naturally, she was destined to only kill Bai Yuhai. Currently, she did not have the strength to fight the remaining martial monarch powerhouse, Feng Tong, and the two elders from Anika sect and North Nether sect. Based on the current situation, she only had two choices. First, she could die after 30 breaths. Second, she could die now. She chose the former. Naturally, this did not mean she was afraid of death, but she wanted to take a few more glances at the only man she had ever loved in her life before she died. She wanted to remember this man forever. Elder brother Duan, I'm sorry, I've tried my best. Feng Tianwu's face was pale as she tried her best to suppress the restless energy in her body. She lifted her head and looked at Duan Lingtian with great difficulty. A hint of apology could be seen in her beautiful eyes. Initially, she had planned to kill Bai Yuhai. Even if she had to risk her life, she would kill the 4 people from Anika sect and North Nether sect to help her elder brother Duan. However, she did not expect this at all. After she killed Bai Yuhai, the fire spirit body's energy in her body went out of control, causing her to be unable to use her sword a second time to help her elder brother Duan. Silly girl, you're really silly. Duan Lingtian's eyes were red as his nose twitched. His body began to tremble, and his legs felt as though they were filled with lead. At this moment, his emotions were surging, and he could not calm down for a long time. How should he repay Tian Wu for treating him so well? He could clearly see the situation in Tian Wu's body with his spiritual energy. Don't even mention the fact that I've merged with the Reincarnation Emperor Wu's 2 lifetimes worth of memories. My ability is far inferior to the Reincarnation Emperor Wu when he was at his peak. Even if the Reincarnation Emperor Wu was still alive, he wouldn't be able to help Tian Wu even if he was at his peak. Duan Lingtian knew this very well through the reincarnation Emperor Wu's 2 lifetimes worth of memories. At this moment, Feng Tianwu was the only one who could temporarily suppress the restless energy in her body. The energy that originated from the fire spirit body would become even more violent if an external force interfered with it. At that time, it would only speed up Feng Tianwu's death. Right now, Tianwu can only hold on for a little more than 20 breaths. Duan Lingtian's expression was extremely grave. He wanted to help Feng Tianwu, but he could not do anything about it. 3rd level Monarch Stage Sword Concept. I've underestimated you. However, the taste of the fire spirit body's backlash isn't pleasant, right? Feng Tong's voice resonated in the air when Duan Lingtian was still trying to figure out a way to help Feng Tianwu. His voice was cold. It was apparent that Feng Tong had also noticed Feng Tianwu's current condition. He knew Feng Tianwu was powerless to help. Feng Tong spoke as he flew toward Feng Tianwu. When Feng Tong stepped out, the origin energy on his body skyrocketed. 1 profundity and 2 concepts followed him like shadows. His eyes were filled with killing intent as he locked his gaze on Feng Tianwu. Feng Tong. At this moment, a purple figure flew out and blocked Feng Tianwu's path. He stared at Feng Tong coldly. If you dare to attack her, don't even think about obtaining the Emperor Stage Profundity Fragment for the rest of your life. Naturally, the person who blocked Feng Tong was Duan Lingtian. Scram. However, Feng Tong did not care about the threat in Duan Lingtian's words at all. He raised his hand, and a powerful force swept out. It sent Duan Lingtian flying, but it did not cause any harm to Duan Lingtian. Naturally, it did not mean he was merciful. He just thought Duan Lingtian was still useful to him. Otherwise, he would have killed Duan Lingtian immediately to avenge Su Qing, the former strongest person among the younger generation in North Nether sect. She must die today. Don't even think about threatening me. She's not the only one who's close to you. Feng Tong threatened as he looked at Duan Lingtian coldly after he came to a halt. You! Duan Lingtian's expression changed drastically. When Duan Lingtian saw Feng Tong walking towards Feng Tianwu step by step in the air, he was extremely furious. Chapter 1044. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was so emotional that he was on the verge of breaking down. When he saw Feng Tong retracting his gaze from him and looking at Feng Tianwu again, his expression turned extremely grave. He could not help but feel despair rising in his heart. When he saw Feng Tong walking toward Feng Tianwu in a leisurely manner, he immediately raised his hand. Duan Lingtian hurriedly lifted his hand and took out the Devil Seal tablet from his spatial ring. In a hurry, Duan Lingtian merged his origin energy with the Devil Seal tablet in an attempt to control it and devilify him. Subsequently, he infused his concept and spiritual energy into it as well. However, no matter how Duan Lingtian merged his origin energy, concept, and spiritual energy into the Devil Seal tablet, the Devil Seal tablet did not react at all, let alone devilify him. At this moment, Feng Tong had already arrived in front of Feng Tianwu. When he raised his hand, his origin energy stirred. His concept followed him like a shadow, causing the airflow in the surrounding air to compress and set off a series of faint air explosions. Boom! Feng Tong raised his hand. His palm that contained the strength of 6,000 ancient horned dragons landed on Feng Tianwu in a leisurely manner. As for Feng Tianwu, she remained calm in the face of Feng Tong's palm. It was as though her expression would not change even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of her. From the beginning until the end, she had been suppressing the fire spirit body's energy in her body with all her might. She stared at the purple figure in the distance with a blissful smile on her face. In this lifetime, she would not have lived in vain if she could die for the person she loved. No! In the blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian saw Feng Tianwu's gaze. His heart trembled for no reason. It was as though a knife was being twisted in his heart. It was extremely painful. No! Tianwu can't die. Tianwu can't die. At this moment, Duan Lingtian roared hysterically. His emotions fluctuated so much that the purple robe on his body fluttered even though there was no wind. It was as though a purple flame was dancing. Ha! At the same time, Duan Lingtian's pupils shrank as a look of ecstasy appeared on his face. At this moment, the Devil Seal tablet in his hand finally showed signs of movement. Black energy that was suffused with a terrifying aura surged out endlessly and merged with the ancient words on it. In the blink of an eye, the black energy entered Duan Lingtian's body through his hand that gripped the demon-sealing tombstone. It spread throughout his entire body, including his soul in the depths of his mind. This scene was exactly the same as when Duan Lingtian faced the 6 elders of Skywolf Fort. At that time, the demon-sealing tombstone's black energy had entered his body and caused him to demonize. After demonizing, his strength had increased tremendously. None of the 6 Skywolf Fort elders were a match for him. This time, I can't be completely controlled by it. Duan Lingtian, who had learned his lesson from the Devil Seal tablet, took a deep breath and clenched his teeth to hold on. He tried his best to make his consciousness firmly control his body and prevent the energy that surged out from the Devil Seal tablet from overstepping its boundaries. Soon after, Duan Lingtian realized how naive he was. With the invasion of the black energy, he could no longer control his body. As soon as the energy approached, the consciousness in his mind instinctively moved to the side like a mouse that saw a cat. It voluntarily gave up control of his body. At this moment, he could only try his best to maintain his consciousness. This way, he could slightly affect his demonized self. Crack! The energy in the demon-sealing tombstone instantly spread throughout Duan Lingtian's body. Almost at the same time, the hairband that held up Duan Lingtian's long black hair broke. His long black hair fluttered in the wind like black spirit snakes dancing in the air. After a while, Duan Lingtian's black hair turned purple. It looked extremely demonic. Not only that, but Duan Lingtian's eyes were now covered with a layer of red that exuded an evil aura. Purple hair and red eyes. At the same time, wisps of black mist surrounded Duan Lingtian's body. The mist seemed to contain a terrifying energy that caused the surrounding air to vibrate and explode. Boom! 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 The sudden sound of air exploding gave rise to waves of strong winds that were filled with a bone-piercing chill, causing Feng Tong, who was about to land his palm on Feng Tianwu, to involuntarily shiver and subconsciously withdraw his hand. Feng Tianwu had temporarily escaped death because of this. Then, Feng Tong turned around to look at the source of the bone-chilling wind. He was very curious. Who was it that could cause such a strong wind to strike fear in his heart? With just a glance, Feng Tong was dumbstruck. This is Duan Lingtian? Feng Tong was completely dumbfounded as he looked at the young man with purple hair and red eyes. Apart from his appearance and purple robes, the young man's eyes had turned red, and his black hair had turned purple. His long purple hair fluttered without any wind, like purple poisonous snakes dancing in the air. It was incomparably evil and gave people a formless sense of oppression. It was as though he had transformed into a peerless devil god. That was not all. Feng Tong also noticed that the black mist surrounding the purple-clad young man was the source of the bone-chilling wind. This isn't origin energy or concept. What kind of energy is this? As a martial monarch powerhouse, Feng Tong had a good eye. With just a glance, he could tell that the black mist surrounding Duan Lingtian was not simple. He could not see through it. Elder brother Duan. Feng Tianwu's eyes were fixed on Duan Lingtian, so she witnessed the entire process of the Duan Lingtian's transformation with her own eyes. She saw Duan Lingtian's black hair turn purple, and she saw Duan Lingtian's eyes turn red. She could tell. The reason Duan Lingtian had such a transformation was because of the mysterious chipped stone tablet in his hand. She had seen how mysterious and powerful the stone tablet was before. However, she felt that the current Duan Lingtian was extremely unfamiliar. It was as though he had changed into another person. He no longer looked like the Duan Lingtian from the past. She could not help but worry. Duan Lingtian, do you think you can scare people just because your hair and eyes have changed color? Ridiculous. At this moment, the Anika sect's elder sneered and charged toward Duan Lingtian. When Feng Tianwu killed their Anika sect's supreme elder, he did not even dare to say a word. However, when he saw that Feng Tianwu seemed to be restricted from making a move, he immediately jumped up. Whoosh! The Anika sect's elder raised his hand, and a narrow saber that shone brightly appeared. The origin energy in it skyrocketed, and the concept followed like a shadow. He charged toward Duan Lingtian mercilessly. Above his head, more than 4,000 ancient horned dragons silhouettes charged out in an imposing manner. This Anika sect's elder was a 9th-level void transformation martial artist who had comprehended 2 types of 9th-level void transformation concepts. He was also commonly known as a powerhouse at the peak of the void. The powerhouse at the peak of the void attacked Duan Lingtian with all his might. It was as though he wanted to slash Duan Lingtian into half with just one slash. Whoosh! Wherever the narrow saber that was filled with origin energy and concept passed, the airflow in the air would be split apart, and a series of saber humming sound would be heard. It was clear and ear-piercing, causing fear to rise in one's heart. The Anika sect's elder attacking Duan Lingtian was exactly what Feng Tong wanted. He had a feeling that Duan Lingtian, who had turned into a purple-haired, red-eyed Duan Lingtian, gave him an extremely strong sense of oppression compared to before. It was as though Duan Lingtian could threaten him. At this moment, he could finally witness Duan Lingtian's strength with his own eyes after the transformation. Feng Tong stared intently at the scene. Feng Tianwu stared intently at the scene. The North Nether sect's elder who came with Feng Tong also stared intently at the scene. Boom! In the face of the Anika sect's elder's saber attack, Duan Lingtian, whose purple hair fluttered and eyes were bloodshot, suddenly raised his hand and casually threw out a punch. In an instant, a gush of vast black energy swept out as though it had transformed into a black raging dragon. The raging dragon charged out with earth-shattering might as it swept toward the North Nether sect's elder, who was charging at him with his saber. It was as though the dragon had opened its bloody mouth and was about to swallow him whole. In just a blink of an eye, the North Nether sect's elder and his saber were shrouded by the black energy that surged out of Duan Lingtian's fist. His entire body was crushed into dust, and his spirit saber was broken and sent flying. Whoosh! After killing the North Nether sect's elder, the vast black energy that was like a raging dragon charged out of its lair with a force that seemed as though it could tear the sky apart. Boom! A loud noise reverberated in the air. The black energy that surged out of Duan Lingtian's fist landed on one of the palaces in the Crimson Sky Kingdom's Imperial Palace, and it was razed to the ground with ease. What a powerful energy! Upon seeing this scene, Feng Tong's eyes narrowed, and a horrified expression appeared on his face. He realized that his intuition was right. Kill! Suddenly, the purple-haired, red-eyed Duan Lingtian spat out a word before he charged at Feng Tong. Humph! Faced with the current Duan Lingtian, although Feng Tong was wary, he was not afraid at all. The origin energy in his body surged, and his concept followed him like a shadow. He flew out to meet the Duan Lingtian head-on. The energy that Duan Lingtian had displayed earlier did not mobilize the heaven and earth energy to form the heaven and earth phenomenon. However, in Feng Tong's opinion, he could still unleash that level of energy. Whoosh! However, faced with the current Duan Lingtian, Feng Tong did not dare to be careless. With a raise of his hand, a 3-foot-long green sword appeared. It seemed as though it had transformed into a venomous snake as it charged at Duan Lingtian. When the venomous snake charged at Duan Lingtian, more than 7,000 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared in the sky. They bared their fangs and brandished their claws. Die! Feng Tong's figure charged out with the sword in his hand. His speed was as fast as lightning. He stared coldly at Duan Lingtian, who was targeted by the sword in his hand. When he realized that his sword was only a foot away from Duan Lingtian, and Duan Lingtian had no intention of dodging, he could not help but smile. In his opinion, Duan Lingtian would definitely die. However, the smile on his face soon froze. Impossible! Feng Tong, whose figure was forced to stop along with the sword in his hand, narrowed his eyes when he saw the scene in front of him. Disbelief was written all over his face. Heavens! What did he just see? Without any movement from the purple-haired, red-eyed Duan Ling Tian, who had turned into a purple-haired, red-eyed man, grabbed the sword in his hand that contained the strength of more than 7,000 ancient horned dragons. Chapter 1045. Feng Tong was the strongest person in North Nether Sect. He was at the first-level martial monarch stage. Even in the northern desert of the foreign lands, there was no one who could withstand a sword strike of his with his full strength with their bare hands. Yet now, in this remote little kingdom of Cloud Continent that didn't even have a few void-prying stage martial artists, there was actually someone who was able to receive the sword strike he stabbed out with his full strength with their bare hands. In fact, his sword contained the strength of more than 7,000 ancient horned dragons. However, it was still blocked by someone. "Why, you're really Duan Ling Tian?" Feng Tong asked fearfully as he looked at the purple-clad young man with long purple hair fluttering in the wind and a pair of emotionless crimson-red eyes. He could not believe it at all. Duan Ling Tian, a void transformation stage martial artist whom he did not take seriously from the beginning until the end, was actually able to receive the sword of a first-level martial monarch stage powerhouse with his bare hands. The reply Feng Tong received was Duan Ling Tian's palm strike. To be more precise, it was Duan Ling Tian's palm strike after he had been devilified. Boom! Duan Ling Tian struck with his palm. The vast black energy seemed to have transformed into a black flood that drowned Feng Tong before he could even react. After the flood subsided, Feng Tong, who stood before Duan Ling Tian, had strangely turned into a skeleton. His flesh and organs had completely disappeared. Feng Tong's skeleton was still holding his sword when he was still alive. One could vaguely see that there were 3 fragments inside the skeleton. One was a profundity fragment and 2 were concept fragments. Smack! Suddenly, a soft sound reverberated in the air. Feng Tong's skeleton shook before it turned into dust that scattered with the wind. Completely disappeared from this world. Another martial monarch powerhouse had fallen. Only the profundity fragment and the concept fragment remained. 1 first-level monarch stage profundity fragment and 2 ninth-level advanced concept fragments. The 3 fragments landed in the Crimson Sky Kingdom's Imperial Palace. They were completely ignored by Duan Ling Tian, who had been devilified. It was as though he did not care about the 3 fragments at all. Wah! The sound of someone spitting out blood alarmed Duan Ling Tian. In the distance, the remaining North Nether Sect elder launched a sneak attack on Feng Tianwu. After the successful sneak attack, the first thing he did was flee. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared before Duan Ling Tian's eyes, as if he had never appeared. Boom! At the same time, Feng Tianwu, who was injured to the point of spitting out a mouthful of blood, suddenly erupted with the fire spirit body's energy that she had temporarily suppressed. For a moment, Feng Tianwu was shrouded in flames. Her jade-like skin now had some additional red spots on it. More and more red spots appeared, and when they combined together, Feng Tianwu's skin seemed to have turned into a fiery red color. The demonized Duan Ling Tian had been eyeing Feng Tianwu covetously, intending to attack Feng Tianwu. All of a sudden, he shook his head. His crimson eyes gleamed as he muttered, Tianwu, Tianwu, Tianwu. Big, brother Duan. Feng Tianwu felt her entire body was filled with heat. Even her soul felt as though it was being burned by the flames, causing her consciousness to blur. At this moment, she only felt her eyelids were fighting, and she really wanted to sleep. However, she knew very well that once she fell asleep, it would be impossible for her to wake up again. Duan, elder brother Duan. Feng Tianwu's consciousness gradually blurred. She felt as though she had been buried in a sea of fire. It would not be long before her consciousness was completely annihilated. Boom, 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 boom. The flames on Feng Tianwu's body rose again and again. Every time it rose, it would cause the air to tremble and emit rolling heat waves. Tianwu. Duan Lingtian shook his head again before he flew out. In just a short moment, he was already in front of Feng Tianwu. As for the flames that rose from Feng Tianwu's body, it was as though he did not notice it at all. As he approached Feng Tianwu, he entered the area enveloped by the flames, as though he was walking on flat ground. No matter how much the flames burned, they could not get close to the wisps of black mist that surrounded his body. Duan, elder brother Duan. I'm so sleepy, so sleepy. Feng Tianwu looked at Duan Lingtian, who was just inches away from her, and stretched out her hand with some difficulty. Her voice gradually weakened, and she could barely keep her eyelids open. Tianwu. The purple-haired, red-eyed Duan Lingtian was on the verge of losing his mind. However, a trace of his remaining consciousness allowed him to stretch out his hand and hold Feng Tianwu's hand. At this moment, a scorching and terrifying energy surged from Feng Tianwu's hand into Duan Lingtian's body after he had been devilified. It made him shudder, and he could not help but shudder. At the same time, the scarlet in Duan Lingtian's eyes gradually disappeared after he had been demonized. Not only that, but even his purple hair was also gradually losing its color and turning back to black. Before Duan Lingtian's consciousness completely disappeared, he clearly realized that the black energy in his body was black. When the scorching energy in Feng Tianwu's body surged into his, the black energy in his body also flowed into her body. It was equivalent to a mutual gift. In the next moment, Duan Lingtian completely lost consciousness. He had no idea what happened after that. He only had time to guide a gentle energy around himself and Feng Tianwu before he lost consciousness. It supported them as they slowly descended to prevent them from falling and injuring themselves. With their current height, if they were to fall while unconscious, they would definitely die. Duan Lingtian did not know how long he had been unconscious for. When he woke up again, he found himself lying in a luxurious room. The big, soft bed made him feel reluctant to leave. "Boss, you're finally awake." Duan Lingtian had just sat up on the bed when he heard a familiar voice. He could not help but look over. With just a glance, he saw a familiar figure. It was a big fatty, Li Xian. Li Xian was his childhood playmate. Later on, they even formed a deep brotherhood. "Fatty, what is this place?" Duan Lingtian asked curiously. "Boss, this is the Crimson Sky Kingdom's imperial palace," Li Xian said. Duan Lingtian suddenly understood. That's right. If it wasn't the palace, how could it be so luxurious? Li Xian gave Duan Lingtian a thumbs up. He was not stingy with his praise. "Boss, aren't you too amazing? You actually killed the old man who led the group." When Li Xian said this, a smile bloomed on his face. Back then, he had been captured by one of the three people by the old man's side. He had always held a grudge against them. Now that the old man was dead, he felt joy and excitement from the bottom of his heart. "My mental energy feels like it's stagnating. Is it going to synchronize with my cultivation base? Is this a side effect of the Devil Seal Tombstone?" Duan Lingtian quickly discovered this problem after inspecting his body. When he was first devilized by the Devil Seal Tombstone, his mental energy, which was 2 levels higher than his cultivation base, was suppressed to a level higher than his cultivation base. Now, he was being devilized by the Devil Seal Tombstone a second time. He could clearly feel that his mental energy, which was 1 level higher than his cultivation base, was stagnating. In the future, as his cultivation base increased, his mental energy might not rise to a level higher than his cultivation base. Instead, it would synchronize with his cultivation base. Currently, his cultivation base was at the 6th level void transformation stage, and his mental energy was at the 7th level void transformation stage. When his cultivation base broke through to the 7th level void transformation stage, his mental energy might not increase. "Fortunately, my soul skill 1000 Illusions is long gone. Otherwise, the impact would be huge." Duan Lingtian was slightly relieved. If he could still use his soul skill 1000 Illusions now, once his mental energy synchronized with his cultivation base, his soul skill would undoubtedly become useless. "Where's Tianwu?" Soon after, Duan Lingtian regained his senses. He looked at Li Xian and asked worriedly. He still remembered. Before he lost consciousness, Tian Wu's situation was extremely bad. Her fire spirit body's energy was about to completely erupt. At that time, even a deity could not save Tian Wu. Duan Lingtian's heart sank when he thought of this. Could something have happened to Tian Wu? Duan Lingtian was slightly anxious. Boss, don't worry. Sister-in-law is fine. Grandma Meng is taking care of her. Li Xian smiled. This time, Duan Lingtian did not blame Li Xian for addressing Feng Tianwu as sister-in-law. After what happened last time, he had tacitly accepted Feng Tianwu in his heart. He no longer rejected her. Bring me to see her, Duan Lingtian said to Li Xian. There was a hint of anxiousness between his brows. This time, the reason Feng Tianwu faced a life and death crisis was all because of him, and it made him feel both touched and guilty. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian followed Li Xian to the place where Feng Tianwu was recuperating. On the way, Duan Lingtian found out from Li Xian that he had been lying in bed for an entire month. What? I've been lying in bed for a month? Yes. Li Xian nodded. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and thought to himself, the aftereffects of the Devil Seal tablet are no joke. Fortunately, I fainted in the Imperial Palace this time. If I were to go somewhere else like last time, I would have died. After all, not everyone was as kind as Yi Xian. Finally, Duan Lingtian saw Feng Tianwu again. Feng Tianwu was still unconscious and showed no signs of waking up. Grandma Meng, is my sister-in-law still unconscious? Li Xian asked as he looked at Meng Ping. No. Meng Ping shook her head. Duan Lingtian stood next to the unconscious Feng Tianwu. He extended his spiritual energy soundlessly and quickly investigated Feng Tianwu's condition. The energy from the fire spirit body in Tian Wu's body has been completely neutralized. Also, Tian Wu's cultivation base has improved so much. What the hell is going on? Duan Lingtian was puzzled. However, this was a good thing. HM? In the past, he seemed to have overlooked many of her strengths. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's heart was moved. He bent down and lowered his head. Like a dragonfly skimming the surface of the water, Duan Lingtian kissed Feng Tianwu's forehead. His eyes were filled with tender love. After he got up, Duan Lingtian gradually calmed down. At this moment, he finally had the mood to think about other things. A month ago, I was devilified by the Devil Seal tablet. After I was devilified, I felt like I was dreaming. Duan Lingtian muttered to himself as he recalled the experience from a month ago. He still remembered. At that time, it was as though he had entered a wonderful dreamland. In the dreamland, the Anika sex elder who was at the peak of the void attacked him first. In the face of the Anika sex elder who had the strength of more than 4,000 ancient horned dragons, he only needed one punch to kill him easily. It was as simple as killing a chicken or cutting grass. Subsequently, the North Nether Sex Supreme Elder Fengtong attacked him. His sword slashed toward him as though it was assisted by the gods. On the other hand, he merely raised his hand casually and easily caught Fengtong's sword that contained the strength of more than 7,000 ancient horned dragons. After I was devilified, I'm actually so powerful? That was a martial monarch powerhouse. A martial monarch powerhouse's flesh and blood was destroyed, and his bones were shattered by me with just one punch? Duan Lingtian's breathing quickened as he recalled the dreamland. With just one blow, he caught Fengtong's sword that he had used all his strength with his bare hand. He killed Fengtong with just one punch. Although Fengtong was only at the first-level martial monarch stage, he was still a powerful martial monarch powerhouse. He was not someone that could be compared to a martial artist at the peak of the void stage, let alone an ordinary void transformation stage martial artist. Even so, he was still killed by him with just one blow. To be more precise, he was killed by him with just one blow after he was devilified. Devil Seal Tablet. What's this thing? At this moment, Duan Lingtian felt the mystery and power of the Devil Seal tablet again. It was a mystery and power that he could not understand, and it shocked him. Moreover, I feel like the black energy I cast after I was devilified is exactly the same as the black energy Zhao Ming cast before. However, after I was devilified, my strength was stronger than Zhao Ming's. My attack was faster than Zhao Ming's. Even if I killed Feng Tong, I didn't have time to mobilize the heaven and earth energy to form the heaven and earth phenomenon. Duan Lingtian thought about Zhao Ming. Zhao Ming, the traitor of the Seven-Star Sword Sect. He had crippled his dantian and limbs and left him in a sealed inscription formation to fend for himself. However, Zhao Ming had appeared again not long ago. Not only were his limbs intact, but he also possessed a powerful strength. Moreover, the strength he possessed was not origin energy or concept. It was as though it was some other kind of strength. That kind of strength probably doesn't belong to Cloud Continent. Duan Lingtian searched through the memories of reincarnation Emperor Wu from his 2 lifetimes, but he could not find any record of that kind of strength. In the end, he came to this conclusion. The more he thought about it, the more certain he became. Other than this, he could not think of any other reason. Moreover, Zhao Ming was called a human puppet by that powerhouse who claimed he came from outside Cloud Continent. Unknowingly, Duan Lingtian thought about the powerhouse who gave Zhao Ming a new life. He felt a headache when he thought about that powerhouse. That powerhouse's origin was mysterious, and it was related to many things that he could not figure out at all. In the end, he stopped thinking about it. When I have the ability to leave Cloud Continent in the future, all these mysteries will naturally be revealed. Before that, it's useless to think about it. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. If he continued to think about it, he would undoubtedly think about his cheapskate father, Duan Rufang, and the sword saint Feng Qingyang, who left the word sword in the Cluster Mountain Gorge in Xiongquan's hometown. Whether it was his cheapskate father, Duan Rufang, or the sword saint Feng Qingyang, both of them had a certain connection with the mysterious world outside Cloud Continent. I remember that, after I killed Feng Tong, that North Nether Sect's elder sneakily attacked Tian Wu. When Duan Lingtian recalled this, his eyes instantly turned crimson red. Waves of terrifying killing intent emanated from his body. The killing intent wreaked havoc, causing the entire room to fall into a purgatory. Boom! At the same time, Duan Lingtian suddenly stood up. The strength in his feet skyrocketed as he stomped on the ground, causing cracks to appear on the floor of the room. The cracks spread out like a gigantic spider web. Boom! 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 For a moment, the room that Duan Lingtian was in was on the verge of collapsing due to the force that swept out from his feet. Even the bed that Feng Tianwu was lying on began to sway from side to side. Crack! Soon after, the foot of the bed broke and the bed collapsed. The unconscious Feng Tianwu was flung off the bed. Tianwu. Seeing Feng Tianwu being flung off the bed, Duan Lingtian's crimson eyes finally regained their clarity. At the same time, he stretched out his hand and caught Feng Tianwu. He held her horizontally in front of his chest as though he had just obtained a treasure. Feng Tianwu's delicate body was soft in his hands, causing Duan Lingtian's heart to stir. The desire that he had not felt for a long time was on the verge of erupting. "Boss, what's wrong?" "Little Tian." At this moment, 2 figures broke through the door and looked at Duan Lingtian worriedly. However, when they saw that the entire room was in shambles and the wooden bed that had collapsed, a hint of horror appeared on their faces. It was as though a great battle had just taken place here. "Boss, this is..." Li Xian swallowed hard as he stared at Duan Lingtian in a daze. "It's nothing. I've just been lying here for a month, so I wanted to move my limbs a little." At this moment, Duan Lingtian had already calmed down. He shook his head and replied, "Moved his limbs a little?" The corner of Li Xian's mouth twitched when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Even Meng Ping had a strange expression on her face. "What's going on? Why did I feel so agitated when I recalled the scene of Tian Wu being ambushed earlier?" A chill ran down Duan Lingtian's spine when he recalled the earlier scene. At that moment, He felt as though his emotions were no longer under his control. It was as though someone else had taken control of his body. His agitated emotions were constantly magnified. It seems like my emotions have become even more uncontrollable after being devilified by the Devil Seal tombstone for the second time. Soon after, Duan Lingtian guessed the reason. He still remembered. Back then, when he was devilified by the Devil Seal tombstone for the first time, his emotions had become slightly out of control. He was easily irritable. Chapter 1047. Now he was certain of one thing. Every time the Devil Seal tablet devilified Duan Lingtian, the aftereffects would worsen. If I used the Devil Seal tablet a few more times, won't I be controlled by my emotions? Duan Lingtian could not help but break out in cold sweat when he thought of this. That's right. Boss, His Majesty asked me to pass these to you. At this moment, Li Xian took out a few spatial rings and a pile of fragments from his spatial ring and passed them to Duan Lingtian. Among the pile of fragments, there were two that stood out the most. They were the profundity fragments that came from Bai Yu Hai, the martial monarch powerhouse from Anika sect, and Feng Tong, the martial monarch powerhouse from North Nether sect. As for the profundity fragment from Tong Shan, the martial monarch powerhouse from Izumo sect, Duan Lingtian had taken it along with his spatial ring after he killed him. Duan Lingtian's eyes gleamed. He was slightly surprised. I didn't expect His Majesty to know how to retrieve these fragments from their bodies. Martial artists above the void transformation stage would have concept fragments in their bodies. Although this was common knowledge, Duan Lingtian was still surprised that someone in the Crimson Sky Kingdom knew about it. Hee. It's said that His Majesty ordered their bodies to be cremated. His Majesty thinks these things are not simple, so he asked me to pass them to you after you woke up. Li Xian chuckled. Duan Lingtian finally understood. It seemed like even the Crimson Sky Kingdom's emperor did not know what a concept fragment and a profundity fragment were. It made sense when he thought about it. If the Crimson Sky Kingdom's emperor knew the value of these concept fragments and profundity fragments, he would definitely ask for one or two fragments from Duan Lingtian. I'll take these two fragments and the spatial ring. As for the rest, I'll leave them to you and the Divine Might Marquis estate. Duan Lingtian lifted his hand and took the two profundity fragments and the spatial rings from Bai Yu Hai and Feng Tong's bodies. He did not take the concept fragments. Leave them to me and the Divine Might Marquis estate? Li Xian was stunned. He did not know what Duan Lingtian meant. Little Tian, could it be that these things aren't simple? At this moment, Meng Ping, who stood beside Li Xian, asked with a surprised expression. Grandma Meng, since you're the sect leader of the Flying Rainbow sect, and the Flying Rainbow sect is a sect of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, could it be that you haven't heard of concept fragments? Duan Lingtian looked at Meng Ping with a puzzled expression and asked. Concept fragment. Duan Lingtian's words were like a thunderclap that resounded out, and it shocked Meng Ping to the point she was dumbstruck. She only recovered from her shock after a long time, and she gasped for breath as she asked, Little Tian, you said these are concept fragments? Meng Ping asked in astonishment as she looked at the pile of fragments in Li Xian's hand that flickered with various colored energies. Yes, Duan Lingtian nodded. These are concept fragments. Moreover, they're concept fragments of extremely high grade. As long as you comprehend the corresponding concept, you can use them to quickly elevate your concept to the void transformation concept. They really are concept fragments. Although Meng Ping had never seen a concept fragment before, she had read about it in some of the ancient books in her sect. She knew it was something that was born in the body of a void transformation powerhouse. No. In next to no time, Meng Ping shuddered as she seemed to have recalled something, and she revealed an astonished expression as she looked at Duan Lingtian. Little Tian, according to my knowledge, concept fragments can only be nurtured within the body of a void transformation stage powerhouse. You mean, Those mysterious powerhouses are all void transformation stage powerhouses. Meng Ping's eyes narrowed as she spoke, and her breathing quickened again. That's right. Duan Lingtian nodded. For a time, not only was Meng Ping stunned, but even Li Xian was dumbstruck. These things are born in the body of a void transformation powerhouse? Meng Ping's words echoed in Li Xian's ears as he looked at the pile of fragments in his hand. His heartbeat quickened, and he could not calm down for a long time. Void transformation powerhouse. What kind of powerful existence was that? Not to mention the Crimson Sky Kingdom, even the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom and the Darkstone Empire had never heard of a void transformation powerhouse. It was said that even in the Darkhan dynasty, void transformation stage powerhouses were as rare as phoenix feathers and Qilin horns. Li Xian knew his boss was powerful. Even so, he did not expect his boss to be able to kill a void transformation powerhouse. He originally thought his boss was only respected among the younger generation in the Darkhan dynasty. However, it seemed like his boss could even kill a void transformation powerhouse. Looks like, even in the entire Darkhan dynasty, I'm afraid there are not many people who can defeat my boss. Li Xian guessed. If Li Xian knew, the owners of the pile of concept fragments in his hands could easily annihilate the entire Darkhan dynasty by themselves, so perhaps he wouldn't think like this. Boss? Grandma Meng, what's the use of these concept fragments? Li Xian could not help but ask curiously as he looked at the pile of fragments in his hand. He subconsciously felt that these things that came from the body of a void transformation powerhouse were not simple. Soon after, Li Xian found out what a concept fragment was and what its use was from Meng Ping. It can help a martial artist to raise their concept quickly, similar to a spirit fruit to raise one's cultivation base. Li Xian's eyes lit up. His breathing that had calmed down became rapid again. The fat on his body and face trembled along with his emotions. Only now did he realize the value of the pile of fragments in his hand. Boss, are you really going to leave these concept fragments to me and the Divine Might Marquis estate? You don't want them for yourself? Li Xian took a deep breath and tried to suppress the excitement in his heart as he looked at Duan Lingtian and asked, There's no need. Duan Lingtian shook his head and looked at Meng Ping with an apologetic smile. Grandma Meng, I'm afraid I have to leave now. Please help me bid farewell to Grandfather Nye, Uncle Nye, and Brother Nye. After he finished speaking, without waiting for Meng Ping and Li Xian's response, Duan Lingtian disappeared before their eyes with Feng Tianwu. It was as though he had never appeared. Duan Lingtian's speed was so fast that Meng Ping and Li Xian could not react in time. When they finally regained their senses, they smiled wryly. Boss left again. I really don't know when I'll see him again. Li Xian said with a long face. Looks like little Tian doesn't plan to say goodbye to them this time. Meng Ping sighed. She could guess the meaning behind Duan Lingtian's words. It was obvious that Duan Lingtian planned to leave the Crimson Sky Kingdom immediately. As for why Duan Lingtian was in such a hurry to leave, she had no idea. However, she could vaguely guess that it had something to do with Feng Tianwu. Naturally, Duan Lingtian's sudden departure had something to do with Feng Tianwu. Although Tianwu's soul is only injured and her body is fine, it's not suitable for her to be exposed to the air for too long. It's best if she has the 1,000-year frost to protect her body. Of course, it'll be best if she has the 10,000-year frost. After Duan Lingtian left the Crimson Sky Kingdom with Feng Tianwu in his arms, he headed in the direction of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. I'll look for Xiong Quan first. He planned to look for Xiong Quan, whom he and Feng Tianwu had left behind a few days ago. During their journey, Duan Lingtian continued to observe the situation in Feng Tianwu's body with his spiritual energy. The fire spirit body's energy in Tianwu's body has been completely suppressed. Moreover, the fire spirit body's energy has merged with her origin energy, causing her cultivation base to have a huge breakthrough. The fire spirit body's energy doesn't seem to have been completely exhausted. It's still working with Tianwu's origin energy according to the cultivation method's route. Tianwu's cultivation base is still rising rapidly. Soon after, Duan Lingtian gained a certain understanding of Feng Tianwu's condition. Feng Tianwu was only at the 4th level of the void interpretation stage earlier. However, after the suppressed fire spirit body's energy merged with her origin energy, it helped her raise her cultivation base rapidly. The increase was even more exaggerated than consuming a spirit fruit. In just a month's time, Feng Tianwu's cultivation base had successfully broken through to the 9th level void interpretation with the help of the suppressed fire spirit body's energy. Based on this trend, it's only a matter of time before Tianwu breaks through to the void transformation stage. Duan Lingtian could easily see this. However, how did the fire spirit body's energy in Tianwu's body get suppressed? Soon after, Duan Lingtian frowned. He could not figure it out no matter how hard he thought about it. According to the reincarnation Emperor Wu's memory, there were only 2 ways for a possessor of the fire spirit body like Tianwu to suppress the fire spirit body's energy in her body. Only by completely suppressing the fire spirit body's energy would she be able to guarantee that she would not be devoured by the fire spirit body's energy when she was 30 years old. There were 2 ways. First, find a possessor of the water spirit body or the ice spirit body. Moreover, the possessor must be a male. After the yin and yang harmonization, the possessor could suppress the fire spirit body's energy in their body. Second, after one's cultivation base had broken through to the void transformation stage, one could rely on the void transformation stage's origin energy to suppress the fire spirit body's energy in their body. However, the fire spirit body's energy in Tianwu's body isn't suppressed through these 2 methods. Duan Lingtian frowned as he recalled what happened a month ago. I remember before I completely lost consciousness. The fire spirit body's energy in Tianwu's body seemed to have entered my body and repelled the energy from the Devil Seal tablet. Before I lost consciousness, I regained control of my body. Before I regained control of my body, a wave of black energy seemed to have surged out of my body after I was devilified and rushed into Tianwu's body. Could it be that this energy suppressed the fire spirit body's energy in Tianwu's body? Soon after, Duan Lingtian recalled this matter. The more he thought about it, the more certain he became. It seems like the fire spirit body's energy in Tianwu's body was indeed suppressed by the energy that surged out of my body after I was devilified. I can't believe the person who helped Tianwu break free from the shackles of the fire spirit body's 30-year lifespan was really me. Chapter 1048. Duan Lingtian still remembered. That year, when he first came to the Darkstone Empire, he went to Phoenix Nest City and happened to encounter Feng Tianwu holding the groom search competition at the entrance of the city governor's estate. The groom search competition that time was organized by Feng Wudao for Feng Tianwu. There was only one purpose. It seemed to be because of some prophecy. It was to find the man in Feng Tianwu's destiny. It was said that man could help her break the curse of the innate spirit body that would definitely die at the age of 30. At that time, Duan Lingtian only thought it was nonsense, although all the clues pointed to him. But now, he had no choice but to believe the prophecy because the prophecy had come true. It was indeed him who helped Feng Tianwu break the shackles of the innate spirit body's destiny. Feng Tianwu was not even 30 years old. The energy of the fire spirit body in her body was suppressed and transformed into a part of the energy in her body that urged her origin energy to rapidly raise her cultivation base. It was precisely because of that prophecy that allowed Tianwu to meet me. As for what happened after that, everything seemed to be logical. Duan Lingtian could not help but sigh as he recalled the past. Perhaps, the fate between him and Feng Tianwu had quietly begun when he first met Feng Tianwu. At that time, the gears of fate had already tightly locked them together. The last time when he went from the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom to the Crimson Sky Kingdom, Duan Lingtian had slightly suppressed his speed because he had to take care of Feng Tianwu. This time, his speed had increased by more than 1 level when he carried Feng Tianwu. Therefore, he quickly returned to the small city that was closest to the Xiong family's village. After arriving at the small city and returning to the inn, Duan Lingtian noticed Xiongquan was still cultivating. It was as if he did not know he had left with Feng Tianwu. This time, Duan Lingtian woke Xiongquan up. "Young master." When Xiongquan heard Duan Lingtian's call, he immediately woke up from his cultivation. He opened the door and respectfully bowed to Duan Lingtian. "Xiongquan, let's go to the Darkhan dynasty," Duan Lingtian said to Xiongquan. Xiongquan didn't ask any more questions and left with Duan Lingtian. Of course, he was taken away by Duan Lingtian. After his meridians and marrow cleansing, even though he had barely recovered his void-prying stage cultivation base and was able to fly, his speed was still too slow. At the very least, he was too slow in front of Duan Lingtian. Whoosh! Whoosh! Duan Lingtian carried Feng Tianwu horizontally and brought Xiongquan all the way towards the Darkhan dynasty's capital. His speed was as fast as lightning, and he vanished into the horizon in the blink of an eye. "Young master, young lady Tianwu is on the way." Xiongquan could not help but ask curiously when he saw Feng Tianwu did not move even after being carried by Duan Lingtian horizontally for a long time. Something happened to Tianwu. She might be unconscious for a while, Duan Lingtian said. He knew very well that it was almost impossible for Feng Tianwu to wake up before her soul was healed. Fortunately, Feng Tianwu's cultivation base had reached the stage where she could not eat. She could survive without eating anything. However, the most important thing right now was to find the 1,000-year frost or the 10,000-year frost. Only in this way could Feng Tianwu's body be better preserved. She would not be affected by some external factors and something bad would happen. Xiongquan nodded. Although he still had doubts in his heart, he did not continue to ask. He was a smart person. He knew what to ask and what not to ask. A few days later, Duan Lingtian arrived at the Darkhan dynasty's capital with Xiongquan. The first thing he did was to go to the Darkhan dynasty's palace. He stood in the air and spoke slowly. "Duan Lingtian is here for a visit." Duan Lingtian's voice was like thunder. It reverberated in the entire Darkhan dynasty's palace. "Duan Lingtian is here?" The entire palace was in an uproar. Presently, so long as it was someone from the Darkhan dynasty, there wasn't a single person that didn't know Duan Lingtian. The person who won first place in the martial competition organized by the Darkhan dynasty had participated in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties organized by the forces of the foreign lands. In their opinion, Duan Lingtian was the glory of the Darkhan dynasty. During the martial competition of the 10 dynasties, he had defeated the young powerhouses from the other 9 great dynasties and brought glory to the Darkhan dynasty. Duan Lingtian? Naturally, there were some people in the palace who had a grave expression on their faces. These people included the Darkhan dynasty's emperor and the few Darkhan dynasty's old princes. It was all thanks to Duan Lingtian that their cultivation base was able to break through to the void transformation stage. Could be said that they were indebted to Duan Lingtian. However, they had no choice but to betray Duan Lingtian when 3 groups of powerhouses came to visit earlier. They told the 3 groups of powerhouses about Duan Lingtian's origin. They felt guilty about this. Duan Lingtian is still alive? Soon after, the Darkhan dynasty's emperor and the few old princes gathered together. Their faces were filled with astonishment and disbelief. Any one of the 3 groups of powerhouses who came to look for them was so powerful that even if they joined forces, they were no match for them. The 3 groups of powerhouses who came to the Darkhan dynasty to look for Duan Lingtian did not come with good intentions. However, they allowed Duan Lingtian to survive. Don't tell me he's here to denounce us? I think so. Indeed, we're in the wrong. However, how did he survive the 3 groups of powerhouses? Perhaps the 3 groups of powerhouses did not do anything to him. Impossible! Many of the 3 groups of powerhouses had killing intent in their eyes when they mentioned Duan Lingtian. Logically speaking, it's impossible for them to let Duan Lingtian go. The few of them discussed among themselves. In the end, they had to admit that Duan Lingtian survived the 3 groups of powerhouses and came to the Darkhan dynasty's capital, the Imperial Palace. "I'll go alone. All of you protect His Majesty." One of the old princes, who was Zishang's master, said to the other Darkhan dynasty's old princes after taking a deep breath. Imperial uncle. Horror dawned on the Darkhan dynasty's emperor. Don't worry, your majesty. It's fine even if Duan Lingtian is here to denounce us. He might not be as strong as I am. The old prince smiled. He did not wait for the Darkhan dynasty's emperor's reply before he flew toward the source of the voice. Duan Lingtian hovered in the air with Feng Tianwu in his arms. His eyes were as sharp as an eagle's, as though they could see through everything. Not long after, he saw a familiar figure soar into the sky and arrive in front of him in a moment. Zi Shang's master? Duan Lingtian recognized the old man in front of him immediately. The old man could be considered as an old acquaintance of his. However, although the old man had a relationship with Zi Shang, he had never helped Zi Shang deal with him. At the very least, he did not think so. Therefore, he had no ill intentions toward the old man. Duan Lingtian, when did you return from the Blade sect? The old man asked in a friendly manner as he forced a smile on his face. I just returned a while ago. Duan Lingtian did not beat around the bush. Old prince, I'm here to ask for a favor from the imperial family. I'm sure it won't be difficult for the imperial family. You're a hero of the Darkhan dynasty. As long as it's within the imperial family's power, we'll help you. Tell me, the old man said. At the same time, he secretly sighed in relief when he realized Duan Lingtian was not here to denounce him. Although he seemed to be very confident in front of the Darkhan dynasty's emperor earlier, he could not help but feel slightly perturbed in his heart. He really did not dare be certain that he could defeat the current Duan Lingtian. In his opinion, Duan Lingtian was a monster. From the dynasty martial competition to the martial competition of the 10 dynasties, he had witnessed Duan Lingtian's improvement with his own eyes. The last time he saw Duan Lingtian was when Duan Lingtian decided to join the Blade sect. In his opinion, Duan Lingtian's strength would definitely increase after joining the Blade sect. It was not impossible for Duan Lingtian to surpass him. A monster could not be judged by common sense. Moreover, there were 3 groups of powerhouses who went to look for Duan Lingtian, but Duan Lingtian was still alive. He had a feeling that something was not right. Therefore, he did not dare to be careless when he faced Duan Lingtian. He treated him with caution. I'm here for one thing. I wonder if the imperial family has the 10,000-year frost? Duan Lingtian asked bluntly as he looked at the old man. 10,000-year frost. The old man's eyes narrowed when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. The 10,000-year frost was ice that had been accumulated for 10,000 years. It would not melt even if it was burned by an ordinary flame, a low-grade pill fire, or a weapon fire. A small piece of 10,000 years old glacial ice could quickly calm a person's restless mind, allowing them to enter a better state of cultivation, allowing them to achieve twice the results with half the effort. One could imagine how precious the 10,000-year frost was. He himself had a cushion made from a piece of 10,000-year-old ice. Usually, he would take it out and use it when he couldn't calm down to cultivate. Duan Lingtian, after you joined the Blade sect, I wonder how strong you are now. The old man did not answer Duan Lingtian immediately. Instead, he asked this question. Naturally, he did not ask this question on a whim. He wanted to know how strong Duan Lingtian was now. He wanted to know if the Darkhan dynasty's imperial family was willing to give him the 10,000-year frost. This was because even the Darkhan dynasty's imperial family did not have much 10,000-year frost in stock. Why? Does the old prince want to see if I'm qualified to obtain the 10,000-year frost? Duan Lingtian asked with narrowed eyes. He could easily tell what the old man was thinking. The old man was a little embarrassed when Duan Lingtian pointed it out. However, he did not deny it. If I'm not mistaken, the Darkhan dynasty's imperial family seems to have benefited a lot from the Skywolf Fort and the Blade sect because of me, right? Duan Lingtian said calmly. I think the 10,000-year frost is not as valuable as the benefits you guys obtained because of me, right? The old man was even more embarrassed when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. However, he did not say anything. Since the old prince wants to see how strong I am now, I'll fulfill your wish. Chapter 1049. Duan Lingtian took a step forward and shouted coldly. At the same time, the anger in his mind continued to spread and grow. The aftereffects of the Devil Seal tablet affected Duan Lingtian imperceptibly. Boom! The moment Duan Lingtian took a step forward, a wave of vast energy swept out and targeted the old man in front of him. It was so fast that it was even faster than lightning. *T. The moment Duan Lingtian took a step forward, the old man realized that something was amiss. His heart could not help but rise to his throat. At this moment, when he saw a wave of energy that even he could not see with his naked eyes gushing out of Duan Lingtian's body, his eyes instantly narrowed. Fear was written all over his face. Run! Without any hesitation, the old man immediately moved. He wanted to quickly escape from the attack range of Duan Lingtian's energy. However, could he escape? Duan Lingtian attacked in anger. Even without the quasi-royal grade spirit sword, the energy that was transformed from his origin energy and various concepts was equivalent to the strength of 2,700 ancient horned dragons. Dealing with a first-level void transformation martial artist who had just comprehended the first-level void transformation concept was no different from using a butcher's cleaver to kill a chicken. That was the truth. Boom! The energy that gushed out of Duan Lingtian's body seemed to have transformed into a wave of vast multicolored flames. At the moment when the old man was about to move, he was completely drowned in it. Boom! 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 Wherever the multicolored flames passed, the sound of air exploding continuously sounded like thunder. It swept through the entire Darkhan dynasty's imperial palace. Rumble! 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 In the end, the energy that seemed to have transformed into multicolored flames covered the majestic palace in the middle of the Darkhan dynasty's imperial palace and instantly razed it to the ground. Not only that, but there was also a bottomless pit where the palace had been. The pit was so big that it was enough to bury thousands of people. Young master is so powerful. Xiong Quan, who was following behind Duan Lingtian, witnessed the old man in front of Duan Lingtian being obliterated by the multicolored energy surging out of Duan Lingtian. Apart from a spatial ring and a concept fragment, there was nothing else on the old man's body. Not even a speck was left. Young master, are you all right? At the same time, Xiong Quan looked at Duan Lingtian worriedly. Just now he had sensed it. When his young master took a step towards the old man, a terrifying power surged out of his body. His young master's body emitted a terrifying killing intent. At that moment, he felt that his young master had changed, becoming extremely unfamiliar. It was as if he had turned into a bloodthirsty Azura that had crawled out of hell. Duan Lingtian, whose body was emitting waves of terrifying killing intent, gradually regained consciousness after hearing Xiong Quan's call. At this moment, he only felt a little dizzy. When he regained his senses, he recalled what had just happened. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Earlier, I only wanted to show him my current strength so that the Darkhan dynasty's imperial family would obediently hand over the 10,000-year frost. However, I didn't expect that I would be controlled by my emotions and kill him. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath. All he could feel was numbness on his scalp. For the first time, the aftereffects of the Devil Seal tablet terrified him from the bottom of his heart. When he was devilified by the Devil Seal tablet for the first time, he felt that his emotions had become more agitated. In the end, he confirmed that it was the aftereffects of the Devil Seal tablet. However, at that time, he could still easily suppress his agitated emotions, so he did not take it to heart. However, after being devilified by the Devil Seal tablet for the second time, he could no longer control his emotions. He realized that as long as he was slightly angered, his emotions would go out of his control. His anger would be magnified, and he would even do some extreme things. When he regained his senses, he recalled what had just happened. After the Devil Seal tablet devilified me, it gave me the power to kill an ordinary martial monarch powerhouse. However, the price to pay for all of this is extremely high. Duan Lingtian's face was gloomy. The Devil Seal tablet was like a double-edged sword, killing 1,000 enemies at the cost of 800 of his own. Moreover, he had an intuition. If he allowed the Devil Seal tablet to devilify him again, he would lose control of his emotions. In the end, he might lose himself and turn into a killing machine. If it's not necessary, I must never use the Devil Seal tablet again. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and made up his mind. To him, the Devil Seal tablet was no longer a life-saving straw. It might even suppress his consciousness and turn him into a killing machine controlled by his emotions. So what if he's dead? After regaining his senses, Duan Lingtian casually put away the spatial ring and concept fragment of the old man, the Darkhan dynasty's old prince, into his spatial ring. He hated ungrateful people the most in his life. Earlier, the Darkhan dynasty's old prince had spoken as though they would not hand over the 10,000-year frost unless he was strong enough to suppress the entire Darkhan dynasty's imperial family. I've obtained many spirit weapons, pills, and even concept fragments for the Darkhan dynasty's imperial family. Now, I only want the 10,000-year frost that's not as valuable as the items they obtained from Skywolf Fort and Blade Sect. How dare he refuse me? Duan Lingtian's face was filled with anger again. The murderous aura on his body was rising again. Young master! Duan Lingtian only regained his senses when Xiongquan shouted again. His face turned even gloomier. Damn it! The aftereffects of the Devil Seal tablet have worsened to this extent. It seems like I have to suppress my emotions if it's not necessary. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was deeply aware of the aftereffects that the Devil Seal tablet brought to him. It was completely out of his control. Duan Lingtian, how dare you kill my imperial uncle? Soon after, a furious voice shot up into the sky. A figure covered in a golden dragon robe appeared. It was a middle-aged man with a dignified expression on his face. It was the Darkhan dynasty's emperor. At this moment, the Darkhan dynasty's emperor glared at Duan Lingtian furiously. His eyes gleamed coldly as though he was about to devour someone. However, there was a hint of dread in the depth of his eyes. He had clearly witnessed the scene of Duan Lingtian killing the old man with just a single blow. He knew he was no match for Duan Lingtian since he was not as powerful as the old man. Your Majesty! At this moment, another two old men shot up into the sky and arrived next to the Darkhan dynasty's emperor. They looked at Duan Lingtian, who was standing in the distance with dread on their faces. Their faces were pale. How long has it been, and there are so many void transformation martial artists in the Darkhan dynasty's imperial family? Duan Lingtian's spiritual energy instantly probed the Darkhan dynasty's emperor and the other two old men's cultivation base. He chuckled before his voice gradually turned low. However, have all of you forgotten? Who's the main reason all of you managed to break through to the void transformation stage today? When Duan Lingtian reached the end of his sentence, a cold light flashed in his eyes as he mocked. He was afraid he would be controlled by his emotions again, so he tried his best to suppress the anger in his heart to prevent it from spilling out. Otherwise, he was really worried he would be controlled by his anger again and kill the 3 void transformation martial artists from the Darkhan dynasty's imperial family in front of him. The Darkhan dynasty's emperor's face turned grave when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. The other 2 Darkhan dynasty's old princes were embarrassed as well. Naturally, the person who contributed the most was the purple-clad young man standing in front of them, Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian. Finally, the Darkhan dynasty's emperor opened his mouth and said coldly, I admit that we managed to break through to the void transformation stage mainly because of you. However, this doesn't mean you can kill the people from the Darkhan dynasty's imperial family as you wish. Kill as I wish? Duan Lingtian smiled. Your Majesty, it seems like you don't know the reason behind this, right? Don't you think it's a little arbitrary to accuse me of killing the people from the Darkhan dynasty's imperial family if you don't know the reason? Ha! The Darkhan dynasty's emperor frowned when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Even the two old men standing next to him were looking at Duan Lingtian with a puzzled expression on their faces. They only saw Duan Lingtian killing the old prince from afar. They did not know what happened between the old prince and Duan Lingtian. Today, I came here to ask for the 10,000-year frost from the Darkhan dynasty's imperial family. However, that old man changed the topic on purpose. Moreover, based on his words, it seems like you'll only give me the 10,000-year frost if I'm strong enough to suppress the Darkhan dynasty's imperial family. Duan Lingtian spoke word by word as he patiently recounted what had happened earlier. The Darkhan dynasty's emperor's expression changed immediately. As for the other two old men, they felt their faces burning. In their opinion, even if they offered up all the 10,000-year frost that the imperial family had stored, it would only be a fraction of what Duan Lingtian had done for the Darkhan dynasty's imperial family. Although the 10,000-year frost was precious, they did not use much of it. Most of the time, they kept it at the bottom of the treasure vault. However, the benefits that Duan Lingtian had obtained for them allowed them to break through to the void transformation stage. It had fulfilled their long-cherished wish. Now, esteemed Darkhan dynasty's emperor, do you still think I'm wantonly slaughtering the members of your Darkhan dynasty? Duan Lingtian asked mockingly as he narrowed his eyes. The Darkhan dynasty's emperor remained silent for a long time because he knew he was in the wrong. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian's expression gradually darkened. Duan Lingtian, the imperial family is in the wrong. It's not your fault. The two old princes standing next to the Darkhan dynasty's emperor panicked when they saw the change in Duan Lingtian's expression and recalled the strength that Duan Lingtian had displayed earlier. Yes, it's not your fault. As for the 10,000-year ice you want, you can take it from our treasury now. The two old princes from the Darkhan dynasty's imperial family panicked. Chapter 1050. The two old princes from the Darkhan dynasty's imperial family led the way while Duan Lingtian carried Feng Tianwu, who was still unconscious. Xiong Quan followed closely behind. Who's this lady? At this moment, the two old princes from the Darkhan dynasty's imperial family finally noticed the red-clad lady in Duan Lingtian's arms. Their faces were filled with shock and confusion. She must be Duan Lingtian's confidant. Both of them only glanced at Feng Tianwu, who was in Duan Lingtian's arms, before they looked away. They were afraid that they would vent their anger on Duan Lingtian. The two old men who had lived for more than half of their lives were like mice that saw a cat when they faced Duan Lingtian. Although they felt aggrieved, they did not dare to show any dissatisfaction. In this world where the strong were respected, whoever had the hardest fist would be the boss. They knew they were no match for this young man who was not even 30 years old, so they could only admit defeat. Soon after, Duan Lingtian and Xiong Quan followed the two old princes from the Darkhan dynasty's imperial family into the Darkhan dynasty's treasure vault. There were many treasures stored inside. One must admit that the Darkhan dynasty's treasure vault was huge. The items inside were extremely rare. It was far more valuable than the treasure vault in the Darkstone Empire that Duan Lingtian had entered before. It made sense when one thought about it. One was a dynasty while the other was an empire under the rule of a dynasty. Naturally, there was no comparison between the two. The 10,000-year frost is here. One of the old prince's voice came from the back of a side palace in the treasure vault. It attracted Duan Lingtian's attention, and he could not help but fly over. Soon after, he brought Xiong Quan into the side palace. As soon as he entered the side hall, Duan Lingtian felt an icy cold and bone-piercing aura assault his face, causing him, who was completely unprepared, to be unable to refrain from shuddering, and he hurriedly used his origin energy to protect his body before blocking out the cold air. Next, he saw a high platform made entirely of translucent ice standing beside the old prince, who was also holding up an elemental energy shield. The cold aura was coming from the platform. The high platform was divided into two levels. One layer on the outside and one layer on the inside. If one looked carefully, they would find that although the platform was sparkling and translucent, the color of the outer layer was not as deep as the inner layer. The difference between the two was huge. The outside is the 1,000-year ice, and the inside is the 10,000-year ice. The old prince said to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian nodded. Even if no one reminded him, he could easily tell the difference between the 1,000-year frost and the 10,000-year frost with the memories of the Emperor Wu of Samsara. The cold air was coming from the 1,000-year frost. To be precise, not all of it came from the Millennium Frost. Some of it came from the 10,000-year frost and then from the Millennium Frost. Of course, without the 1,000-year frost as a restraint, the 10,000-year frost would be even more terrifying. It could freeze a person with a low cultivation within 100 meters into an ice sculpture. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian hugged Tian Wu with one hand and raised his other hand to form a palm blade. He slashed out continuously. Whoosh! 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 6 lightning-like blade beams shot out in a row and landed on the crystal-clear platform in the distance, which was made up of the 1,000-year frost ice and 10,000-year frost ice. Soon after, the outer layer of the 1,000-year frost broke off and fell to the ground with loud noises. At the same time, the 10,000-year frost finally revealed its true form. Not only that, but as the 10,000-year frost ice broke away from the 1,000-year frost ice, an even more terrifying chill swept out and spread in all directions. Duan Lingtian did not move at all. The Darkhan dynasty's old prince had a solemn expression on his face. He tried his best to form an origin energy light shield to block the cold aura. Crack! As for Xiong Quan, the elemental energy barrier on his body was instantly shattered by the cold air, and the overwhelming cold air invaded his body, causing him to feel his entire body stiffen from the cold. Xiong Quan! In Duan Lingtian's eyes, Xiong Quan had turned into an ice sculpture. Moreover, his life force was still fading away. If nobody came to save Xiong Quan, he would definitely die in a dozen breaths at most. Whoosh! As Duan Lingtian raised his hand, gusts of green wind appeared and twined around Xiong Quan's body. It formed a barrier that blocked the cold aura that continued to attack Xiong Quan. Whoosh! Subsequently, strands of raging flames were born within the green gale. As soon as the flame appeared, it twined around Xiong Quan, who was frozen into an ice sculpture like gangrene. Subsequently, it melted the ice around Xiong Quan's body and entered his body. The flame was the fire concept that Duan Lingtian controlled. Naturally, it did not affect Xiong Quan at all. In just 3 breaths, Duan Lingtian activated the fire concept and easily expelled the cold aura from Xiong Quan's body, allowing him to return to normal. Thank you, young master. Xiong Quan hurriedly thanked Duan Lingtian after he inhaled sharply with lingering fear in his heart. At the same time, there was a bitter smile on his face. At this moment, he further felt the gap between him and his young master. He only felt like he was a burden following his young master. After expelling the cold aura from Xiong Quan's body, Duan Lingtian's origin energy surged out of his body without reservation. It transformed into a light shield that enveloped Xiong Quan. Xiong Quan was instantly protected. He no longer had to worry about being attacked by the 10,000-year frost's cold aura. M6th level void transformation stage? The Darkhan dynasty's old prince who had just entered the side palace and the old prince who was originally in the side palace stared blankly at the heaven and earth phenomenon that appeared above Duan Lingtian's head. Those silhouettes of ancient horned dragons caused them to be unable to help but be dumbstruck. At this moment, they finally realized how terrifying Duan Lingtian's strength was. At the same time, they were glad that they did not offend Duan Lingtian. Otherwise, they would not be able to survive even if they had 10 lives. 6th level void transformation stage? Xiong Quan narrowed his eyes as he looked above Duan Lingtian's head when he heard the 2 Darkhan dynasty's old prince's exclamation. Although he knew his young master was strong, he did not expect his young master to be this strong. The 6th level void transformation stage was not far from the martial monarch stage. A 6th level void transformation stage martial artist who's not even 30 years old. I'm afraid he's as rare as a phoenix's feather and a cheetah's horn in the entire cloud continent. Right? Xiong Quan thought to himself as his heart jolted. Buzz, 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 buzz. Soon after, the three of them, including Xiong Quan, heard the sound of saber whistling. They could not help but look in the direction of the sound. They noticed that as Duan Ling Tian's palm saber continued to sweep out, the thick 10,000-year frost quickly turned into an ice coffin. Whoosh! As Duan Ling Tian raised his hand, the lid of the ice coffin flew up and hovered in the air. Subsequently, Duan Ling Tian suddenly shook his other hand that was holding Feng Tianwu. At this moment, Feng Tianwu's body seemed to be pulled by an invisible force as she slowly fell into the ice coffin. The lid that was hovering in the air finally fell and closed after her entire body fell into the ice coffin. Through the crystal-clear ice coffin, one could see a beautiful red-clad lady lying quietly inside. One could see the cold air surrounding the red-clad lady's body, but it could not penetrate her body. If one looked closely, one could see it. The red-clad lady's body was covered in red mist and white mist. It seemed to have formed a barrier that completely blocked the cold air from the 10,000-year frost. It was the protective energy that was automatically released from the red-clad lady's body. With Tian Wu's cultivation base at the 9th level void interpretation and the origin energy that has been fused with the fire spirit body's energy, not only will she not be attacked by the cold air while lying in the ice coffin made from 10,000-year-old frost, she'll be able to cultivate better. A rare smile appeared on Duan Lingtian's face. It was a satisfied smile. At this moment, the two old princes from the Dark Han dynasty's imperial family finally realized that Duan Lingtian needed the 10,000-year frost to make the ice coffin for the red-clad lady. However, they were puzzled. It was obvious that the red-clad lady's vitality was extremely strong. Why would Duan Lingtian hide it? Naturally, they did not dare to ask even though they were puzzled. I also need some materials to inscribe inscriptions and set up inscription formations. The Dark Han dynasty's imperial family's treasure vault has them. Is it all right if I use them? Duan Lingtian asked calmly as he looked at the two old princes. No problem, no problem. The two old princes hurriedly waved their hands. Just take whatever you need. That's right. It doesn't matter even if you empty the treasure vault. The two old princes did not have any objections to Duan Lingtian, whose cultivation base had broken through to the 6th level void transformation stage. They did not dare to have any objections. Therefore, the rest of the matter was simple. Duan Lingtian began to select the materials before he began to inscribe and set up the inscription formation. Apart from inscribing the selected materials, Duan Lingtian also had to inscribe inscriptions on the ice coffin that Feng Tianwu was lying in to set up inscription formations. The first inscription formation was used to suppress the cold air on the ice coffin so that it would completely disappear. The second inscription formation was a defensive inscription formation. It allowed the ice coffin to have a strong defense. Naturally, with Duan Lingtian's current spiritual energy, the defensive inscription formation he inscribed could only block the attack of an ordinary martial artist below the 7th level void transformation stage at most. If a martial artist above the 7th level void transformation stage attacked, the ice coffin would still be destroyed. The third inscription formation was a killing formation. It was the only killing formation that Duan Lingtian could set up with his current spiritual energy. To be more precise, it was the only killing formation in the Rebirth Martial Emperor's memory that he could set up now. It was impossible for a single inscription to kill a martial artist who had entered the void. Chapter 1051. Naturally, the lethality of the killing formation formed by the inscriptions inscribed by Duan Lingtian's current spiritual energy was limited. It could only kill martial artists below the 7th level void transformation stage. The killing formation that Duanling Tian set up could not kill martial artists at the 7th level void transformation stage or above. It was not powerful enough. The power of an inscription formation was closely related to the spiritual energy of the inscription master who inscribed and set it up. Both were indispensable. My current spiritual energy is still too weak. I can only inscribe higher-level inscriptions and set up higher-level inscription formations when my spiritual energy is powerful. Duanling Tian sighed inwardly. However, he knew there was nothing he could do about it. I can only raise the level of the inscription formation after my spiritual energy has improved in the future. Duanling Tian muttered to himself as he glanced at the ice coffin that was hovering in the air under his control. Xiongquan, let's go. As soon as Duanling Tian finished muttering to himself, he called out to Xiongquan and raised his hand to guide the ice coffin toward the side of the side palace's wall. The ice coffin seemed to have transformed into a crystal-clear lightning bolt. Boom! Wherever the ice coffin passed, the airflow would surge as it pierced a huge hole in one of the side palace's walls. Duanling Tian and Xiongquan flew out as well. Whoosh! 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 As Duanling Tian flew out, he guided the ice coffin and Xiongquan as well. The three of them transformed into 3 bolts of lightning and disappeared before the eyes of the 2 Darkhan dynasty's old princes in just a blink of an eye. The 2 old men's mouths twitched when they saw the huge hole in the wall. Is this really a specially reinforced wall? One of the old men asked in a daze. It said that even a 9th level void interpretation martial artist would need at least half an hour to break through the wall. The other old man said in a daze. No wonder. He's a 6th level void transformation powerhouse. I wonder how much stronger he is compared to a 9th level void interpretation martial artist. In the end, the 2 old men realized the truth before their eyes. They could only smile wryly. Whoosh! 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 After the 3 bolts of lightning left the treasure vault in the Darkhan dynasty's imperial palace, they did not leave the imperial city. Instead, they went to the Zhang clan's estate. Big Brother Zhang. After arriving at the Zhang clan's estate, Duanling Tian's thunderous voice reverberated in the air. There was a commotion in the Zhang clan's estate. Soon after, a figure flew over like a bolt of lightning and appeared before Duanling Tian's eyes. It was a young man who seemed to be in his middle age. Brother Ling, what happened to Tian Wu? The person was none other than Zhang Shouyong. As soon as he appeared, he instantly noticed the ice coffin hovering next to Duanling Tian. It was the ice coffin? Who would carry an ice coffin around with them? Soon, Zhang Shouyong saw a person lying in the ice coffin, and it was someone he was extremely familiar with. His expression changed for a moment. Something happened to Tian Wu. She will be unconscious for a while. Although Duanling Tian said it casually, Zhang Shouyong could sense it was not a simple matter. However, since Duanling Tian did not say anything, he did not probe further. Through the ice coffin, he could see the origin energy that was constantly emanating from Feng Tianwu's body. It formed a protective layer to resist the cold. The origin energy that was constantly pulsing was enough to show the vitality in Feng Tianwu's body. Brother Ling Tian, you finally came to the capital. Since you're here at our Zhang clan's estate, why don't you stay for a while? Zhang Shouyong invited passionately. Tian Wu can also rest well. The customers in the restaurant discussed among themselves. Their eyes were filled with dread when they looked at Duanling Tian. Xiongquan, sit down and eat. Duanling Tian called out to Xiongquan. Young master, I'm not hungry. Xiongquan stood behind Duanling Tian obediently. He had no intention of sitting down. What? You're not going to listen to me anymore? Duanling Tian said calmly. Although Duanling Tian's tone was calm, it was like a sudden clap of thunder in Xiongquan's ears. He was so shocked that he shuddered and hastily sat on the other side of the table without any hesitation. Immediately after, Xiongquan called the waiter and ordered a table full of dishes. After the table was filled, Duanling Tian and Xiongquan began to sweep through the food. Before long, the two of them were almost done eating. Just as the two of them were about to pay the bill and leave, an ice coffin made of 10,000 years old ice? Accompanied by a surprised voice, a figure approached from afar. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of Duan Lingtian. He looked up and down at the ice coffin floating beside Duan Lingtian. As for Duan Lingtian, he was directly ignored by the person. Duan Lingtian raised his eyebrows and looked at the person who had just arrived. The person who had just arrived was a middle-aged man. He had a noble look on his face and obviously came from an extraordinary background. However, what attracted Duan Lingtian's attention the most was his attire. Duan Lingtian was no stranger to this attire. There was a wolf head emblem on his chest and the wolf's eyes were bronze in color. A disciple of Sky Wolf Fort. The most surprising thing was the two old men following behind the middle-aged man. The two old men wore badges with the head of a gray wolf on their chests. The pupils of the gray wolf were all silver. The two old men were obviously the elders of Skywolf Fort. A disciple of Skywolf Fort was protected by two elders of Skywolf Fort. Duan Lingtian immediately realized that this disciple of Skywolf Fort was not simple. At the very least, his background was not simple. Xiong Quan, let's go. However, even if he realized that this person's background was not simple, Duan Lingtian had no intention of staying. After calling out to Xiong Quan, he took the lead and walked out of the restaurant. The ice coffin followed him wherever he went. What a beautiful woman! At this moment, the disciple of Skywolf Fort saw the red-clad lady lying in the ice coffin. His eyes were filled with lust and greed when he saw the red-clad lady's peerless appearance. He could not wait to take her for himself and keep her as his exclusive property. Soon after, the disciple of Skywolf Fort noticed that Duan Lingtian was dragging the ice coffin out of the restaurant. Stop right there! Instantly, the Skywolf Fort's disciple flew out to block Duan Lingtian's path at the first possible moment, and he said with a cold voice, "Kid, if you're sensible, then quickly put my cousin down. Otherwise, this young master will make you leave this place horizontally." The words of the Skywolf Fort's disciple had practically confirmed the fact that Duan Lingtian wanted to abduct his cousin's sister. Cousin? Duan Lingtian smirked when he heard the disciple of Skywolf Fort's words. He knew what the disciple of Skywolf Fort was trying to do. However, he ignored the disciple and said coldly, "Scram! You have a death wish, boy." The Skywolf Fort's disciple had never been yelled at like this before, and his face couldn't help but go grim. After he shouted furiously, the origin energy on his body skyrocketed, and his concept pounced towards Duan Lingtian like a shadow. A mantis trying to stop a chariot. Duan Lingtian smirked in disdain when he saw the disciple of Skywolf Fort's thunderous attack. He raised his hand and casually threw a punch. This young man, who looked at most 25 years old, had the strength to destroy two Skywolf Fort's elders. This shocked them from the bottom of their hearts. After making his move, Duan Lingtian did not look at the two Skywolf Fort's elders. Instead, he walked out of the restaurant with a cold expression on his face. Wherever he passed, the onlookers in the restaurant would step aside and make way for him. Xiong Quan followed closely behind him. After leaving the restaurant, Duan Lingtian controlled the ice coffin as he brought Xiong Quan along and flew out of the ancient desert city. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared into the horizon as though they had never been there. Not long after Duan Lingtian left, whoosh, a figure appeared out of thin air outside the restaurant. Then, as though he had transformed into a lightning bolt, he entered the restaurant. What's going on? The person who entered was an old man with a dignified expression. When he saw the three Skywolf Fort's elders lying on the ground, his expression changed drastically. It's the deputy fort master of Skywolf Fort. At this moment, Everyone in the restaurant saw the Skywolf's head badge on the old man's chest. The eyes on the Skywolf's head were golden, indicating the old man's identity. In Skywolf Fort, other than the elusive Fort Master, only the 5 Deputy Fort Masters were qualified to wear the Skywolf's head badge. Deputy Fort Master. At this moment, the 2 Skywolf Fort's elders who were lying on the ground helped each other up. They lowered their heads in shame in front of the old man. Humph! The old man snorted coldly. After glaring at the 2 Skywolf Fort's elders, he took a few steps forward and helped the disciple of Skywolf Fort up. Jeaner, are you all right? Uncle, avenge me! Avenge me! When the disciple of Skywolf Fort saw the old man, it was as though he had grabbed onto a life-saving straw. He said with grief and indignation, "It's Deputy Fort Master Luo Fu." At this moment, someone in the restaurant recognized the old man. Deputy Fort Master Luo Fu? The leader of the 5 Deputy Fort Masters in Skywolf Fort who's only below the elusive Fort Master? That's him. I've long guessed that the disciple of Skywolf Fort who's protected by the 2 Skywolf Fort's elders is not a simple person. I didn't expect him to be Deputy Fort Master Luo Fu's nephew. That young man is too bold. He even dared to destroy the dantian of Deputy Fort Master Luo Fu's nephew. The people in the restaurant soon found out the identity of the old man and the disciple of Skywolf Fort whose dantian was destroyed. They were all shocked. Jeaner, your dantian was destroyed? Luo Fu's expression changed drastically when he heard the whispers in the restaurant. He hurriedly infused his origin energy into the person in front of him to test him. Soon he confirmed it. Who did this? Luo Fu's eyes gleamed coldly. The energy in his body rolled out, causing the restaurant to be swept up by the wind again. Some of the people with lower cultivation base were directly blown to the ground. I don't know. The disciple of Skywolf Fort shook his head and said with a gloomy expression, but I don't think he's too far away. Whoosh! As soon as the disciple of Skywolf Fort finished his words, Luo Fu disappeared before the eyes of the people in the restaurant. In the north of the ancient desert city, Duan Lingtian was rushing with the ice coffin and Xiong Quan. Initially, he could leave the ice coffin that Feng Tianwu was sleeping in and bring the royal grade resurrection pill back to save her after he found the reincarnation Emperor Wu's great treasure. However, Duan Lingtian was worried about leaving the ice coffin behind. In his opinion, he would only feel at ease if the ice coffin was in a place where he could see it. Tian Wu had become like this because of him. He did not want her to suffer any more harm. Ha! All of a sudden, Duan Lingtian seemed to have noticed something. His eyes narrowed slightly as he stopped moving. Young master, what's wrong? Xiong Quan looked at Duan Lingtian in confusion. In the next second, Xiong Quan got his answer before Duan Lingtian could reply. Whoosh! A gust of wind blew in front of him, and a figure appeared out of thin air before him. It was an old man. How powerful! Xiong Quan's eyes narrowed. The old man must be quite powerful to be able to appear out of thin air before him. However, it made sense when he thought about it. This was the foreign realm. He would not be able to capture the movements of a martial artist above the void interpretation stage. Duan Lingtian? It's you. The old man was Luo Fu, the leader of the 5 Vice Fort Masters of Skywolf Fort, who had just rushed over from the ancient desert city. After leaving the restaurant, he asked the people outside and found out that the person who crippled his nephew was heading north. Therefore, he chased after him. However, he did not expect the person who crippled his nephew would be Duan Lingtian. The Vice Fort Master of Skywolf Fort? Duan Lingtian raised his eyebrows when he saw the old man in front of him. This Vice Fort Master of Skywolf Fort was the only Vice Fort Master who did not chase after him. He had seen him at entrance number 2 of Emperor Wu's secret treasure. The leader of the 5 Vice Fort Masters of Skywolf Fort, Luo Fu. Duan Lingtian, why did you cripple my nephew's dantian? Luo Fu took a deep breath and asked in a deep voice. If it was someone else who crippled his nephew's dantian, he would have killed that person at lightning speed. However, the person standing in front of him was Duan Lingtian. an existence that he could not help but fear. Your nephew. Duan Lingtian was stunned at first before he reacted. You're talking about that Skywolf Fort's disciple? Duan Lingtian came to a sudden realization. Just like he said, what ability did a mere Skywolf Fort disciple possess to be able to make two elders of Skywolf Fort protect him? At that time, he knew the person's background was not simple. As it turned out, he was right. That disciple from Skywolf Fort was the nephew of the Vice Fort Master of Skywolf Fort, Luo Fu. Since he's your nephew, I think you should know him well. Do you think he started the conflict between me and him or me? Duan Lingtian asked nonchalantly. Luo Fu was stunned when he heard this. Naturally, he knew his nephew well. Ever since he came to Skywolf Fort 20 years ago, he had not been a person who knew his place. No matter what, your strength far surpasses his. He's no threat to you and the people around you. Don't you think you've gone overboard by crippling his dantian? Luo Fu asked in a deep voice. Overboard. Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed as a cold light flashed within, and he asked word by word in a deep voice. If someone speaks rudely and blasphemes your woman, what will you do? Luo Fu's expression changed slightly. He finally noticed the ice coffin hovering next to Duan Lingtian. The figure in the ice coffin attracted his attention. It was a woman in red with peerless beauty. Feng Tianwu, Blade Sect's disciple. Although he was not the one who hosted the martial competition of the 10 dynasties at Skywolf Fort, he had heard of Feng Tianwu and had seen Feng Tianwu at entrance number 2 of Emperor Wu's secret treasure. At the same time, he knew the relationship between Feng Tianwu and Duan Lingtian was not ordinary. Senior Feng Tong from North Nether Sect didn't look for you. Chapter 1053. Naturally, this was only true for Duan Lingtian. From Luo Fu's point of view, he had asked this question after careful consideration. All of this was based on the fact that he had the intention to kill Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian had the mysterious Miss Shui Nai backing him up. Unless he could kill Duan Lingtian without leaving any traces behind, he would not dare to touch Duan Lingtian at all. Unless he had a death wish. Today, he had undoubtedly encountered an opportunity to kill Duan Lingtian without leaving any traces behind. Perhaps many people in the restaurant today knew about the conflict between his nephew and Duan Lingtian, but none of them knew that the person who had the conflict with his nephew was Duan Lingtian. Even he only found out that the person who had crippled his nephew's cultivation base was Duan Lingtian after he caught up to him. For this reason, if there were no accidents, nobody would know even if he killed Duan Lingtian now. It was precisely because he was worried that there would be accidents that he had asked such a question out of the blue. This was because some time ago, Feng Tong, the martial monarch powerhouse from North Nether Sect, had come to Skywolf Fort and asked the 5 vice fort masters of Skywolf Fort, including himself, about Duan Lingtian's background. During this process, he could feel the cold killing intent in Feng Tong's eyes. It was a killing intent that could not wait to tear Duan Lingtian into pieces and grind his bones into dust. Don't tell me that not only did Duan Lingtian kill the Azumo Sect's disciple in the Emperor Wu's secret treasure, but he also killed the North Nether Sect's disciple? And now, the people from North Nether Sect are here to seek revenge from him? This was his first thought at the time, and the more he thought about it, the more certain he became. Initially, he thought that since the North Nether Sect's martial monarch powerhouse had personally made a move, as long as Duan Lingtian was really in the Darkhan dynasty and the powerhouse from the North Nether Sect found Duan Lingtian, it was almost certain that Duan Lingtian would die. And now, Duan Lingtian was alive and well. Therefore, he wanted to confirm something. Duan Lingtian wondered if he had met Feng Tong, the martial monarch of the North Nether Sect. If they had met before, there was no doubt that Duan Lingtian had a strong cultivator protecting him in the dark. Otherwise, how could he have survived the attack of a martial emperor from the North Nether Sect? If he didn't, it could only be attributed to Duan Lingtian's luck. He, on the other hand, would kill Duan Lingtian without leaving a trace to avenge his nephew. He had to be cautious about this matter. because if he was not careful, he would very likely fall into a bottomless abyss. I hope it's the latter. When Luo Fu thought of this, he stared at Duan Lingtian intently, waiting for Duan Lingtian's reply. Senior Feng Tong from the North Nether sect didn't look for you? Upon hearing Luo Fu's question, Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed, and his face darkened slightly. The two people from the North Nether sect found out the exact location of my hometown from the Skywolf Fort? Two people from the North Nether sect. Two people. Luo Fu was completely certain of Duan Lingtian's words. Duan Lingtian must have met the martial monarch from the North Nether sect because when the martial monarch from the North Nether sect arrived at the Skywolf Fort, there was another person with him. If Duan Lingtian did not meet the two people from the North Nether sect, how could he say there were two people on the other side? However, when Duan Lingtian reached the end of his sentence, the coldness in his voice made Luo Fu's heart skip a beat. He hurriedly tried to salvage the situation. They found out about your origin from the Blade sect and came to the Skywolf Fort to confirm it. Luo Fu used the Blade sect as a shield as he spoke. He was really worried Duan Lingtian would ask the hidden powerhouse who was not afraid of the North Nether sect's martial monarch to make a move in a fit of anger. If that happened, he would definitely die. Humph! Duan Ling snorted coldly and looked at Luo Fu deeply before he continued to fly north. Whoosh! Whoosh! The ice coffin in which Feng Tianwu was lying and Xiong Quan were also brought along by him. Luo Fu, who was drenched in cold sweat, heaved a sigh of relief when he saw the 3 streaks of light disappear into the north. He still had lingering fear on his face. Fortunately, the expert hiding in the dark didn't attack again. After muttering to himself, Luo Fu moved and disappeared on the spot as he returned to the ancient desert city. Whoosh! 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 Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian, who was flying north at full speed, only slowed down after half an hour. Although he was not afraid of the earlier encounter, he was still slightly fearful. He was not afraid because he knew what he was going to do. Luo Fu was the leader of the 5 vice fort masters of the Skywolf Fort. His strength was far from what he could compare to now. However, if he risked using the Devil Seal tablet, it would be easy for him to kill his opponent. In order to protect Tianwu, he did not mind using the Devil Seal tablet again. Even if the outcome was that his emotions would be out of his control, and it was very likely that he would turn into a devil. Tianwu is willing to sacrifice her life for me. I, Duan Lingtian, am willing to become a devil for her. This was Duan Lingtian's thought. She's willing to die for me, and I'm willing to become a devil for her. I have no regrets. Naturally, he would not use the Devil Seal tablet if he did not have to. Due to this reason, he could not help but feel a little fearful when he thought about what had happened earlier when he escaped without using the Devil Seal tablet. North Nether sect's Feng Tong. Unknowingly, he saved me once. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. It was not hard to imagine. If Feng Tong knew what had happened to Duan Lingtian and that he had unknowingly saved Duan Lingtian, he would be so angry that he would throw up 3 liters of blood. Young master, where are we going now? On the way. Xiong Quan could no longer suppress his curiosity and asked Duan Lingtian. We can't go to the place we're going to for now. The most important thing now is to find a map of Cloud Continent. Duan Lingtian replied. Among the maps of the Cloud Continent, the one that covered the largest area he had ever seen was the Northern Desert and its surrounding areas. In the entire Cloud Continent, this small place was only a corner that wasn't worth mentioning. Duan Lingtian could not confirm where the reincarnation Emperor Wu had hidden the great treasure from a map like this. Therefore, what he needed to do now was to find a more complete map. Only then would he be able to confirm the exact location of the great treasure left behind by the reincarnation Emperor Wu. Only then would he be able to retrieve it. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Xiong Quan nodded as though he understood. If we can't find what we're looking for in the Northern Desert, then we can only continue to head north. Duan Lingtian continued. Currently, he did not know where he was on Cloud Continent. However, He could sense that the general location of the center of Cloud Continent should be north of the northern desert. He just did not know if it was in the northeast or northwest. Duan Lingtian brought Xiong Quan along and guided the ice coffin all the way north. Along the way, whenever they came across a city, Duan Lingtian would patiently stop and enter the city to see if he could find a general map of Cloud Continent. On the other hand, Luo Fu, the leader of the 5 vice fort masters of Skywolf Fort, had returned to the restaurant in the ancient desert city. He didn't say anything before bringing along his nephew and the 2 elders of Skywolf Fort to directly leave the restaurant and return to the Skywolf Fort's base. "Uncle, how was it? Did you kill him?" Luo Jin, a disciple of Skywolf Fort, asked Luo Fu with a hopeful expression. Luo Fu sighed when he heard this. Luo Jin's expression changed when he saw this. He said anxiously, "Uncle, don't tell me you didn't manage to catch up to him? It seems like he must have changed his direction at the last minute. How despicable." Luo Jin scolded Duan Lingtian for being despicable when he reached the end of his sentence. "I caught up to him," Luo Fu said. "You caught up to him?" This time, apart from Luo Jin, even the other 2 elders of Skywolf Fort looked at Luo Fu in confusion. They wanted to know why Luo Fu sighed earlier. Did Luo Fu manage to kill the purple-clad young man or not? "Yes, I caught up to him." Luo Fu nodded and shook his head under the expectant gaze of Luo Jin and the other 2 elders of Skywolf Fort. "However, I didn't kill him." Luo Jin's expression changed when he heard Luo Fu's words. Dissatisfaction could be seen in his eyes. The other 2 elders of Skywolf Fort frowned. They could sense that something was amiss. As far as they knew, the vice fort master of Skywolf Fort was not a merciful person. Furthermore, this time, even his nephew's Dantian had been destroyed. He caught up to the culprit but did not kill him? This puzzled them no matter how they thought about it. "Why?" Luo Jin looked at Luo Fu with dissatisfaction and said angrily, "Uncle, why didn't you kill him? Why?" If it was someone else who dared to speak to him like this, as the leader of the 5 vice fort masters of Skywolf Fort, Luo Fu would have killed him long ago. However, this person happened to be the son of his only family member in this world. He was the son of his biological sister. "Jiner, it's not that I didn't kill him. It's that I can't kill him and I don't dare to." Luo Fu sighed and explained his concerns. He also revealed the identity of Duan Lingtian. "What? He's Duan Lingtian." The 2 elders of Skywolf Fort were shocked. Duan Lingtian was a familiar name to them. All those years ago, the person that was ranked first in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties held by their Skywolf Fort was Duan Lingtian. However, Duan Lingtian did not stay in Skywolf Fort. Originally, the name Duan Lingtian had been gradually forgotten by them. However, a piece of news that came not long ago stunned them. The 20 most outstanding youths of Skywolf Fort were all killed by Duan Lingtian. At first, they thought it was just a rumor. However, along with the passage of time, they didn't see the strongest 20 people in the younger generation of Skywolf Fort, and those 20 people seemed as if they'd vanished into thin air. They were not worth mentioning at all. In my memory, the reincarnation Emperor Wu left the great treasure in the inner land. It's located on the side of the Ruoshui River. If I know the exact map of the Ruoshui River and my current location, it won't be difficult to find the great treasure left behind by the reincarnation Emperor Wu. Needless to say, Duan Lingtian was moved. "Shopkeeper, is the Zhang clan a clan in this city?" Duan Lingtian asked. "Yes." The shopkeeper nodded. "However, the 2nd elder of the Zhang clan is one of the best inscription masters in our city. He has a strange temper. I'm afraid it won't be easy to get the map from him." "Inscription master?" The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a mocking smile. After leaving the bookstore, Duan Lingtian followed the shopkeeper's instructions and successfully arrived at the entrance of the Zhang clan's mansion. The Zhang clan was one of the most powerful clans in the city. It was said that there was a 9th-level void transformation martial artist in the clan. Their strength was only second to the third-rate forces in the northern desert. I'm looking for Elder Zhang Yu. At the entrance of the Zhang clan, Duan Lingtian was stopped by the Zhang clan's disciples. He was not annoyed. Instead, he smiled faintly and explained his purpose. Zhang Yu was the second elder of the Zhang clan. Looking for our second elder? Who are you? Our second elder doesn't usually see guests. One of the Zhang clan's disciples looked at Duan Lingtian warily. You mean an outsider? I'm different. I'm a friend of your second elder. Duan Lingtian, who was prepared since the beginning, grinned. Good friend? The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, a few of the Zhang clan's disciples looked at Duan Lingtian from top to bottom. How can a young man like you be a friend of the second elder? Get lost. How dare you trick our Zhang clan? You don't know what's good for you. If you don't leave, I'll make sure you don't leave. The Zhang clan's disciples looked at Duan Lingtian warily. What? You don't believe I'm a friend of your second elder? Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes. He raised his hand and took out a dozen mid-grade primal stones and began to inscribe inscriptions on them. His movements were elegant. He's inscribing inscriptions? The Zhang clan's disciples were shocked. However, before they could recover from their shock, they saw the young man in purple waving his sleeves. The mid-grade primal stones shot towards them. Oh no! Their expressions changed drastically. When they saw the primal stones land at their feet, they felt a flash in front of their eyes. It was as though they had been sent into another space where they could not see anything. After an unknown amount of time, when their eyes flashed again, they found themselves back at the entrance of the Zhang clan's residence. What's going on? The few of them looked at each other, unable to react to what had just happened. Oh no, the young man in purple is gone. He didn't break in, did he? No, we have to report this to the clan leader. Chapter 1055. You don't welcome me? Duan Lingtian grinned and continued to walk toward the slovenly old man who was standing at the entrance of the mansion within the mansion. With every step he took, the purple robe on his body fluttered. It was like balls of purple flames that were constantly rising and emitting waves of terrifying aura. When the slovenly old man saw Duan Lingtian ignoring his words, his face turned grave. He picked up the wine gourd and poured a mouthful of wine into his mouth. He did not swallow it but merely kept it in his mouth. All of a sudden, "Go back!" A voice transmission pierced Duan Lingtian's eardrums, causing Duan Lingtian's heart to jolt. At the same time when Duan Lingtian's heart jolted, the slovenly old man made his move. Whoosh! He opened his mouth and spat out the wine that he had swallowed earlier. The wine shot out from his mouth like a sharp arrow that was swift like the wind. The wine that seemed to have transformed into a sharp arrow had raging and skyrocketing flames on its way, and it flashed directly towards Duan Lingtian, transforming into a flaming arrow that shot out menacingly. It was as though it would not stop until it killed Duan Lingtian. In the sky, the heaven and earth energy stirred as the heaven and earth phenomenon solidified. 1,800 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared out of thin air and pounced toward Duan Lingtian. 7th level Void Transformation Stage. 7th level Advanced Fire Concept. The former was equivalent to 1,000 ancient horned dragons' strength. The latter was equivalent to 800 ancient horned dragons' strength. Of course, the slovenly old man still held back even after he had exerted the strength of 1,000 ancient horned dragons. After all, it was impossible for a 7th-level Void Transformation Stage martial artist like him to have only comprehended one concept. However, in his opinion, the strength that he had exerted now was enough to easily deal with the arrogant kid. However, the slovenly old man soon realized he was wrong. He was ridiculously wrong. How's this possible? The slovenly old man who originally thought, he would be able to see Duan Lingtian being pierced by the flaming arrow looked at the scene before him in a daze. He was dumbstruck. As he muttered to himself, his tone was filled with disbelief. In the distance, the attack he unleashed was instantly defeated. The 1,800 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons vanished along with it. A moment ago, Duan Lingtian acted as if he did not see the arrow of wine that was shot out of the scruffy old man's mouth. He continued to walk towards the scruffy old man. Just as the flaming arrow was about to pierce through his chest, he finally made a move. Whoosh! He raised his hand at lightning speed and pointed his finger at the sharp arrow that contained the strength of 1,800 ancient horned dragons. The condensed energy shot out from the tip of his finger and easily destroyed the sharp arrow that was condensed from wine. Boom! With a loud sound, Duan Lingtian used a finger to neutralize the sloppy old man's attack. From the beginning to the end, Duan Lingtian attacked at lightning speed. Even the power of heaven and earth could not react in time, let alone condense the heaven and earth phenomenon. Duan Lingtian was so fast that even the slovenly old man could not see it clearly. Due to this reason, the slovenly old man found it unbelievable. Who exactly are you? The slovenly old man suddenly straightened his back and took a step forward. He looked at Duan Lingtian solemnly. Why are you looking for my master? I'm a nameless person. I want to borrow something from him to read. Duan Lingtian replied nonchalantly. As soon as his words left his mouth, Duan Lingtian stomped his foot and instantly transformed into a hurricane. He disappeared before the slovenly old man's eyes at lightning speed, causing the slovenly old man's expression to change drastically. At the same time, he hurriedly chased after Duan Lingtian into the mansion behind him. In the spacious mansion within a mansion, the front courtyard was lush with flowers and plants. There was a pavilion in the middle. A gray-clad old man stood there with a frown on his face as though he was thinking about something. Ha! Suddenly, the gray-clad old man seemed to have noticed something. He frowned and looked out of the pavilion. A figure had appeared out of nowhere. It was a purple figure. The gray-clad old man was shocked when he saw the purple-clad young man before him. The purple-clad young man's speed was so fast that he only reacted when the purple-clad young man was in front of him. This undoubtedly showed that the purple-clad young man's strength was unfathomable. Moreover, the purple-clad young man had undoubtedly passed the test of his old brother, who had followed him for many years to be able to barge into his mansion. His old brother's strength was not much weaker than his. Are you a demon? The gray-clad old man asked. Do I look like a demon to you? The purple-clad young man was Duan Lingtian who had barged in. After hearing the gray-clad old man's words, he asked with a strange look in his eyes. When the gray-clad old man heard this, he could not help but be stunned. Then, he squinted his eyes and asked in surprise, Could it be that you're not a demon? The purple-clad young man before him looked to be about 25 years old. If he was not a demon but a human martial artist, then his actual age would not be more than 30 years old. After living for so long, he still had a discerning eye. However, he could not help but feel that it was unbelievable for someone who was not more than 30 years old to have such strength. After all, even Su Qing, the strongest person among the younger generation in the second-rate force in the Northern District of the Northern District, North Nether Sect, did not have such strength when he was 37 years old. This was also the reason why he thought the other party was a demon. Based on the strength displayed by the other party and his young appearance, it was hard not to suspect that he was not a human but a demon. It doesn't matter if I'm a demon or not. The reason I'm here is to borrow something from you. Duan Lingtian did not answer the gray-clad old man's question. He was the second elder of the Zheng clan, Zheng Yu. Instead, he went straight to the point and stated his intention. Master! At this moment, the disheveled old man had also arrived. He stood in front of Zheng Yu as though he was willing to be his shield. May I know what you want to borrow from me? Zheng Yu asked with narrowed eyes. His expression was calm, and he did not panic at all. I heard that you obtained a map that covers the Ruoshui River not long ago. I came here precisely to borrow that map from you to look through it, and I'll return it to you after looking through it for the time of 20 breaths. He looked at the purple-clad young man before him in disbelief. He did not expect this at all. This young man who was far more powerful than him would have such a high attainment in the Tao of inscriptions as well. His master was already convinced. I'll only say this once. Remember it well. It was not difficult for the formation of Earth to perfectly merge with the formation of Round Shield. As long as you use your spiritual energy. Duan Lingtian told Zhang Yu the solution one by one. As for whether Zhang Yu could understand, it was not something he could control. Zhang Yu fell into deep thought after listening to Duan Lingtian's words. Map. Duan Lingtian did not plan to wait for him. He immediately spoke to wake him up. Zhang Yu's expression darkened when he was awakened. He hated it when people disturbed him when he was thinking. However, when he regained his senses and saw the person who had awakened him, the gloominess on his face disappeared and was replaced with respect. Master, this is the map. Then, he hurriedly took out the map he had obtained some time ago and handed it to Duan Lingtian. After handing the map to Duan Lingtian, he frowned and fell into deep thought again. He kept thinking about what Duan Lingtian had said to him earlier. Swoosh! At this moment, Duan Lingtian opened up the map, and his face that was originally filled with joy. After he carefully looked at the map, his face sank slightly and he frowned. Ruoshui River, there's only a corner? How can I tell? Duan Lingtian realized that although the map could pinpoint his location and the location of the Ruoshui River, there was only a small corner. It was difficult to see the entire Ruoshui River. Because of this, he could not pinpoint the location of the great treasure hidden by the reincarnation Emperor Wu in his second life. A moment later, 10 breaths passed. Help me return it to him. Duan Lingtian tossed the map to the slovenly old man as though he was throwing trash. He was very disappointed. Unlike Duan Lingtian who tossed the map away like it was trash, when the slovenly old man received the map, it was as if he had obtained a precious treasure, and he was extremely careful. When he held the map firmly, he heard a short-lived whistling sound in his ears. Then, he realized that the purple-clothed young man from before had completely disappeared. He came in a hurry and left in a hurry. He should be a demon, right? The slovenly old man thought to himself. In his opinion, the purple-clad young man looked to be around 25 years old, but his strength had already surpassed him. That was not all. The purple-clad young man's attainment in the inscription Tao had actually surpassed his master. It shocked him from the bottom of his heart. As the saying went, there was a specialization in every field. On the Cloud Continent, there were 4 types of people because of the different areas they focused on. The first type of people were those who focused on the martial Tao. They focused on improving their cultivation base and comprehending concept and profundity. They would try their best to possess a powerful strength before they died. They were the most common type of people. The second type of people were those who focused on the weapon refinement Tao. They were called weapon craftsmen. They focused on weapon refinement and worked hard to refine a higher-grade spirit weapon. The third type of people were those who focused on the medicine refinement Tao. They were called alchemists. They were similar to weapon craftsmen. The fourth type of people were called inscription masters. They focused on the inscription Tao. If the purple-clad young man was a human, his terrifying strength could already be considered heaven-defying. Not only that, but he also had such profound attainments in the Tao of inscriptions. In his opinion, It was impossible for a human martial artist to achieve such great achievements in two aspects at such a young age. Therefore, he could almost conclude that the purple-clad young man was a demon and not a human. After all, when a demon had just broken through to the void transformation stage and transformed into a demon, he could choose to transform into any appearance he wanted. Even a 100-year-old demon could transform into the appearance of an innocent child as long as it wanted to. Time passed by quietly. 2 hours later, Zhang Yu finally snapped out of his deep thoughts and muttered, I see. Thank you, Big. Just when Zhang Yu snapped back to his senses and was about to thank the purple-clad young man who had helped him solve his problem, he realized the purple-clad young man had already disappeared. Where's that master? Zhang Yu immediately looked at the unkempt old man and asked anxiously, Master, that big master left 2 hours ago. The unkempt old man said truthfully, Why didn't you ask him to stay? Zhang Yu said anxiously, That master's attainment in the inscription Dao is something I've never seen before. If I can ask him to stay in the Zheng family for a while, my attainment in the inscription Dao will definitely improve. Where did the master go? Zhang Yu looked at the unkempt old man and asked anxiously, I don't know. The unkempt old man did not expect his master to be so agitated. He was at a loss and could only reply with a wry smile on his face. Sigh. Zhang Yu stood on the spot. His face turned green and white. In the end, he sighed. I'm the one who ruined my own opportunity. If I didn't ask the master to do me a favor, he wouldn't have been so calculative with me. I really shot myself in the foot. When Zhang Yu reached the end of his sentence, he had a helpless expression on his face. Master, that master's attainment in the inscription Dao is really that high? The unkempt old man could not help but ask. He was not an inscription master, so he was not familiar with the inscription Dao. Due to this reason, he could not determine how high the purple-clad young man's attainment in the inscription Dao was. I admit that I'm not as good as him. What do you think? Zhang Yu said as he looked at the unkempt old man. What? The unkempt old man's eyes narrowed when he heard Zhang Yu's words. Although he knew his master had a high opinion of the purple-clad young man, he did not expect it to be so high. His master's attainment in the inscription Dao was not as good as the purple-clad young man's? Go and see if you can find the master. If you can find him, you must invite him back respectfully. If you can't find him, it means I'm not fated with the master. Zhang Yu instructed the unkempt old man before he sighed. Yes. The unkempt old man did not dare to delay and left in a hurry. With the master's guidance, I'm confident I'll be able to inscribe and set up the round shield formation. Chapter 1057. After Duan Lingtian left the Zheng clan, he left the city and met up with Xiongquan. Xiongquan was placed in a secluded cave in the mountains outside the city. He even placed the ice coffin where Feng Tianwu was sleeping in there. For the sake of their safety, he had specially set up a killing formation outside the cave. Young master. Xiongquan's eyes lit up when he saw Duan Lingtian. Let's go. Duan Lingtian nodded and lifted his hand. An invisible energy surged out and led Xiongquan and the ice coffin out of the cave. They left the mountain and continued to head north. According to the map, I'm heading in the right direction. The Ruoshui River is over there. Duan Lingtian looked ahead and thought in his heart. Although the map he saw in the Zheng clan was not the map he wanted, it still marked the area from here to the Ruoshui River. It gave him a certain understanding of the surrounding area. After exiting the northern desert and continuing north, they still had to pass through 5 vast regions similar to the northern desert before they could reach the Ruoshui River. On the way, Duan Lingtian took out the strange stone platform he obtained from Emperor Wu's secret treasure. He obtained the strange stone platform from the 2nd level of Qingfeng Palace. The reason he put it away was because there was a miraculous inscription formation inside, and it was able to combine the energy within the numerous origin stones before unleashing it. Its power would be raised to a terrifying level. If the origin energy within the bodies of a group of people is able to converge onto a single person through this inscription formation, then to what terrifying extent would that person's strength rise to? This was the reason why Duan Lingtian kept the stone platform. He wanted to study the inscription formation in it and see if it could fulfill his wish of joining forces with a group of 9th-level void transformation martial artists to kill a martial monarch powerhouse. As someone who had fused with the memories of reincarnation Emperor Wu from 2 lifetimes, Duan Lingtian was equivalent to reincarnation Emperor Wu in certain aspects. Therefore, his attainments in the Tao of inscriptions were extremely profound. Therefore, it was not difficult for him to study the inscription formation on the stone platform. This inscription formation can easily gather the energy contained in the origin stones. But it can't do the same for the origin chi of humans or demonic beasts. After a few days of research, Duan Lingtian confirmed this and was immediately disappointed. Moreover, even primordial stones need to be completely gathered together in order to combine the power contained within them and display a powerful attack. At the same time, Duan Lingtian also noticed this. At this time, he also realized his idea of gathering multiple martial artists and combining their strengths through this inscription formation was very immature. As for the primordial stones, there is no way to gather their power on a human warrior. After all, human warriors are made of flesh and blood. It's impossible for them to withstand the process of combining the power of the inscription formation. If they're not careful, they'll be killed in the process of combining the power of the inscription formation. When Duan Lingtian thought of this, he felt a lingering fear in his heart. Therefore, unless I can create my own puppet and let the puppet combine the power contained in the origin stones through the inscription formation to display the strongest power, otherwise it's almost impossible for me to use this inscription formation. The moment this thought appeared in Duan Lingtian's mind, it was difficult for it to go away. Create a puppet. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up. I have a rough understanding of the inscription formation in the stone platform now. As long as I have enough materials, I can inscribe and set it up on my own. However, even if I'm looking for a place to settle down, I should look for the most powerful force near the Ruoshui River. Only a powerful force can satisfy my needs. When Duan Lingtian thought of this, he no longer hesitated and brought Xiong Quan and the ice coffin along as he sped up and headed north. The speed he was displaying now was much faster than before. Soon after, Duan Lingtian left the northern desert. When he left the northern desert, a figure flew out of the ancient desert city in the southern area of the northern desert. His speed was even faster than Duan Lingtian's. When the figure flew, he was dragging another person along with him. Jean, are you sure you want to go back? The old man looked at the middle-aged man beside him and asked solemnly. Uncle, my dantian has been destroyed, and my cultivation base is gone. It's meaningless for me to stay in Skywolf Fort. I want to go back to my mother's side. The middle-aged man said solemnly. Since you've made up your mind, I won't force you. The old man was the leader of the 5 vice fort masters of Skywolf Fort, Luo Fu. As for the middle-aged man he was dragging along, he was his nephew Luo Jin. Luo Jin had the same surname as Luo Fu because he took his mother's surname. Duan Lingtian, it's all because of you. You destroyed my cultivation base. Now, it doesn't matter if I go back or not. When I go back, I'll tear you into a million pieces and burn your bones to ashes at all costs. Luo Jin roared in his heart. At the same time, a purple figure that he loathed appeared in his mind, causing his expression to turn ugly and causing him to grit his teeth even more. Not long after Luo Fu and Luo Jin left Skywolf Fort and the ancient desert city whoosh, a gust of wind whistled in the air, and a figure shot into the ancient desert city like a bolt of green lightning and arrived in the sky above Skywolf Fort. Since it was high up in the sky, it did not attract the attention of the people in Skywolf Fort. Only 4 figures shot up into the sky and arrived in the sky above Skywolf Fort in just a blink of an eye. Presently, there was a demon wolf that was completely covered in azure fur standing in the sky above Skywolf Fort, and there was a crescent-shaped mark between the brows of this demon wolf. The crescent-shaped mark was green in color. Fort Master. The 4 people who appeared in the sky above Skywolf Fort were the other 4 vice-fort masters of Skywolf Fort other than Luo Fu. They bowed respectfully to the demon wolf that was covered in azure fur. If this scene was seen by outsiders, they would definitely turn pale with fright. The fort master of Skywolf Fort was not a human but a demon wolf? Yes, the demon wolf nodded. Then, with a shake of his body, he transformed into an old man dressed in green. The fort master of Skywolf Fort, Green Wolf. At this moment, there was still a trace of lingering fear on Green Wolf's face. It's a good thing the old ancestor came in time. Otherwise, I would have been ruined by those 2 young ladies. Thinking of the 2 young ladies he had served during this period of time, Green Wolf couldn't help but shudder. He didn't dare to recall the painful experience during this period of time. If it was possible, he hoped that this experience would disappear from his mind forever. Where's Luo Fu? Green Wolf frowned and asked in a deep voice as he looked at the 4 people in front of him. Fort Master, my master has sent his nephew home. Feng Wei, the last of the 5 vice-fort masters of Skywolf Fort, hurriedly said when he saw Green Wolf's unstable emotions. Green Wolf nodded nonchalantly and asked, "How's your harvest from Emperor Wu's secret treasure? Did you obtain any profundity fragments that I can use?" Chapter 1058. When they heard Qing Lang and saw the yearning that filled Qing Lang's eyes, Feng Wei and the other vice-fort masters of Skywolf Fort lowered their heads as the corners of their mouths twitched slightly. Qing Lang's face sank when he saw the bitterness that appeared on their faces. What? There's no profundity fragment that I can use? Fort Master. Under the indication of Ning Can's group of 3, Feng Wei summoned up the courage to look at Qing Lang and laughed bitterly. We didn't obtain anything from the secret treasure of Emperor Wu, let alone a profundity fragment. It isn't just that. All the 20 young experts that entered the secret treasure of Emperor Wu from Skywolf Fort have died there. Feng Wei finished speaking in a single breath, and then he looked at Qing Lang with a perturbed expression. Qing Lang stood there with a calm expression, yet killing intent was concealed within his expression. Especially his eyes, they had become extremely sharp now, and they seemed to be filled with coldness as if they were choosing to swallow someone up. Why is it like this? Qing Lang asked with a low voice. Fort Master, they died at the hands of the same person. Feng Wei laughed bitterly. At the same time, a violet-colored figure appeared in Feng Wei's mind. He'd met the owner of the violet-colored figure early on when the Skywolf Fort held the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. Later on, the violet-colored figure had suppressed the 10 young experts and obtained the honor of being the first in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. Practically at the instant Feng Wei finished speaking, an extremely formidable imposing aura suddenly gushed out from Qing Lang's body, and it caused the surrounding clouds and mist to shake. Who is it? Qing Lang's voice was icy cold and contained ghastly killing intent. Duan Lingtian. Feng Wei sighed. Duan Lingtian. When he heard Feng Wei, the coldness that covered Qing Lang's face vanished without a trace, and it was replaced by astonishment. The person that was ranked first in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties held by our Skywolf Fort? He's the big brother Ling Tian that little grandaunt mentioned? As he finished speaking, the figure of a yellow-colored young woman appeared in Qing Lang's mind, and his body shuddered for no reason or rhyme. Yes. Feng Wei hurriedly nodded. You didn't do anything to that Duan Lingtian, did you? Right at this instant, Qing Lang's gaze became fierce as he swept Feng Wei, Ning Can, and the other 3 vice-fort masters of Skywolf Fort before he asked in a low voice. No. The 4 of them hurriedly shook their heads. That's good. Remember, when facing that Duan Lingtian, don't take any chances. The methods of the person behind that little grandaunt are beyond your imagination. As Green Wolf spoke, his expression became extremely solemn. When his words entered into the ears of Feng Wei's group of 4, It caused them to be unable to refrain from looking at each other, and they were able to see fear in each other's eyes. After the martial competition of the 10 dynasties came to an end, should we tell the fort master about our pursuit of Duan Lingtian? The 4 of them conversed privately via voice transmissions. I don't think we'd better tell him, given Castle Lord's fear of Miss Xuanai. If he knows about it, we'll definitely suffer. That's right, I can't tell you. In next to no time, the 4 of them came to a consensus. On the other hand, Qing Lang, the fort master of Skywolf Fort, was kept in the dark as well. In the sky near the northern area of the northern desert, 3 figures flashed swiftly through the sky. The people in the lead were 2 young women, and an old woman in green clothes followed behind them. The old woman had an expressionless face, yet every single movement she made wasn't like the 2 young women that caused the clouds and mist all along the way to move. Everywhere she passed, it seemed as if even the airflow in the air wasn't affected by her. Qing knew. Let me stay here for a period of time. I still haven't found Big Brother Ling Tian. The yellow-clothed young woman turned around to look at the old woman, and her mischievous eyes spun as she spoke pitifully. Young miss, then don't make it difficult for me. Master is extremely unhappy that you brought young Miss Shui away from home this time, and he asked me to bring both of you back at the first possible moment. When the old woman looked at the yellow-clothed young woman, her eyes were filled with tender love, yet as she finished speaking, she felt slightly helpless. The yellow-clothed young woman was none other than Han Xuanai. Upon hearing the old woman's words, Han Xuanai's little head drooped listlessly. Father is so annoying. Even when I came out to relax, he still cares. Humph. When I return, I won't speak to him for a month. No, I won't speak to him for 2 months. When Han Xuanai's mutterings entered the ears of the young woman and the old woman, they could not help but smile wryly at each other. Qing knew, have little gold, little black, and little white come out from that place? Soon after, Han Xuanai seemed to have recalled something. She lifted her head, and the gloominess from before was swept away. Her mischievous eyes turned to look at the old woman in green. There was a hint of anxiousness on her delicate face. Not yet. The old woman in green shook her head. Can they come out safely? Han Xuanai asked worriedly. Those 2 little pythons ought to be fine. Their bloodlines from before had already attained the level of a variant Saint Beast's descendant, and it isn't impossible for them to transform into variant Saint Beasts at that place. The old woman said, What about little gold? Han Xuanai's delicate face went slightly pale, and she asked with an anxious expression. It won't be in trouble, right? If something really happens to it, how should I explain it to Big Brother Ling Tian? It's hard to say. That little gold mouse is a jade-eyed heavenly mouse, a descendant of a saint beast. Its bloodline is relatively fixed, and it's much more difficult for it to transform into a saint beast compared to the 2 little pythons. The old woman shook her head, and her words revealed that she wasn't certain. What will happen if it can't transform? Han Xuanai asked. It'll be a dead end. As a demon that had once entered that place, the old woman knew the details of that place. It'll be a dead end. These 4 short words shocked Han Xuanai to the point her face went pale. Little gold, nothing must happen to you. After a long while, Han Xuanai took a deep breath and muttered, Young miss, it's time for us to depart. The old woman said calmly. The old woman said calmly. As soon as she finished speaking, she disappeared into thin air with the 2 girls without anyone seeing her do anything. It was as though they had never appeared before. In a place far away from the northern desert, there was an extremely luxurious and magnificent palace on an island suspended in midair. At this moment, there were 2 figures standing in the sky above the palace. The 2 figures were leaning against each other. It was a man and a woman. The man was dressed in green and he was a young man. He stood there with a graceful bearing. The outline of his face was perfect as though it had been sculpted countless times. His sword-like eyebrows were straight, and he exuded an awe-inspiring aura. Under his sword-like eyebrows, His seemingly calm eyes were staring into the distance. There seemed to be strands of green energy pulsating in them. His eyes suddenly sharpened, as if they could see through everything. The woman next to him was dressed in green. Her peerless appearance that could cause the downfall of a nation seemed to overshadow everything in the surroundings. When she stood next to him, they were a match made in heaven. "Brother Feng, you should bring Tian'er over as well. I'm worried about leaving him alone there." The woman's voice was like an orchid as she spoke softly. "Rower, you finally brought this up. However, there's a reason why I left Tian'er over there. If it's for his own good, you should look on the bright side." The man said, "Brother Feng, I know you left Tian'er over there to train him. However, even if he's over here, can't he still train? Moreover, Tian'er is under our eyes here after all. I'm more at ease." The woman said again, Of course, I've thought about what you said. However, if I bring Tian'er over from there, it'll be more harm than good to him. As for the reason, I don't know how to describe it. When you see Tian'er again in the future, you'll naturally understand everything." The man said, "But Tian'er is alone over there. What if something happens to him?" The woman said worriedly, "Don't worry, I've left 3 Dao talismans for him. They can save his life 3 times. The man comforted her. "What if he uses up all the Dao talismans? Then, he can only rely on himself. Can't you send someone to protect him? You can protect him secretly. Those 3 Dao talismans are already the limit of my interference in his life. He'll have to rely on himself for the rest of his life. How can I, Duan Roofing's son, be an ordinary person? What if something happens to him? We have to trust him." After leaving the northern desert, Duan Lingtian finally arrived at his destination after traveling north for a few months. It was an area adjacent to the Ruoshui River. This place was also known as the Northern Mountain Land. The Northern Mountain Land. The Northern Mountain Land. Back then, when Tianwu, Uncle Feng, and I were on our way to the ancient desert city, the siblings that Uncle Feng saved seemed to be from the Northern Mountain Land. Duan Lingtian muttered to himself as he looked at the ice coffin hovering next to him. To be more precise, he was looking at the red-clad woman lying in the ice coffin. The Northern Mountains Lu clan? I wonder if the Lu clan is ranked high among the numerous forces in the Northern Mountain Land. Duan Lingtian was curious about this. This was Duan Lingtian's first time in the Northern Mountain Land. The reason he knew this place was called the Northern Mountain Land was because the Northern Mountain Land was marked on the map that he had borrowed from the Zhang clan previously. To the north of the Northern Mountain Land was the Ruoshui River. Although the Northern Mountain Land is marked on the map, there's no detailed description of the Northern Mountain Land. I'll have to go there myself if I want to understand the Northern Mountain Land. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. With Xiongquan and the ice coffin that Feng Tianwu was lying in, Duan Lingtian began to search his surroundings in an attempt to find a city in the Northern Mountain Land. After spending half a day, he finally found a city. It was a small city in the south of the Northern Mountain Land. Although the city was small, there were many people going in and out of it. Xiongquan, let's enter the city. Chapter 1059. Whoosh! After Duan Lingtian and Xiongquan entered the city, the ice coffin that followed them like a shadow quickly attracted the attention of many passers-by. The ice coffin was too eye-catching. Even so, not many people took a second look at the ice coffin. In this world where the strong were respected, one had to be careful no matter what one did. If one was not careful, one could be doomed eternally. Soon, Duan Lingtian and Xiongquan entered a restaurant and found a seat by the window. Boom! Under Duan Lingtian's control, the ice coffin landed steadily on the table next door. In an instant, all the customers in the restaurant looked over. What a beautiful woman! Some of the sharp-eyed people quickly saw the woman in red lying in the ice coffin. Even with the ice coffin between, the woman in red's peerless beauty could not be hidden. She's full of vitality. Why is she lying in the ice coffin? Many people were puzzled. Maybe she's suffering from some incurable disease. Someone guessed. Regardless, the appearance of the ice coffin had become the most eye-catching scene in the restaurant, attracting the attention of all the patrons. Such a scene was not common. However, Duan Lingtian's action of bringing the ice coffin along and occupying another table was undoubtedly a little overbearing. "Sir, you..." Soon, the restaurant owner instructed the waiter to come over and look at Duan Lingtian. "I'll pay for 2 tables of wine when I settle the bill." Duan Lingtian interrupted the waiter. Naturally, he could guess what the waiter wanted to say. The waiter wanted to say that he had occupied another table and was affecting their business. Both the waiter and the restaurant owner were speechless. After ordering some dishes and asking the waiter to prepare them, Duan Lingtian leaned against the window and narrowed his eyes at the passers-by outside the restaurant. He had a calm expression on his face. At this moment, he finally calmed down a little. When he was outside, he would often encounter rampant bandits, so he did not dare to relax easily. Now he could finally breathe a sigh of relief. "Young master, what's our next step?" Xiong Quan looked at Duan Lingtian and asked curiously. He had no idea what Duan Lingtian was planning. "When the waiter serves the dishes later, ask him which force is the strongest in the northern mountain land. After he confirms it, we'll pay that force a visit," Duan Lingtian said. When he reached the end of his sentence, his eyes landed on the ice coffin on the neighboring table. To be more precise, he was looking at the red-clad lady inside the ice coffin. The peerless beauty of the woman in red completely attracted his gaze, making it difficult for him to move his gaze away. At this moment, his eyes were filled with tenderness, as if they could melt everything. "Tianwu, I will definitely wake you up as soon as possible. Wait for me," Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Yes. Although Xiong Quan did not know why his young master wanted to go to the most powerful force in the northern mountain land, he did not ask. He believed that his young master must have a plan for doing so. What he had to do was to follow the young master and handle the trivial matters for him. Soon after, the dishes were served one after another. "Waiter, I would like to ask, which force is the strongest in the northern mountain land?" Xiong Quan asked the waiter according to Duan Lingtian's instructions. "Sir, this must be your first time in our northern mountain land, right?" the waiter asked as his eyes flashed. "That's right." Xiong Quan nodded. "Sir, the strongest forces in our northern mountain land are the 2 great clans. One of them is the O clan, and the other is the Lu clan." The waiter smiled as he answered Xiong Quan's question. "Two great clans? O clan? Lu clan?" Before Xiong Quan returned to his senses, Duan Lingtian, who was sitting at the side, had already raised his eyebrows as he thought to himself, "It can't be that coincidental, right?" Duan Lingtian still remembered that when he, Feng Tianwu, and Feng Wudao left the Darming dynasty and headed to the ancient desert city, the pair of siblings that Feng Wudao saved seemed to be from the Northern Mountains Lu clan. The Northern Mountains Lu clan was one of the 2 strongest forces in the Northern Mountain land. Merely 2 clans were actually able to become the 2 strongest forces in the Northern Mountain land. How shocking! Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed as he revealed an astonished expression. Of course, he knew very well in his heart that since these 2 clans were able to become the 2 strongest forces in the Northern Mountain land, they surely had some ability. Clans? Xiong Quan was surprised when he heard the waiter's words. One had to know that the difference between a clan and a sect was not just a little bit. No matter what, a clan revolved around the direct descendants and passed down their bloodline. No matter how outstanding the other branch family disciples and disciples with another surname were, it was difficult for them to stand out. In the end, they would at most become elders or revered elders. It was utterly impossible for the branch family disciples and disciples with another surname to touch the position of patriarch. Because of this, it was extremely difficult for a clan to become truly strong. On the other hand, sects were not merely limited to passing down their bloodline. Those who were capable would rise in the sky. So long as one had the ability, one could even become the leader of a sect. Therefore, it greatly increased the enthusiasm of the sect disciples. This was especially true in the foreign lands where powerhouses were as common as trees in a forest. The difference between clans and sects was undoubtedly even more obvious. However, in the northern desert, the two clans were actually the strongest. Unbelievable! Whether it was Duan Lingtian or Xiongquan, both of them were astonished by this. Dear guests, I heard that the two strongest forces in the northern mountain land are the two clans. Don't you find it strange? The waiter could not help but ask when he saw the astonishment on Duan Lingtian and Xiongquan's faces. It was obvious he could guess what both of them were thinking. Duan Lingtian and Xiongquan did not deny it and nodded in unison. Dear guests, you might not know this. Our northern mountain lands O clan and Lu clan are different from ordinary clans. It's said that these two clans have been passed down for 10,000 years. The waiter had a solemn expression on his face when he reached the end of his sentence. 10,000 years. One must admit that the waiter's words shocked Duan Lingtian and Xiongquan. A clan that had been passed down for 10,000 years? How strong was their foundation? It was difficult for them to imagine. There must be a reason why those two clans could be passed down for 10,000 years, right? Duan Lingtian asked as he looked at the waiter. He had a feeling that no matter if it was the Northern Mountains O clan or the Northern Mountains Lu clan, they were definitely not simple. You're wise, dear guest. The waiter smiled. There's indeed a reason why those two clans could be passed down for 10,000 years. It's because they're a weapons craftsman clan and an alchemist clan respectively. Weapons craftsman clan? Alchemist clan? The moment the waiter's words left his mouth, it made Duan Lingtian even more puzzled. What do you mean? It means more than 50% of the people in one of the clans are weapons craftsmen, and more than 50% of the people in the other clan are alchemists. The waiter continued to explain to Duan Lingtian. More than 50% of the people in one of the clans are weapons craftsmen. More than 50% of the people in the other clan are alchemists? As soon as the attendant finished speaking, no matter if it was Duan Lingtian or Xiongquan, they were both dumbstruck. On Cloud Continent, who did not know that a high innate talent in weapons craftsmanship and medicine refinement was required to become a weapons craftsman and alchemist? If one's innate talent was insufficient, it would be impossible to become a grade 9 weapons craftsman and alchemist. However, someone was telling them now. There was a clan where more than 50% of the people in it were weapons craftsmen. There was another clan where more than 50% of the people in it were alchemists. Yes. The waiter nodded. He was not surprised by Duan Lingtian and Xiongquan's surprise. He had seen too many people with similar expressions. Without exception, those people were either people who were coming to the northern mountain land for the first time or people who were learning about the two strongest forces in the northern mountain land for the first time. It's said that 10,000 years ago, the O clan and the Lu clan established themselves in the northern mountain land at almost the same time. The O clan's ancestor was a grade 1 weapons craftsman. On the other hand, the Lu clan's ancestor was a grade 1 alchemist. Ever since the O clan and the Lu clan established themselves, the two clans have focused on the Tao of weapons craftsmanship and Tao of medicine refinement respectively. Until today, the two clans have become the famous weapons craftsman clan and alchemist clan in the northern mountain land. The waiter continued. Grade 1 weapons craftsman. Grade 1 alchemist. Duan Lingtian could not help but be shocked. It did not cross his mind that there would be grade 1 weapons craftsmen and alchemists outside of the foreign land's central area. Moreover, they were from two clans. In the 10,000 years of history of the two clans, there were more than 10 grade 1 weapons craftsmen and alchemists respectively. All of them had gone to the inner land on the other side of the Ruoshui River. They were once the revered elders and foreign advisors of the first-rate forces. They refined spirit weapons and pills for the first-rate forces. Because of this, they formed a lot of good karma. This is the main reason why the O clan and the Lu clan were able to survive for 10,000 years. When the first-rate forces accepted the Grade 1 weapons craftsmen and alchemists of the O clan and the Lu clan as their revered elders and foreign officials, they would publicly promise them that as long as the first-rate forces existed, they would not allow the O clan and the Lu clan to be annihilated. Due to this reason, although many forces have set their sights on the O clan and the Lu clan for the past 10,000 years, they did not dare to annihilate the O clan and the Lu clan. This allowed the two clans to develop until today and become a colossus in the northern mountain land. The waiter patiently explained the history of the O clan and the Lu clan to Duan Lingtian and Xiong Quan. Chapter 1060. The waiter's words entered Duan Lingtian's ears like thunder. Duan Lingtian could not help but fall into a daze. He did not expect this at all. To think that the O clan and the Lu clan of the northern mountain land actually had such an enormous background, such an enormous foundation, and such a huge network of connections. No wonder they could become one of the two most powerful forces in the northern mountain land. The O clan and Lu clan have existed for 10,000 years. Even those first-rate forces on the other side of the Ruoshui River, I'm afraid the number of people who can exist for 10,000 years can be counted on one hand. Duan Lingtian thought to himself as his heart jolted. Naturally, he also learned the reason why the O clan and Lu clan could exist for 10,000 years from the waiter. It was all thanks to the network of connections that their ancestors, Grade 1 weapons craftsmen and alchemists, had established on the other side of the Ruoshui River. That network of relationships had an extremely strong deterrent force. It allowed the O clan and the Lu clan to smoothly pass on for 10,000 years. The inner land referred to the central area of the Cloud Continent. There were many first-rate forces there. A first-rate force was extremely powerful. A second-rate force could not be compared to it. Moreover, if a first-rate force wanted to destroy a second-rate force, they only needed to send out a few of their most powerful martial monarch powerhouses to easily defeat the second-rate force. The second-rate force would not be able to retaliate at all in front of a first-rate force. It was already considered rare for a first-rate force to exist for 3,000 to 4,000 years. At the very least, during the two eras that Reincarnation Emperor Wu lived in, there had never been a first-rate force that had existed for more than 5,000 years. However, there are more than 10 Grade 1 weapons craftsmen and alchemists in the O clan and the Lu clan in the past 10,000 years. These Grade 1 weapons craftsmen and alchemists are more or less related to some of the first-rate forces that existed in the past 10,000 years. Due to this reason, when a first-rate force is destroyed, there will naturally be a second first-rate force to protect the O clan and Lu clan from being destroyed. It was easy for Duan Lingtian to figure this out. This was the main reason the O clan and Lu clan could exist for 10,000 years. The weapons craftsman clan and alchemists clan. What amazing clans! Duan Lingtian sighed to himself. At the same time, he recalled the pair of siblings that Feng Wu Dao had saved that day. Looks like they're from the Northern Mountains Lu clan. Moreover, their status in the Northern Mountains Lu clan seems to be quite high. Duan Lingtian still remembered. Back then, the black-robed man who wanted to kill that pair of siblings called the elder brother second young master, and the younger sister, seventh young lady. Xiao between the O family and the Lu family, which one is closer to here? Duan Lingtian asked the waiter. His target this time was the strongest force in the northern mountain land. Since the O clan and the Lu clan were listed as the strongest forces in the northern mountain land, he had no choice but to choose one. In his opinion, whether it was the O clan or the Lu clan, it made no difference to him. Therefore, he preferred the one that was closer to his current location. To put it bluntly, he was too lazy to walk that far. Since there was no difference between the two clans, it did not matter which one he went to. If we're comparing the two clans, the Lu clan is closer. The Lu clan is located in the northeast outside the city. It's only 10,000 miles away from here. Although the waiter did not know why the young customer before him was asking about this, he still answered truthfully. Whether it was the Northern Mountains O clan or the Northern Mountains Lu clan. The locations of the two clans were not unfamiliar to the people in the northern mountain land. "All right," Duan Lingtian nodded. Then, he lifted his hand and took out a mid-grade origin stone before passing it to the waiter. "This is your reward for introducing the O clan and the Lu clan to us." "Thank you, sir." The waiter smiled widely as he looked at the mid-grade origin stone in his hand. He had wasted so much saliva to say so much just so he could tip the customer when he was happy. "Sir, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave first. I won't disturb your meal any longer." The waiter left after bidding farewell to Duan Lingtian and Xiong Quan. After the waiter left, Duan Lingtian and Xiong Quan began to clean up the dishes on the table. In just 15 minutes, there was only a pile of empty cups, plates, and bowls left on the table. "Let's go." After Duan Lingtian paid the bill, he called out to Xiong Quan and left the restaurant with the ice coffin. After leaving the city, Duan Lingtian brought Xiong Quan along and headed northeast. The Northern Mountains Lu clan. Duan Lingtian's destination this time was the Lu clan that was closest to his current location. It was the Northern Mountains Lu clan. It was also one of the two most powerful forces in the Northern Mountain land. The Northern Mountains Lu clan was also known as the Alchemist clan. Duan Lingtian only had one goal in mind when he went to the Northern Mountains Lu clan. He wanted to reveal his identity as a Grade 1 alchemist and become the Northern Mountains Lu clan's revered elder and interim advisor. From there, he would obtain a large amount of cultivation resources from the Northern Mountains Lu clan to help him and Xiong Quan improve their cultivation base and concepts, although his current strength was not bad. However, if he was placed in the inner land on the other side of the Ruoshui River, which was also the central area of Cloud Continent, he was nothing. With the Ruoshui River as the boundary, there were two different worlds inside and outside. There were no first-rate forces outside of the Ruoshui River. In the Ruoshui River, not only were there first-rate forces, but there were also top forces such as the two great ancient clans and the forces controlled by Emperor Wu. That was the heaven of the powerhouses. At the same time, it was also hell for the weak. The great treasure left behind by the reincarnation Emperor Wu in his second life is in the inner land. Due to this reason, Duan Lingtian had no choice but to go to the inner land. Moreover, even if the reincarnation Emperor Wu did not leave behind the great treasure, he still had to go to the inner land. This was because he had to pass through the inner land if he wanted to reach the peak of Cloud Continent. If Duan Lingtian was on Earth in his previous life, it would take him 6 to 7 hours to travel 10,000 miles. However, for the current Duan Lingtian, it would only take him an hour to reach the inner land. In less than an hour, Duan Lingtian could already see a vast building complex on the plains in the distance. The buildings stood tall like beasts hibernating there. Ha! Suddenly, as though he had noticed something, Duan Lingtian came to a halt and looked at his surroundings. "That's the Northern Mountains Lu clan? Why are there so many people?" Xiong Quan glanced to the left and then to the right as he spoke with a face full of surprise. Duan Lingtian saw it as well. At this moment, there were people flying toward the vast building complex from all directions before landing on the west side of the building complex. There was no exception. "If I can get into the top 30 in the alchemist competition organized by the Northern Mountains Lu clan, I'll be able to become a disciple of the Northern Mountains Lu clan with a different surname. I won't have to worry about materials to refine medicine in the future." A clear voice entered Duan Lingtian's ears in a timely manner. "Hee. I want to become a disciple of the Northern Mountains Lu clan with a different surname through the alchemist competition organized by the Northern Mountains Lu clan. It's not just for the materials." Then, another voice resonated in the air. "The Northern Mountains Lu clan has as many high-grade alchemists as there are clouds in the sky. They even have a few Grade 2 alchemists. If I can get their guidance, my achievements in the medicine refinement Dao will definitely improve by leaps and bounds. However, the Northern Mountains Lu clan's test is really harsh. The lowest requirement to participate is a Grade 6 alchemist. Alchemists below Grade 6 are not qualified to participate at all." The owner of the voice seemed to be complaining when he reached the end of his sentence. At this moment, two people who were talking to each other passed by Duan Lingtian. They were two middle-aged men. When they passed by Duan Ling Tian, their eyes could not help but stop at the ice coffin hovering next to Duan Ling Tian. The ice coffin was just too eye-catching. Alchemist competition? At this moment, Duan Ling Tian had a rough idea of what was going on. The Northern Mountains Lu clan seemed to be organizing an alchemist competition. As long as one was ranked in the top 30 in the alchemist competition, one would be able to enter the Northern Mountains Lu clan and become a disciple with a different surname. The Northern Mountains Lu clan was an alchemist clan. More than half of the people in the clan were alchemists, and there was no lack of high-grade alchemists among them. To a low-grade alchemist, that place was like heaven. As long as one could enter that place, one would be able to interact with many alchemists and improve one's attainment in the medicine refinement Tao. If one had the chance to receive guidance from a high-grade alchemist, one would be able to improve by leaps and bounds. It seems like these people are here for the alchemist competition organized by the Northern Mountains Lu clan. Other than some participants, there must be many people here to watch the show. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself as he looked at the people who came from all directions. There seems to be a woman lying inside. All of a sudden, a surprised voice sounded from behind Duan Ling Tian. Then, Duan Ling Tian saw three middle-aged men walking past him side by side. The voice came from one of them. However, after the three middle-aged men walked past Duan Ling Tian, they did not leave. Instead, they went around the ice coffin and looked at it. What a beautiful woman. If I can get such a beautiful woman, I'm willing to lose 10 years of my life. Why is she lying in the ice coffin? The three middle-aged men pointed at the ice coffin and discussed among themselves. They acted as though there was no one else around them. They completely ignored Duan Ling Tian and Xiong Quan. Scram! Xiong Quan's expression changed, and he was about to reprimand the three middle-aged men when a cold voice suddenly sounded. It was like a clap of thunder in the ears of the three middle-aged men. The three middle-aged men were so shocked that their bodies trembled. When they regained their senses, they turned around and looked at the source of the voice. "Boy, you're seeking death." Soon after, the three of them locked their eyes on Duan Ling Tian and shouted in unison. Boom! You're tuning in to the Legend of the Vagabond YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.